is to accept the primary election results. 2, to promote peace and cohesion. 3, in the event that they don't win, they will not resign from the party. 4, to support the winner of the primary. 5, to ensure and enforce mechanism that has been established by the party, and also to work within the timelines and duration that has been established by the party from now to the results are declared, and to respect the decision by the delegates of our party.
Advancing further in his speech on the flag worship race, the General Secretary highlighted why some delegates would not be able to vote.
Though unfortunate, our constitution did not capture constituency council of elders and council of patrons. So for the purposes of this presidential election, our constituency council of elders and council of patrons will not partake in the voting process.
The chairman of the party called for unity regardless.
One of the chief contributors to the defeat in the 2008 general elections is the fact that the lack of unity of purpose or internal cohesion, which was lacking. We cannot afford to be disunited even briefly after results are declared on Saturday. We must guard against any misconduct, actions, or inactions likely to take us on a path of apathy and disunity.
Well, until the preferred candidate is elected on November 4 to lead the party to break the 8, may the best man win. Elvis Ando, Metro News, Accra.
I will be glad if Kennedy Japan is elected because he is charismatic. Kennedy Japan has been with the party for long. As a businessman who understands Ghanaians, he will be the right candidate.
NPP by yesterday, and the second Japan so bad. You better try my ban, a benyon is sending, sir. You did say, obey me, a woman, and yet ding. And I am poor boy Katasum, so, and the Trabanamac in Japan.
Meme family, minimum say, Onipa or Beba, or rather Dimani, Amagana for a Yahutono. Send Panini Shishan.
For me, I pray God give us the one who will bring Ghana back to life again.
Nakupon the Betu Sunipano, I deny my dear Yashani Papa, our Wajim Pa, our Beba, or Baba Ghana for so, Ghana for home, now I share my money at the Amay.
The Atiana said, NPP Kuono, Tisiano, Omwa, Mufata, say, I also Mudi, Kuono, and one of my Salati.
I think all the 4 deserve it. But if Kennedy Japan is chosen, the party can win in 2024 election.
Ken, your papa can Japan, Onanka, would do many mammy and Kobet me, I mean, because on once in a near thing, or you'll be on a near to Mikasa. Ah, because the attendant said, and Kaibia, your papa, the Baumiaso, a woman said, I want to know, but the attendant said, once Sagana and one each, I know my thing. Anna, until man for the consider say, can a Japan do because of one also no vice president. Anna no man koye. Ah, one man no man koye. It will be your vice no man koye nobody was a president. Yeah. Question mark bedding, a baba kakra. Ah, and Tina Bema, a be obet me lusu. A mama mumamine. But can a Japan dear, or new subi? Ah, no, see me more than my wedding. What boy mine? Ah, when any sort thing. And to me, this one, I'm not for it yet. Canada Japan and come did say, with this why be a pa.
Saturday, November 4 is the penultimate of the flag bearership contest of the governing New Patriotic Party, NPP. All preparations have been carried out smoothly by the party ahead of the crucial Congress. But it is still unclear who would emerge victorious on the day, although campaigning have been carried out throughout the country and messages of the 4 contestants received by the delegates. In the Western region, Metro TV sampled the mood of the decision makers, and these are their views.
Kennedy, Oba president.
We want Kennedy to become president because it's Bawumia and Akufo-Addo who put us in these difficulties. Kennedy will bring developments when he becomes president. We the youths will be relieved when Kennedy wins as president. This time we need someone who is hardworking. As for me, I will not vote for Bawumia because we are suffering. Even those with the qualification are not having work to do. The country is in a serious crisis, so we are changing things. I will urge all.
Kennedy. For me, I think the most viable person to break the 80s is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Oh, you see, when you are in a contest of this nature, a national contest of this nature, mind you, both parties, I mean NPP and NDC, they have their strongholds, okay? So what it means is that for NPP, no matter who they take as their presidential candidates, people in their stronghold will vote for them. Likewise, the NDC. If I become the presidential candidate of the NDC tomorrow, their stronghold will vote for me. The same thing if I become the presidential candidate of NPP tomorrow, the stronghold people will vote for me. What you need is somebody who can attract people from the other side into your camp. You understand? That is it. As for your stronghold, well, it's important, but then it's like you have that in the bag. What you need to make a difference is somebody who can attract people from the other side of the divide.
I think Kennedy will win. Kennedy has a he has a vision for the youth, so he will win the election because I'm expecting that he should win. Yeah.
Because he knows the ground and then the youths, our needs. So if he wins too, and then he will meet ex-president Mahama. So that is my view of it.
And I can assure you, I won't let you down. All right. I won't let you down. We are going to campaign around the country to sell our message for the resuscitation of the NPP as a party. The morale is down, and we are going to raise the morale to face the NDC come next year, 2024. I have never sponsored any poll. Yes. Find out who is sponsoring those polls. If I sponsor a poll, I bet you they will say that I'm first. But I won't, because it's self-defeating. It doesn't serve any purpose. We know what you are doing on the ground. So all the polls in the world can say whatever they want, but we are talking about the 900 people who will be voted. The only sector which has the capacity to do that. And I'm the biggest witness because I've managed the agricultural sector for 6 years in this country, the past 6 years. It's the only one with the resource to be able to generate foreign exchange, to finance our industrialization, our health, our education, our infrastructure, and our whole development. Whether it's polling station, youth organizer, or at the top hierarchy, we need numbers. Politics is about numbers, and we don't have to lose one soul. Rather, it's the reverse. We need to get more people to join us so we can have a bigger vote to retain our power come December next year. So it's very unfortunate about what has happened, and we are fighting for unity. All of us should come together and fight as one unit to retain power. Because the alternative of the NDC is horrifying. I don't even want to think about it. So I'm appealing to all the delegates that the vision that I've shared with them for the last 2 years should stick in their minds when they go to vote, and vote heavily for me so that I can take over the affairs of this party, bring it back to life, and renovate the whole agricultural structure of this country has been based on agriculture. And that is what my vision is about. People who were voting at the time, not the same people. You should know that. This year, last year, constituency elections of the NPP, 70% of the constituency executives were voted out. Are you aware? It's a democratic party. This is not an ethnic party. It's a democratic party. We have our own philosophy. So what does it matter if anybody comes from A to Z? I think it's a very redundant argument. It's a free election. You want me to go and buy a vote? I won't buy a vote. You see, all what you're doing is speculation. It's making this conversation very boring. Who is your campaign coordinator? Who is coordinating my campaign in all the 16 regions, in all the 275. To create a future for them. So I work with them. You won't see any one of my regional or whatever as an older office holding member. No. All the people I use are young activists in the regions and in the constituencies who have been TESCON or been serving the party. These are the people I use. I don't use elected members that everybody in his region should vote for the vice president. That one, it was in the papers. I heard it. I haven't heard it. That is, is against the regulation of the party. Did you point out a party official? There are people who are designated to deal with such situations. So I'm not going to do anybody's work for them. No. I've been a member of the government, not a member of the executive of the party. I'm a strong party member. And nobody can take that from me. I was born into this party. It's the responsibility to ensure that the rules and the regulations of this party are abided with. So it's somebody else's responsibility, not mine. It's not an individual that we are talking about. We are talking about the party, the institution of the NPP. So I'll do everything to campaign to make sure that whoever wins the flag bearership, I will support them. It's myself, I will support myself. If for running made much, drop of my blood, and I mean it. NPP is my family. I have nowhere to go to joke about those things. Don't bring in characters, faces, names. No, it's the NPP that we are here for. If you were there, you see my brothers and sisters. We are 36 of us. Yes. I saw the NDC in opposition, myself in opposition in that parliament. And I saw NDC tore down everything that Kufuor did. I don't want it to happen to the heritage of Akufo-Addo that 2024-25 they come in and tear down Planting for Food and Jobs. Why not? NDC? John Mahama. I saw Mahama as president, and I was the front bench. Yes. We will remind them. Of what? Of the terrible record that they left to us to come and sort out.
Masam tia and say, baby, a mind Ghana edun. Ye here or Candifua or one you dear, and one you maho, or better be a yuma. I'm a ranty and in Mabawa, and your school, fear no fear song, and yet Jumania, and Chimania Jumaya. The Penipa or Candifua or walk and is Wadihu. It is there. Let me tell Bantama. Me call school or practice school. Me call Bantama Presby and son and me call practice school and son and me call Sojala. Minimania magazine for 8 million. Amra Yesusawa Kumasiha. Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Now want to be a car. Car be a friend of Buafo. wohwɛ enyuma a magazine foɔ ɛyɛ na yɛntumi
Well, hello, good morning. Welcome to our special coverage of the NPP's delegate conference, where they will be selecting one person to lead the party into the 2024 general elections. Well, it was just 3 months ago where the party went to the polls with the Superdelegates Congress to whittle down the number of aspirants from 10 to 5. We all know what happened afterwards. Alan Shermerton, a long-serving member of the party, withdrew after expressing many concerns concerning that particular elections. Dr. Baumia, the Vice President of the Republic, was the runaway winner in that particular elections, garnering more than 68% of the votes. Surprisingly, Kennedy Japan, the MP for Asin Central, came in second with about 14% of the vote, and Alan Shermerton, who was tipped to at least be in the top two, came in third. That culminated into events that led to his departure from the party to form a new political movement that he terms Movement for Change. And today, as I've mentioned earlier, we're going to be in the studio from now till the last vote is counted, bringing you detailed analysis of what to expect, what is going to happen, who is likely to emerge winner. And a gentle reminder that Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is contesting. Asin Central MP Kennedy Japan is also contesting. Former MP for Mampon, Adenimo, is also contesting. And then the immediate past Greek minister, Owusu Efriye Akoto, is also in the race. These four gentlemen want to be the next leader of the new Patriotic Party. And this is significant because it will be the first time in 16 years that the NPP will be selecting a presidential candidate that is not called Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So how will the new face leading the new Patriotic Party perform in the general elections? Well, I've been joined in the studio by Dr. Bernard Tutu Buahin, who is a political marketing consultant. He's also a lecturer at the University of Education, Winneba School of Business. We'll be delving into the issues and what to expect after the break.
you. May the region way, I shall regional executive Sifonsa. Or constituency, may the constituency, national constituency executives in Sa. There have not been any presidential race. And now flag bearership, one particular candidate. All chief executives supporting him. All regional chairmen supporting him. And some chairmen of constituencies are yadi ehu ahye wo mu. Let me see you 1,000. I am telling them they should repeat that mistake again and they will see what will happen in the party. Yes, Robia. The budget party next you are. Your vote is your power. One more you who say, one more yes, you can't see. Sikan hear your man now. And we are given Kasa. And we are given, let's say, Obakasa was on that for. Make us understand. Womutia, Womutia, Lanatam, Eyaka Kabism Nazo, and painful no much of a party, no, and himself, Allah, our free party, no, as in this. So, what you know, your delegate? Obia, this Cabra Waji. Then we go to Japan. If you say Japan, Mama may get the money. If you say Sika, and the team on you and come in to Benjamin, have been offered big offers, including money to step down for Baumia. And I'm who don't listen in your da. And I'm Ghana who don't even your da. That you say. What he have, who power dear? Or be over Tabian culture, I will say. I deal when I'm paying money. Who storekeeper out you are changing everything we are in? That is what is happening. Storekeeper, what you have? Customer bank or the Tabian or say, Mommy.
Right, you're welcome back to our special coverage of the NPP's Delegate Congress, and let's now bring you a breakdown of everything you need to know about this particular elections right now. So these are the people eligible to vote in this elections. We have about 28 ministers and deputy ministers, 30 patrons and council of elders, 50 foundation members. We have 61 national council members. Regional officers number up to 272. We have TESCON members numbering up to 291. And overseas branches also has a number totaling 324. MPs and MMDECs number up to 398. Constituency patrons 1,375. Constituency Council of Elders, 1,375 as well. Constituency officers are 4,675. Electoral area coordinators are 6,272. And the biggest number of them all are the polling station executives, who are 193,110. So these are the people that are eligible to vote in the elections today. And of course, social media always expresses its opinion on any issue, and this one is no exception. Let's look at some reaction from social media. We start with Twitter, and then this one is from Kwabna Benuska, and he says, "The street knows Kennedy. We need him to even stop this primaries thing and go as an independent candidate." That is what he is saying. And then Rexford says, "When quality of leadership is watered down, this is what happens. GH politics is now with people with heavy pockets." And this is Rasta for NDC, JM for president. He says, "Don't be shocked if the NPP presidential primaries results end like this, with Kennedy Japan winning with 60% of the vote, Dr. Baumia coming second with 28% of the vote. Dr. Uzwe Friakoto coming in third with 1% of the vote in that order. And this is the opinion of one of the people on Twitter. And this is from Sir Alo, and it says, no can, no vote. Any delegate who votes for Dr. Baumia has probably been bewitched. I will urge Ken to leave the party if the system is screwed against him like they did to Alan. And this is from Ben Ali, and it says the NPP presidential primaries are here. The odds are up and the stake is high. Who is who on the 4th of November? The house is on fire, and delegates, the fire extinguisher. Right, so those are some of the opinions of people on social media. You can also send in your thoughts. Remember, we're live on DSTV channel 277. We're also live on Facebook at Metro TV Ghana, live on Twitter at Metro TV GH. Let's start the discussion right now and speak to Dr. Bernard Tutubuahi, who is a lecturer at the University of Education, Winnebus School of Business. Doc, always good to have you on our show on political duties such as this. Welcome.
Thank you.
Right. I mean, this is a very interesting contest because I don't think at the beginning of the year anybody would have predicted that this election would have happened without the former Trade Minister, Alan Kyerematen. But here we are. He's withdrawn to form his own political movement. And we have Kennedy Japan, who's a surprise, top runner, together with the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Who are the odds favoring today going into the elections?
Yes, let me use this opportunity to also extend my warm greetings to our viewers, wherever they may be. I think that Alan's exit, to me, has taken the shine out of the competition. If Alan had remained in this contest, you probably may be seeing a different contest altogether. I believe that the brand Alan Kyerematen, is not that small. It's not a brand that we can say it has no value in the NPP party and it has no support. Obviously, when you listen to what Kennedy Japan said, yes, the fact still remains that his exit has caused some kind of stir, in the rank and file of the NPP. And so I was expecting that the NPP would have taken certain steps because, the clouds were clear that it was going to rain. Where I sat, I knew Alan was leaving. And I was expecting the NPP party, the leadership, to have probably either gone to Alan direct to have discussions with him, or probably go to his mentor, ex-President Kufuor, to probably appeal to him and to get Alan seated and get discussions with him. It came as a surprise when JFK, the General Secretary of the party, said that, the party chairman went to Alan's office to have discussions with him without even telling Ghanaians the kind of conversation that, went on between the two of them and who sent him and for what purpose and for what reason. Right? All these details didn't come, but probably to shift the blame to Alan's camp, that he probably didn't do well, by resigning. To me, didn't sit well. Again, you see, when you look at the conditions under which Alan exited, for me, even as at now, the party has not done enough,
okay,
to address these things, because information is not flowing.
Right.
Nobody knows the steps that the party had taken. You know, those who were involved in certain violent acts.
Okay.
You know, we don't have any information as to the kind of action that the party has taken. And again, going into today's election, apart from the MOU, what again, as the party addressed, you know, to ensure that, you know, there wouldn't be any bitterness after the election.
Right. Doc, let's look at this one. Alan Chemerton, did he withdraw because he felt like he didn't stand a chance heading into today's elections, or, you know, he withdrew because the reasons he gave for withdrawing were legitimate ones? You know, he raised a number of issues, including the system being skewed to favor a certain establishment candidate and acts of intimidation and what so not. Do you think that he had a genuine reason for resigning, or he just resigned because he was scared he was going to lose today?
You see, the legitimacy of his reasons, all right, for me, is clear, with the exception of one or two reasons that for me we were not in a position to probably establish.
Right.
Yeah. But for me, issues regarding violence, you know, people going against set rules and regulations, you know, and other issues, you know, should probably have been addressed the moment you raise them.
Right. Doc, kindly hold on. I'll come back to you. Let's go to the Volta region, where they will also be voting today. We all know the flood that has devastated major parts of that particular area. Let's listen to some of the delegates there.
I've just cast my vote, and you can see the atmosphere is very peaceful. Delegates have arrived in their numbers, and we expect the exercise to go on smoothly without any hiccups at all. And we are expecting that at the end of the day, when the results are declared, we all come together as one family to pursue the campaign for election 2024. So far so good in the whole central constituency.
So what?
They should just remain their cool. I mean, they should maintain their cool, remain calm, just cast their votes and go home and wait for the results after 2 p.m. That's my advice.
The process is quite okay. It's just a normal process, and delegates are in line. Everything is peaceful. I think Go Central is peaceful. We hope the party make a good decision at the end of the day. My advice for the delegates is that they should just go and vote and go back to their various home peaceful. By 2 p.m. we all come back here to count the ballots.
I think all is set, as you can see for yourself. The ground is very quiet, as if it's a normal day. This is a solemn day for all of us, especially where you are coming to elect a flag bearer, not a president. This is a time for us to think deeply into ourselves, put all the advantages, all the disadvantages of all the candidates, and make a decision. I believe at the end of the day, about 1,300 delegates we have within the constituency. We believe that they will make the right choice. No, the securities, I can tell you that for Go Central, even without the security, the way we spoke to our delegates, the way we psyched them, I can show you of security, I can show you of peace without even the security services. What we decided that come and cast your vote, do the tete-a-tete with your friends. If you want to go, go. If you want to stay around and make some merit, we do so. I can assure you at the end of the polls, there will not be any incident. It's going to be an incident-free election. So for security, they are there. But we ourselves, we are the first security.
To come out and come and vote. Vote, and the moment you vote, you live here
after the voting, you can come around for counting. So we want to encourage them to come here and vote and leave. We are working, this is NPP election, so we want to encourage them that no fight, no nothing, we just want to do this thing. After here, we are still NPP. Thank you.
All right, so those are some delegates from the Volta region. Let's still stay in that region and speak to our resident correspondent, Gabriel Asempa. Gabriel, when I spoke to you yesterday, you did mention that plans were in place for people in flood-affected areas to cast their ballot. Are things going as planned?
Yes, exactly. I visited Wo Central. I'm now on my way to Central Town, which is one of the flood-affected areas. So the plan for them to cast their vote is in place.
Right. It's about 3 minutes to 9. How is voter turnout there?
Oh, in Ho, the turnout was very, very massive. They start exactly 7 a.m. As we are leaving that place, a lot have voted already. The regional minister also came and voted. And I say everything is calm and peaceful. Election is ongoing.
Right. I believe you've also visited some places that were not affected by the floods. Comparing the two, places, how is the smoothness of the process? Is it going on smoothly comparing to, those different places, or it's a bit slower in places where floods affected?
No, the two, compared the two, they are all the same. The delegates are eager to vote and live to go and do their various businesses. So I may say all is the same.
Right. And have you spotted any party executive there?
Yeah, at Ho Central, I spoke to Ho Central Constituency Chairman, which is Alhazen Frank. He encouraged the delegates to come out in their numbers to make their choice. And then the Braido, the Ho Central Constituency Secretary, they are sure of peaceful elections. And then I spoke to the regional women organizer, who is Hannah Shadi, also urged the delegates to become calm because it's a family affair.
Right. I want to believe you've had some exit polls, spoken to some of the people who've cast their ballot. What are they telling you? Who do they vote for? Who do they fancy to win?
For that, they are confident, but they for who they vote for, they are not able to tell us. But they said they have made their preferred choices. So, but they couldn't mention exactly they vote for. But they assure us that they have made their preferred choices.
All right, Gabriel Asempa, continue being on the ground for us. We'll come back to you if need be. Thank you very much. He's our resident correspondent in the Volta region. Let's come back to the studio and continue the discussion with Dr. Bernard Tutu Boahin, who is a political marketing consultant and also a lecturer at the University of Education, Winneba. I was making a point, or you were making a point rather, about whether or not Alan resigned because he had legitimate concerns, or he did so because he felt like he didn't stand a chance today.
Yeah, so as I was saying, you see, the legitimacy of his reasons probably would be based on how the extent to which we can verify it. Now, there were certain incidents which were clear, to the media, and which were also reported. For instance, the abuse of some of his supporters and all that. And again, other issues about the fact that certain rules and regulations were also flouted. So that is where I was of the view that the party should have probably gone ahead and treated it in the matter of urgency that it deserved, and probably to let Alan know that yes, we've heard you, we respect your concerns, and we are dealing with it. Now, if it appears that if it appears to him that even though you have presented your grievances, we are not interested, then probably that would inform him of certain decisions that, yes, I'm not needed in the party, I'm not accepted in the party, and probably there is a scheme to let me go out of the party.
Right.
So probably based on that, he wouldn't want to stay,
right,
and may want to exit. All right. So these are some of the concerns that probably one can point out to.
Right.
All right. Now, as it is about party's unity, isn't it? So from where I sat, I believe that when all these concerns were raised, in the line of discussions and probably treating the issues with the kind of urgency and respect that it deserves, they could have invited him, they could have briefed him as and when the processes are ongoing,
right,
and all that. But if nothing like that happened, as he indicated, then probably it could be a recipe for his exit.
Right. Okay, let's look at this. So, interestingly, amongst all the people that are competing, you take Vice President Dr. Bawumia, you take Adenimo, you take Kennedy Japan, and then you take Dr. Efri Akoto. Adenimo is the only person who has experience because he has contested before. That was in 2014, although, I mean, his margin was insignificant. First timers. Is that a good thing?
Usually in a contest, yes, for a first timer, except one or two candidates who probably will pull a surprise. First timers, normally don't do well. But from what we saw, in the August, special delegates, conference, post, we realized that, yes, Kennedy Japan's first time, he did well. He came second, right? Alan has been there. He came third.
Right.
So it tells you that in elections of such matters, or of such nature, you don't really need that kind of I've been there before, to probably determine your performance. For me, you see, elections in this country under the Fourth Republic, to the best of my knowledge, has to do with how candidates are able to position their brands, to delegates and to voters in general. Now, what it means is that if you aspire to probably contest for a political leadership in your career or in your political career, the moment you take that decision, it means that you should start developing a strong brand. All right? And it has to do with your approach to politics. It has to do with your communications. It has to do with the value that you present to the people, how valuable you are, to the needs of the people, to their developments and all that. You need to establish a brand, that resonates well with the people.
Okay.
A brand that people can fall in love with.
Right.
A brand that people are aware of.
Right.
And a brand that people can be proud of living with. All right. Now, if you put all these things together, by the time you announce your candidature, you realize that a lot of people will fall for you. All right. Yes. So we should also be mindful that in politics, brands don't really last. All right.
Okay.
Brands don't really last. In a marketing sense, there are, especially in the fashion market, certain brands are called fads. They rise quickly and they drop in their life cycle. All right. So that is something that should suggest to us that as and when we are developing your brand, you are developing a brand in such a way that, you are looking at how that brand, probably can stay and prove the test of time. Else, you may have a brand that would work within a certain period of time.
Okay.
Then, at a point in time, that brand no longer, exists.
Speaking of brands, Doc, let's look at the brand Kennedy Japan. I mean, it's a firebrand. He tells it all, says it as it is, and all that, A lot of people thought that when he decided to contest for president, when he announced his candidature to lead the New Patriotic Party, a lot of people were of the view that he was supposed to take a different approach. He was supposed to change for the sake of his political brand and a political future if he stood any chance of contesting for president. But so far, it appears that the Kennedy Japan we knew from before is the same Kennedy Japan that we are being presented with today. I mean, not much has changed, Goes on and condemns what he feels is bad, tells it as it is, tells his mind to the people. The last time he even said that he was going to give the president and the vice president a showdown, and so on, and so forth. But the thing is, do you think that a brand like Kennedy Japan could be affected because of the way he goes about his things? Do you think that his persona, his character could be affected?
You see, from a political marketing theory, brands or political brands have personalities.
Right.
So that is the personality of Kennedy Japan. He doesn't really hide his feelings. He expresses himself, expresses his thoughts. He feels what is wrong, and what is right. And he believes that, do unto others as you want others to do unto you. Okay, one good turn deserves, another, right? And so that is what will make him come vocal. Other people believe that he's too nationalistic,
right?
To the point that, anything Ghana, is a burden to him. All right. So that is why sometimes you hear him, talking the way he talks. All right. And so that is his personality. And that is what people have placed on him,
right,
as a fire brand. Now you see, when you talk of a fire brand in marketing and political marketing sense, it's a kind of brand that people believe that it has that attractive power.
Right. Doc, kindly hold on. I'll come back to you so that we continue with the brand Kennedy Japan. But right now, let's cross over to the NPP's headquarters, where my colleague Elvis Andor is currently stationed to bring us up to speed with what's happening there. Elvis, welcome to the program. You are at the national headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. What more can you tell us from there?
It's one of the 277 polling centers that has been actually put together by the NPP. And I have here with me one of the big people in the NPP. Okay, so share with us. Today is a big day for you. Now, how is the feeling like before we comment?
First of all, I'm here. I belong to the fraternity, but I wear two shoes every time. I'm here covering the event as a journalist and as a. I think the organization so far has been done well. Because of brutalities across the country in the last 1 hour to 2 hours that they started these elections, and we're hoping that the same trajectory will continue.
As a journalist as well, we understand that some big wigs of the party will be coming here. Even the president will be coming to vote here. Share with us.
Clear clearly tell this is the elite part, the topmost part of the party. All those that will be coming here are the upper class of the party, and for that matter, it is a reflection of what will happen by 2 p.m. Then I hold a different view. I believe that those who are coming to vote them already, and this is a case where there is apathy between the system, that is the upper class, and those on the ground. Vote, showing or telling that they are voting for the vice president, that cannot be a true reflection of what is going on the ground until we have all the leadership of the party coming to vote here clearly tells you that they won't vote any other thing than the vice president to support the system running.
So are you certain that the vice president will remain emerge victorious after the whole process?
I am not certain. He will make a lot of impact.
Okay, so now let's go to the fact where they were asked to, the aspirants were asked to sign an undertaking. How did you feel when you heard that news? Because this is an election process, there is freedom of association, but now signing an undertaking that you will not move out of the party should you lose. Was it something new to you, or was it something that you were expecting?
I believe every organization have their own terms and conditions that the NPP believes that anyone who wants to be a part of the process that process, then these are the terms of reference that they've put down. It might not be what I would have preferred, but the law permits you, just as the law permits you to do something, the law directs you as well how to go about what you want to do. So that bit of you signing the undertaking is the directive function. This is the directive function of the law. And for
Hello, Elvis. Can you hear me?
Let's say, hello, Ken, I can hear you.
Yes, I want to find out from you, since you've been to the headquarters, what have you spotted so far? Have you seen some executives come to vote? Who and who are expected to come, and when are they expected to arrive?
Some executives coming to vote, and then also currently the Deputy Minister for Tourism is here, Marco Krekumante. Share with us, who are you voting for, even though it's your secret?
Oh, it's not a secret. Okay. My vote is open. Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Why Dr. Bawumia?
I have a weakness for intelligence, and I have a weakness for hard work. And the two weaknesses that I have, he has both. Okay. And so, for a person like him, tried test someone who supported President Akufo-Addo as candidate, and then supported President Akufo-Addo as vice president. I'm sure we all have the results. We've seen what he's done. So he deserves this push so he can lead full time.
Okay, let me move you a little away from election and push you to where you are. That is your sector. That the current museum that has been established by the government has received a lot of income generation. How
is it a Kwame Nkrumah Park?
Yes, Kwame Nkrumah Park.
Yes. I think that if you look at where we were and where we are now, we can't compare. And it is obvious. The obvious reason is that people like nice things. It's fitting. So for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and what we have added to the edifice, it's obvious that it will attract more people to come. And again, it's because we've thrown more spot himself. You know, he traveled around the world to invite people to come for Beyond the Return. And so Ghana is now the Mecca. People in the diaspora. And so in the next month, in December, we are expecting them. Almost all the hotels in Accra are fully booked. Airbnb, I don't have the record. With Team Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, with its affiliate ministries. And that's why we are seeing this result.
Okay. So thank you very much. And this is where most of the big wigs of the party would be voting. Now we are going to take you through a lot of things that are happening here. If you can see from behind me, there are a lot of media guys around, and you can see security is very tight in here, and the process of election is going on smoothly as expected. So far there's not been any records of casualties, or there's not anything that will cause mayhem here. So everything here, and I can confirm that what we have picked out from the other constituencies through the party is that everything happening here is same happening at the various 277 constituencies that has been doctored across the country. And so, Ken, that is what we can share from you. You can follow up with any questions if you have any questions for me.
Thank you very much, Elvis. When likely the president and perhaps the vice president and all the bigwigs come to vote there, we'll come back to you for more details. Thank you. That's my colleague Elvis Andor bringing us events happening at the party's national headquarters here in Accra. Let's come back to the studio and continue the conversation with Dr. Bernard Tutu Bwahin. Doc, we were speaking about the importance of branding in the political sphere, and we were talking about Kennedy Japan as a brand, how he has not veered or changed, to be a different brand when he decided to seek for the presidential candidature of the NPP. Kindly turn on your microphone.
Yes, I was articulating the point that Ken has been given the brand, firebrand, right? And probably when you listen to his utterances and his communications, you see that he commands certain, personality, as a human being. Now, you see, when we talk about firebrands, basically it's about those political personalities who are able to, steer certain arguments within political terrains, whip up certain interests, within the political debates, and probably to also get people, to align with his interest. And so, what I see Ken do, as an individual, probably to push up his brand, is that, he concerns himself with national issues, and that people have given him that credit. He is somebody who doesn't also want to sit down, for people to, look down on others. Yes, that one too, he has articulated it.
Right.
But all these things are things that, you need to be consistent with, and probably, again, situate it within a cultural context.
Right. The interesting thing about this is that, his behavior, his persona, is actually being used against him by his opponents. People are saying that, we cannot fathom the thought of having a Kennedy Japan presidency, and then they are comparing him to, his direct rival in this election, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who people say is humble, he's calm, he's respectful, and then they say the opposite about Kennedy Japan. Do you think that his persona, his behavior, when a delegate is going to vote today, the person would likely consider that, no, I shouldn't cast my ballot for Kennedy Japan because he's too loud, too straightforward and all that, that could hurt the party. Do you think any delegate will have that thought that I shouldn't give my vote to him simply because of that?
I don't think so. I don't really think so, because every brand has its own followers, whether it is bad or good. It has its own followers. And so I still believe that people are still in love with, Ken's, brand. Let me say the firebrand as we put it. You see, earlier on I was making a point and I was trying to indicate that any brand that a political candidate has, should be situated within the context of culture. Because one of the key issues with branding has to do with the cultural orientations, and that is very important. So your acceptance or rejection, or a brand's acceptance or rejection is normally limited to culture. All right. So I've heard people talk about Ken's behavior, in terms of what we saw in Donald Trump.
Right.
Okay. And so Donald is a typical American.
Right. Doug, kindly hold on. We'll come back to the comparison between Kennedy Japan and Donald Trump pretty shortly. But right now, let's go to the Savannah region and speak to our correspondent there, Idris Hafiz. Idris, welcome to the program. What's happening in the Savannah region at the moment?
Hello and welcome to the Daboya Mankargu constituency. Right now I am at the Tarbia Primaries, where a number of delegates are casting their ballots. The first person to cast his ballot this morning was the DCE for the Daboya Mankargu constituency or district, which is Honorable Ilyas Wadami. Honorable Ilyas.
Idris, can you kindly speak up so we can hear you?
Yes, this morning the first delegate to cast his ballot was the DCE for the Daboya Mankargu district, which is Honorable Ilyas Adams, and he made clear to me that the process was very, very, very clear. A lot of people have come to cast their votes, and the security is very, very tight as well. A few moments ago, the Deputy Minister for Health, Honorable Muhammad Saini, equally came to cast his ballot. And he was telling me that he's happy that majority of the government appointees are able to analyze issues and not go to the whims or caprices of any person, as the media, some media stations are putting it out to us. Today, about 411 delegates are expected to cast their ballots. We have 375 polling station executives, 15 electoral area coordinators, 17 constituency executives, 2 SESCON members, 1 member of parliament, and 1 DCE. Significantly, a number of delegates have campaigned for the candidates, but especially the vice president. But the rest, no one has campaigned that much for them, and we are looking forward to see whether the people who vote based on the government's promises to the delegates would take charge over the campaigns that these government appointees have done.
Right. Idris, the Savannah region has one of the lowest number of delegates participating in this particular elections. How has the process been so far? Has it been smooth sailing? Has there been some scuffles? What can you tell us?
Actually, in the beginning, there were not many people at the Tarbiat Primaries, but currently the queue has become very long, and we are going.
Right. And what are the people? And what are the people saying? Who are they likely to vote for? Who are they rooting for?
Well, actually, a number of them that I've spoken to have said they are rooting for the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, because they have seen his economic potential and his promise of jobs for them when he becomes the presidential president of the Republic. The only issue recorded this morning was just a young guy who came to vote for his father. According to him, the father is having waist pains and he has come to vote for him, but unfortunately was turned away by the East officials and the security at the vote.
Right, Idris Hafiz is our Savannah regional correspondent there, bringing us update on what is happening in that particular region. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you if need be. Let's come back to the studio and continue the conversation with Dr. Tutu Buahi. Doug, you were doing some comparison between the former president of the United States, who is, trying to be president again, and then Kennedy Japan.
Yeah, so as I was saying, people have linked or compared Ken's brand to that of Donald Trump. See, and I was using it to explain, the cultural orientations of building a brand.
Right.
And so, as to whether a brand that is perfect in the US can also be seen as perfect, in Ghana. A brand that is acceptable in US can be acceptable in Ghana. So if Donald put himself up in a certain, contest, is it the case that the Ghanaian voter delegates, in Ghana would also accept that same kind of branding, in Ghana? And that, if you are not able to differentiate between the two contests, then it becomes a problem. All right, because the cultural orientation of the Americans is different from the cultural orientations of Ghanaians. And so if Trump can be straightforward and can hit on certain chords and move certain emotions, is it the same in Ghana? All right. Now, if it is the same and people will accept, yes, of course. But again, we are also mindful of the fact that, culture is dynamic. And again, to the fact that there's an emerging, generation that also is going for such political talks.
Right.
All right. And you see on the street, when you were showing some of these preludes, some people were talking about the fact that, yes, Ghana needs a leader cast in the mode of Kennedy Japan. Why? Because some people explained that, yes, when you do things that, if you are part of his ministers or something, and you do things that, it's not acceptable to him, he can fire you. All right?
Right.
Yes. So there are groups of people who actually are also looking for leaders cast in the mode of Kennedy Japan.
Okay.
All right. Not also forgetting about, his business brands. That is also another introduction into his value.
Right.
And when people are of the view that Ken has established a lot of businesses and therefore has experiences in establishing businesses, then of course you may also look at the young, energetic guys who are into politics and do not have any permanent job doing. Probably they feel that, yes, when we vote for Ken, he can create job for us.
Right.
We can make money and then probably look after our families the way we also deserve to look after them.
Right.
So these are some of the things that probably will pull some crowd to Ken.
Very, very interesting. But let's go on to the telephone lines right now and speak to the editor of the Daily Dispatch and pollster, Ben Efson. Uncle Ben, welcome to the program. You've already predicted massive victory for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Do you still stand by that? Hello, Ben Efson.
Who would appeal to swing voters on December 7th, 2024. And so this is what we had.
Right. Voting is currently underway. We were at the party headquarters earlier, a few minutes ago, and then the Deputy Tourism Minister did mention that categorically he is voting for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to lead the party. Does it appear that the tag establishment candidate, which has been laid on the head of Dr. Bawumia, is truly the case?
You see, quite a number of Ghanaians are relatively young. The fact that you are an establishment candidate does not guarantee your victory. In 2007, Mr. Alan Martin was openly the establishment candidate when he contested Akufo-Addo. There is no doubt that Dr. Bawumia is the establishment candidate. But because Akufo-Addo was a victim, he has been a bit more discreet In 2007, any minister who supported Akufo-Addo was dismissed. In the current campaign, the female deputy finance minister and the minister of railways have openly supported Alancha Martin. They are still at post. It is quite clear that Dr. Bawumia himself, over the past 5-6 years, had endeared himself to the grassroots, and then majority of the delegates would vote for somebody who they think that the swing voters will vote for. The two main parties do not have enough voters, enough supporters to be able to win 50% plus one. So most of the delegates will vote for someone who will attract swing voters come December 7, 2024.
Let's look at the demographic of the country. Since Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was chosen to be the vice presidential candidate for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo from 2008 till 2020, their votes, especially in his home region of the north, keeps appreciating all the time. Now, there are those that are saying that this election will confirm or otherwise the thought that the NPP doesn't like Northerners. People are saying that if the NPP does not vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, it will confirm that the party indeed doesn't like Northerners. Uncle Ben, I would like you to hold on pretty shortly. I'll come back to you, and let's cross over to the NPP's national headquarters.
No dinsem atu dwa watcher say about one de bibia beko ye no sra won mu a ebeto aba no awie na wo mu de atu dwa e kire say yeto aba no edema.
Right, Ben, thanks very much for holding on. I was making the point that today will make or break, confirm or otherwise, the thought that the NPP does not like Northerners. Do you think today could dispel those rumors? Because as you've mentioned earlier, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is likely to emerge victorious.
I don't think that is an issue of Northerners. It's an issue of efficiency. That is the bottom line. You know, if you look, in the last 3 elections, NDC has lost 6% in their stronghold of the voter region. Whereas NPP has gained 10% in the NPP stronghold, NDC stronghold of the northern region. These two parties will need to get a maximum turnout from their strongholds, and they battle with each other in the swing regions of Greater Accra, Central and Western regions.
Right.
So it's 13 months to elections. The two parties have not announced running mates. The presidential candidates have not selected their running mates. And 13 months to elections, you do polls for December 7th. I think it's like going to fetch water with basket. Clearly, ethnicity plays a part, but if the swing voters, my estimation of 2020 voting,
right,
80% are swing voters.
Right.
And they will determine who will win on December 7th. So today, the delegates among the four are going to select someone who they think will appeal most to swing voters come December 7th.
Okay. Statistics show that Alan Shamatin, the departed member of the NPP, usually got at least 10% of the vote anytime he contested to be president. Now that he's away, who are those 10% going to vote for? Are they going to vote for Bawumia, or will they say that let's support Kennedy Japan, or who else?
Oh, I think that most of the Alan supporters will vote for Bawumia. I think that Kennedy Japan has been his own enemy, which is utterance. I've looked at Japan for about 25 years, and on that day he did that showdown reckless talk. I called him and said, Kennedy, you've just lost 10% of delegates who will vote for you.
And don't you think that also won him some support, maybe?
Support of delegates or support of people in the ground or support that in the end, somebody tells you that the person who is your man at the police station has been locked. And you threaten the president and the vice who are in Accra, and there will be a showdown. That is recklessness. It shows you maturity. You can't have the temperament. What does the president and vice in Accra got to do with somebody in a place outside Accra that they've locked up your police agent?
That's quite interesting.
I'm a swing voter. There's no way. And you see, you need to bear in mind that the delegates who want their party to be in power. And when such things happen, they listen. Kennedy has a good campaign message and so on, but such reckless talk, there will be a showdown. Showdown of what? And from the Kennedy, you've just lost 10% of your potential delegate vote.
Right. That's quite interesting. I remember speaking to you, immediately after Alan Kyerematen withdrew from the presidential race, and he did mention that he's likely to leave the party. Not long ago, about 2 days or yesterday, all the aspirants were made to sign an undertaking not to leave the party should they lose this election. Having mentioned that Dr. Bawumia is likely to emerge victorious, do you think that either of Kennedy Japan or the other two aspirants could likely exit the party should they lose?
I don't think so. You see, what people don't know is that Alan has never contested elections in any form. All these three have contested elections. Adainumo was once an MP. Afuya Koto was once an MP. Kennedy has been an MP for 23 years. Alan Kyerematen has never contested elections before. So he doesn't know the nuances. My personal view is that Alan dropped out because, on 22nd June,
right,
in my newspaper, we published that Kennedy Japan will beat Alan.
Okay.
Thirdly.
Okay, Akoke, kindly hold on. Let's go back to the NPP's headquarters where the chairman of the party, Stephen Ntim, is addressing the press right now.
Qualities of the NPP going to 2024. A lot of analysts are saying that for all the candidates you have, none of them will stand John Mahama in 2024.
None of them. Oh, let's wait till the end of this process. You know who's going to stand for the NPP and how we are going to compare that person with John Mahama. But even from the onset, I can hazard that our candidate, whoever we select, will beat John Mahama down, hands down, in 2024.
Thank you very much.
So that was the chairman for the NPP, Stephen Ntim, who actually shared with us that yes, indeed, he believes that when he is done with the process and when the processes are done here, automatically he will be able to say that his candidates will be able to beat Mahama hands down, and that all his candidates, the aspirant, the four of them, are actually indeed capable of contesting John Dramani Mahama in the 2024 general election. So it is something.
Right, so we just heard the chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Stephen Ntim, addressing the press there. Let's wrap up with Ben Efson, who is the editor of the Daily Dispatch and also a pollster. Uncle Ben, you were making a point that Alan Kyerematen has never contested an election in the country before. I believe you are trying to say he's never won an election before.
He doesn't understand the nuances. The politics, you win, you lose. You understand? I mean, when a year before the superdelegate, we said Alan will place third, the reason is that we had talked to the people. Alan Kyerematen peaked 15 years ago. So a delegate who is 30 years does not remember Alan Kyerematen. Kennedy Japan had been an MP for 23 years. He's been at party congresses and so on. So clearly he's better known in the party. And for people who don't know 15 years ago, I was a member of Alan Chamatin's media team. And when we were breaking up after him, I told him openly that, Alan, if you want to have a future in NPP as a flag bearer, go to parliament or forget it, because the people in the party will have to elect you. And 15 years down the line, he paid the price for it. At 69 years, you are going independent candidate and you expect to get 2 or 3% to force around now. I don't think it's going to happen at all.
Right. Benefson is a poster. Thank you very much for always giving us some in-depth analysis there. Let's come back to the studio. Doug, I think you have some rebuttals to make concerning Benefson's statement.
Oh, not really. I don't have any rebuttals. I was wondering why Uncle Ben would say that Alan has not contested in any election in Ghana. And to me, it baffles me, because when you talk of political contest, does it exclude presidential elections? It is inclusive, isn't it?
Right.
So if somebody decides to become an MP and has engaged in elections at that level, and somebody's option is for presidency, they therefore embark on, an election. All right. So to me, that statement didn't sit well. I think that probably Uncle Epstein would need to go over his notes. The point is this: yes, Alan has lost an election. Probably he didn't take certain advantage, in years gone by.
Right.
Right. Yes. That one, it depends on certain conditions and strategies that were laid up.
Okay.
All right. So if, as I said earlier, you see, certain political brands don't really last. They are fads. So that's why you buy a mobile phone today. A new one is introduced next year. And probably you want to dispose what you have, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So that is the nature of politics. If you don't take advantage of the time that you come into the limelight, obviously you become a fad. Okay. It did not just happen to, one candidate as Alan. In the case of Professor Mills, it could have happened to him, except that the NDC insisted on taking him again and again until he won the election, isn't it?
He was the establishment candidate.
No, but that era passed.
Okay.
Except that the NDC had believed in him.
Right.
In the case of Nana Akufo-Addo, okay,
right,
the NPP could have said that, yes, we are introducing a new candidate. All right. But at the point in time, he went for contest. The delegates stood behind him. He won. All right. Yes.
There are diverging opinions between you and Benefson concerning the, attitude of Kennedy Japan. He did mention that showdown speech he made alone cost him 10% of the votes. Do you agree?
Is it based on his statistics? Is it based on research? That 10% that he has lost? Or it is based on speculation? If it is based on statistics, I think you should put it up there and give explanation to it as to why Ken has lost 10% of his votes, based on his utterances. Until that comes up, I can't agree with that assertion. To me, it will remain as one of the speculations going on. Probably a kind of propaganda that probably may hit Ken's campaign. Yes.
I really haven't heard about the policies any of the top candidates, Dr. Baumia and Kennedy Japan, have mentioned on the campaign trail that if we come, we're going to do this, we're going to introduce this, we're going to introduce that. It's more about vote for me, I'm the one that can break the 8. Vote for me, I'm the one that can break the 8. Really, people have really raised concerns about that slogan, breaking the 8. that it appears that the NPP is more focused about winning the next election more than bettering the lives of the people. Is that the case? Are they more focused about breaking the eight? Our focus now is to win the next election, not to care about the people.
I think that if you have followed Ken has given 3 areas of national development. I think he's speaking of agriculture, he's speaking of industrialization, and one other key thing. All right, I know he has given that, but you see, when you are hitting a campaign, trail, you want to see your audience,
yes,
and who they are. For now, they have not been elected, so any campaign message that is of national essence may not really work for them.
Okay.
It probably will be a message tailored to those who are going to vote, and for this matter, the delegates. The 208 plus, delegates. All right. So for me, I think that yes, they are all on course. They are focusing on the delegates who are going to vote, trying to get their attention,
okay,
win their sympathy, win their votes, and all that. At the end of the day, when one emerges as a winner, then probably we can now introduce that variant of, the policies and all that. So I think that, yes, for now, they can concentrate on that. At best, what can be done is to give the candidates hope, that when they assume office or when they are elected, they would probably put in certain policies that would ensure that delegates in the NPP party, would have certain projects that would develop them, that would put money into their pockets and all that.
Right.
Yes.
Let's look at the slogan. I mentioned it, but I think you forgot to touch on it. From the battle is the Lord's to breaking the eight. When you go to the streets and then approach people and then you mention breaking the eight, most of them get angry that a come day house is breaking the eight. A come day house is breaking the eight. Do you think that breaking the eight thing should really be looked at?
No, you see, the breaking the eight slogan is a kind of slogan targeting, the NPP members and their sympathizers. And it is a kind of clarion call, calling on people, those who belong to NPP as members, those who sympathize with NPP, and those who probably are in love with NPP, that, hey, this is what we said before us. We don't want to be having 8 years, and be going off. All right. We have decided to make history in Ghana's democracy. So let us move a step further, and then get a 3-term, mandate. And that becomes their objective. So that brought out that slogan, break the eight. The slogan is not meant for all people in Ghana, but probably meant for, the leadership
of the
party and sympathizers of the party and members. And it is a call for hard work. It is a call for discipline. It is a call, to demonstrate to the world the capabilities and abilities of the NPP.
Right.
All right. So if they are able to do that, something that seems quite impossible, something that has never been done, if they're able to do it, then of course it becomes a big achievement.
Right.
To them.
Let's look at the demographics. I mean, to win elections in this country, you really have to win your home region and some of your strong bases.
Yeah.
When we look at the superdelegates that went by, Baumia was victorious in the northern parts of the country and even the Ashanti region. Do you think that Kennedy Japan, who's coming from the central region, could at least pull some surprises in that region and within that Akan regions, central, western, western north, Ashanti? How well do you think he performed there compared to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia?
You see, when you look at the statistics that emerged from the Superdelegate Conference, all right, obviously, you know, some of the Akan-dominated areas were won by, you know, Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia.
Yes.
All right. That tells you that, you know, ethnicity, home region advantages and all that. When it comes to elections of this nature,
they don't count?
They don't really count. Okay. It may be one case out of 100. But at least this is something that is clear. Even in national elections, all right, we've seen personalities like Jerry John Rawlings winning in Central Region, Western Region. You know, it's a kind of, which wasn't part of his home region, right? So these are things that we need to probably check. You see, the statistics normally speaks, all right. Now, going into today's election,
right,
it will be difficult for anybody to say that Kennedy Japan is going to sweep all the, you know, Akan constituencies. It will be very, very difficult.
Because he's Akan.
Yes, he's not the only Akan person there.
Yes.
You know, the other three are all Akans. Okay, so let's assume that it is going to be a straight contest between Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Kennedy Japan. It will be very difficult to point that out. All right. And for me, the narrative is this, that delegates who are going to vote may not probably vote based on ethnic lines. They may not vote probably because this person comes from my home region and all that. Probably they will vote because this is what I see in this personality, right, and this is what the kind of belief I have in him. When it happens that way, then of course you see the Special Delegate Conference, which of course is a different cohort from what we are seeing now. Okay, but the Special Delegate Conference, you know, Ashanti region giving maximum support to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. All right, so we can even talk about certain regions adopting certain candidates,
right,
and attaching themselves to that candidate with the hope that, yes, you are part of us, we have accepted you, and that when you come to power, we can stay along with you and support you so that our needs could also be met. All right. So that is the trend that we see Ghana's politics moving into. You know, gone were the days that probably somebody will stand on a campaign platform and say that because I come from here, so vote for me. You understand? We've seen even constituencies in up north where, you know, ex-president Mahama, you know, hails from. And those constituencies, you know, have moved towards, you know, the Bawumia camp.
Right.
You understand?
Okay.
So these are certain dynamics that are emerging. So obviously we need to understand that you cannot bank your hopes on home advantages and ethnic lines. You get it? In the past, you see, when it comes to the selection of vice presidential candidate, you know the question that you asked, you know, Uncle Benefson about, you know, the fact that NPP is a Akan-dominated, you know, party,
right,
and that as to whether people were going to,
right. Okay, kindly hold on, and let's go back to the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party, where
today we're going to select a flag bearer, and that should usher us into the victory 2024. President is coming, so I have to move.
So yes, indeed, yes, we are. The brown entry is coming in, and so we would see the vice president, who would be making an entry very soon. Yes, this is the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party, and very soon you would see that the vice president will be joining in here, and then he would also exercise his franchise as a party member. You can see right from the entrance how security has manned the place and how they have been so dedicated into ensuring that nobody crosses the perimeter as at now. And you can see the car coming in. Yes, the vice president will be entering very soon. So you can see the cars rolling from your shot right now. Yes, so he becomes the first aspirant to arrive at the party headquarters to cast his vote, and so we are still here with him. He has a lot of support from the party executive, some of them I should say, who have openly declared their support for him, that he is the man that they are chosen. Yes, so the wife of the vice president has come out right now. Obviously, if the vice president comes out, he is obviously going to come with the wife. Indeed, yes.
Wait, I will not predict. All right, thank you very much. So,
yes, so that is the vice president. He arrived with the wife, Samira, and you can see in your shots right now how chaotic it is. Yes, you can see in the shot how chaotic it is. How difficult it has been in getting an interview with so yes, indeed, that is the vice president who is actually speaking to a few of the media guys that have come to the place. So Baumia is the first candidate to aspirant to arrive here at the New Patriotic Party headquarters, and he has been given yes. So it's difficult to reach where the vice president is, and so we cannot get a bite from him at the moment. But let's see, after the whole process, after he has checked in at the polling official, then we will be able to have an interaction with him, and then he'll share how he feels to be the first to come to the headquarters to cast his vote, and if possible he has any message for those delegates out there who are happy supporting him and then also throwing their weight to see him man the position as a flag bearer hopeful for the 2024 general election. It's a whole process here, as you can see from your shot here. The vice president himself coming in, and others, yes, ably supported by his wife, who is on her way should the husband win the flag bearership race. And a lot of people keep saying the word "it is possible" here. So Kate Jemfa is with us, and so we will be speaking to her shortly. Kate is part. That is Miss Kate, who is actually the women organizer for the party. She would speak to us briefly, but at the moment she has excused herself to attend to some party issues that needs urgent attention, which has been directed to her outfit to work on. Okay. Yes. So, yes, indeed.
Right, so that is the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and his wife, Samira Bawumia, who, got to the place to rapturous welcome as expected. Everybody is around them. He is tipped to win today, and we're looking forward to seeing the other candidates, Kennedy Japan, Ade Nimo, and then Dr. Efri Akoto are also expected to cast their ballots a bit later, but he's the first to arrive there. We really don't know the significance of it, but if the welcome that he received is anything to go by, it shows that, he is in a comfortable lead, as it was earlier projected by some posters and also some party supporters and candidates alike. So we stay a while in the party headquarters and monitor events happening there. Bawumia, the vice president, has cast his ballot together with his wife, Samira Bawumia. Another party executives, the women's organizer, Kate Jemfua, was also spotted there. Asamoah Boateng has also been spotted there among other dignitaries. Earlier, we saw the Deputy Tourism Minister, Mark Okreku Mante, also declaring his support for the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
See,
when it is special colleges.
Wait, me predict it, but see what happens. But with voting, you have to wait for the counting to be done.
It's a bit flag bearer in there.
Any day when you miss me bomb pie say
Yes, so that was the vice president who just spoke. He is hopeful that he is going to win the flag bearership. He says that the winning of the flag bearership is in the hands of the Lord. Yes, you can see he is actually being supported, and he's currently going into the party's office to exchange some pleasantries with some party executives who are up there. So he's just entered the inn of the party headquarters. So shortly we will be speaking to some other supporters who came with the vice president to throw their weight behind him and also tell him that he is not alone in this race, and they are hoping to see him come 2024 general election to be the one to lead the party in breaking the 8. Now we will be speaking to a member of the NPP who have actually come to, yes, he is part of.
He's expecting victory.
Yes, I think that, it's a very minimalist vice president, as you know. He's very measured in his words. But the volume of work that we have put in from 2019 is coming to its climax. And I think that we will harvest substantial votes, with over 200,000 votes. We will do very well in that vote.
All right, thank you very much.
So that is it. We will be going to speak to Nana B, who is the national organizer of the New Patriotic Party. Nana B is the organizer of the New Patriotic Party.
We will hear from the newly elected flag bearer. We are going to officially unveil the newly elected flag bearer at the same event, after which the newly elected presidential candidate will then give his first speech as a presidential candidate. So this promises to be a very important event. We are having 3-in-1 event. That is the official declaration of the Electoral Commission will be held there. We will also have the unveiling of the newly elected presidential candidate, and then we will also receive before the acceptance speech, we will hear from the other aspirant. I mean, this process is only going to see one person coming out as the presidential candidate.
This suggests that you're hoping that all candidates will be at the sports stadium before declaration?
Yes, that is the plan. The plan is that all of them will be there, and then we'll give them some few minutes to also give their congratulatory remarks, and then after which we will bring the program to a closure. Yes.
Thank you very much.
So here we have Nana B, who is the organizer. So Nana B, share with us. It has been a very stressful process in terms of organizing such a, let me say, a good program like this with regards to elections. Tell us, walk us through what we should be expecting today.
So far, so good. Very refreshing. I mean, the information I'm picking from all the polling centers across the country is very encouraging, and we are expected to bring this exercise to an end by 2 p.m. Although if you are still in the queue by 2 p.m. you still be allowed to cast your vote, and then collation will then commence. After this, all of us would converge at the Accra Sports Stadium. It is expected from all of us that there should be that spontaneous victory. The energy should be in all the constituencies. It is going to be victory for the party. So it is not going to be victory for one particular person. It is going to be victory for the party. So it is expected that in all the 275 constituencies, the party people would have to make sure that the constituency vibrates. So, and then in Accra here, this is where we are going to have 3-in-1 events, very important. One will be the official declaration of the results. Number 2, the unveiling of the newly elected presidential candidate would also happen at this particular venue. And then afterwards, we will hear from the newly elected presidential candidate. Now, before then, it is also our expectation that all the other aspirants will be there to give their remarks, and then we'll bring the program to a closure. So,
okay, so there's been concerns that some people, especially those in Ashaiman, haven't seen their name in the register that has been compiled by the party. What are the executives doing to address these issues?
I've not heard of this. I mean, this is the first time. I'll make sure I'll make some calls to rectify it. I've not heard of this particular incident.
Among for say Ken supporters.
Okay.
Ken supporters.
We are going to work on it. Yes, if the person is supposed to be in it, there's no way we'll be in a free move. What can Matthias Shama Matiwe? I'll make some calls and then find out. Okay. These are things that more reporters are catching. So many
Ken supporters now the Bible.
Obia no one on Tuaba. Obia we yet delegate Bia or Obia Tuaba. Obia, nobody can disenfranchise anybody. Obia no one because we really you from, especially when you are duly, you are supposed to be voting. Obia no one
now you are not seeing these things that are coming up after the election.
We highlight on the positives. We 275 constituencies. The most important thing is that it's a challenge. And we are going to make sure that we fix it. What can I say? I'm going to make these calls. But everybody be also talk about that assurance can be given. So also with the woman, let's say but also with the woman now you're dealing person. There is no way I want to about.
So far, first as like to say out.
Your camera day my shot is drop your camera, drop your phone. Everybody's waiting for you to win. I mean, what news should we expect in terms of the management of the economy? Thank you.
Behind you. Sorry.
Those were scenes from the NPP's national headquarters. We've heard from a number of them. We've heard from the national organizer, Nana Boachi, and addressing the press saying that nobody will be disenfranchised if you are a legitimate delegate that is supposed to vote. And that was a question posed by one of the journalists that some supporters of Kennedy Japan are raising concerns that their names are not in the register and that they are being disenfranchised. And he said, no, so far as you're a delegate that is legitimate to vote, your vote will be valid. So let me welcome Annie Fuampofo, who's just joined us on set for more. Annie, welcome. You have been monitoring from afar. So far, what are your impressions?
Well, I think so far so good, Ken. It has been quite a smooth morning. The voting took off quite early. By 7 a.m., most centers had started. A few centers delayed a bit, but for now, I cannot really report of any center that's not voting now. Everywhere that they're supposed to be voting is already started and they're casting their votes smoothly. And we hope that it goes as it is till the end and until maybe counting begins. As you said, it was the Asokwa constituency that has been widely reported, you know, in the Ashanti region that we have some names missing in the register, and it has already been taken up with some executives in the Ashanti region, following through with the Electoral Commission, I should say, to ensure that that is rectified. And so we're hoping that that will be done pretty shortly. And I can also tell you that in the central region, there's mixed feeling.
Okay.
You know.
And kindly hold on. If you can see in your shot, that is the General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Kodia from Pon, making a speech there. Let's listen to him.
From all the time, your party, your site will be able to have access to your album. I'll be surprised say Obia or your polling station ni Rebecca Senedin or more mistake by no MPs and MMDs, but no crime move. Also, more to special delegates nibi. And to a moment there's some more transfer Mudin the main album and a man by. But apart from that, so far BBI come up.
Do you agree with that analysis out there?
I disagree. Sebi about 20 abrabono generation be any leaders are omupieba. Ebi asa breno komusu pie sa time na kebebo mudin. Ebi eneke du boanye ba ya kembo ni din because e normal sesa. Entimede nipa 9 no modina no abre wo mu de omo the sefata se omedi party nani. Obi aso qualify se obetimedi party nani.
Secretary Pacho process no so far ekosen.
Enyakopa daroma so far no bibia ekoso kama. Asundwimo, Abutrimo, to organize elections in 277 polling centers. And now the Kitwa. Nipa 204, over 204,000 and Etwaba. Now, and some Yakobo say, about 9, now say about 9:30. So far, Yanti tension be our baby about 20 Koso. San Yeshishan said, Bibia Bakoso, I be Nasu. But you can tell for yourself. You see what is witnessed. Are people fighting? The process is going smoothly. So I'm surprised you asked that question. So,
in other regions, the previous election, I'm by the end, the special electoral college, getting SCA candidates, we already voted for my money. This plan committee needs to opposition.
This plan committee, I'm at that crime in Central for Casa, make us check a say someone in intentem. Now, as some bar, you can't flow, no beyond say. Sebi Semba International Enche. And I will share special delegates elections also. Few challenges by no. You see be from and to who are and then be the most strong can be a person. Sana you ask you don't have a perfect institution. Yeah, any party, and they are Matum Makaka, but we learn from previous experience to better going to the future. Until you did you say na me boa by 2 o'clock no na ye na ye hu the obedin kunim.
What is the level of the response team? What response?
Do you agree with them?
Say illegal, say you know, as a party no, I did hear. And now, say be enforce or court to say enforce or court no, and no, it's neither here nor there. Nipa say be obiansho, one adope, onunya moshi. I say, I can't see a yesi. Say me kona ni ya majatu. Say me nya mintimu free party no. Say me nya do di nkunim no. Meta ne chai campaign. Let na wow sabe dano ka say de me am kwetena se am ye no me mfa anya adwuma. Obi abehwe otutu. Te kine me bia wo ka asema nipa mfa. E bia kine be so na be hia bibia free party no ho. Na be hia se party no ko be boa or party no be ka bibia ma. Na so bia be pekra so betima begina party na nemu o abato mu. You better say no more nya no ne de aka ho asem.
In other regions, we've identified issues of people raising concerns about the center and also their album. What is the response plan from the party to address these concerns?
So far as I'm aware, the only incident concerning the album that I've heard is when some members of parliament went to check and their names were in the also. So for that one, we asked the secretary to the Presidential Elections Committee to write to the Electoral Commission to direct their officers that wherever.
Right, so that is the General Secretary of the party, Justin Kodia, also addressing the concerns I was asking Annie for a few moments before we went to him. He's also saying that anybody that is a legitimate voter in this delegates conference election will be allowed to vote. Annie, so that means they've both settled it that so far as you're legitimate to vote, you will not be disenfranchised.
You know, sometimes I actually wonder why every time we have to vote, it happens to both political parties. On the day of voting is where we find, certain discrepancies in register. I just wonder what's amiss, really. What blinds all leaders for making sure that we're having a credible register, that we have to check the register before maybe the voting day. But it's working with people, anything can happen. So I am really hoping that the people who are not finding their names in the register can, and they will be allowed to vote.
Especially now that we're going digital. With digitalization, Dr. Baumia.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, we have to be mixing the digital with papers now,
yeah.
To get everything credible before we totally migrate onto digital. But for now, I think that's the situation. But I was earlier on talking about the central region. Kennedy Japan has vowed actually to make a point loud enough, at least with the central region, because that's where he is MP. And Asing Central, reports coming from Asing Central, it looks as though all interviews that are conducted, most of the support seem to be going to Kennedy Japan. But, of course, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia would certainly make some, inroads.
Right, so those are live visuals from the region we're currently talking about, the central region, where people have gathered to, cast their ballot to elect a new person. And as you rightly mentioned, that is an interesting region to watch because that is his home region and that is where he is MP as well.
Yeah. There's been some political analysis that if he doesn't really make a statement in that region, that will be a big blot on his political career.
Right.
So because of course, Dr. Baumia made a statement in his home region.
Right.
And so we expect that a second strong candidate, Kennedy Japan, should also make a statement. You should have some constituency that this constituency will make a statement for me. I'm not sure about the other two, Adainimo and Dr. Owusrefri Akoto, because, well, for now, I'm not sure of their constituencies. I'm not talking about constituencies we vote for as MPs, but I'm talking about in this race, you should have a constituency that we know that this constituency will give you some grace.
Right. And kindly hold on. Let's pick a bite from the man we're talking about, Kennedy Ejapon.
Centers, they're all over the place. And I have my center that the results will just go there. Instantly, it's calculated. So rest assured, we'll get our numbers and results within the shortest possible time. There are no violence, nothing, and we all go to the stadium this evening to, celebrate. Whoever wins is the party that has won. It's not the individual. So we all go and celebrate. If I don't win, I'll be there. If I win, I'll be there. Because it's one party. If it's Kennedy Japan, I'll beat Mahama hands down. What Ghanaians are expecting is a bold, honest leader. The situation we are in, they've tried politicians who are lawyers, soldiers, economics, and still Ghanaians feel it's not enough the way things are going, and therefore Kennedy Japan, the businessman, let's give him a chance and see what a businessman can also do. These are advantages: my boldness, the truthfulness, and the business. I stand to, when you bring any NDC, any contestant, that three things will let me win the election easily. You see, when I say showdown, what is your understanding of showdown? Showdown means you will see, I'm running for you see who will win. Yesterday, if you watch the CNN, you see Senate showdown on the budget of the Israeli budget that they were going to. They wrote showdown. It doesn't mean, it means it's going to be a heated contest, and if you say I'll give you showdown, it means you are going to win, no matter what.
So just when we thought Kennedy Ejapon was going to also follow suit and cast his ballot at the NPP headquarters, no, he did not do that. He went all the way to Asimfosu to cast his ballot, and that's what we showed you. He making a speech that he is indeed going to give the other contestants a showdown. So that was Kennedy Ejapon earlier today after he finished casting his ballot. Let's take you to Wutu Senya East, where my colleague Eugenia Akofakumi was earlier today.
Constituency. Where I am currently is the St. Mary's School Park. It's a polling station where about 1,492 delegates are expected to cast their ballot. So let me just give you a snapshot of exactly what is happening here. We understand voting started around 7 a.m. As stipulated, and you can see a lot of the delegates in the queue. Some are already within the perimeters getting ready to cast their ballots. What is happening is that when you come, you go through the process to verify your name, check your name, and go through the verification process, after which you proceed to the voting booth to cast your ballot. And so far so good. The process has been smooth, except well, we understand there was somebody who was arrested for taking a picture of his ballot paper. As to the details of that, we'll soon find out, but this is exactly what is happening. Even prior to today, you have the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, coming to this particular constituency, campaigning to the delegates as well as the other aspirants. One interesting thing about this particular constituency is that the MP for the area, Honorable Mavis Hawakum Singh, has been a champion, has vehemently championed the cause of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, mounting a billboard and in fact trying to whip the delegates in line with Dr. Bawumia's vision, trying to get them to buy into it and vote for him. They have a slogan which they say Kaswa are connected. In essence, Kaswa has connected to the vision of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. As to whether the delegates would buy his vision and vote for him is another story, but currently voting is underway. But let me engage one of the constituency executives to tell us how the process has been so far, what exactly we are to expect after today, and some concerns that have been raised by some of the delegates. So I have with me the constituency secretary, Mr. Labi. Thank you very much for joining us. You're live on Metro TV.
Thank you so very much, and good morning to you, and good morning to your viewers.
Right. So far, how would you describe the process?
So far, it has been very peaceful, calm, and very, very impressive. Because just like you mentioned, even before this very day, there have been a lot of issues here and there with regards to the size of this place. But just like you can see, this place is big enough to accommodate virtually every delegate who ought to be here to do the needful, that is to vote. So far, so good. Turnout so far has been very encouraging. We were anticipating that we will close even before the official closing time because of the way people have come out in their numbers early enough to have their vote counted. So far, so good.
Okay. So before today, there have been some accusations that the constituency executives, together with the MP, you have been trying to get the delegates to toe a particular line, sometimes cohesively. What do you have to say about
it? It is so unfortunate if any such comment has been made by any of the campaigning team for any of the aspirants. What is clear is that we have championed the cause of a candidate, but not with the mindset of coercing people, intimidating people.
But isn't that against the party rules for executives to be, campaigning for one particular candidate?
The truth of the matter is that you will agree with me that politics is a game of interest. In as much as there are guidelines governing how this election should go, there are people who are high up in the political space than us who have equally gone one way or the other. So we believe that he who seeks equity must be seen coming to the court of equity with clean hands. So for us, all that we did was to champion a cause of a candidate, and I don't want to...
Which candidate is Dr. Mahmoud?
Precisely, yes. And we chose him because we believe that, looking at the time and season in which the party finds itself, he's the only person that can be our best bet. So that is why we champion his cause.
And how confident are you that these delegates are going to toe your line and vote for the vice president?
I will suggest that we wait till every delegate has had his or her vote counted. And you will agree with me that majority agreed with us that the way to go is no other way than Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. We are very confident that at the end of it all, he will emerge victorious, not only in Ewutu Senior East, but across the length and breadth of this country.
How many votes, by what percentage are you expecting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to gather in Ghana in Ewutu Senior?
Oh, I will not be able to give you an exact percentage, but what I can tell you is that at the end of the counting, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia will emerge victorious.
Right. Let's look at the other issues that have come up. Just yesterday, some persons from the teams of the other candidates raised concerns that persons who were not eligible to be in the album have been added, about 10 of them, while about 5 of them have been taken out of the album. How do you respond to this, and what have you done so far to address these concerns?
It is an unfortunate comment for anyone to buy into such pronouncement from the campaign team of one of the aspirants. In all their lamentations, they have failed to bring to the attention of leaders the very names that have been omitted from the album, for which we can speak to. But as I speak to you, I can tell you confidently that that assertion is false. That assertion is untenable. No single delegate who ought to be a delegate in the Ewutu Senya East have been removed, and no new people have been replaced. So I have said it somewhere, and I'm repeating it, that you see, sometimes in the game of chance, mindset also play a role. So some of us felt that our opponent or our friends from the other side feels that because for the first time there is some calm in Ewutu Senya East and it is a worry to them, let us create a brouhaha for people to think that Kaswa is at it again. But my dear, I can assure you and everyone listening to me this morning that no single individual who is a delegate has been taken off because of these elections, and no new person have been replaced because of these elections. The album that we received, and we were asked to do an album audit verification. If you have a copy of that album, the said people that they claim are new, the album will vindicate us that we did not do anything untoward. We did not change any names from the album. So my dear, there is no truth in that particular pronouncement that some people deliberately have been taken off the album. I don't want to believe that in going around or in doing your monitoring and supervision here, you have come across a delegate who says that I'm a delegate, I came, and my name is not in the album. So my dear, there's no iota of truth.
But have you met these aggrieved?
Right, so that was my colleague Eugenia Kofakumi earlier in the Ewutu Senya East constituency in the central region, sampling the opinions of some of the delegates there concerning how the elections are going. Let's come back to the studio. A reminder that Dr. Bernard Tutu Boahen is still here with us, and my colleague Annie Fuampofo is also in the studio with us. We'll be crossing over to other centers to monitor how proceedings are going. A reminder, again, we were earlier at the party's headquarters where Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and his wife cast their ballot. We saw the national organizer of the party there. We've seen a couple of other, big wigs in the party there as well. And Annie,
yeah.
We before they picked us, we were talking about the statements that were being made by the gentleman at Ewutu Senya East when he spoke to my colleague Eugenia Akofakumi there. What's your thought on that?
Well, I actually think that Kennedy Japan has made statements, not just Ewutu Senya, across board, some directly to the Vice President, and it definitely may infuriate some leaders or some of the party executives across the various constituencies and regions. However, really, is Kennedy Japan bothered about who is hurt or offended by comments he makes? No. I mean, absolutely not bothered. I can put my last bet on it that he's never bothered about what's... I mean, we saw him when they were signing the accord.
Yep.
And Kennedy Japan seemed to be, in fact, when I saw them signing the accord, I thought, you should never be bothered about anything Kennedy Japan says against you. Because he is the man in the moment. And after that moment, he is dusted with. He doesn't take... He can switch one moment.
Right.
And in a second, he switches and laughing.
Right.
Like, not the person that made some maybe derogatory or damning statements against another person. I think it's just in his person that is his personality. That's how he speaks. He's angry one moment, and the next second he's laughing. He doesn't really take things at heart. Like, so if he says things against you and then you get angry, you can be angry for years and he doesn't care.
That's
and he might not even remember that he's made certain comments against you, but I wouldn't say member. I think he will not just tabulate it or book it.
He will not think about it.
He will not think about it. It will not be a bother to him, even though he's made such comments. If you remind him maybe 2 years to come, he will tell you, oh yeah, but I said it. I mean, that's you know, I think that is the person I see, because he was all in some laughter moments with everybody else, including Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, where even in pictures, you saw Mahmoud Bawumia shaking hands with him, and he was laughing out of control.
Well, there are those that are saying that is the nature of every politician. They bash each other, they meet, and then they laugh. So it's more for the cameras.
I'm not sure what people see, but I also see differently.
Okay.
Because I work with politicians closely, and I can tell you that Kennedy Japan's personality, I mean, I think I would just serve advice to other politicians that learn how he is. Don't really take things at heart so much, because he won't stop.
Okay.
Neither will he be bothered. So he says things and you are like killing yourself or choking yourself with what he said, and he said it and he's done. So if there's anything you can do to reverse the negatives that may affect you because of his comments, you may want to do it. You want to sue him, go ahead. You want to talk to him, go ahead, and he will talk to you.
Right.
He's not the person that, because I said this about, look, let me cite an example. Ibrahim Mahama, I don't know if you ever heard him, Kennedy Japan, sit on air and condemn Ibrahim Mahama outrightly. If you were listening, you would think, oh, it's true. What he's saying is so true. And then Ibrahim Mahama, I think, chalked a success. I think it was about Jata Cement, something about Jata Cement. And the same person, Kennedy Japan, went on air and was showering praises, you know, on the same Ibrahim Mahama he condemned. And it was as though, you know, when he's in his condemning comments, it was as though he was going to sue Ibrahim Mahama. He was going to do something really crazy to him. But the next thing we saw was now, okay, the person is praising the same person that he was condemning, you understand?
Right.
So I think that comments made by Kennedy Japan, some are factual. You cannot rubbish everything anyway, especially with those he made against Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Some had to do with the economy. Some had to do with comments made by Dr. Bawumia in the previous lectures that he had made, you know, prior to election 2016. So it's not something that I think he would just lie, but some of them he's just overly emotional about it.
Dr. Tutubwai, the gentleman sort of kind of mentioned that the enemy within, which was, you know, pointing to Kennedy Japan. And then earlier, the Minister of Communication and Digitalization, Ursula Wusu, in an interview with another media platform, mentioned that Kennedy Japan will see his smoothness level at the end of this contest. It looks like he has been antagonized in this particular elections. Why is that so?
Antagonized. I don't see it as such, but I see it more or less like he's more of a direct target, probably because he could cause a stir, you know, in the election. And so normally, if you are going to any competition, you look out for that element that can be of trouble to you, and then that becomes your target. My only issue is that it appears to me that most of the executives of the party leadership, you know, have told a certain lie, and thereby seeing Ken as an enemy. And that is what I see in public communication, as especially when it comes to political communication, as something that shouldn't be done. As we all talk about, you know, party unity, and the fact that you will need to build unity at this level, especially at the delegates, you know, level. and then push it to the national level. You cannot be making statements targeting other contestants as enemies. That is where my problem is. Now, I think that your colleague, please, your name?
Annie.
Annie.
Yes.
Annie was talking about the fact that Ken is somebody who speaks and probably will not attach any strings to it. Yes, that is it. You know, it appears to me that, yes, most politicians have that kind of attitude. But the issues of tolerance comes in. Who is able to accept what word and at what level? You see, so if you begin to describe him as an enemy, and probably it gets to a point that he doesn't take it as a political game, but as a serious statement, even if it is not him and any of his followers believes in what you have said, that becomes a problem for party unity.
All right.
So some of these utterances should be checked.
Okay, kindly hold on for me and let's get on to Zoom and speak to my colleague Eko Saki, who is stationed at Ablekuma West. Eko, what's happening in Ablekuma West this morning?
Polling center is voting started at 7 to.
Right, unfortunately, we lost Eko Saki there. He's stationed at Ablekuma West. We'll try and reconnect with him to tell us what's currently happening there. Let me continue with you, Doc. You were making a point.
Yes, so my advice is that, you see, as the election is heating up, certain utterances, I think that some of these leaders should check them. All right, and you probably will need him even if he doesn't win the election. You will need him still. You still want to work with him.
Does it mean that we should take his word with a pinch of salt? We shouldn't really take his word seriously when he makes some claims, because just like Annie mentioned, you know, he can make some statements and then the next day it's as if he didn't even make such statements.
I think that Annie addressed that issue, but my point was
a prime example.
You see, let me clarify something. Okay. Kenneth Japan is a member of parliament, and as a member of parliament, you're not expected to speak in a certain way, most especially when you even speak against parliament. Kenneth Japan has spoken against parliament many times.
Even the judiciary?
Even the judiciary, direct at judges. What was done to him?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. He was not even hauled to privileges committee for questioning. Nothing, absolutely nothing. So if he has offended parliament gravely, he's offended judiciary gravely.
He's also threatened journalists as well.
Exactly. He has threatened journalists, which consequently led to something. I'm not sure if I can connect as I said
Ahmed
here.
Swaule's death.
Yes, but there are suspicions, there are allegations that your threats against journalists resulted in this, which he has denied on many platforms, and still has faced no consequences for comments he has made. What can you, an ordinary person, do to a person like that if authorities that are supposed to bring him to questioning have left him free? Do you understand? What can you do? You cannot do anything about. You just can't do anything about it. Can you take him on in court? Maybe the court, the judiciary decides that, well, if he insults us, we're not going to mind him. But if he insults you, will you mind him? Can you take him on in court? If you can, of course, do that. Because everybody also wants to handle their situation the way they want to handle. So you're free to do that. But will you win? Would you be successful in the court? Maybe yes, maybe no. However, I just think that if I stepped on his toes and he abused me publicly, I just know that I will not take this man seriously. Maybe I'll handle him in a certain way that will not let the negative impact affect me so much and affect my person just so badly, because everybody knows him except for maybe his communications, his campaign coordinator yesterday, we were talking to him here, and he was almost new to every record laid bare before him. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Perhaps he pretended to be
perhaps
new to
because
it.
he's a U.S. Person. He doesn't live in Ghana with us, so.
Or you don't really need to
He
live in
doesn't
Ghana to
well,
know about the things that are
I'm
happening
actually
here.
just quoting him. I mean, the
Right.
guy just
Okay.
went on going like, I don't know about this. I'm not sure
Okay.
about this. I haven't heard this. So maybe apart from him, everybody else knows Kennedy Chepong. So
Annie, let's
you have to-
let's talk about your interaction with the Vice President, Dr. Bawumia. You met him. That was
Yes.
2 days ago. I saw you have a lengthy conversation with him. What were you talking about? His chances?
His, you really want me to say what we're talking about here? Okay, so we're talking about his work as vice president. We just had a tete-a-tete conversation about his person, his work as vice president, as head of economic management team, and some of the things that we want to do with him after November 4, which is today. Do you understand? And so I think there were a couple of the things we discussed. I had to bring in his team members, you know, to agree or disagree, advise on what we should do. And it was just an opportunity for the media to interact with him. But I tried my best to, you know, have some hold for some about 15 minutes or 10 minutes, I would say. I think 15 minutes because whilst we're talking, we had media people come in and go to take pictures and all. So I think that's what I would say about what we discussed, which I cannot really put it out. But I can also say that talking to him, I would say, oh, he's a pleasant person, very calm, very much accommodating. I think he accommodates almost because you know how I've been with on the vice president and his issues.
I'm wondering if any of the journalists asked him how he would rate himself out of, say, 10 for his performance as vice president. I would have loved to ask him that question, if I met him, because there has been fierce criticism, especially about his handling of the economy, and then, you know, how his utterances have changed from a vice presidential candidate to a vice president facing similar circumstances. I mean, the famous one was, if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. And then, you know, when the dollar started running, he came to say the same thing, but gave an explanation. So a lot of people have really been skeptical about his performance.
It's one thing that I asked him. I didn't ask how you rate yourself as indirectly. So how do you feel about this whole work that you take up as vice president, as you know, economic management team, and then also as you want to lead the party, if it's going to be almost still on the economy, because you seem to be, like you said, you seem to be quite silent in the latter days of this government as far as the economy issues are concerned. And say, well, we're not silent about it. First of all, you know that it's a campaign, it's a party period. And, you know, sometimes when you are doing campaign, I'm not sure how party people are able to do that, but they are really able to delineate the work for the work as government from the work as party. So they're able to do their campaigns or run their campaigns without necessarily being very much vociferous on the things that affect the ordinary Ghanaian, right? But they're able to campaign using the strong supporter base they have in the party, and sometimes they're not really direct on the, you know, on the issues.
Right.
But I think he was a little, not so much, maybe I'll say evasive, I'll use the word evasive, not so much answering questions of the economy, but would say, I would say this is how he puts it, that, well, it's just that we're focusing on the campaign now. After the campaign, I'll roll out my plans for the country, and then we'll take it from there. So, and you can't hold him for so long because you are also, other people are also coming in. So it was just, you know, a back and forth thing.
Okay.
So I think that's what I would say.
If I have to add, you see, I believe in the competencies of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. and I've interacted with him on 1 or 2 occasions. All right. Now, but you see, this is the issue, and it should be faced from a nationalistic, perspective.
Right.
When it comes to the economy, even if we bring the best managers of the world into this economy, and they don't fix the foundations, of our economy right, we still can't get there. Nobody can make a promise and live within the promise. It can never happen. All right. Now, you see that we have to move along certain tangents, to get our economy stabilized. Our economy shouldn't be import-driven. All right. If it is import-driven, no matter what, even bad weather in Ukraine, not war, can affect us. But it doesn't rain in Ukraine, and we don't get flour from Ukraine. It will affect us.
I agree.
You understand? Anything that happens to China can have a devastating impact on our economy. In that case, the cedi will lose its essence. And the moment the cedi loses its essence, it's just like a car without brake, set off on ascending mode on a hill. You can't control it, isn't it?
Right, that's true.
So these are some of the things that I think that, you see, as a country, we need to be mindful of. Okay, politicians will make promises. They will make it. But if they don't go along these lines, bring our economy, our agriculture into that level that we can ensure that there is enough food for everybody at the cheapest price on our marketplaces, you will still have the same problem. Right. If you don't learn to grow and eat what we produce, you still have the same problem. You see, and if you don't move into, these issues of manufacturing,
right?
I think the basic aspect of manufacturing, all right, so that we cut off certain, import and its attendant costs.
Right.
You still be in problem. How can we be importing drumsticks? You know drumsticks?
I do.
And that amount of money.
We import pepper, tomatoes, the basic things that I'm quite surprised that.
Just Burkina Faso is producing tomato for us to go and buy and come and sell.
Niger is producing onions for us to buy. Recently,
here Kontomire is now coming from Togo.
But you see, when it comes to the basics of the economy and how we can turn the things around and make it a production-based economy like politicians have been promising, I think politicians just keep lying. They just keep, let me not use the word lying, but I would say they keep misleading the people. It's nice on the paper, but practically we lose it. Because when you want to make the economy a agrarian base or industrial base, I'm not an expert, but even that, basically, I know that there's a way to start it. Yeah. How is the education system? How are your factories that you've built? What have you programmed it to produce? Even a national plan, do you have a national plan? It really actually all starts with a national plan. A national plan is not some rocket science that we're using, a square root of 4 is, that you say you can't do.
Hold on, we'll come back to the national plan, but let's go to Kole Klote, where Derek Adote is standing by to give us the latest. Derek, what's happening there?
Right, so we are here at the YMCA, specifically in the Kole Klote constituency where voting is underway, and we have here with us the EC official in charge, and she will tell us the dynamics of what's happening here, the numbers voting here, how many people have voted so far, and then give us some more details about the elections. And so, thank you for joining us. Please, your name.
Thank you. I'm Miss Linda A.C. Aban. I'm the Municipal Electoral Officer for Kwale Klote. Yes.
Right. So far, what can you tell us about the numbers at this very polling station?
The numbers have been very encouraging. As you can see, right now we have done over 750. And I think it's been good so far.
How many people are expected to turn out here?
Yes, we are expecting 1,137. That is including the regional executives. All the regional executives are voting at Kwale Klote. So including them, we are 1,137.
And you've done over 700. That means you'll be finishing very soon.
Sure, we want to believe that by 2 would have finished everybody. If only then people come, because our queue is getting shortened, and we are hoping that they come. If they come, we'll be able to finish before even the 2.
Right, and then with regards to the number of centers at this very station, how are the dynamics like?
Okay, so we have 2 centers. We have Center A and Center B. And I think so far all the centers have been very calm and things have gone on as expected, smoothly. Yes, please.
Right, and do you have any expectation as to whether the time you'll be completing this particular exercise here? Can you project when you will be done?
Yeah, so that's what I said. If only the people, because we have done over 750, that we are expecting about 400 people. Yeah. So if only they are here, then even 1 o'clock we would have finished. Yes.
Any advice?
At the time from morning till now, the numbers we have done and what is left, if they are here, we'll be able to finish.
Right, and so what will be your final advice to the delegates who have casted their vote and those who are yet to cast their vote?
Well, I will only tell them to be calm and stay a bit away. After we don't declare, we'll just announce. After the announcement, then they can all go.
Thank you very much for speaking.
Thank you too.
All right. So you heard the EC official in charge here, and so just to give you an overview of what she said and to let you see what is happening here. So that is the voting center A. And then the other is the voting center B. And so when you come here, you are directed by the policemen as to where to go to cast your vote. We'll go on and speak to some of the delegates in the line. You can see that people are in the queue waiting for their turn to cast their vote. And so let me speak to the gentleman. Please, your name?
Osai Frederick.
And so who are you voting for? Can you share with us?
As for now, I can't predict.
But what are your expectations? I can see you are eager to cast your votes, but have few words. Anyway, tell us how the process has been for you so far.
Speak cheese.
Sure, but your process, no. For you, no, a corner sense so far.
Oh, better. And I'm a koye kama. Na sisi ya ne yintimi nka. But any pay be in the Jidisa Ghana for in up and asem. And yet drew one yabo baba na de be in the Jidisa de dia kumason and was on Ghana for ne pay.
Near Dao Wakumas,
a dama kumason, Medisa and one Ghana for pay. Because he is sharing Pima and some more catcher and any more bonidino. Because I think majoritically the vote to the Anam Jidisa. The Yaxeno and one majority is pay. And the any problem, Namia Domanas a 6 o'clock or bar, the Mubahuno, and only yes, your choice I make here.
And caught the way I will no penna.
A bemea, but ye na NPP for. And it is even though I'm Quasa Crana, a mobile cocase, nay, winty, and a near pen and our money sent yen to Abba. And no son, yes, Anna, a blare, a inase. And T.S. Roma say, Yan de be yamo mubiano, omo money so. Now omuntiminto abanene e mane maye. The backside in kunim de be because you perceive Blakey 8 no. Ti ko bia so Blakey 8 ne de you be Blakey 8 no.
Right, thank you very much. So what he is saying is that he has a choice, will not say, but they will go with anyone that is chosen by the party because they want to break the 8 so that there will be unity in the party. Let me go to another gentleman here. Please, thank you for joining me. Please, your name.
Welcome. I'm Prince.
Prince, what do you make of the process so far?
Oh, the process is quite okay. It's going on, and we are still in the sun, trying to exercise our franchise on the person who will lead the NPP for the next 4 years. I'm still waiting to cast my vote and elect the person of my choice. And at the end, I believe that he will win.
Right. And your choice, what if he doesn't win?
I believe my choice will win because everything favors him. And I think my choice is the people's choice, seriously. And we all know the man of the moment. But for me...
Who is that man of the moment? You keep mentioning this people's choice.
Abi, we know.
We don't know.
Abi, I know.
You know.
I
the
know.
Man of the moment.
And they know.
Who knows?
You say?
Who knows?
The doctor, of course. The doctor, of course. The digitization man
has already been part of the government.
The doctor, of course.
Right. So yes, we'll speak to some people as well. It is 10 to cast his vote. And to my so high and then we bon komo kakra. But also the way a process no kono hu sen.
Oh, many aje hu bebre. Bibi ekoso fefe said ye bomb pie say enkoso no saa na ekoso. Nti ye da nyame ase say ekono saa. Say ekoso obabia saa ye beda nyame ase. Obi obabia ye papa. Obi obabia ye papa. Nti ye bomb pie say said ye aye fine no. Baby aso enye saa ye da mo so ase papa.
Na obi da weni ma osu so betu aba na ama no. Na saa nipa no gidi so be win.
Oh, obia ye papa. Idru wa de betu ama no. Sabi o samano fo fanche. Ye de akokọ kra yi ni se NPP ye betu ama no. Ye betu ama no. Obia ye papa. Obia ye papa.
Anyen nipa na wo to ama no kra na obeji
oh media magi atum. Sabi me vote ba akopɛ no enye no na atuma obia ye nyina obia ola mes no obia ne na adwen es no obia ne de obia apɛ
na efutu a wo ma presidential candidate no katre
oh de meka ne se ada se ibodi na enhadwen ada gbaomia ken omo akaka ho no obi biara ye beka ya ba no bɛkɔ wakache no ye nyina ye mfa sida manyame me de minim se nyame ne si hene. But ma obia so nye kululu na nkofa problem amane ye ntem antete efse nkabomu de enu ne hia ma awrade na nkopon pempapa mu nti enyina anye nkabomu na ye mfa nkonko ye.
So the president has just finished casting his vote, and we are trying to get a speech with him. So it is a chaos situation here because journalists have been manned. From your shot here that the president is not going to speak to any member of the media. Let me quickly get to the Attorney General, Godfrey Yeboah-Adjame. Godfrey Yeboah-Adjame, you've seen the situation here. It's been very bad with how the security is treating us. What do you have to say about this?
I think the security arrangements have been very cool. I mean, it's only when the president arrived that we saw the euphoria and all that greeted his presence. Otherwise, it had been smooth and orderly, and I think that's what we're hoping for. And clearly, we'll be able to reestablish ourselves once again as a party with deep democratic values, a party which respects the rule of law. And that's what I'm gladdened by today.
So the process so far, share with us, this has been one of the stressful processes that actually we've moved to. You were able to cast your votes peacefully. How would you describe the process so far?
Yes, so far it's been devoid of any undesirable consequences. As far as I'm concerned, it's been very smooth and orderly. And you have seen it here clearly. Everybody has gone about the activity for which we are here in a very orderly way. Yeah, the president's presence necessarily generated that euphoria and all that. Apart from that, there's not been any remarkable events as far as I'm concerned. Yes, and I'm sure at the end of the day, NPP, as I said, will once again reestablish itself as a party which truly holds the tenets of rule of law, democracy, and good governance.
The main agenda is to break the 8. Whoever wins this flag bearership race would be the one leading the party. Who are you hoping to win this race?
Yeah, no doubt, yes, I'm voting. Indeed, I have voted already for a candidate that I'm definitely sure has the necessary intellect and the integrity, because apart from the intellect to formulate good policies, you need one who also has the character, the integrity to drive through that agenda. I've also voted for a candidate who represents inclusiveness and unity. And as we can tell, these are qualities that we need, because indeed, we're seeking to do something unconventional. And we cannot do that unconventional thing without the necessary unity and cohesion within the party. So any party whose utterances and all border on acrimony and division definitely should be reticent. And I'm sure the party will speak resoundingly and will vote for the right person.
There's been conversations about some other party members who are saying that none of the four candidates can match up the powers of the former president, John Dramani Mahama. Do you think your candidates that you've presented will be able to stand firm to compete John Dramani Mahama and any other?
Well, I'm not sure of anything new that the former president is bringing. Incidentally, we were on the same flight yesterday from London. We got on a flight to me. I looked at him and I said, there's nothing new that he's bringing. You can see the same old tired John Mahama. But as far as I'm concerned, the candidate that we will elect today has the necessary drive and energy to beat John Mahama in a very resounding way.
The agreement the four aspirants signed 2 days ago, what does it mean legally? Maybe in the party's context.
Well, it is a memorandum of understanding. It is one.
Follow.
So it is.
As we are going, you talk.
Oh, please, I'm coming. Please, So I'm saying, yes, this is one that I expect the candidates to be bound by. It's a memorandum of understanding, of course, reached among persons who really mean well for the party.
Does it have any legal?
Legally, constitutionally, you can imagine that yes, the party a person has the freedom of expression, and within that confines the freedom of expression, and all the person can decide to do anything at all. But I'm saying that people who really hold dear the true values of the party and all, having executed this memorandum of understanding, I expect them to follow through with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the Attorney General Godfred Iyeboah Dame, who has just shared his thoughts on the process and also shared on some comments that have been made by the former President John Dramani Mahama. Some comments that are passing in, let me correct myself again, some comments that have been coming in with regards to whether or not if the four candidates as presented by the New Patriotic Party would be able to match up the powers of John Dramani Mahama come 2024 general election. We understand the finance minister has also arrived at the scene, and so we will be going to speak to him shortly. So the finance minister is in, and so we'll be going to just get a bite from him.
This is former President Mahama, who will be doing a 4-year term, is the best thing for the nation. And have incidences occurred, and they are in the process of also turning the corner, should be at the helm of the thing. But that's up to you and to make that determination, and we leave it to that. We don't know that when you do. It's amazing if you can. Something that has not happened in 100 years has happened, and we are where we are compared to other nations. And knowing that we understand the problem and we are committed to solving it, I think Ghanaians will make up their mind at that time. But I'm sure the economy will be stronger. We'll have a growth agenda that is tackling the issue of jobs, and we will prevail. We've done it before, and believe me, we will do it again. Thank you very much.
People are asking for something.
Okay.
Right, so we've just seen some of the big wigs of the New Patriotic Party. The President, Nana Akufo-Addo, has been there. The Attorney General, Godfred Dame, has also been there. We've seen a plethora of some of the big wigs in the party storm the national headquarters here in Accra to also cast their ballot for their preferred candidate. So far, so good. No scuffles recorded anywhere across the country thus far. That's what we're hoping for, actually, security-wise. And let's go back to Kole Clote, where my colleague Derek Adote is standing by to give us some update. Derek.
The only woman.
I will take somebody.
Right, so we'll try and see if he will talk to us after inspecting the place. That's what he's been doing as chairman. And so we'll try and see if we can get a bite from him for our viewers, what he makes of the process so far. We'll try and get closer to see. Right.
Almost 800 are gone. Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you too, sir.
Okay.
Linda, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the chairman just took update on what's happening so far, the number of people who have casted their vote so far, and we'll be looking if he'll share a few words with us.
Let's go to the top. Let's go to the top. Media, let's go to the top.
Right, so yes, chairman will share a few words with us once we get away from the center as voting is on way. So he's been taking some information about what's been happening here so far, and over 700 people have casted their vote here out of the 1,100 plus people expected to cast their vote here. As you can hear the people chanting and poised awaiting results of who will be leading them into the 2024 general elections.
We are live currently on GTV, just about your general tour so far, how the environment and everything has been like.
So far, wherever I've been to, just like what is over here, I was expecting that you would come and tell me there's so much confusion here and all that. I haven't seen or heard anything. If you have something to tell me about the conduct of the election so far, please go ahead and let me know.
For now, we've been here. We haven't seen anything, but you have been on the tour. So probably you can give us an update from what you put on the ground before today and what you are seeing today. Are you on course?
Yes, from what I have gathered this morning, it means the elections committee put together by the party to see to this process has worked very, very well. They've worked very well. So I'm impressed and I commend them for the good job done.
Generally, for Accra, which happens to be one of the largest pool in terms of when it comes to the numbers that you are looking for, Accra has been peaceful. From your team that you have there, from the regions, have you ever heard anything like that?
No, I'm also monitoring in Accra, so I can't tell. And I haven't gotten any reports so far from any other region, contrary to what I'm witnessing here in Greater Accra.
The rule is that after 2 p.m., everybody should or must have exercised their franchise.
Except those who will be in the queue. If they are already in the queue, then they are eligible to vote, even though the time is up.
If you look at
excuse me. Just one more. Chairman is busy, so if you have any... Excuse me. No, excuse me. Thank you.
All right, so Chairman just shared a few words with us, and for him the process has been smooth and he's impressed. And so we will continue to keep our viewers updated on what's happening here. And so far here the process has indeed been smooth. And so we'll keep you updated as to the final outcome here in Korle Klottey, specifically the polling station at YMCA. We see a few of the supporters are around as well. We'll just pick their thoughts on their expectations so far. Let me speak to my mom here. Ma, please, are you a delegate?
Yes.
So you already cast your?
No, I'm waiting. The crowd there is massive, so I'm holding off for some time, and then I.
What are your expectations today?
Oh, it's clear. Actually, I've taken my decision, but I can't bring it on the air. You know.
Right. And so, what would be your advice to your presidential candidates?
My advice is we should look at how things are going. We need somebody who is intellectual, who can stand and do the work, as Nana Addo have done, so that things will go on well in Ghana.
What's your name?
I'm Jezreel, not Adwele Hammond.
Right, and then let's speak to the other supporters as well. Well, I'm not leaving you out, mommy. I'm not leaving you out.
I'm a media person.
You are ready to go and cast. Oh, okay. Are you a delegate?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so what are your expectations today?
Well, we're hoping for the best. We've casted the votes and we're expecting the best to win. Yeah.
And what do you make of the process so far?
Oh, it's been calm. It's been cool. Yeah, it's been cool. I'm urging everybody to cast the votes, and then that's it. We will definitely break the 8 this time around. Yeah.
But are you sure you come out with the right candidates too, or you are for all of them?
Of course, you have to vote for one person. Yeah. So we know the right person. So.
And with the way the country is, are you sure you're going to break the 8?
We definitely will. This time around, we're going to break the 8. We definitely will.
For you, how has the 8 years of the NPP been that you are seeking to break and go into another term?
You know, it's not been easy. It's a global thing. So we're doing our best.
Right, so Derek Adote is live at Korle Klottey there, bringing us an update on what's happening there. He spoke to the party chairman and also the communications director of the party. Let's wrap up with Dr. Bernard Tutu Boahe, who would like to take leave of us. Doc, does it look like Bawumia is still going to carry the day?
Yes, I think so. You see, the prediction about Bawumia didn't start today. Actually, after the super delegates, conference. When you look at the numbers that he got, about 629, votes out of about 920 something. All right. Of course, it gives you the indication that if he is able to keep his base and probably, put up a strategy that would suggest that each of those who voted for him is likely to influence about minimum 100 or so, let's say 100, between 100 and 120, minimum. Of course, then it means that the November 4th election will be a done deal.
Now they are looking at percentages. Some are saying, okay, he's going to win, but we want him to win convincingly, so it should be 80% and above, or it's a failure. If he does not win 80% and above, you being a political analyst, would you call that a failure? Would you say that then he will not be able to stamp his authority on the party? Because looking at President Akufo-Addo, who is won over 90% before and all that, does that mean he should win 80 and above to say that, look, now I am in charge of the party? Everybody, follow me.
No, we can't say that. You see, the times of President Akufo-Addo is past. And those conditions that prevail, within his time, it's not the same conditions in here. You see, you realize that in the political history of the NPP, this particular election has been very, very, competitive. All right, so we can't say that. But for me, I think that, yes, I've seen a kind of poll that has put him around 80.8. Others have put him around 70 plus, Yes, that does not mean it will be a failure if he doesn't hit, a certain threshold.
Right.
Right. The most important thing is the victory. All right. What he would do going into the national election to break the 8 is the most important thing.
Right.
At the end of the day, I have seen people in my class getting second class lower. They move on to become big guys. So for me, it is not the issue of percentages, right? It is about what he does with the election.
All right. Dr. Bernard Tutubuahi, I want to thank you very much for joining us this morning. He's a political marketing consultant and also a lecturer at the University of Education's School of Business. So let's take you around the country to see how people have geared up towards this particular election. Take a look.
Both municipal, divisional, and the regional commanders of the police are here. In the police administration, they have Hohoe as regional capital for Volta North region. So this is the regional capital when it comes to police administration. And all of them are here to assist the Electoral Commission, including the Presidential Election Committee of the New Patriotic Party. So far, it has been so good.
So today, Hohoe constituency, we have a total voter college, or our total vote population is wavering around 650. And then comprising the 650, we have 123 polling station executives, multiplied by 5, giving you 615 polling station executives in all. My expectation as a director of communication is that the election that we have ahead of us, 2024, demands tenacity, someone who has the courage, the competence, and then the know-how, the expertise to lead us into the 2024 election.
And by 7-2, by my watch, the first person has cast the vote, and the police security are in place. Everything is going on well. As you can see them making sure that the process is ongoing, and we are hopeful that at our center here, everything will go on successfully.
It may be because we've gotten the opportunity to work with Dr. Brown here, maybe we've not gotten the direct benefits to work with the rest of them. But the VIP is my boss. I have not engaged the rest, so I can only talk about VIP. And so far, I've said it over and over. But I have witnessed the hard-working people and intelligence, and they seem to have those qualities. And so definitely, Dr. Brown is my best. And for the sake of continuity, it should be the obvious one. It's important to have continuity.
This is where the polling station executives would have the opportunity to cast their vote. Electoral area coordinators cannot. Constituency executives cannot. In the case of Sunyani East, it is a clear case of legal issues, and we have to, as a party, we are law-abiding political party, and we did a lot of consultation, and the party leadership came to the conclusion that Sunyani East will not be able to be part of this electoral process, and that is because the matters are in court, and then once the matters are in court, we as a political party need to be cautious with some of these activities. So yes, we have 276 constituencies. The electoral processes are going on in 275 constituencies. Mampong, I've just explained that it is just the electoral area coordinators and the constituency executives. So largely, we will have 275 constituencies voting.
Very confident that with his candor and demeanor and the message of hope that he's spreading across the country, the party always knows, and like you know, this party has a spirit, and once the spirit settles on a particular person, no amount of can stop that fire, and I think that's what we are seeing with this candidate, because he's an exceptionally unique candidate. He's a first-timer who's contested for our elections, and he's surely in a very good lead. I mean, you'll recall, Kufuor contested in 98 and came back in 2008 to actually run with President Kufuor. That was his second time. But what we are seeing is different, and that's why it is possible, because it is clearly shown that new records can be set. And
we believe at this material moment he's the best person to carry us to the promised land, and clearly the euphoria around him and all his campaign shows that he is going to make it. And for me, I believe that this is a great time to be a member of NPP, because what has been said so many years, so many times, we are going to rewrite the history of New Patriotic Party, and that is going to be the game changer. That is why our opponents are never comfortable, and they will never be comfortable. What they do not want is what we are going to produce. And inshallah, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia is going to make that difference.
I've seen it to be a very good organization. Everything is successful now. So far, so good. Everything is going on now safely. And I hope that everything will be good until they close. Our delegates, we can speak their mind. We are all saying what we want, but the delegates know what they want. So I think that whatever come out, we are going to bear by it. I was supporting Alan Kojo Chekmatini. There's no more in the list. So, I have my opinion in mind. I just came and vote whatever my heart told me to vote. And I think that everybody in this party will know that the party is bigger than any individual.
The election in my constituency is going to be peaceful, in that the delegates are coming in their numbers, and because they are from far off places, that's why majority of them are not here. But looking at the numerical strength, we have about 1,175 delegates who are coming to cast their votes. And because they are from far places, majority of them are not here. But the few who are here, they've casted their ballot and they are happy with the process and as well as the security arrangement that we are putting in place. So I've asked some of them and they said they are happy with what is going on.
I've just cast my vote, and you can see the atmosphere is very peaceful. Delegates have arrived in their numbers, and we expect the exercise to go on smoothly without any hiccups at all. And we are expecting that at the end of the day, when the results are declared, we all come together as one family to pursue the campaign for election 2024. So far so good in the whole central constituency. So what? Oh, they should just remain their cool. I mean, they should maintain their cool and remain calm. Just cast their votes and go home and wait for the results after 2 p.m. That's my question.
The process is quite okay. It's just a normal process, and delegates are in line. Everything is peaceful. I think North Central is peaceful. We hope the party make a good decision at the end of the day. My advice for the delegates is that they should just go and vote and go back to their various homes peacefully. By 2 p.m. we all come back here to count the ballots.
I think all is set, as you can see for yourself. The ground is very quiet, as if it's a normal day. This is a solemn day for all of us, especially where you are coming to elect a flag bearer, not a president. This is a time for us to think deeply into ourselves, put all the advantages, all the disadvantages of all the candidates, and make a decision. I believe at the end of the day, about 1,000 to 300 delegates we have within the constituency. We believe that will make the right choice. No, the securities, I can tell you that for whole Central, even without the security, the way we spoke to our delegates, the way we psyched them, I can show you of security, I can show you of peace without even the security services. What we decided that come and cast your vote, do the tete-a-tete with your friends. If you want to go. If you want to stay around and make some merry, you do so. I can assure you at the end of the polls, there will not be any incident. It's going to be an incident-free election. So for security, they are there. But we ourselves, we are the first security.
To come out and come and vote. Vote, and the moment you vote, you live here. After the voting, you can come around for counting. So we want to encourage them to come here and vote and live. We are working, this is NPP election. So we want to encourage them that no fight, no nothing. We just want to do this thing. After here, we are still NPP.
For me, I think the most viable person to break the 8 is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Oh, you see, when you are in a contest of this nature, a national contest of this nature, mind you, both parties, I mean NPP and NDC, they have their strongholds, okay? So what it means is that for NPP, no matter who they take as their presidential candidates, people in their stronghold will vote for them. Likewise, the NDC. If I become the presidential candidate of the NDC tomorrow, their stronghold will vote for me. The same thing if I become the presidential candidate of NPP tomorrow, the stronghold people will vote for me. What you need is somebody who can attract people from the other side into your camp. You understand? That is it. As for your stronghold, well, it's important, but then it's like you have that in the bag. What you need to make a difference is somebody who can attract people from the other side of the divide.
I think Kennedy will win. Kennedy has a vision for the youth, so he will win the election because I'm expecting that he should win. Yeah.
Because he knows the ground and then the youths, our needs. So if he wins, he wins too. And then he will meet ex-president Mahama. So that is my view of everything.
Kamen kwa dia
enkaye nyina ye ntoma Kennedy anasa omo to amano no.
I will be glad if Kennedy Japan is elected because he is charismatic.
Kennedy. Kennedy di omo to mana ompen kwase asem.
We are at Nana Bremponya JHS. That is the polling center for these very elections. We started at exactly 7 o'clock, and as I speak to you now, we have about 65 people who have been able to cast their votes. We are expecting about 491 people to come and vote. That is the number we have in the register. So as you can see, we have a lot of policemen around. 2 police commanders are around, as you can see. So security is very tight. But we have advised the people that once they cast their votes, they must leave the center.
Got here around 6:30 a.m. and then we started the whole process. By 7, the whole voting started, and so far it's been peaceful. People come in, vote, and then peacefully walk out. And I can say that so far everything, the process is ongoing very well, very peaceful.
I think that by and large it's been a peaceful process, as it should be with all democratic processes. There's an internal democratic exercise within the New Patriotic Party to elect a flag bearer ahead of the 2024 December general elections. And I think that given what I have observed since my time here in the Western region, it's been generally a peaceful process, and I commend all stakeholders, the candidates, their followers, their agents, the party executives, those within the party hierarchies, all who have put in so much towards this exercise. I commend them all for a good job done, and I'm hopeful that at the end of the day the party would emerge victorious.
Gone through the process, we've done the super delegates conference. After that, we had clear 4 people contesting. They've been going around. Yes, there were some few altercations and statements that were not okay, that could have been checked. At least we've done, they've signed and undertaken that they will stand by the party whatever happens. And that is what it is. And this election will just give a clear majority to one of the contestants so that we will move the party forward. After that, we are all meeting at the stadium. I just came from Kenya. It's even difficult for them to be able to meet their own internal expenditure. They've been talking to IMF here and there. IMF bailed them out a bit. And then lots of the countries in the world, not only in Africa, are going through this process.
Every electoral activity is determined by term and is term bound. In fact, in election management, anything done outside the term allocated becomes illegal. In this particular election, we are starting from 7 a.m. and ending at 2 p.m. So it means that by 2 p.m., the last person in the queue will be allowed to vote. But after that, nobody will be allowed to vote. So it means that after 2, we will start counting.
Seriously, we should be very happy to vote for the vice president. But in actual fact, 4 years back, they have helped us with a job named NAPCO. And then we all been enrolled into that job. So the hope was that at the end of the NAPCO job, we'll be fully employed. But as we are speaking, the president and the vice president have totally deceived us. They didn't offer the job to us. And what was the annoyance thing is that some people, they've been passing back door, paying money for the job. And some of us who don't have the money, we are still here. I completed school since 2013, jobless, and I'm suffering with my family. And they'll come and give me 400 cedis to vote for the president and his people today. I can't make that. For that matter, I'll vote for Kennedy, that in future he can provide me job. If he fails to do, I know he hasn't treated me anyway. But the vice president per se, he has treated me badly for offering me, NAPCO job, failing to give me permanent job as promised.
This man promises to give us a job, but later on, we hear nothing from him. Only that we hear that the leaders who are NAPCO officials, They are the only people that they look at. And the NAPO coordinators in the various districts. We hear that they are giving their job at the district assembly. So what about the NAPO today? So for me, my one vote will not go for Bawumia, but will go to any other person who if he can help me.
I think everything is going on peacefully, as you can see. Yeah, because it's one family affair. And people might have thought because of the flood issue, a lot may not come or the voting may not go on. No, we've made arrangement for that. Though the Central Tongu is also part of the flood, or part is also flooded anyway. But now that the situation is a bit calm, we managed to bring our people, especially those over bank, to also come and then do their or cast their vote.
Centers, they are all over the place, and I have my center that the results just go there instantly. Is calculated, so rest assured we'll get our numbers and results within the shortest possible time. There are no violence, nothing, and we all go to the stadium this evening to celebrate. Whoever wins is the party that has won. It's not the individual. So we all go and celebrate. If I don't win, I'll be there. If I win, I'll be there. Because it's one party. If it's Kenya Japan, I'll beat Mahama hands down. What Ghanaians are expecting is a bold, honest leader. The situation we are in, they've tried politicians who are lawyers, soldiers, economics, and still Ghanaians feel is not enough the way things are going, and therefore Kenya Japan, the businessman, let's give him a chance and see what a businessman can also do. These are advantages: my boldness, the truthfulness, and the business. I stand to, when you bring any NDC, any contestant, that three things will let me win the election easily. You see, when I say showdown, what is your understanding of showdown? Showdown means you will see, I'm running from, you see who will win. Yesterday, if you watch the CNN, you see Senate showdown on the budget of the Israeli budget that they were going to. They wrote showdown. It doesn't mean, it means it's going to be a heated contest, and if you say I'll give you showdown, it means you are going to win no matter what. Yes.
All right, you're welcome back. And this is your Election Central, and we're bringing you the coverage of the NPP presidential primaries as the party decides. We're going to Ayawaso, Central? West, rather. Okay, Ayawaso West, where Anita O'Day is, stationed there, and she is reporting of some scuffle. We want to get a clear picture of what's happening there at Ayawaso West. So let's cross over. Anita is standing there to give us the details.
And majority of the people have voted. So far, 1,080 ballot papers were brought in here, and 1,570 delegates are expected to vote. So far, over 800 delegates have voted, and you can see that the security here is very tight, and as it was stated that the NPP would make sure that there's going to be a tight security. You can see that the security is very tight here. They check your phones and make sure you do not go in with any phone. But I can see the party secretary for Ayawaso West, Wogon. Let's have a conversation with him to ask him how the process has been so far. Hello, sir.
Hello, madam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So as the party secretary for Ayawaso West, Wogon, what have you seen so far? How is the process so far?
Well, the process has been so smooth, and so far there's no any incident. Everything has been moving on so well, because we had an initial meeting with the EC to have a fair arrangement about the process so that the process can be as smooth as possible. So far, we had about 70 or 80% of the people casting their vote as at now.
So the rest of the delegates who are home and are not yet here, what message do you have for them to come in to vote?
Oh, I want to tell them that the process will be ending at 2 p.m. So they should be on time so they can come and cast their vote. There's no queue here. We are also taking it upon ourselves to, we have a call center that we call all of them so that they can come in their number. Those who are
Right, so that is my colleague Zoe Anito there bringing us updates on what's happening at Ayawaso West Wogon. We understand she's rushing back to the scene where that scaffold is currently happening there. And one thing that is creeping back that is not so surprising is the issue of vote buying. I saw it on the internet. They have an aspirant's name with some amount of money attached to it. And then the man that spoke earlier also mentioned that he's been given 400 Ghana cedis to vote for a particular candidate. The issue of vote buying is always denied by politicians and confirmed by delegates all the time. Is this something that has come to stay? Is this something that you think could be rooted out of our politics?
I think you mentioned that it's been denied by the candidates, but confirmed by the delegates.
All the time.
You didn't complete the sentence. And accepted by the media. And accepted by the media.
Yes.
That is the reality today. The candidates will, all the interviews we've had going into this election, the one question that has run through across all media platforms have been, did you pay any delegates yet? And I think the regular answer or the usual answer has been, oh no. But of course, transportation and food to eat, we give them. But you know that you will not go and call anyone from his or her home just to come and give him food to eat, or for him to travel a distance and come to you, and then you pay for transport for nothing. It definitely is driven towards this voting activity. I'm not sure how our laws are designed to prove that indeed this is vote buying. If delegates have been camped in a particular area and we give them some amount of money, and they, right after collecting this money, the next activity is to go and cast your vote. How do we link the payment of the money with the casting of the ballot? Do you understand?
Yes.
We are pretending we have laws, and the laws are staring us in the face, and it's just ridiculous. And in fact, not just ridiculous, but it's sad, how we tickle ourselves as a country and laugh. And I've said a couple of times that politicians deliberately keep people or keep the people poor. So they will continue to influence us with 400 cedis. Those days it was a lot of money, but now that is pittance.
I'm surprised that they are mentioning 400 cedis because that is a lot for these kind of activities. Some receive as low as 50 cedis, 100 cedis.
That's actually not a lot. That's rather small. This is presidential.
Well, it depends. It depends. I heard over...
The position is weighty, and the money must be weighty.
I heard over the radio over the weekend someone mentioning that he has taken monies from the camps of Baumia and then Kennedy Japan, and then one of them made him swear that he's going to vote for this particular candidate. If it does not,
if you remember that popular interview I had with Kennedy Japan during the NPP Congress at the stadium, where he talked about swearing, and Kennedy Japan said, if they give you the money and they say you should swear, take the money and swear. And I'm like, that's dangerous. And he said, nothing is going to happen. And today we're living it, right? So months down the line, we're living what you said.
And he's actually a part of it.
And you are a part of it. If you have paid them and they have to swear, well, I'm not sure who asked them to swear, you know.
The person didn't mention
but
who.
Delegates have now seen that it's always a Christmas period for them. Now, if I were a delegate, I promise you, I will. I'm not taking 400 cedis.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, I'm not taking 400 cedis. I will bargain. I will. I'm telling you the truth.
Because this is one of the only few times you become relevant to the party.
It is the only only.
Yeah.
It is the only little few times that
Yep.
you get the opportunity to be the most important person at this point. This is decision-making time.
Yes.
This is the time that, like, my decision will cost you or make you or break you. And you know, we have 4 candidates here, and I'm sure maybe let me clarify this. People might be wondering why the candidates are 4, because we had to whittle them down to 5 from the super delegates congress. But that is because one of them stepped out of the party in the person of Alan Chemating. So if we're saying 4 and you're confused, that's a clarity to it. We're 4. So we have Dr. Mahmoud Baumia coming up as the likely winner, or polls are, leaning to him of, being the possible winner. We have Kennedy Japan, that's the second candidate that's coming up stronger. Then we have former Agric Minister Dr. Afia Kutua and former MP Adainimo. If you give me 400, I will take the 400 and vote for Adainimo, or...
Interestingly, that's what the person mentioned.
Yes.
He said he's not going to vote for either candidate. He's
Yes.
actually going to vote for Adainimo
Yes.
and then spoil the votes.
Because let me put this analysis to it. Vice President has been Vice President. He had the opportunity to make my life better.
Yep.
Kennedy Japan has been Member of Parliament for how many terms now?
For a longer time.
He had the opportunity to make my life better in this constituency. In fact, he had the opportunity to even influence the decisions of government. I'm not sure where Kennedy tilts towards in terms of expertise, either economy.
But he's the board chairman of Ghana Gas.
No, but he was removed, But in terms of expertise, some, like, for example, the Agric Minister, former Agric Minister, he is an agrarian. He studied agriculture. He's actually...
Kennedy is more like an entrepreneur.
A businessman.
Yeah.
So what ideas did he pitch to the government for the government to make the business sector...
Yes, for government to create more jobs
to make
for the youth.
Exactly.
Yep.
You have the opportunity to do that.
Because if you listen to Kennedy Japan, he's very, very influential.
Right.
If you've listened to his radio interviews and all that, especially the one he went to the Central Region, he didn't mention that he was a part of the reason why Howard Kumsin was appointed to the Special Development Initiatives Ministry and then later to the Fisheries Ministry. And then mentioned I think the regional minister of that region also, he had some sort of influence, that is according to him, to the appointments and all that. So he is somebody who is very influential in the government. So if he wanted to push an agenda for job creation and all that, he could have.
Exactly. You made it very clear that you can push an agenda. You've made it very clear that you can make my life better just by your influence. I'm not sure where he stands now in the government today, but he's still a very influential person. And, with all Kennedy Japan has done, I didn't expect that he definitely would take it seriously that he will run for president, because we have 1,001 reasons why his personality is a little tainted, yes, with certain things that disqualifies him. As maybe we're in Ghana, so we'll brush them over. In other countries, he would not stand a chance, a dog chance of becoming or wanting to run even for a member of parliament. But, well, this is Ghana, we're forgiving. So we allow him, But he still has influence. And you give me 400, 500. Kennedy Japan himself has said on platforms how, they deliberately keep you in a position so that they will come and give you this money. Take the money, don't vote for them. Think about your future. You cannot sell this, you cannot do that. Adainimo, I've interviewed him. He has said that he didn't have the resources to even go across the whole country, but he also strategized and used his own means to campaign. I want to believe that he's done a good campaign.
Has he?
Well, I want to believe so.
Has he?
I want to believe so.
As of now, he appears to be the weakest link amongst them.
I don't know.
And then also, he's the only candidate who has vied for president before, because in 2014, he was part of the candidates that wanted to be president, although he got less than a percentage point.
So he probably has the experience
So
of how to campaign as president or as flag bearer.
So what is his strategy? His strategy is what? Because he knows that he's not going to win.
Well, because I spoke with him, industrialization, agriculture.
Yes, I get it, but it doesn't look like he's going to win. So what is his strategy? Is his strategy that, okay, I'm going to present myself to the people, avail myself to my party members that I'm ready to serve, so that whoever is elected, the person appoints me to a position, or I'll say that I'll add my numbers to whoever emerges victorious, because the numbers are also not on his side. So what is really his strategy? Because a lot of people were saying that he should have stepped aside and then let at least the three gentlemen go, because you remember Boache Ejako also stepped aside when there were 6. You remember they tied?
Yeah.
Yes. So a lot of people were saying you're not going to make any significant impact.
He's not been an active member of this government.
Right.
In fact, not an active. He's not been a member of this government because he was not appointed into any office. But he's been member of parliament before. By profession, he is a civil engineer. And, in Ghana, we've had critical issues that lies on the in the bosom of civil engineers. I'm not sure if he can do anything around it as if he doesn't win. If he's still going to be active with the political party to suggest things through the party to the government, I don't know. But I think when it comes to what we suspect of these candidates, if they don't win, they will resign, they will step out. No, I don't see him to be that person. In fact, from how he spoke with us on Good Afternoon Ghana, I didn't think that he would do anything of that nature. However, I think the government's performance has not been encouraging, because he was one of the people who was very, very loud when we spoke with him on how he didn't want to associate with the government. He said, I'm not an active member of the government. I'm not a member. I work in the private sector just like you.
Yep.
Do you understand? Kennedy Japan has come out strongly like that. He said he's this, he said he's that, but why did he need to do this? He's obviously distinguishing himself from the government, or disassociating himself from the performance of the government. So far, it has only been Baumia and the Greek minister. The Greek minister has all been, now Greek, and I'll give you food and we'll have food security. Is it only food security that qualifies a person to be president?
Well, in his defense,
I'm not sure.
He sold some plantains at the ministry.
Even in the person of the vice president himself. On his campaign trails, have you seen or heard any comments he's made about the economy? No, I haven't.
Yes.
It's been more digital,
gold for oil ideas,
and a few things. He's not really been so vociferous on what he touted so much going into election 2016.
What we know him for,
what we knew him for, what we accepted him to be.
His wife once called him the economic messiah, economic whiskey, and all that.
So I mean, I think we have questions for all the candidates. In fact, we have some political analysts and expertise who have described this particular crop of leaders coming up to be the weakest in history as far as the NPP is concerned. And I'm sure I agree with those analyses, because it's very difficult for you to even know, okay, what am I associating you with now? Why do I have to vote for you? What's your constituency that will actually make your voice so heard, you know?
You didn't mention that Adenimo says he's not in government. He's sort of disassociated himself from government activities. But is it not dangerous if you have people from within your party vying to represent your party to become president, and they say that, okay, I understand what is happening, but you can see I'm not part of it. If they disassociate themselves from it, that means there's something that's not going on well there.
But it's clear that something isn't going well. It's so clear that something isn't going well. Doc, when he was here, was actually talking about how even changes in weather or bad weather in Ukraine can affect Ghana. Is that not thought-provoking?
I'm surprised that the Israel-Hamas war hasn't affected us
Look,
yet.
it's affecting us, but I'm sure the leaders are holding back in saying it. Because if they say it today...
Yep. They're going to receive a lot of backlash.
I'm putting myself in any leader in government today. I'm telling you, even if I were the finance minister, I would not dare come and say that the Israel-Hamas war is creating a problem.
Yes.
But to be honest, I think that they all, look, let's name them. We have the likes of Professor Adai, right? We knew that it was very friendly with his government coming into office, right? Professor Adai. We've had, what's this name? This man who's a football man. One of these NPP founders, leaders.
Oh, Nyaho
Tamaklo. Nyaho Tamaklo has spoken so loudly against this government. We've had Mr. Kumsin, who has been a friend of the president, but was quite a loud critic of Nanado then, before coming into office. Now today, he's still alive, and he is seen to be vindicated about what he said about the president. We've had persons like Alan Shermating, who has eventually resigned from the party, not stepped out of the race, but resigned from the party. That speaks volumes. And it looks like, I think, the current crop of leadership of the NPP are trying to water down the impacts of Alan. And I think they've managed it well. You know, water down the impact of Alan quitting the party. But you cannot pretend to not recognize how it will affect the party, and it probably has affected the party. Do you know that if Alan was in this race, how would the experts rate the crop of leaders the party is presenting? Alan has been on the ground, and he is a little credible, you know, not so much criticisms against him, except for maybe working relationship, which of course you have it from the party. Do you understand? And so it's the performance of the government. Don't look at what the opposition is saying. Don't go far. Just don't go far. Stay
within the party.
Exactly. Stay in the party, and you can tell that it is not a performance that everybody is happy with. In fact, party senior members are not happy with,
including Kennedy
and
Japan.
Lawyer, this lawyer who's been so loud lately,
Martin Pebu.
Martin Pebu was very loud, you know, saying how he trusted Akufo-Addo and voted for him. And today it's like water and fire. You understand? We've had the people like Professor Jampo. They were known to be supporters of the NPP. Today, they're all speaking loudest against all these, what's it called? I'll say NGOs or think tanks who have all been speaking, you know, in favor of CSOs, in favor of NPP, are now coming out with reports that are not so favorable. Do you understand? So don't go far. So it's easy and very acceptable for persons who are running for the flag bearership positions to clearly and openly disassociate themselves and tell you that, well, we're not happy with the government, but it's not like we're quitting the party. We want new leadership. I don't think we
should even go far. The press also seems not to be happy with the government, because if you look at the press, World Press Index performance of you know, the country over the years, we've come down more than 30 points. We used to be around 30. Now we are 62. So even since this government took power, it appears that the press is not really allowed to express themselves freely. You know, constant attacks, arrests. I mean, we will not go far. UTV, another one happened in the north recently. You know, another one also happened to a GH1 presenter not long ago. So it appears that not only CSOs, not only political commentators, the press is also really not happy with the government. So I was quite happy when the vice president organized the press soiree to, speak with the pressmen and women, to familiarize with them, because you can't do without them, because they are the ones that are going to disseminate the information. When former President Atta Mills was alive, he used to organize, the press from time to time, but it's not something that we've really seen of this government, especially from the presidency. So how does this government lower the sort of intimidation towards the press? Although they might not be doing it directly, but they're sending signals that is informing their supporters to attack the press. How do we handle that?
Having been in this job for a while, I think that what I have learned with all political parties, NPP does it, NDC does it. They seem to have a team it's like a social media team that the parties built, or they develop, or they put together. And they are their social media army. And I think, I'm not saying it's not good, it's good, because we are in the seizing of social media, So if you lose out on social media, you really losing out big time. A lot of the things sometimes break even on social media before they come, because on traditional media, the issue is out, or the information is in, you need to check and recheck before you actually put it out. But on social media, it's easy to just put it out without anybody really bothering you. Do you understand? Now, my issue is how the social media army for political parties work. Because yesterday, I put up a picture of myself and the vice president in a selfie picture. And I had attacks. Someone from the NPP shared the picture and mentioned me. So I just went to read, only for me to see like insults. I'm not saying language that sounds or look like insults. Insults, just direct insults, just because I was in a selfie picture. And I'm looking at the insult, I'm thinking, is it because you didn't get the opportunity to have a selfie with your leader, and I being a critic of your leader, I have a problem, you have a problem that that's how intolerant we've become. We are so crazily intolerant, I cannot understand. And I've taken a picture with the current president, Nana-Addo. That's when he first became president. And well, it doesn't stop me, or it didn't stop me from criticizing him when he was wrong. Kwesi Pratt is very close friends with Nana-Addo. We listen to Kwesi Pratt's narrative. He doesn't shy away from, and he will go to the presidency when we have meet the press sessions, and he will be there, and the president will exchange pleasantries with them. I'm not sure what the followers also see or what they think. Now, also, when it comes to media, it looks like I don't think that when a government is in office, they are the best friends of the media. Because remember, maybe I would say former president's period, former President Mahama, when he was in office, I think the media was really an enemy. We were hard on him. Yes. Very, very hard. Critical.
He has actually been saying it all the time.
Critical.
That the media during his tenure, compared to Akufo-Addo's tenure, he sees a lot of difference.
Look, I'll tell you that, look, we have been very, very soft on the current administration.
Yet there's a lot of attacks on the media.
You cannot have a government, a political party that said that, well, they call something nuisance taxes. So when they come, they're going to remove those nuisance taxes. They come and they indeed remove those taxes. But in replacing those taxes, you have 3, 4, 5 more taxes.
I remember very well. The vice president said
the opposition
he's going to move the country from taxation to manufacturing also.
I always, lately, I didn't used to be keeping my receipts when I buy in a shop. I will just dispose them off. But now I keep them. Because sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I'll just be reading the number of taxes that are on your receipts. But what the opposition currently is not calling them nuisance taxes. Neither is the media calling it nuisance taxes. And we're quiet. Sometimes you can get one or two, I would say maybe Good Morning Ghana, for example. Good Morning Ghana has been very critical on taxes. We've been very critical on the economy. We've been very critical on a lot of the things that the media doesn't really so much pay attention to, but we have been, you understand? But it's just one or two. But I can tell you that comparing how critical we were on Mahama, it's not the same today. Because if you had $1 to 4 cedis, then even we say it was 3 point something in 2016. And now you have $1 to what?
12 cedis.
12 cedis today. And we're still managing. We're cool. It's Russia and Ukraine war.
Yes.
You're cool. You understand? I think we're
been very lenient.
Yeah, we have been quite lenient. We getting to the ending of the year, some are coming up and being more critical, but even in our critical moment, we joke with it. If you see, we sometimes make fun. Of it.
But what do you think could be the reason? Is it for the fear of being intimidated? Is it for the fear of being attacked? Or what is it? Or it's just that we've grown tired of criticizing.
We have not grown tired with fear. I'm going to say this for sure, with fear. What happened on UTV is not, don't take it for a joke. Someone came on my wall. I think his name is Joe Wise or something, and I'll mention your name on TV. I think it's called Joe Wise, something like that, to threaten me. I think I reported something on the UTV incident, and I have said that on social media. Don't rate what I say on social media as, oh, Annie, why are you a journalist and you're writing this? Social media is social media. Everybody, have the right to write what they think. So this gentleman, I don't know, call him gentleman. This guy comes to write, you haven't seen anything yet, you wait and see. I don't take such threats lightly.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't take them lightly. So I actually screenshotted it and I reposted. And I said, should anything happens to me, please refer.
Accountable.
Exactly, refer to this post or this threat. To be honest, this government has not been so friendly. There were incidences in the previous administration. That's not to say that what they did was right, but this government has not been so friendly when it comes to media and the way they handle us, So it looks like the media, there's a bit of fear.
Isn't that quite shocking, especially when we have President Akufo-Addo, who's a human rights lawyer?
That's what the criticism has been actually tilted towards now, because you have Member of Parliament Kennedy Ejapong sit on TV and openly threaten a journalist.
Yes.
And days after, the journalist is brutally killed. We have a Member of Parliament who was brutally murdered in his home. We can still not come to terms exactly with it. We had another Member of Parliament that sat on air and made comments about this JB Dankwa murder and, made comments about cars and the color the cars were in and who should be asking or answering questions. And nobody questioned this particular MP. He's no more in office. But then he was in office. Do you understand? So it's not a matter of, oh, you've gone to record somebody and they slapped you and took your... No. It's now that bad, that is brutal. So you don't know, what next can happen to you if you go extremely critical. Right. But but that's the nature of our work. It also takes us to be it's a risky, highly risky job.
Very.
Everything you do, there's risk. Even moving from here to your house is risky. But this is highly risky of criticizing a government that has all the powers to do what it likes,
Right. I want us to talk about this. We're no political experts, but looking at the the events that are panning out, whoever emerges victorious, do you think they stand a better chance of going all the way to the presidency in 2025?
It depends.
Yes, because I mean, there's always the saying that a government in power, when you're going for re-election, you have everything to lose. Because usually the election is a referendum on what you have done. The people are going to vote. When they're going to vote, when they go to the ballot paper, they get to the ballot paper, NPP is there, NDC is there. The focus really is on the government. Has this government done enough for me? If you have, I vote for you. If you haven't, I boot you out. So looking at all these that have panned out, the things that have happened, does anyone they choose today has a chance against former President John Mahama, who is also trying his luck at the presidency again?
Let me start from persons who speak for government. If you monitor the airwaves, you see that there are some particular members of government who don't so much extremely defend.
Before you continue, there was one on your show, Good Morning Ghana, that I wanted to interview. You know, I came to the VTR sometime that I wanted to interview two of them for a topic. I got to the one from the government side. I said, please, I have nothing to say. Clearly, he had nothing to defend, so he just walked off.
Yeah. And even on air, in fact, on air, some will put up a little defense.
Yes.
Off air, they will tell you, Charlie, this matter there is no good. You know, I mean, off air, we hear a lot of things. And so when we speak, it's not like we're speaking because we can talk. It's just because we know what we hear. We get into conversations and meetings, and the things that you hear, you know that even the persons involved are not so much, happy with what's happening. Okay, that's Adainimo in the short.
Right.
So we can cross over from him.
Adainimo, one of the contestants, is currently speaking. Let's have a look at it.
Immense yourself.
Will it be your hope that the voting time will be extended for such constituencies?
No, because the guidelines are very clear. Voting commences at 7 a.m. and closes at 2 p.m. However, if there is a queue after 2 p.m., all those in the queue are required to vote. So if they decide to start late, which I don't know what is the basis of that, because the EC, the Electoral Commission, which is managing and administering the process, has been told clearly to be there and start the process at 7 a.m. And nobody could instruct the EC not to be there to commence the process.
Is your team doing any exit poll assessment, and what does that put you?
Well, if there's an exit poll, how will I disclose that information to you? I will not. So we'll just wait for the official declaration.
But are you winning?
Of course, I'm in the race for victory. I'm not in the race to showcase myself. And that is why I've stayed on course. I've persevered up to this date. No matter the challenges, even if the playing field appears to be odd, we stayed on course.
All the surveys have put you at the bottom, indicating that you are not winning, you have no chance in this election.
Well, whoever does the survey, that is up to the person's own.
You don't believe those surveys?
Well, even in the super delegates elections, I was told that Adainimo will not be part. But here we are. So how do they explain that? So you can do a theoretical survey, but in practice, there will be a huge variance or deviation.
Okay. We have received concerns about missing names from the album. Has it been for your supporters as well? Because we understand the Ken supporters, some of them cannot find their names in the album.
Well, so far, no information regarding missing delegates' names has been communicated to me or to my secretariat. I'm yet to verify that if there is any information to that extent from my secretariat, then we can convey that to the elections committee.
You earlier indicated that the playing grounds are not level. Do you still see that?
Well, I mean, what do you want me to say again? I mean, if it is clear that it is an odd playing field, it is an odd playing field. And so that is where we are.
The situation is the same. That's the question you asked.
The situation in terms of what?
The odd playing field is the same or something has changed?
But if there is an inherent odd playing field, it is there. It cannot be taken away. It is there. It is an inherent odd playing field.
Honorable, reports coming from Brekum indicates that your delegates or the delegates there are paid 1,000 cedis to vote for you. Has it come to your attention?
To vote for me?
Yes.
Hey.
That is the current report from Brekum.
Me? Then I'm sure that is untrue. It's false. I have never given any money. Silver and gold have I none. But what I have is to give peace, unity, and prosperity.
And would you play an integral role towards the 2024 election in the event you are kicked out of this election?
But that is premature.
No, but that's the question. I mean,
that is premature. We have not come to the conclusion yet. So let us come to the conclusions of the elections. Okay, we need justice, we need fairness, we need free, transparent election. Let us get to the end of the process and let us have the official declaration. Thereafter, we'll pick up the consequential issues.
Are you suggesting that if it is odd, you will not play an integral role in this election?
But everybody
wants
justice. Right. So if there's no justice, how do you ensure unity? How do you ensure peace? It's a requirement.
But you signed the bond.
But the bond also requires that there should be that justice and fairness. The bond cannot fail to recognize the importance of having a process that is justifiable to all. Media silver and gold mini and mini bio. Mini silver and gold. Nemum dear me wo asumdue in Kambum and in Koso. And no media delegates. That has been my message. My message am media delegates ni say silver and gold me mini bi. Nemum asumdue in Kambum in Koso and no dear me the member party no any Ghana for nyina.
Silver and gold have I none. I only have the word of God. That's a very powerful statement from Ade Nimo. Yes, and unity. And then the pause when the journalist asked him if he's been paying 1,000 Ghana cedis to the delegates to vote for him.
Is that kind version of the question for me?
That's quite interesting. But I like how poised and how confident he is of emerging victorious. He's very poised to say that he's in to win it, not to make up the numbers, although the numbers are not favoring him, and all that. And so far we've seen Adenimo, we've seen Kennedy Japan, we've seen Baumia. We're yet to see the former Agric Minister, Dr. Efri Akoto, cast his ballot there. And he's also, of course, just like all the candidates, poised for victory. And when we get a feed from him, we'll cross over and speak to him quickly. So, Annie, we were talking about how kind of the subtle suppression that the media has been suffering, and how even people in government on air defend it, off air find it very hard and difficult to defend this government.
Yeah, and we're also talking about how the leaders, whoever will win, can campaign on whichever message that you want to campaign. I was on a point where I was saying sometimes guests come on air and they sort of extremely defend. Some also are very sensitive to the times, and they're very realistic. That it's not that it has to be political all the time. You look at the realistic nature of it and you deal with it. So if you take, for example, the current Akosombo Dam flood, you have one guest who will defend along the lines of, people are playing ethnocentric politics with it. And so they will defend along those lines. You have another guest who will rather focus from the angle of, so the harm has already been done. Let's look at going forward how we can help these people. and then later we can analyze the issues later and find a solution that it never happens again. You know, you definitely may want to listen to this person that is arguing on that score, right? But if the person that wins does not appreciate the times and then still defends that, oh, I've been the best government, oh, but we've done all the fulfilled all the promises that we said we fulfilled. We said one district, one factory, we've done it. We said one district, one dam, we've done it. We said free SHS, we've done it.
One constituency, $1 million.
We said NEMA will be Dubai, something, we've done it. Do you understand? Are you going to still be on that stretch? Or, because I've heard, and if it's not true, maybe somebody can prove me wrong, but I've heard Dr. Bawumia have said that he was not totally in charge of the economy. So people should not put all the blame on him. So if he wins, as predicted, should he win, is he going to be campaigning on the same trend? Because his economic fundamentals are not necessarily wrong by textbook. They're not entirely wrong. But is that what you implemented? Are you going to do the same thing? Because in this government, decisions have been taken which were wrong fundamentally. What am I saying? Fundamentally. Not even economically, they were all wrong. There are issues that we have to question. If we say we're building cathedral, right? What money will we put into the cathedral? The president first said, we're not going to use public funds, right? He said that I'm making a promise to God. We're not using the public funds. We're not using public funds. Where are we taking it from? From the kitty, right? So fundamentally, it is wrong. Are you getting the point I'm making? So if you, all the economic lectures you have provided, if they are correct, and the implementation of these economic lectures is gearing towards something else, how's your implementation going to go like? You appreciate it, Ken. So if indeed you are not solely in charge of the economy, how are you going to now campaign? What will you tell the people? Will you tell them the truth? Listen, I was not in charge. I was the vice president, yes, but I was not in charge. Even though the what's it called? Second lady had indicated previously in 2016 that the head of economic management team actually must be the one to answer to the economy. Maybe you want to gear from that and say, well, I'll answer to the economy, but this is the truth, and this is how we'll go. So your campaign should go, on the lines of, because I don't think the vice president wants to go with the tag of lies that people have already, want to throw.
Associate with him.
Yeah,
we understand our Northern Regional Correspondent, Al-Hassan Dibaba, is on, so kindly engage him for us.
Go to Dibaba and see. Dibaba, good afternoon to you. Thank you for your time. So where are you? Where exactly are you? And what can it? Oh, you're in Tamale.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm currently at Tamale Senior High School, where the Sanarugu constituency NPP is conducting their presidential primaries. And I can tell you that the situation in the northern region is very calm. I have visited almost all in the northern region, and everywhere is very calm. People are going about casting their ballots without any challenge. I've spoken with a number of executives and other opinion leaders within the party in the northern region, and all of them seem to be happy about what is happening currently. I've spoken with the northern regional chairman of the NPP, who said he is very, very excited for the way the exercise is being carried on. But he said everybody are gearing towards voting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to become the next flag bearer of the party. According to him, if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia leads their party, breaking the eight, as they always call it, will be an easy thing. I also spoke with a number of executives in the region, and some of them are having different views on that situation. Many of them are telling us that they have belief in Kennedy Ohinia Japan, because they believe that he's a business person and he can turn the fortune of this country round. So basically, that is what is happening within the northern region, and people are going about casting their votes without any challenge. Initially, there was a problem with the media going into the inner perimeter of the voting centers, but later they allowed some of the media to go and take visuals so they can move away from the inner perimeter. So I can basically tell you that in the northern region, things are going on smoothly and people are casting their votes without any challenge.
So we don't expect to have any scuffle there. Everything should be peaceful. We haven't had issues of register come up, right, Alhassan?
No, there's nothing like that. That hasn't come to my attention yet. That is why I am saying that all the constituencies that I have visited, things are going on normally without any challenge. So what we experienced on the 26th of August actually is not what is happening. People are open to go about their about casting their votes without any challenge, and nobody reported any challenge of name missing or whatever in the register. So actually, in the northern region, things are very cool.
Well, because you are with the people, maybe you can confirm this for us. The polls that we've been collecting, pitching Dr. Bawumia as leading the polls, likely to become the winner. What have you been picking, speaking with the people in the area or in the area of Tamale? What have they been saying?
Yes, like I rightly mentioned earlier, the way people are speaking about Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as against his contenders, nobody will tell you that he's likely, very likely, to lead in the northern region. But in constituencies like the Nantong constituency and the Yendi constituency, there might be some challenges there. And Tamale North, if I may add, there might be some challenges for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and it is because of particular people. It's like some of the people within those areas are fed up with a number of either they are MP or DC or something like that. And that is making the people to think that if they vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, that means they are indirectly voting for those people. So in those constituencies I have mentioned, the possibility of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia not getting the expected votes is very high. But largely, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is very likely to lead in the northern region. But I can't tell specifically by which percentage, but he is very likely to lead in the northern region. And yesterday, I must add, there was a challenge because it's like the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia team hijacked almost all media houses within the northern region, which nearly created a problem. And that's where I was even assaulted at one of the local TV stations because the Kennedy Ajapon people bought airtime to go and sell their message to the delegates. And the time they got to the station, they were told that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and his team have taken everything, and for that matter, they can't come in again, of which they think it was very wrong because according to them, there was a contract between them and that local TV station, and they never expected that somebody could come in to just trash out the contract like that without them informing them before doing that.
So the media house, reporters were assaulted in that media house?
Pardon me?
Are you saying that some reporters were assaulted in the media house?
Yes, that was myself, because I heard of the incident and went to the station to see for myself what was happening. But when I got there, the Bawumia team said they weren't going to allow the Kennedy Ajapon team carry out a press conference that was planned to be addressed by the Kennedy Ajapon team. So that brought about some scuffles, and that was in the early hours of yesterday. So when I got there, I was taking videos of the incident, of which the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia team were not happy. So the youth of that group attacked me, and they seized my phone, and a whole lot happened there. But it was later settled.
How was it later settled?
The regional youth organizer of the regional organizer of the party, that's Alhaji Rashid COP, who is a very good friend. He intervened and collected my phone back to me, and they later came and apologized for what happened.
Were you compensated?
I was never compensated. He told me that he was sorry for what happened. He didn't know that I was the one they were coming to attack. So he apologized that, but actually nobody hit me directly. I received verbal assault, and my wristwatch was also destroyed in the process. But I wasn't attacked, like saying nobody hit me. But as a matter of fact, the way they used of me, I was not comfortable and happy with it.
Okay, that's still an outstanding issue. So you cannot say that it was settled unless you are satisfied as the assaulted person or as a victim?
Well, I can't say I was satisfied. I can't say I was satisfied because I wasn't expecting them to do what they did. Because according to some of them, there are people that I know, and one of them openly told me that, D Baba, if you are not careful, we are going to beat you and later apologize. So I was like, but why should you beat me and apologize?
You were forewarned?
Yes, that if I am not careful, they will beat me and apologize later. But as a matter of fact, they didn't beat me, but I was not happy for the way they acted.
Which media house were you?
I was at one of the local media stations, that's Sagani TV. And the issue is that I heard of the scaffolds, so I moved in there quickly to find out what was happening. So when I got there, it was a scaffold between the regional regional organizer and his youth, and the regional campaign coordinator of Canada, Japan, who is Alhaji Baba Bushegu, and Tamale North, chairman of NPP, the only chairman supporting Canada, Japan in the northern region. They were for Canada, Japan, and they were to appear on that local TV station, that is Sagani TV, to sell their message, and they were denied that opportunity, even though they paid for it. So when I saw that they were having those scaffolds, I decided to take videos of it in a corner, not knowing that I was not aware that somebody or one of the team members of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia saw me doing this, and he informed the others to come on me.
That's rather unfortunate. We'll follow up on that later. But Baba, have you heard issues of votes buying? We've had allegations from other regions. How about the north? What's going on there with vote buying?
We can't say nothing like that happened because even just a while ago, I met some people who were still preparing to go and vote, and I heard them saying, somebody saying, you have to receive 400 Ghana cedis. And the person said, no, I heard they are giving 800. So why are you saying 400? So when I moved closer to them to hear exactly what was happening, they stopped. And I asked one of them, what are you guys talking about? And he told me that, hey, we don't trust you guys, so we can't, this is a party issue. Then I asked the person, who is giving the money? He said, no, he won't tell me, but somebody is giving them money. I insisted in knowing who was giving the money, but the person refused to tell me. So I can't tell whether they were being given 800 or 400. Because the person who was to give them the money said it was 400, and the delegates, about 2 of them, were saying, no, we heard it is 800. So as a matter of fact, the vote buying, I can say is not happening in the northern region as well. And I met this incident as well at the Tamale South area, Tamale South constituency, when people were doing that kind of money sharing thing, but they wouldn't allow you to know exactly what is happening. And if you go near them, they always say, oh, they have given us something. How much did they give you? They won't tell you. So the vote buying, I think, is also going on in the northern region.
Dibaba, kindly, pay attention to what's going on the grounds as far as vote buying is concerned. If you can possibly take it on tape, you should. And then we will know that we can put, some credibility on reports of vote buying as far as this election is concerned. We'll get back to you. Kindly keep monitoring. How many people have voted so far, if you can tell me where you are?
Well, the way the northern region is very big. So as we speak, I can't tell you how many people vote at what time, at which constituency. What I moved from one constituency to the other. So maybe if I moved to Tamale South and there were about 500 people who have voted, as we speak, it will be more than 500 people because they don't actually have challenges and the voting is going on smoothly. So what I can say is that voting is going on smoothly, and in Tamale South they have 1,175 delegates voting. In Tamale Central they have 875 delegates voting, and in Tamale North they have 668 people voting. So currently I am at Tanarwo constituency to find out what is happening, but I haven't gotten to the inner perimeter yet to know the number of delegates at that community. And in Tolon constituency they also have 668 people voting.
Thank you, Dibaba, for your time. Can someone send a message? Let me read this message. It says, Annie, I'm sure your picture with Dr. Bawumia is working on you. The magic of the picture is working on me. How can Dr. Bawumia take himself out of the unprecedented economic mess in the country? Mind you, the economic health of the country is a cardinal function and a major contributor to the good governance. In fact, Bawumia, is a chief executive officer of the economic team.
That's true.
Hey, as you know, economic development in every country is vital to the growth of the citizens. Well, I'm not the one taking him out of the economic picture.
Right.
He's the one who said a couple of times that it's not that everything solely lies on him because he's the head of the management team. But you know, the more Dr. Bawumia talks about management team, economic management team, and how he was not fully in charge of things, the more you know that sometimes even at the office of the president, major decisions, economic decisions are taken without necessarily the input of the head of the economic management team. Do you understand?
That is
but
really...
you know, to make the office of the vice president the head of the economic management team is not legal. It's not a constitutional requirement.
Right.
You know, it's just a convention that we always do. And so sometimes when candidates pick persons to run them as VP or as vice president, you ask, do they have economic backgrounds and all that? Because by convention, we make them the head of economic management team.
Right.
But does that mean that will continue forever? So if Bawumia says that, well, I was not fully in charge of everything, even though it's a convention we've been practicing, can you really blame him?
Well,
but you know, it's easy to blame him because he himself touted his
economic
credibilities and economic credentials. His wife said same that, my husband is economic whiz kid and, you know, can turn this economy around. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo himself said Dr. Bawumia was one of the people that was part of the team that led Ghana into the redenomination exercise.
Of the Ghana city.
And so you have this trio assuring us that when we come into force, regardless whether it is constitutional requirement or it's a convention, we will do something with the economy. Now, give us a report of what you promised based on which we voted you. Do you appreciate it?
Yes.
So persons who are listening to the analysis, it's not really because we want to take him. No, it's what we have heard that we're reporting on. But votes buying.
Annie, we'll talk about vote buying, but let's go to Ebuako North in the Eastern region where we're hearing of discrepancies with the voter album. And we spoke earlier with one of the polling station executives. Let's take a bite.
I've seen it to be a very good organization. Everything is successful now. So far, so good. Everything is going on now. And I hope that everything will be good until they close. Our delegates, we can't speak their mind. We are all saying what we want, but the delegates know what they want. So I think that.
The Chinese me kasafi Obuako na omo yese ka sisi e beto aba constituency executive election no we dey buy ja omo chere say yan obi anko kasa chere nipa na omo beto aba mai nti yetu ye hugumu yese adwuma no fine ene omo kasa ya fine ye beto aba eto aba no wie no yenya empenifo ba mu na ma eto aba wie kama eti yakoye sa na ja na ba na mo yi grofo 8 dia film 8 ni so mo yi o mo di film no o mo ko election ni ma electoral commission oba ya oba observe election no e witness say grofo ye win election ya mo aso in ya di paper to mo sign say mo win difference is so about between mo lose and mo win ye no imagine so and yes a baby Eti yes and say kwakoto constituency executive election awo kokwantimi. Nti ekoye no you raise concern ama police for our krajitu mu say de ka na ye nokre because omo bisa sankrofo ne say ekoye election who win na lose here o so lose here. The police for bisa say ah na lose here na o ba beto aba and e gina nchen. Ampampa so sa na sie ya ma o man to aba no. And then I say oh ha your party chairman say emra meeting. Your committee ya o say inipa ba ko raise concern say ba ko ti ho a ono no won kan ho because ye nim say election wa lose no be dem meeting. And a party chairman says as am normal resolve that. And yes there be by resolve wa fine. Ya resolve here because ya ko kan wan say man cha say ejuma enkaye ni woni asembia no say oba so kan ho asembia ni ho but we enko ka asem no be ai. And I say ye pe ye mpu asem ni de o ma kan wi ama if party headquarters aba say abona on the abano sankofo na ekwa koto aba na me pese me be say NPP mpenifo say mesre omu se omu pese ye break 8 no ana omu pese ye break 8 na because omu pese ye break 8 na ye kan ho asem ni 8 ye pese ye break ya enne wa kasi obi say onko mobilizing ni pamra na omu beto aba ma NPP then nipa na timi akọ okoye no wanye nipa more than 100 160 150 or the aba ama wa we to aba ama NPP dim then nipa ono koye na ono ene o pese ono be party executive police station executive election ya koso wo china no ene de within the party no asam na yekoka but general election na beba no omo dwi o china de no so no omo dwi 2024 de so nka ho Eji Obuakono Dar es Salaam. Ya Samno.
Right, so that is a polling station executive at Obuakono North in the Eastern Region, expressing his dissatisfaction with what's happening there. And you were asking me about vote buying before we picked that video where a colleague in the northern region, Dipapa, said people were actually contemplating whether it's 400 or 800 Ghana cedis that they received. But I think it's going to be 400 because most of the videos we've cited so far are 400 Ghana cedis. What do you think?
I think you're a suspect. I mean, what do you think it's going to be? Really?
I just showed you a video of a man opening an envelope which contained 400 Ghana cedis. So now it's not done in secret. It's done in the open now.
I think, I mean, we're laughing this off, but this is...
It's serious.
This is a joke.
Yes. So this is more like you selling your conscience, you selling your vote, you selling...
Even away from just
the next
selling
4 years
your
of
conscience,
your destiny.
Who are you voting for?
Yeah.
I mean, who are you voting for? I'm waiting for a day where delegates from either political parties, CPP, PNC, NPP, NDC, PPP, UFP, whichever party it is, right? I'm waiting for a day where delegates will rise and say that the candidates you're giving us, we don't like them. Change them. They are not capable. Are we ever going to see a day like that of any political party in the world? In the world, not just Ghana, in the world. Are we going to see that? It is just, I mean, and it's glaring.
Yes.
But you see, when you take it to court, for example, the video we've just been sent, right? This man is opening his envelope. His money.
It's quite funny.
His money day inside.
Yes. In the full glare of the public.
In the full glare of the public. He's going to cast his ballot. When he's done, you're going to accuse him of taking money and going to cast his vote. Can you prove it?
That's quite interesting.
By the law, by the constitution, what it says, can you prove it? That we're joking. Like, can you prove it that he actually collected the money and that's why he voted the way he voted? How do you know he voted the way he voted? The vote is supposed to be secret anyway. How do you know they're supposed to vote for Kennedy Japan and he voted for Dr. Baumia? Which is why sometimes some of them are whipped into line, not forced, but whipped into line to take pictures of their ballots.
Yep.
Because you have to prove that the money you took, you performed the work for which you were supposed to.
So usually with those people that are forced to take photos of their ballot papers, what happens is if you are promised of, let's say, 400 Ghana cedis, you are given about half of it. That take the half. When you're done with it, you show me the photo of you voting for me. Then I add you the other half, so that it becomes 400 Ghana cedis. And we get people doing it because they don't care. They feel like, why should I care? I mean,
the Electoral Commission has all the rights to punish people who do that. The Electoral Commission has seen people do that over time. What has been the punishing procedure we've put them through? Have you ever seen anybody being punished because the person actually took pictures of the ballots? We've never seen that. We've never seen that. It tells you that we're not willing. The power, the willpower, we lack it, right? We lack the willpower. We're not ready to punish anyone who does anything. We talk about it and we let it go. Because we see the delegates do it. I mean, we see the delegates do it. And you know, I'm not sure how these candidates are able to monitor, because in the super delegates, it was rather a fewer number. This one, you're dealing with thousands of delegates. Are you going to be able to monitor everyone who is supposed to be, to be whipped in line? Are you going to be able to whip everyone in line? Can you? I mean, this one is more difficult to manage because you have some of them
huge
speaking
numbers
on camera and telling you that, why will you give me 400 citizens
instead of 800 citizens?
I can't even cater for my family and you want me to vote for you because of that I'm voting for this person. It's actually very difficult to reach all of them one-on-one than what happened in the super delegates. So that's going to be a little difficult. But I think that shame on us. I mean, shame on us.
Yes, shame on us indeed.
We, like you started and I finished it, that the candidates deny, delegates confirm, media has accepted it.
So what do we do if you find yourself in such a situation? You are a delegate. I come to you that I want power. I give you an amount of money. What do? A lot of people are saying that for them, they're going to take it and they will make their informed decision, which will not be influenced by the amount of money you give them. Is that the right way to go?
That's the right way to go, but who is going to be thinking that way?
Because a lot of times, these people they give such monies to are the vulnerable people.
That's
you
the
cannot
point.
go
That's
to
the
the
point. That's
middle
the
class
point.
delegates
That's
or
the point.
upper class delegates.
That's the point.
And do
What's
that.
the percentage of middle class in Ghana? Let's maybe visit the Ghana Statistical Service and see the statistics they provide almost every 10 years when they conduct our census exercise. What's the statistics of middle class? What's the statistics of those below the poverty line?
Yeah.
This year we had a report of 850,000 Ghanaians pushed below the poverty line. If you reflect on what has happened in the Volta areas, Central Town, North Town, and what's the other town? There are 3 towns.
Central,
North Town,
and then I think South.
South Town.
Yeah.
All these people who have been affected have been pushed further to the poverty line.
Yes.
You know why? Because the basic amenities are gone. Everything is gone. Whatever they worked for the whole life, 60 years of your life, 40 years of your life, 30 years of your life, 20 years, it's gone. It's gone into the water. Basic food is gone. I'm not sure what they have in their bank accounts, right? So if they have to even take what's in their bank account to go and buy new things, some are not working. I've been there, so I've seen old women who are literally incapacitated. So what do you think is left of these women? They are all pushed now below. So the 850,000 people pushed down below the poverty line now is almost about 1 million and over.
You've raised a very interesting point. That means especially those there will be very vulnerable to these vote buying.
That person is not thinking of. Yesterday we were making references to the renal unit at Kolebu. That person isn't thinking of how you want to do the renal unit at Kolebu. Person doesn't care. That person wants to care about how to survive this minute. This minute, I need to survive now. Any money you give me now, I'm good to go. Just give me something. I'm hungry. Nobody thinks rightly when you're hungry.
Yes.
When you're thirsty. When you don't have anywhere to lay your head. You have people snatching funds from public vehicles and private vehicles because why? They need to eat now, now. So sometimes, you know, when we arrest thieves, I'm one of the people that probably will be angry with me. I see thieves and I'm sad. It really sometimes hit me because I know why you're doing what you're doing. It's not like I don't know. I know why you're doing that. It's simply because you're hungry. You don't have anywhere to eat, sleep, you know. So your human nature definitely sinks into a desperation.
Yes,
and
survival mode.
And then you have to, survival mode is now switched on. So you now have to survive. And surviving is not easy. I mean, to survive, if you ask someone, how are you? And the person, I'm surviving. You should watch out because the person can steal your purse. You know, you can't be surviving. You have to live. You know, let's live, not survive. But a lot of people in Ghana are surviving. So these people that you expect that, well, we should be educating them, and so no, they don't care about even education. It is survive now before I think of how to go and sit in a classroom and calculate my math. You get so. That's a reality we're faced with, and year after year after year, republic after republic, we do not get the people or lift the people from below the poverty line onto up the poverty line. Even those who are up the poverty line, they are still surviving.
Yeah, I think
because we have people today. Pensioners are not getting their money.
Their funds.
We have people who have invested and they are not getting their money because there's what we call DDP. So you handle people this way. Even the middle class is heavily affected. How? Even middle class, I dare you, will make decisions.
Yeah.
Will make such decisions of taking 400 cities because, look, the money I need now is locked. Because government says, give it to me. I will give it to you in the next, and even in giving it to you in the next 2 years or 10 years, I'm just giving you your what do we call it? Maturity. When your maturity date reaches, the percentage you earn on it, that's what I'm giving you. And that was the percentage. Very little. How are people really surviving today? Sometimes I ask, how are people surviving today? It's difficult. Very. You know, I used to be upset when family members call me for money. But now when you call me for money, I don't get angry because guess what? I am struggling myself. So how are you surviving? Politicians are earning and winning. And
in fact, this is what they want.
Benefiting from it.
Yes.
Because that's what they can use to manipulate your mind. They know that you're not giving me the best of. What's the vice president's campaign message now? Vote for me. I'll tell you what my plan is in the next future.
That's why I asked
what is Kennedy Japan's campaign message now? You tell me.
I have no idea.
I don't know what he has told his people that's convinced the people to vote for him. But I can tell you that most people or party delegates voting for him is because they are not happy with the current administration.
Exactly.
And Kennedy Japan has been very loud criticizing them. What is Adainimo's message? Have you seen him on campaign trails or campaign platforms? What has been his message?
Silver and gold.
I do know.
I have done.
You crazy. You know, what is Dr. Afri Akoto's message? What? It has been, I've been a Greek minister. I'm an agrarian. When you vote for me, I'll give you food security. What did you do when I put you there as a Greek minister?
Oh, he sold plantains at Circle and at the ministries.
I'm done.
Oh,
No, I am
that's
done.
what he did.
I
The
am
plantain for food and jobs.
I'm
He sold.
done. He
sold,
turned the ministry into a market.
Yes, and sold plantain.
And he told you that those of you who are saying that plantain is sold at 20 cedis is a lie. It's a lie.
He's bringing
Come
it
to
from the farm gate to
it's
come
sold
and
at.
sell.
I mean,
And it was not sustainable as
look,
predicted.
the people, and this is to Dr. Free, the people you cannot fool.
Mm-hmm.
And don't think because you're not in a classroom they're dumb or they're daft. Are market people.
Yes.
Farmers. They are the real economists,
Mm-hmm.
right? They are the real economists.
Yep.
They plant the food.
Yep.
They know the weather patterns.
Yep.
They know the types and the what's it called? Seasons. What type of planting to plant? What type of cassava to? Because cassava were types.
Yep.
We have types. What type of cassava to plant in what season?
Right.
And they know the market prices. They know the demand and supply seasons.
Right.
So they can tell you that this is now expensive. Tomato is now expensive. Pepper is now expensive. It's like this, it's like that. And they text to us, right? They tell us what to do. But, unfortunately, sometimes when they grow the food stays on the farm, right at the market.
Mm-hmm.
They get rotten at the farm gate. They get rotten. Nobody goes to pick them. So when you go and pick a few left, it's sold at expensive price. You take it to the market. What do? Transportation and everything. You also sell it at expensive price. So you, as a minister, goes to pick plantain from somewhere and bring it to the ministry and tell me, oh, don't mind it. It's not true. It's 5 cedis. Unfortunately, you think that you've pushed the people down below the poverty line, so their brains are also, impoverished. No, you are simply being intellectually dishonest, and that's
Right.
what leaders have been doing to us. So I'm just look, whether we like it or not, we're going to vote for a leader, for a political party that has a large followership. In
Right.
fact, a party that's in government now. They're going to fight again for the presidential slot in 2024.
Yep.
We have other political parties, NDC, CPP, and others who are also coming up fighting for election 2024. I just hope that people will learn to think on their own, take the money, even if you don't vote. We don't care. Or you just go to the ballot and pour the ballot paper. That's also allowed.
Yeah, that's true.
Take the money, but we need the money. Just take it so you can survive, because right now we're all in the survival mode.
Survival mode indeed. Let's take a breather. We'll be back from the break with more.
Everywhere that we've been to, it's been calm, peaceful. I haven't heard of slaps, boxing, or anything anywhere. So I hope that it's the same here, and we are getting to the tail end of it. So let's give thanks to the Almighty God for seeing us through as a party from morning till evening, no incidents so far.
Would you agree that perhaps it's because of the good arrangements that were put in place, the candidates being required to sign a pact, among other things, is what is accounting?
Everything is part of it. The candidates having to sign the pact and all that were arranged from the top. Elections committee, I need to commend them so well for putting that mechanism in place and getting the aspirants to sign with their full hearts and support behind the success of the party's activity. So I commend everybody. The media, you can't be left out. You are part of it.
How do you respond to those who think that that is not quite democratic? You are compelling them to accept the outcome even though they have issues after?
Oh, we knew we had put democratic measures in place. So if we compel you to sign, it's not like we are asking you to sign your death warrant. We are signing for something that is positive, mutually beneficial to aspirants and to the party and to the entire party leader, following.
What will be the takeaway from this exercise once it's done? The NPP obviously will have to come together and prepare for the election 2024, which will be a big one.
Yeah, we've always been able to come together at the end of the day. So this one will not be an exception to what we have been witnessing all along.
I just want to find out that do you think this election can, when you get the flag bearer, is it going to bring the unity in the party back?
I expect nothing less than that. I've said it already. I expect nothing less than final unity between all of us. Nothing less.
From the work we've done, with a 2% margin of error, we have Dr. Baumia at 73%, Canada, Japan at 25%, and then Dr. Afria Koto and Adainimo will share the remaining 2%. I'll be very surprised if Canada, Japan wins. The gap is too big. The gap between him and Dr. Baumia is over 35–40%. I'll be very, very, very surprised if Canada, Japan wins. I tell you, one of the delegates we talked to said, the two parties cannot win, and this NPP cannot win a major general election with their own support base. They will need support of the swing voters. That is, the voters who are not aligned to any of the two parties. And I think that on that day, on Saturday, they will decide, or they have decided to vote for somebody who is likely to appeal to the swing voters. Because if you, with the swing voters on 24th, in December 2024, that the party, no party has ever won general election on their own support base. The two party support base is not 50%, no. I think that my analysis of the 2020 elections is that at least 25–30% of Ghanaian voters are swing. So on Saturday, the delegates will decide on who they think is best suited to lead them in 2024.
Mahmoud Bawumia is supported currently by 43.5% of the NPP delegates. And then another 23.5% are supporting Honorable Kennedy Ejekon. Akuto Afri and Adainibo are barely making 1%. However, you have a chunk of 14% who said they know who they would vote for, but they won't tell us, frankly. And then another 18.3% saying that they are undecided. So even though Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is leading, he hasn't won yet. I think he's going to win on Saturday by probably winning majority of people who are undecided. Is that those who are not disclosing their choice are mostly anti-establishment. By that, I mean people who may likely vote for Kennedy, even though Bawumia will get some of that 14%. If you apply that number to Kennedy, I mean, it's going to be in the 30s, and that will change massively the numbers. But the remaining people who are undecided probably favor Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the sense that he's doing very, very well in the northern sector of the country. It's already happened. As the doctor said, they've already taken the money. But as to whether it will influence their decision, I don't think so. I think delegates are smart. They will take the money and they will vote their conscience.
Internal elections such as this, you are looking beyond, even though you are looking at NPP, you are looking beyond NPP, because the person who will emerge victorious will be the candidate on the ticket for the NPP who is going to vie for election throughout the country. So you are looking at somebody who is popular, and popularity goes beyond the NPP. Somebody that when he wins finally within the NPP, he is also popular within Ghana. You are also looking at somebody with little or no baggage, so as to be able to sell the person out when the time comes for campaign. If you carry, you bring to the fore somebody who has a lot of baggages, I'm afraid he is going to be shut down during the campaign. For me, it's a bogus arrangement that was reached. They know it cannot be enforced by law anywhere. I am surprised that these things is a blackmail type of tool that they use within the party. So on what basis are they coming out to say that you are going to sign something to bind you, to prevent you from exercising your right that the Constitution gives you? Any other decision that flies in the face of the Constitution is null and void. They know I'm not a lawyer. They know more than I do. So that exercise is an exercise in.
As of now, we have over 400 voting. Yes. We are ending at 2. So when it's 2 o'clock, the presiding officer will alert a police officer here to stand behind the last person in the queue so that no other person comes to join. So if you are now coming at 2, you'll not be allowed to join the queue. But if you are within the premises as at 2 p.m., that one you have the right to vote.
If the person gets here around 1:59, is he going to allow to join the queue?
If the person is here 1:59 inside, the person, it's definitely not 2. So you can't deny the person. But if the person comes after 2, let's say 2:02, the poll has closed.
But is everyone aware? Are all the delegates aware of this information?
They are.
Concerning the not allowing mobile phone to come to the voting center, have you had any challenges or misunderstanding with the delegates?
Not at all. You know, there's an inner perimeter created here where the police are collecting the phones. They issue them with numbers so that as and when you finish, you come back with that same number, then your phone will be given back to you. So we haven't recorded any challenges on that as well.
So has the MP and the MC come in? Yes,
the MP for Kankwe Central, Honorable Patrick Boama, voted here, but the MC voted in Okankwe North constituency at Sunnyside. I think the measures that has been put in place has also contributed to the peaceful elections that we are all seeing today. The preparations in terms of what the measures Electoral Commission has also put in place, the security measures as well, it has also helped to facilitate this voting process. I'm Eunice Buakwe, the district officer for Kankwe North. Okay. Eunice Buakwe. A polling station in the Harrow Preparatory School, Ewabeka, and polling station where survey delegate Omuwa Okankwe Central constituency. Now, Yeshe Sanipa 713, and also Mubabeto Aba and a day. See, Nipa Dodwa Yano, Ebro 400, Nipa more than 400, na Aba Beto Aba. Summary.
Okay, Name Pachu, Yeshe Bambo, Jumeti, Ewa, Cafe, Bambo for me,
rating are very difficult, but Omaya dear, we commend them. In fact, they were here before, even at the district office, to Omukoja Yema Yakofa ballot papers, no Achimota police station, Amri. Police escort me by MIA ballot papers. No. In fact, Bambono de Emu Ayuye Waha, and Abua Amajumedi and so Akoso Boko.
Obianu Obekaja Yabaumia, Ayabaumia.
And the attorney said, "Me feel me Kasafi or Bakano." Na Omoya Seka, as he said, a Twaba constituency executive election, no way the buy. Ya. Omocha is a young Obianco Cassache Nipana Pranombeto Abamai. Here to a Hugumu, a say you manify. And no more Casaya fine. Ya beto about. Eto abani wiye no yenya empenifo ba mu nyina ma eto abai wiye kama eti yakoya sana ja na ba na mo yi nkofo 8 di afrim eti ni so mo yi o mo di afrim no o mo ko election ne ma electoral commission oba ya oba observe election no e witness say nkofo ye win election ya ma aso in I the paper to ma sign say mo win. Difference is so between lose and win imagine so and yes a baby it yes and say kwakoto constituency executive election awo kokwantimi nti akoye no irezi concern ama police for our kwajitu mu say de kan ye no kre because omo bisa sankrofo ne say the election who win and now lose here also lose here the police for bisa say now lose here na oba aba beto aba and e gina nchen ampampa nso sa na sie ya ma o nto aba no and then na say o ha your party chairman say emra meeting your committee ya o say inipa ba ko rezi concern say ba ko ti ha ono no won kan ho because ye nim say election wa lose no be dem wa meeting and a party chairman says asam normal resolve that and yes there be by resolve wa fine ya resolve here because ya ko kan wa asam ntia say ejuma enka ni woni asam bia no say oba so kan ho asam bia ni ho but we enko ka asam no bia I don't say ye pe ye mpu asam ni de o ma kan wi ama if party headquarters abase abona on the abano sankofo na ekwakoto aba na me pese me bisa NPP mpanifo se besra omu se omu pese ye break 8 no ana omu pese ye break 8 no because omu pese ye break 8 na ye kan ho asem ni 8 ye pese ye break ya enne wa kase obi se onko mobilize ni pamra na omu beto abama NPP then nipa na timi akọ okoye no wanye nipa more than 100 160 150 or the aba ama wa to aba ama NPP dim na nipa ono koye na ono ene opese ono be party executive police station executive election ya koso wachina no ene de within the party no asam na yekoka but general election na beba no omo dwin ochina de no so no omo dwin 2024 de so nka ho Eji oboko no Dar es Salaam ya asam no.
The delegates who are voting on Saturday and through this media are being addressed for the last time by myself and my campaign team. We have only 3 days to go for the crucial election of 4th November. I stand before you this morning with a deeply sincere appeal to the delegates of the NPP to vote for me to bear the flag of our beloved party. I continue to echo the fact that the November 4th election is not a make or break issue for this party. But the election is an important historical decision for the party. That is, whether or not we can break the 8 come December 2024. My campaign for this election has been informed by my vision of this party and of the nation. The vision is inspired by the liberal philosophy of the founding fathers of our tradition. The current low morale in the party required drastic reforms and urgent introduction of new approaches to give hope to our activists in particular. My vision for the nation is by now well known to all Ghanaians. It is to give priority to agriculture in the allocation of public resources to support both small and large-scale farmers, to generate the needed resources to fund our economic development. As you all know, I have conducted the most issue-based campaign so far, concentrating on selling my vision to the delegates. I've been very careful not to offend any member of our party in the course of my campaign. This approach has been followed strictly by my campaign teams around the country, and I'm very grateful to them. This is to ensure that with my coming victory, which is almost certain for Saturday, all members of our party can come together to campaign for victory in 2024. We desperately need unity within our ranks and outside our ranks if we are to break the 8. As your flag bearer, fellow delegates, I intend to invite both former members and non-members of this party to join us for the historic victory of December 2024. And by that, I mean those disenchanted with what is happening in the party to the extent that they've had to leave this party. If I become flag bearer from Saturday, I'm going to invite everybody to come back to join us. That is the kind of unity we are looking for. And that would ensure and signal to this country that yes, the NPP is ready to continue the governance of Ghana. Our campaign has been conducted from the smallest hamlet to the biggest cities around the country. And we have ensured that our message is carrying the vision to all the 217,000 delegates. In the course of our interaction with the delegates, we have learned a lot about the needs and aspirations of our members on the ground. These lessons will form the bedrock of the reforms that I intend to carry out if you delegates elect me on Saturday. In the past few weeks, my field visits have clearly shown a wave sweeping through the support that I enjoy amongst delegates across the country. This is confirmed by both our monitoring teams and independent research. Victory is beckoning. These fast emerging trends in the mood of the electorate encourage me to make a passionate appeal to the undecided voters to make up their minds firmly to vote for Dr. Owusu-Afriyie-Akoto on Saturday. Here I'm addressing the delegates directly. Dear delegates, please look beyond any tempting one-off monetary enticement and think about the future of the party for the sake of your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Stand with me on the side of the great UP tradition of our forefathers. In this regard, the party is making the necessary arrangement to ensure that all delegates are able to travel to the voting centers to cast their votes without any fear or intimidation. My appeal at this stage, late stage it may be, is that you delegates should not be tempted by offers which may provide a one-day relief and leave our party in the sand. Think of our history, our traditions, and past victories, and the great sacrifices of our forefathers, and vote Akoto. On this note, I extend my warmest greetings to all delegates casting their votes on Saturday. Remember, Dr. Owusu-Afriyie-Akoto stands tall in seeking your interest for the future of the party and Mother Ghana. Vote wisely. Vote Dr. Akoto. Thank you.
Kukulu, nipa bebre nim se me family, me papa ne ma, ye 17 children. Hey, na me papa on the agro. Yeah, 17 no. 9 me ami nuanum 9 eye Christopher. Me ami nuanum. 9 eye Christopher 8 ye Kramofo na me ye akwala na me ye Methodist Boys Brigade member me ye akwala na me ye Methodist Boys Brigade member Nancy me ye Kramoni Nancy about 2 months ago Makosi School ma hand over for the Presby Church in Ayanswano with a computer center. Makosi School, I'm a Presby Church. And yes, sir. So my boy churches, Bebre, Wagana, Ejuma, intermediate, me pe in Kabum, me pe eyumo. And yes, sir. Me din Kabum beba, Christophontem, and Cramophontem Wagana. Ain't he? Imu vote mamia mu be hu se asomdwe a da Ghana no ebeka ho aka ho na nyame ehira ye aka ho
masam tietietia ene se be bi a oman Ghana edu ehia okandifo a owo nimdie ewo nyuma ho obetumi abie nyuma ama mrantia ni mabawa a ewie school fie no fie nson enya dwuma nya atumi anya dwuma ye the penipa okandifo a owo aniswadi hu edi se me metina bantama me ko school or practice school me ko bantama presby ansa na me ko practice school ansa na me ko sojala minimani magazine for etimiye amra yesu sawo kumasi ha Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Now to be a car be a year friend of Buffalo. Who share a new magazine for a year. Nayan so Kumasi magazine for saying, Kokombe for saying, and my yentini and Yaka. Sabutu Abamania challenge Canada Post. In the next 3 years of Canada Post administration, we are going to manufacture our own cars with magazine and Kumasi Science and University of Science and Technology School of Engineering. We build our own cars. We have to challenge ourselves as Ghanaians. We are human beings just like anybody. We only need a direction. The direction now is here now. And you have a direction. Direction now is here. Obia oye baduruma yakupon amana dwene nyansa oberima owodo amani man oberima wada soria ne koda na eye emratia ne mabawa enya dwumanye. That is the kind of leader you need in this country. When you I will hope na me kama minyanom asantifo ati say don't let history repeat itself. It is said, Asante some of the politicians, LED Asante for Echo Ditch, and Morukoto Aminem. It is said, Asante, not Asante. Asante and not Asante. The Tosu Abraso PFP a free for a Dubuahe Pauli Aram Ponsan and Omokoti Womo every PFP Ekoti UNC Emma Tisania and ASC Emma PFP any UNC Ekoche votes. Now the first round in 1979, a year Livan party, about 730, the Tosu 560, UNC 320, Sawukabamwa, PFP any UNC, LED Livan party. Emra yeko second round na Montie Emranti amwa. Montie Emranti amwa. Na agro ho Yanya Santifo, Akatire PFP, Victor Usuni say Asantini Bedie dear, Akuko Eni. Say Asantini Bedie dear, Akuko Eni. Elonti, Victor Usu never saw power. Ayaniyan what Yagraho Eko. Mosantiabium, Yasi Asante Kasa. President Kufuor, Monkobisa. There were 33 constituencies in Ashanti region then, 1996, Monkotwaba. 30 constituencies in Ashanti region voted against President Kufuor. It is other regions. And the two-man President Kufuor, Otumi Ebeye, leader of the party. And now, a sense na I will hope may come at you, media pimpen was the pain. And now, Yakotwaba Asantifo say, Omwa de Omumpe, Alan Busiofo. Some mistake. I am telling you, Alan is going to pull surprises. Alan is going to pull surprises. Now, say, whether you like it or not.
The cohesion within the diversity of the people. So I have to work that every time, all of us, within the four corners of this country, we live together in peace. 2, I want to see a country where we are able to produce in abundance whatever we eat. Because if people have what they will eat, after being satisfied, they will want to know how they should tune their mind into innovation and then contribute to the productivity of the country. So agriculture is an area of concern to me. We are aware that we import quite a lot on poultry, on rice, and some other food items into the country. So can't we do that in our own country? And then limit or eliminate the importation of food items. We should be able to work at it. Either we reduce drastically the kind of import of food that we consume in the country, so that whatever we consume, we should be able to produce in the country. It should not be. We must be committed. We must make agriculture, farming, so attractive. Okay? So young people who will graduate from tertiary institutions will not see farming. All this will require the training, the education of the young ones who are coming up to fine-tune their mind and set up their mind to the fact that it is an area that is professional and lucrative. If you are a farmer, you are also a professional, and it is lucrative. Those who can go into large commercial farming activities must be encouraged, must be supported to do so. Why should we import rice into our country? So can't we produce rice enough for the over 30 million Ghanaians to consume yearly, year by year? Is it not possible? We can do it. Why should we be importing poultry products? Can't we have our poultry farmers who will produce enough poultry, which is a source of protein for all of us? Why should we import maize into the country? Can't we have farmers who produce enough maize, and even we should have the ability to export excess of it? if I take the spillage on its own, VRE does spill. The gates, it will open when the volume of water gets to a certain point. But in this particular case, perhaps the VRA was overwhelmed by the volume of water because of the effect of climate change. If they allow the water to be there, the collapse of the dam will be so catastrophic to the country. So that is how they needed to open the gates, in fact, all the gates to spill.
You are defending them, baby.
I'm not defending them, but no, I'm not defending them because I told you there is what we call force majeure. And that is nature. You must find the immediate solution to what is coming to you rather than to wait for what will be so catastrophic or disastrous to happen. I sympathize with the good people of the Volta region, the lower Volta basin, for what has happened. Livelihood that has been lost. Farming, not only farming or farms, but factories, mini factories. Those whose equipment have been taken by water, those equipment cannot function again. Houses which were submerged in water, it will weaken the foundation of these structures. You know, schools, hospitals, places of convenience, which will lead to a public health issue. These are all. So I sympathize with them, you know. And what we need to do is the intervention to have release for all those who have been affected. I think that is the call on government. But in some instances, you cannot actually control nature. I'll tell you, you know what happened in New Orleans in the United States? Even recently, in New York State, you saw the flooding that took place in the Union York State.
Right.
In Europe, we've seen a lot of flooding happening in Europe. All these are happening because of climate change, and the climate change is humanly induced. The industrialized world is aware that it is being induced major by them, or caused major by them, not we from the developing world. So that is why the United Nations has created the body, a platform to address climate change issue. The volume of water coming from the upstream, from the white water, from the black water, combined to come into Akosombo, I don't think VRA controls there. VRA has no control. VRA will be informed by maybe Ghana Meteorological Services Authority.
VRA has control over the measurement of the water.
So when it gets to a point, there is a point that you have to open the gate to allow.
Yes.
Once they see the build-up is coming, they will see the build-up is coming. But you open and you are spilling, and the build-up that is coming, that rate is more than
what you're spilling.
What you are spilling. What happens?
You'll be forced to open more gates.
You have to open more gates.
So you're saying this is what happened?
Well,
you're not sure.
I'm not a staff of VRA, so technically, I'm not in the capacity to handle this point. I'm just speaking from my own professional point, and then the knowledge that I have acquired, you know, worldwide on some of these issues. That it gets to a point that you don't have control. It's nature, and so nature will always find its course.
Anyway,
for now, it has happened. The important thing is the intervention to give relief to our brothers and sisters.
And I can assure you, I won't let you down. I won't let you down. We are going to campaign around the country to sell our message for the resuscitation of the NPP as a party. The morale is down, and we are going to raise the morale to face the NDC come next year, 2024. I have never sponsored any poll. Yes. Find out who is sponsoring those polls. If I sponsor a poll, I bet you they will say that I'm first. But I won't, because it's self-defeating. It doesn't serve any purpose. We know what you are doing on the ground. So all the polls in the world can say whatever they want, but we are talking about the 900 people who will be voted. The only sector which has the capacity to do that. And I'm the biggest witness because I've managed the agricultural sector for 6 years in this country, the past 6 years. It's the only one with the resource to be able to generate foreign exchange, to finance our industrialization, our health, our education, our infrastructure, and our whole development.
I've brought my campaign, the visits to the NPP delegates in their constituencies, to an end. We did that on Tuesday. We finished off in the Upper East region. Every constituency has been a home for me for the past 15 years. And for this particular campaign, my mission was simple: to let the delegates know why I represent the MPP's best chance of breaking the 8 in next year's presidential election, if I am elected the party's flag bearer. My message to the delegates has been that I'll give the NPP its best chance to win election 2024, what we simply describe as breaking the 8. It has been a journey. Describe it as short and long, but it's been a very fulfilling journey. From the period of the conception of the idea to offer myself for this party and national duty, preserve the unity of our party. I demonstrated this value by embarking on a campaign devoid of insults and personality attacks. As I stressed throughout my interactions with delegates across the country, I am committed to the unity of the NPP, and I, as the party's flag bearer, will bring everybody on board. We are a party of different people from different backgrounds with different preferences. Excuse me, my voice is giving me a showdown. But in our differences, we are indivisible. With this in mind, I've been presenting a message that fosters unity, inspires hope and confidence, and positions the NPP as the best to lead Ghana. In the message, I told delegates about how hard I have worked for the party and government since the year 2001, including work towards the successful HIPIC initiative, the redenomination of the city, the value is the same, the groundbreaking election petition in 2013, you and I were not there, the epic lectures highlighting the state of the Ghanaian economy leading up to the 2016 elections, my work in digitalization, and its transformational effects on our economy and our lives and so on. I also used my campaign to reinvigorate our support base by telling delegates about the work we have done and are doing as a government, despite the odds presented by the current global economic difficulties, and how the NPP has a strong message going into 2024. This was essential, ladies and gentlemen, and it was well received by the party's grassroots, especially during internal attacks on the government's record by some aspirants. I told the delegates about my support over the years for the party and party members across all levels, and how I intend to deepen party relations going forward. I also outlined to the delegates about how a Bawumia flag bearership will give the NPP a new branding that will demonstrate clearly that the NPP is an inclusive party for all Ghanaians, whether you are a Dagomba, Ewe, Ghana, Krobo, Kwewu, Ashanti, Brong, Bono, Kusasi, Gonja, Frafra, Wasa, or Inzima. My flag bearership, I believe, will also neutralize and put paid to many of the NDC propaganda against the NPP. Throughout the process, I've come to know the party people even better. In fact, I believe, because I've been at this for over 15 years now, since 2008, I've been dealing with the party grassroots for a very long time. And many people don't actually appreciate that I have been campaigning in constituencies, sleeping in constituencies for the last 15 years. I'm very well known. I've been dealing with the grassroots, solving their problems for over 15 years, even when we were in opposition. And so there's a closeness that I have to the grassroots that many of my competitors don't have. You get to a place and someone will bring you a picture you took in 2008 and tell you this is us together and all of that. So I have this affinity with the grassroots of the party, and basically this is one of the reasons why I believe that I am more of a grassroots candidate than an establishment candidate. And that will come through, I believe, on Saturday. I think that is one thing we should look out for, because about over 98% of the delegates are the grassroots. These are the electoral area coordinators and polling station executives. So the election is really going to be a simple test of what the grassroots thinks about all the candidates. And I believe that my relationship with the grassroots over the years, this has been a 15-year relationship. We've gone through ups and downs in the party, but the bottom line is that I believe I'm more popular with the grassroots than with the establishment. And that I want to see come through on Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many fond memories of this journey that will go a long way to deepen the respect, love, and harmony between me and the people of our party. Having put up a spirited campaign backed by a dedicated team of brilliant and hardworking young men and women across the country, I have nothing but absolute confidence, inshallah, that I will be victorious on Saturday, November 4th. And my victory will be a victory for the NPP. After this, I will shortly, through the media, that is after November the 4th, I'll shortly, through the media, outline my vision and plans that I have to better the lives of all of us in Ghana. Today, this informal meeting is to allow me to thank you, the media, over a few drinks and bread, and to seek your active engagement from Saturday and beyond. I intend to actively engage you from Saturday and beyond. We collectively have a shared responsibility to guide and shape the politics of this country and steer it to a safer land. You know what you do best and the ethical considerations that ought not to be lost sight of. As we inform, educate, entertain, we should be guided by the principles of seeking and upholding the truth and fact and verify content. I'm certain if each one of us does this, that's what is expected of us, we can together build this country. Permit me to convey through you my sincerest thanks to the NPP delegates for the love with which they received me in their constituencies. I wish to assure them that this is one step to our victory in 2024, and we will come out united and stronger for the task ahead. I thank you once again, friends, ladies and gentlemen from the media, for spending this part of the afternoon with me. God bless us all and bless our nation, Ghana. And welcome to my home, and please, let's begin the interactions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, let us do it once again for the Vice President, the incoming flag bearer of the new Patriotic Party, and inshallah, ultimately, the President of the Republic. Mr. Vice President, thank you so much. Colleagues, friends from the media, we've listened to the Vice President, and as he ended with, he wants to open up for him.
Yeah, was slow. Maybe region way, I shall regional executive Sifonsa. Oko constituency, maybe constituency, national constituency executive Sinsa. There have not been any presidential race and a flag bearership. One particular candidate. All chief executives supporting him. All regional chairmen supporting him, and some chairmen of constituencies are yadi ehu ashe wo mu neme se be 1,000. I am telling them they should repeat that mistake again, and they will see what will happen in the party. Yes, Robia, the budget party is your vote is your power. One more year who said, one more year security, security, your man, and we are doing Kasa. And we are doing the same. Obakasa will go back for. Make us some. One more tiwa, one more tiala natam. Eya kakabinse mnazo. And painful no much our party no. And him say, Allah na wa free party no. Assembly. So what you know your delegate? Obia di sika brewaji. Dem mo kotuma kene Japan. If you say kene Japan na kwa mama. Mama me sika ni money. If you say sika ene di money mo and come so benganjira mo. I've been offered big offers, including money to step down for Bawumia. And I'm who don't listen in your dad. And I'm a Ghana who don't even your dad. That is it. What you have, who power there? Obi obeta de ne ka kira wo se. Ade we na mpayi mame. Who storekeeper out to changing our thing we are. That is what is happening. Storekeeper not to home. Customer bank or the top here or say, Mammy, Milo and me pay. Who storekeepers go? Koyi coffee. O free fear banner. While you also have a 2 million coffee or a 2 and we'll buy our council saying million. Let's go. Oh, my Anthony. Say, Sicabia. Won't you move now here the day? Your mouth big offer like what they have given me. And pay for Abaminaso and pay for Abesra, Mr. Put down and talk about me. Let me make Vice President. Chaboy, and I'm who don't eat, and I'm down on my who don't eat. Nimpesa be ye pesa ni kuminya, numa kwati sika kesia, na medi muhabo. Enti samusu no come back for. Womo di sika kesia ni bremwa. Monyo no madachi. Monyo no manchi ni baba weshi yenye jumanye. Monyo no Ghana dachi. Na mumisa muhuse. And the Ghana for say, why no mo pesa mo di ba? Ye betu aba amam. Mesramo, media mekano kura. The only party who can say Obama will be shut down. You do call disciplinary committee. Now, Joe Biden, any Republicans, budget who just see in our shut down, show down. Maybe General Secretary William. That's woman can look at. As some busy were party. As he said, what do we call this in the program committee? The Madame for by boy, ya Bruno Tachima, and Brantiana Bruno, Eddie Gantua, but disciplinary committee. So, Mumpa Brantiana Choma, and so Obianca Horo. And I'm saying, and Yapa will be any party of Bruninti. Can I jump on any party of Brunia Hunukura? Yanka. I dare them. Let them make a mistake on November 4th, and they will see what will happen in the party. I'm not going to be afraid of anybody. We are not scared of anybody in the party. Justice. Justice is for all. Justice is not for an individual. Never abuse of a party. I raised his hands in Takurane when I was in the party for 17 years. All the sacrifices I've made for the party because of your greed. Ministers of greed, chairman for greed. And now I'm giving them thanks. I'm not like Allah, who is so gentle. Let them try, and they will see what will happen.
The promises they made to us to vote for us is coming to reality. That's the central theme of the reports we are getting around the country, and we are very happy about that.
Quite a while. We're thankful to Almighty. We have great weather because it's a decision to do it in the open for everybody to see as people queue to go and vote without fear or without intimidation. So far, I'm happy with what I've seen. There's enough police presence, close to about 40 or so police around. And I think the delegates are also conducting themselves very well. So far, I would say it is incident-free. Okay. And I'm very happy. Every constituency has its weight. Some constituencies have just about 400 delegates. We have quadrupled that. And by virtue of that, I'm expecting that we have we may, exceed the 2 o'clock. We may, because of the numbers we have here. But I think, all in all, the process is going without interference. And I think that if this pace continues, we will finish in good time and get it counted so that everybody sees everything in the open. And when we're done, nobody will feel that anybody has been slighted or disadvantaged.
These centers, they're all over the place. And I have my center that the results just go there. Instantly, it's calculated. So rest assured, we'll get our numbers and results within the shortest possible time. There are no violence, nothing, and we all go to the stadium this evening to, celebrate. Whoever wins is the party that has won. It's not the individual. So we all go and celebrate. If I don't win, I'll be there. If I win, I'll be there. Because it's one party. If it's Kenya Japan, I'll beat Mahama hands down. What Ghanaians are expecting is a bold, honest leader. The situation we are in, they've tried politicians who are lawyers, soldiers, economics, and still Ghanaians feel it's not enough the way things are going. And therefore, Kenya Japan, the businessman, let's give him a chance and see what a businessman can also do. These are advantages. My boldness, the truthfulness, and the business. I stand to, when you bring any NDC, any contestant, that three things will let me win the election easily. See, when I say showdown, what is your understanding of showdown? Showdown means you will see, I'm running from, you see who will win. Yesterday, if you watch the CNN, you see Senate showdown on the budget of the Israeli budget that they were going to. They wrote showdown. It doesn't mean, it means it's going to be a heated contest, and if you say I'll give you showdown, it means you are going to win, no matter what. Yes.
Seriously, we should be very happy to vote for the vice president. But in actual fact, 4 years back, they have helped us with a job named NAPCO, and then we all been enrolled into that job. So the hope was that at the end of the NAPCO job, we'll be fully employed. But as we are speaking, the president and the vice president have totally deceived us. They didn't offer the job to us. And what was the annoyance thing is that some people, they've been passing backdoor, paying money for the job. And some of us who don't have the money, we are still here. I completed school since 2013, jobless, and I'm suffering with my family. And they'll come and give me 400 cedis to vote for the president and his people today. I can't make that. For that matter, I'll vote for Kennedy, that in future, he can provide me job. If he fails to do, I know he hasn't treated me anyway. But the vice president per se, he has treated me badly for offering me, NAPCO job, failing to give me permanent job as promised.
This man promises to give us a job, but later on, we hear nothing from him. Only that we hear that the leaders who are NAPCO officials, they are the only people that they look at, and the NAPCO coordinators in the various districts. We hear that they are giving their job at the district assembly. So what about the NAPCO today? So for me, my one vote will not go for Bawumia, but will go to any other person who, if he can help me.
I think everything is going on peacefully, as you can see. Yeah, because it's one family affair. And people might have thought because of the flood issue, a lot may not come or the voting may not go on. No, we've made arrangement for that. Though the Central Tongu is also part of the flood, or part is also flooded anyway. But now that the situation is a bit calm, we managed to bring our people, especially those overbanked, to also come and then do their or cast their vote.
So far, about 94 people have cast their ballots, and the process has been smooth without any incident. And we hope that it will continue. Both municipal, divisional, and the regional commanders of the police are here. You know, in police administration, they have Hohoe as regional capital for Volta North region. So this is the regional capital when it comes to police administration. And all of them are here to assist the Electoral Commission, including the Presidential Election Committee of the New Patriotic Party. So far, it has been so good.
So today, Hawker constituency, we have a total voter college, or our total vote population is wavering around 650. And then comprising the 650, we have 123 polling station executives, multiplied by 5, giving you 615 polling station executives in all. My expectation as a director of communication is that the election that we have ahead of us, 2024, demands tenacity, someone who has the courage, the competence, and then the know-how, the expertise to lead us into the 2024 election.
By 7-2, by my watch, the first person has cast the vote, and the police security are in place. Everything is going on well. As you can see them making sure that the process is ongoing, and we are hopeful that at our center here, everything will go on successfully.
It is the candidates who are contesting their election, and the voter register that they have given to Electoral Commission, that voter register has been given to your candidate who is contesting the election, whom you are representing. So if he has accepted it and even giving you a copy, what is your beef? Once you have not said that the register that they have given to the Electoral Commission at the national level, that is the register that is being used here. Once you have not said that, you can't dispute the fact that it is a different register. You don't have case. You can't order the Electoral Commission at a voting center to change the register. The Electoral Commission is not working for you. He is working under the instruction of his parent association. That is the Electoral Commissioner. Listen, and once he's been given a voter register to come here and work, that is the voter register he will use. Because that is the one that your candidate, my candidate, they have all accepted that it should be used for the election.
Politics, it's like a business, it's all administrative. Bureaucracy works in politics. So if there is an order from the top that is the album, that they are going to use it to vote, who am I to tamper with that album? My attention was drawn to some of these things, and that is why the Electoral Commission, the police said that we should come and resolve it.
It may be because we've gotten the opportunity to work with Dr. Baumia, maybe we've not gotten the direct benefits to work with the rest of them, but the VIP is my boss. I have not engaged the rest, so I can only talk about VIP. And so far, I've said it's over and over. I have witnessed the hard-working people and intelligence, and they seem to have those qualities. And so definitely, Dr. Baumia is my best. And for the sake of continuity, it should be the obvious one. It's important to have continuity.
This is where the polling station executives would have the opportunity to cast their vote. Electoral area coordinators cannot. Constituency executives cannot. In the case of Sunyani East, it is a clear case of legal issues, and we have to, as a party, we are law-abiding political party, and we did a lot of consultation, and the party leadership came to the conclusion that Sunyani East will not be able to be part of this electoral process, and that is because the matters are in court, and then once the matters are in court, we as a political party need to be cautious with some of these activities. So yes, we have 276 constituencies. The electoral processes are going on in 275 constituencies. Mampong, I've just explained that it is just the electoral area coordinators and the constituency executives. So largely, we will have 275 constituencies voting.
Very confident that with his candor and demeanor and the message of hope that he's spreading across the country, the party always knows, and like you know, this party has a spirit, and once the spirit settles on a particular person, no amount of can stop that fire. And I think that's what we are seeing with this candidate, because he's an exceptionally unique candidate. He's a first-timer who's contested for our elections, and he's surely in a very good lead. I mean, you'll recall, Akufo-Addo contested in 98 and came back in 2008 to actually run with President Akufo. That was his second time. But what we are seeing is different, and that's why it is possible, because it is clearly shown that new records can be set. And
we believe at this material moment he's the best person to carry us to the promised land, and clearly the euphoria around him and all his campaign shows that he is going to make it. And for me, I believe that this is a great time to be a member of NPP, because what has been said so many years, so many times, we are going to rewrite the history of New Patriotic Party, and that is going to be the game changer. That is why our opponents are never comfortable, and they will never be comfortable. What they do not want is what we are going to produce. And inshallah, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia is going to make that difference.
I think that on my round, it's been good so far. We've not had any adverse reports as to chaos and all of that. So, as you know, political party, we are very peaceful people, and we are only out today to demonstrate that to the whole of Ghana. And so, you yourself, you have gone round, you will realize that everywhere is quiet. People walk in, either they go or they stay around and all of that. So, I think we are good to go. Yeah.
Anything to expect out of the blue? Do you think anything out of the blue?
Well, I am not expecting anything adverse. Our people have been spoken to that we have to preserve a tradition that we have, that we are peaceful people, we are democratic people, and so all that we are expecting is that whatever temperature they have maintained up to this point in time, or temperament they have maintained up to this point, is what we are expecting them to, maintain.
Do you also think it's a family affair?
It's a family affair, okay? Whoever wins today, the party will rally behind that person and beat John Mahama in 2024, and that's all about it. So it's a family affair, and that's what we're going to do. We are very certain that we'll beat John Mahama in 2024. Yes.
Irrespective of the candidates.
I mean, but the party people are going to speak and speak loud. Whichever candidate will win, it will be very loud.
I've seen it to be a very good organization. Everything is successful now. So far, so good. Everything is going on now safely. And I hope that everything will be good until the close. Our delegates, we can speak their mind. We are all saying what we want, but the delegates know what they want. So I think that whatever come out, we are going to bear by it. I was supporting Alam Kojo Chairman. There's no more in the list. So, I have my opinion in mind. I just came and vote whatever my heart told me to vote. And I think that everybody in this party will know that the party is bigger than any individual.
The election in my constituency is going to be peaceful, in that the delegates are coming in their numbers. And because they are from far off places, that's why majority of them are not here. But looking at the numerical strength, we have about 1,175 delegates who are coming to cast their votes. And because they are from far places, majority of them are not here. But the few who are here, they've casted their ballot and they are happy with the process and as well as the security arrangement that we are putting in place. So I've asked some of them and they said they are happy with what is going on.
Every electoral activity is determined by term and is term bound. In fact, in election management, anything done outside the term allocated becomes illegal. In this particular election, we are starting from 7 a.m. and ending at 2 p.m. So it means that by 2 p.m., the last person in the queue will be allowed to vote. But after that, nobody will be allowed to vote. So it means that after 2, we will start counting.
We are at Nana Bremponya JHS. That is the polling center for these very elections.
We started at exactly 7 o'clock, and as I speak to you now, we have about 65 people who have been able to cast their votes. We're expecting about 491 people to come and vote. That is the number we have in the register. So as you can see, we have a lot of policemen around. 2 police commanders are around, as you can see. So security is very tight. But we have advised the people that once they cast their votes, they must leave the center.
Got here around 6:30 a.m. and then we started the whole process. By 7, the whole voting started, and so far it's been peaceful. People come in, vote, and then peacefully walk out. And I can say that so far everything, the process is ongoing very well, very peaceful.
I think that by and large it's been a peaceful process, as it should be with all democratic processes. There's an internal democratic exercise within the New Patriotic Party to elect a flag bearer ahead of the 2024 December general elections. And I think that given what I have observed since my time here in the Western region, it's been generally a peaceful process, and I commend all stakeholders, the candidates, their followers, their agents, the party executives, those within the party hierarchies, all who have put in so much towards this exercise. I commend them all for a good job done, and I'm hopeful that at the end of the day, the party would emerge victorious.
Everything is going on very smoothly as expected.
So what you expecting at the end of?
So I believe that when you look at the enthusiasm with which the delegates have come out to vote very early in the morning, we are anticipating that by 12:01, most of them would have casted their vote. But as the law says, we can only close the polls at 2. So I believe that majority will get about 95% coming out to cast their votes.
The exercises have all been very transparent, both the first one and the second one. I believe that nobody can stop NPP delegates from making the choice they want. The campaign have been done. People have thrown a lot of bombs, but we've been steady as a party to make sure that this day has arrived and we've been able to cast our vote. We know for sure that when the elections are declared finally, nobody will have any qualms about the process and then even on the voting day. And this is just an internal party process, and we know that we are choosing the best candidate to face the NDC, whichever party that might come up. We know we'll be victorious come 2024. So we are clear in our mind what we are doing today as a party, and it's been consistent. Our party has always known the person to lead us.
Gone through the process, we've done the super delegates conference. After that, we had clear 4 people contesting. They've been going around. Yes, there were some few altercations and statements that were not okay, that could have been checked. At least we've done, they've signed undertaking that they will stand by the party, whatever happens. And that is what it is. And this election will just give a clear majority to one of the contestants so that we move the party forward. After that, we are all meeting at the stadium. I just came from Kenya. It's even difficult for them to be able to meet their own internal expenditure. They've been talking to IMF here and there. IMF bailed them out a bit. And a lot of the countries in the world, not only in Africa, are going through this process.
seriously, we should be very happy to vote for the vice president. But in actual fact, 4 years back, they have helped us with a job named NAPCO, and then we all been enrolled into that job. So the hope was that at the end of the NAPCO job, we'll be fully employed. But as we are speaking, the president and the vice president have totally deceived us. They didn't offer the job to us. And what was the annoyance thing is that some people, they've been passing backdoor, paying money for the job. And some of us who don't have the money, we are still here. I completed school since 2013, jobless, and I'm suffering with my family. And they'll come and give me 400 cedis to vote for the president and his people today. I can't make that. For that matter, I'll vote for Kennedy, that in future he can provide me job. If he fails to do, I know he hasn't treated me anyway. But the vice president per se, he has treated me badly for offering me, NAPCO job, failing to give me permanent job as promised.
This man promises to give us a job, but later on, we hear nothing from him. Only that we hear that the leaders who are NAPCO, officials, they are the only people that they look at, and the NAPCO coordinators in the various districts. We hear that they are giving their job at the district assembly. So what about the NAPCO today? So for me, my one vote will not go for Bawumia, but will go to any other person who, if he can help me.
I think everything is going on peacefully, as you can see. Yeah, because it's one family affair, and people might have thought because of the flood issue, a lot may not come or the voting may not go on. No, we've made arrangement for that. Though the Central Tongu is also part of the flood, or part is also flooded anyway. But now that the situation is a bit calm, we managed to bring our people, especially those overbank, to also come and then do or cast their vote.
So far, about 94 people have cast their ballots, and the process has been smooth without any incident. I hope that it will continue.
It is the candidates who are contesting their election, and the voter register that they have given to Electoral Commission, that voter register has been given to your candidate who is contesting the election, whom you are representing. So if he has accepted it and even giving you a copy, what is your beef? Once you have not said that the register that they have given to the Electoral Commission at the national level, that is the register that is being used here. Once you have not said that, you can't dispute the fact that it is a different register. You don't have case. You can't order the Electoral Commission at a voting center to change the register. The Electoral Commission is not working for you. He is working under the instruction of his parent association. That is the Electoral Commissioner. Listen, and once he's been given a voter register to come here and work, that is the voter register he will use. Because that is the one that your candidate, my candidate, they have all accepted that it should be used for the election.
Politics, it's like a business, it's all administrative. Bureaucracy works in politics. So if there's an order from the top that is the album that they are going to use it to vote, who am I to tamper with that album? My attention was drawn to some of these things, and that is why the Electoral Commission, the police said that we should come and resolve it.
It may be because we've gotten the opportunity to work with Dr. Bawumia, maybe we've not gotten the direct benefits to work with the rest of them, but the VIP is my boss. I have not engaged the rest, really, so I can only talk about VIP. And so far, I've said it over and over, but I have witnessed the hard-working people and intelligence, and they seem to have those qualities. And so definitely, Dr. Bawumia is my best. And for the sake of continuity, it should be the obvious one. It's important to have continuity.
This is where the polling station executives would have the opportunity to cast their vote.
95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 330 votes for Ken Ohene Ejapon. Now, Mahmoud Baumia. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99,
99. I know you can do it.
99, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 50, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Oh, double try. Why? I want to have a train of one. Not from our house. In fact, I'm from on the other level to some of the exam. In person, in Police out. We have to. So, 2 extra votes for Ken. So, 332. And also agree had nothing. 0. Also agree 0. Then Francis Adan Nimo 1, 2. No better. Yes. You sign it. Sorry, you see you teach you super. It's too noisy.
All right, so big day for the New Patriotic Party. Today the party elect actually a leader or the new face of the party to go into the 2024 election. It's a critical day for them. It's a decision-making time. The party needs a new leader after almost 16 years since Akufo-Addo took charge of the party. That's from 2008 till date. Now, as you can see, voting has ended. Ballots have been cast. Counting is ongoing. This is Metro TV's comprehensive and up-to-the-minute update on the NPP's elections, that's presidential elections. I'm here with my colleague, Bridget Otu, who's here with me. Bridget,
Right.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you.
Good to see you
How are
tomorrow.
you?
It's good,
That's
but
like my partner in crime.
oh, the funny thing is that we work here, but I never see Moro. I only see Moro when we are coming on air. I just saw him today, and that's it. Then we are on
because
air.
I'm here from morning till evening.
You know,
you come
after
once
today,
in a
I
while,
will see him
and,
again until the next program. But we hope that wherever you're watching us from, you're following keenly. I mean, this is the moment. This is the moment. Counting has begun already. In fact, results are in. Results are coming in. So we'll definitely provisional results are in, and we'll be updating you from regions, what's happening in the central region, in the northern region, where the key candidates, come from. And then we'll look at the other regions where interesting results that I have seen. Go on all our social media platforms and let your voice be heard. Use the hashtag NPP decides and also hashtag election center here on Metro Television. We're not doing this alone. We will have guests join us. We'll be crossing over because we have our correspondents all across the country who would be joining us, telling us exactly what's happening, how candidates are receiving results. So far, everything has been, I really like what's happened today.
Yeah.
I really like it. It's been so smooth, and I think but for Gomoa Central, it was halted for just about an hour.
Yeah.
And to be very honest, I'm actually with the managers, sorry, what's it called? The executives. So what happened was this gentleman writes to the executives that he no longer wants to be a member of the NPP. Starts campaigning against the NPP on social media. Then today he hears there's booty. So he goes back, he wants to vote.
So he started a change of mind.
Then the constituency executive, okay, you can vote. Then the MP and other executives said, no, you cannot vote. And so they halted the voting for some time, but it went through. And Gomoa Central result is already in. So yeah, apart for that, I think it's been good. Yes. You guys should patch yourself on them. We're hoping that the counting and the collation, which is where, the showdown could happen. The showdown could happen.
Yep.
We're hoping that no showdown, just everyone. I think the NPP did a very smart move by asking the candidates to sign a pact. I think that was so smart of them that, so that we will not hear any flamboyance, and excited, comments from party. Especially everybody's looking at really Kennedy upon what he would do if we're to go by the polls and what the experts are saying that the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is likely to win. Then showdown will have to accept the results. Yeah,
I get it. Even though the pact which has been signed in itself does not guarantee that.
He will stick to. Did you see there's a photo that's making rounds on social media where when Kennedy was signing, everybody was looking at it. Is he really signing?
Well,
I thought that was
like, can we trust him?
Can we? Is he really signing?
But it's gone viral. Actually, I've seen it.
I've seen it.
But you're right. I mean, I think generally it's been a very peaceful
it has
exercise, and kudos to the new picture. I mean, compared to what happened at the special delegates on the 26th of September, this is a much more organized exercise, and I think it's a feather in their cap. So we'll see how it goes. So what should we expect today? I mean, so voting is
counting.
Counting is ongoing. We're hoping that the counting should end perhaps in the next hour.
Yes.
So let's say you're looking at 3:30 thereabout. Everything should have ended, and then what happens? The Electoral Commission is going to
we'll
announce
official, and then
official declaration of the results.
Pick feed from. Especially at Accra Sports Stadium, where we have Annie F1 is there. She'll be joining us. My other colleagues, our other colleagues who are all in the regions, to get reaction, because post-voting, I mean, a lot happens. Special delegates, what the Vice President did, he had a nice press conference there. Those things are not planned. I mean, they are planned, obviously, they plan it, but for the media, it's new. We would only be going in there as and when the issue come up. as and when we get hints of anything happening, we'll be there. Just trust us. We'll definitely come there and show it all to you. So stay at home. It's safer there. Be behind your TV.
Okay.
And Moro will invite our guests.
All right. And also, let me just say that we have Shamima Muslim who will be joining us. She's always been a media person. She'll be joining us to help us co-host or to bring to steer the affairs of this this program to this logical end. I think at this juncture, I think it would only be appropriate that we introduce guests already seated. We have Edgar Uredu. Edgar Uredu is an insurance marketer and also a social commentator. He's somebody who's very passionate about Ghana. He cuts, his analysis cuts across. It doesn't matter whose ox is God. For him, black is black, white is white. There's no any other way to describe him. That's one of the reasons why we like to invite him occasionally, except that he's a very busy man. But today, he's taking time off his very, very busy schedule to join us, and we're grateful. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Bro.
Yeah, Ghana appreciates you. Yeah.
Well, there's not a question of Ghana appreciates me.
Yeah.
That's my country, and I have to work for my country.
You appreciate your country too.
But I believe, I always say that God has a purpose for each and every one on this.
Right.
My purpose
is
always to speak for the voiceless.
Absolutely.
And that is why I am available.
Absolutely. That's great. It's good to know. Let me also say that Elijah Mano is the NPP's Massachusetts secretary. He's also joined us here. In fact, he came here purposely for the delegates conference, and he's decided to just pass by to say hello to Metro TV. In fact, he's heard a lot about Metro TV. He's heard about the good works that we do here. He watches us all the way from Massachusetts. He decided to pay us a visit. We're like, well, why don't you just join us? So we had to actually, appeal to him to join us and also tell us how MPP Massachusetts is doing, what is informing, of course, based on the persons he's spoken to, on what basis are they going for who and why, how the party is doing in that part of the world and so on and so forth. So, Elijah, thank you very much for joining us, and we're happy that you made time to be with us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Right.
Like you rightly said, coming all the way from the United States.
Right.
MPP USA. And there are so many other chapters.
Right.
And I would want to say a good afternoon to all delegates. A well and a good job done so far. It's been peaceful, like Bridget Otu earlier said. There has not been any incidents, and it is our prayer that at the end of the day, MPP would be the winner of the day.
Right.
Good.
All right, that's great. So that's Elijah for you, Elijah Amano. And like I said, Shaima will also be joining us. So we're going to have, so from now till about 5 p.m., there's a group that would be doing the analysis. And then after 5 p.m., another team will join us. And so don't be surprised when at some point we'll have to change one or two people so some others can also join. Also, depending on how it goes, Nanaya Mensah of Asasi Radio may also be joining us. She was billed to be with us. Something came up, but she said she'd do everything possible to join us. So if you see her, it is because she originally has been scheduled to be part of this discussion. So how do we do this? Maybe let me start with Edgar.
No problem, it's fine.
Edgar, from where you sit, from all the information you've read, what you've watched on TV, you've heard on radio, what would you say has generally been your impression about how the MPP has gone about this internal election? Remember, they started with 10 special delegates, and then it came down to 6. One person decided to bow out, and then it came down to 5, and then the other person also decided to bow out for some other reason. And now we have 4. Do you think this is the best the MPP can present? This is the best 4 the MPP can present, knowing the MPP for who they are and what they stand for in the scheme of things as far as Ghana's politics is concerned? Because it's a conversation that doesn't come up.
Well, thank you very much. And then I should say that from my personal point of view, what is happening today is what should have happened. How do you call it? The super delegates.
Yes, on August 26th.
Yes,
yeah.
You see, because when you have a certain kind of select group, that select group may possibly tow towards a certain direction.
Right.
But then, some other person may also have strength in a certain group that you are not considering as relevant in this scheme of affairs. All right. Maybe there wouldn't have been the need for the superdelegates congress or conference, whatever, at all. All the aspirants should have been put to this particular test. So, just as it happened in, is it 2007, about 17 candidates, and they thought that that 17 candidates was not a good representation or it befits the status of the party or whatever. So they decided to bring in this method of scaling it down to 10. Okay? I think that having looked at what has happened, where all manner of, I don't want to use the word accusations, but uncomfortable statements are being made leading to biases. It would have been in the best interest to say that, look, if you have how many human beings who want to go for that presidential slot, subject them to the 200 and, is it 2,400 or something? 2,400 and, 204,139 candidates. Let's put it that way. Put them all through. If 20 people want to go, let them go, right? So the issue of trying to shortlist, finding ways and means to reduce the number and what have you, it may appeal to a certain group because of maybe the indicators and what you have put in there. But at the end of the day, the party is for the people. Okay? The party is for the people, the masses. It's not for the national, what do you call them, NEC or SEC or FEC, whatever they call them. You know, it's not for them, right? It's for the people. So you should allow the people take that decision. And when that happens, at the end of the day, no one can come and say this was in this person's favor or this was in that person's favor or whatever. Because one of the things that I want to use to buttress my point is this, that, look, before that superdelegates, Congress, right, where you had 10 aspirants, 9 said they were not comfortable with the decision of, what is it, trying
the
to
National Council,
the
elders,
the
Council
centralize
of
the
Elders.
system,
Yeah.
and everything should be at one place,
Yeah.
right? 9 said they want it centralized. 1 said, I don't care whether you centralize it or you decentralize it.
Yeah.
I don't care. Why would the
decision be against the majority?
Be against, not even the majority. I mean, so it's like, if someone had complained, fine. But the 9 are saying that, look, we don't want this. The other person says, whether you do or not, I don't care. So what stops you from then going the way that the majority wants? You see? Your failure to do that, it gives credence to something that is already being nurtured or speculated and what have you. You get it? As if, and don't forget, no matter what it is, no matter how tight your walls are, Celine Dion will say, if walls had years, okay? The walls always have years. No matter what it is, somebody in there knows that this is what we have decided to do and it's going to be.
Right.
I'll tell you one funny thing. In the year, was it in 2000? 2000.
Before you tell us the story, just a second. I'm told that Vanessa is at Okaikwe North, and the results have been declared there. She's got the results. I want us to be the first to break it. Vanessa, please come through.
So we are currently at the Okaikwe Central, and voting has ended. Bawumia, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia had 334 votes, and Ohene Kennedy Japan had 332 votes. Efri Akoto had nothing, and Adainimo had 2. A total vote cast was 668. Delegates, 713 delegates registered, but 45 did not turn up. And I will get close to some of the delegates and speak to them and see how if their expectations have actually been met. You're welcome to Metro TV.
Well, thank you.
Please come closer. Your name?
My name is J.K. Boafo.
Has your expectations been met?
Well, I would say yes, because it's one party. This is an internal exercise. So, whichever it goes, I believe it is the NPP that has won. But my candidate is Honorable Kennedy Japon, and in our constituency, Okankwe Central, if you look at we, the coordinators who did the job for him, I would say we had nothing. We sacrificed ourselves. We had nothing. We only went to people, talked to them. But at the end of the day, I would say the incumbent, that is the vice president, because he has all the government machinery behind him. So I would say for him, for we to lose with just 2 votes, I would say we have won. We have won because looking at the weight that was behind him, we as Ken coordinators or Ken supporters, we are proud of him. And we believe that in future, the future is very bright for him. In the near future, even if it does not go well with him this time, we believe that the next 4 years, he will be the president of this nation. But we are hoping that the results coming from other regions will change the whole situation. But whatever happens, we give thanks to the Lord because we believe that it is the will of the Lord that has come to pass. But we are also encouraging everybody to be strong and always stand for our dear party and our dear nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we will also move close to an agent for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and she has been here since morning. You're welcome to Metro TV. How has the process been so far?
So far, so good, and it's been peaceful. And I might say I echo to my constituent, that is Okankwe Central.
Are your expectations met?
Not really. We wanted a big margin, but we'll take it like that. So far as we won there, we are winning all the way.
Would you say that you didn't intensify your campaign?
We did. I must tell you the truth, we did. But you see, you ask for delegates there, Sir John will tell you, fear delegates. Yeah.
So Bawumia comes to fear delegates, is that it?
Oh yes.
So with that 2%, 2 margin, 2 votes, you are not satisfied with that?
No, I was expecting like hundreds. You see, shouldn't be 2, but we take it like that.
Is that to say that Kennedy is catching up with the Bawumia?
No, really. Let me say, our number here, we are few. Other parts, we are winning. I've checked other platforms and we are winning, hands down. We'll give them slow down.
We have heard from an agent of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. She has been here since morning, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia won with 2 margin between him, with 2 votes between himself and Kennedy Ohene Japan. Kennedy Ohene Japan had 332 votes. Bawumia had 334 votes, and there was 45 delegates did not turn up, and that is what it has been. I am Vanessa Edotombo at Lokaike Central, Metro TV.
We're getting so far. That's Okaikwe South. I believe that's Okaikwe South, yes. If you look at the results, quite close. You have it. I think it's 3-3. She mentioned 3-4-1, 3-4-2. Yes, that's about it. But anyway, Vanessa, thank you very much for that report. So from time to time, we'll be going to the grounds to get the results as and when they trickle in. Because, well, like we said, we're getting some provisional results, and it's a very, very interesting, the numbers that are pouring in. But we don't want to, go ahead and publicly state it because, for obvious reasons, we want our reporters on the ground to confirm and get us official results from the Electoral Commission before we go ahead. We want to be a responsible media organization. So, yes. Well, first of all, did you find it interesting? It was very close, Okaikwe South. Even before you go about.
I think I'll consider it as normal. Consider it as normal, actually.
Because is it because you see Greater Accra to be like a battleground?
Not necessarily. You see, the question is this, that the factors or the reasons why people vote, varied reasons.
Right.
Varied.
Okay.
We have those who are looking at things from religious lines, those who are looking at it from ethnicity, those who are looking at it in terms of
economics.
What I stand to benefit if this one is in there. All kinds. I mean, somebody is handsome. What all these factors.
No, it's the reason why I'm even asking this is because nobody gave Ken a dog's chance.
Who says so?
Well, I'm saying.
Do you have any statistics to
No, because of the polls that have come through so far. If you check Global Info Analytics, for instance.
I mean, those polls, when you talk about sample size of 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 9,000, I mean, I don't go for those things. You get it? When you talk of sample size of, when you are looking at 200,000,
okay,
and then the highest you get is a 10,000 sample size, and you want to make an analysis or an
Based
argument on that.
It's tricky.
I mean, I would not waste my time going there.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, but I'll
But back to the story, 2000.
Yes. I was sitting at that time Choice FM.
Okay.
With Randy Abbey and then a few other guys.
Okay.
President Kufuor was in his house with some elders. Okay. And then that was the time President Kufuor was going to choose his running mates. Okay. We didn't have this WhatsApp all the social media. We didn't have them.
Yeah, we didn't.
But within seconds, when President Kufuor mentioned the name Aliyu Mahama, in less than 1 minute, Choice FM broke the news.
Right.
And then someone was sitting in the house of Kufuor. Then he ran into and said that, hey, Yasima for Aliyu Mahama. Then everyone there was like, how possible? Because the decision that was taken there is less than a minute or two. So how come Choice FM has announced it? Okay? So what we're saying, what I'm only trying to say is that no matter how tight you think the security is, the decisions that are taken at that neck level, some of the decisions have been decided on before entering the room to sit with other people to talk.
Right.
Okay? So these things are things that happen. They are normal. But as I said, if you want fairness to be in place, right, let everyone who... Some people even believe that, look, so far as you have all registered members, for instance, the NPP has an album of all registered members. The NDC has an album of all registered, likewise all other political parties. So when matters of this sort are coming out, let all of them come in and then make the decision.
Okay.
Okay? That's another angle. So wait, to avoid this issue of someone, how do you call the establishment candidate or a preferred candidate and what have you and all that.
You mean, you're saying that the delegate system doesn't give it doesn't give an accurate representation, reflection of the choice of the people.
Exactly.
Because it is easy to manipulate it.
Yes, it's very easy to manipulate it.
Whereas if you had allowed every card-bearing member of the party, of course, dues pay member of the party
you see,
to vote.
Let me ask you this question. We are being told that people are giving 400 Ghana cedis as TNT.
Yes, it's TNT.
Some are giving 300 as TNT.
Yes.
Some giving 100 as TNT. If the NPP has registered members of 4 million, can you go giving out your 400 for each TNT? 300 for TNT?
It's almost impossible. It's almost impossible.
Exactly the point. You get it? Exactly the point. So what happens is this.
So it reduces significantly the tendency for people to be financially induced.
Not that issue of where you say is tilting towards somebody.
Okay.
Because you see, these are things that are happening that maybe is visible for people to see.
Right.
What about the things that go underground?
Okay.
The overnight trading.
Okay.
Those are the things that you do not get to know. You don't see. But things are happening.
Right.
You get it? So in situations like this, if you want the fairness to be there, really, then I think that every registered member of the party
must be allowed to vote.
Must be allowed to vote. Okay? Because for all you know, the figures that are being churned out now, within a particular constituency, right? Within a particular constituency, where you may have probably 20 to 30 polling stations, if they all were to come on board, you cannot tell me that it will still be the same.
I see. So Edgar Redu is of the view that the bigger or the more expanded the electoral college, the better reflection of the will and the desire and the hopes and aspirations of the people, rather than having a delegate system across the board, whether NDC or MPP. Because the smaller the delegate system, the easier it is for people to be influenced, for them to vote on a particular direction. So I think that we'll come back and chew on that. But there's a more fundamental question I asked them. And I'm asking him that question because it's a conversation that's come up where people are asking, is this the best the NPP can present? You know, and some have said it's the most uninspiring. There's all kinds of characterization of this group because they're comparing them to the Dubois Hinds, comparing them to the Aram Ponces, the BJ Daroches of this world, the Kufuados, the Kufuors, you know, the Udoy Sykes of this world, and so on and so forth. They're saying that it appears standards have dropped. That's somebody's opinion. That's not our opinion, but I'm saying that it's a conversation that has come up, you know, and so I'd like to pick the thoughts of my guest when I come back. But let's do this. My colleague Eugenia is somewhere, I think, Gomoa East, I believe. Yes, she's got results coming through for us. Eugenia, what?
Prior to today, we've had the various constituency executives, some of them actually trying to convince the delegates to vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It's an open secret that some have openly declared their support for the vice president. But interestingly, here in the Gomoa East constituency, polls have closed, the counting is done, and the results are as follows. Kennedy Japong polled 560 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia polled 285 votes. Dr. Efriye Akoto also polled, he got no votes, and then Engineer Adainimo also got 4 votes here in the Gomoa East constituency. And so it's perhaps may come as a surprise to some of the constituency executives who have been campaigning for the vice president. But behind me are some supporters of Honorable Kennedy Japong. Let me just quickly engage them. You know, okay, first of all, look at to my right, you can see some of the supporters of Honorable Kennedy Japong singing songs, you know, indicating the excitement about the process so far. So let me just wow, interesting song. Okay. So essentially what they are saying is that they have spent the money of the vice president and they didn't vote for him, although they have collected his money, but they didn't vote for him. Instead, they have voted for his opponent, Honorable Kennedy Japong. But let me get to them. Hey, Musi Mwedi, Dr. Bawumia Sika.
They thought say we will be influenced under money. Omudi sika be hye na nso yame adom ti yaje Bawumia Sika na eden edi. Yaje Bawumia Sika na eden edi. Actually say the right candidate I said in 2024 Kennedy Ohene Japan. That's it. That's the final verdict of Gomoa East.
Now, Musi Mwedi Kennedy, Dr. Bawumia Sika na Kennedy Japong Sika did it.
And we were not concentrated on money. Yes, the country and to Abano, but Bawumia Nkwa de Nisika na Yeshe. Yajeri. No, fire.
Savings low. And the Bank of Ghana. It is Bank of Ghana to me a Sika 400 Ghana cedis. And the savings low amount 300 Ghana cedis. No more Bank of Ghana is coming a good channel. But me my 400 Ghana cedis, no beer, no savings or 300 cedis. Was saying you are showing your tutor about the man.
And 2 patches second in Japan, Mamu 300, and about me, Mamu 400. And
yes, a brand brown constituency, and yes, cannot 400 Ghana cedis. And fast one about you know, you to go more east. Canada, you know, and you hear. And in here because you only did it or to my biddy. What was doing any Nti ye no de etumi ye ara na ye pe na nya de yakoma so.
Okay, so they're saying that, well, although they have received some amount of money from the Honorable Kennedy Japan, they have equally gotten about 400 cities from Dr. Bamia, but they didn't vote for him. They have actually voted for the Honorable Kennedy Japan. But what does this victory mean for you as a campaign manager for Kennedy Japan in this constituency?
Okay, thank you. We are very much grateful for the love shown to Honorable Kennedy Japan this afternoon, because some of us, we are 17 constituency executives, and only 3 throw our support to Honorable Kennedy Japan, because we can't follow money and let our people suffer. We have to make sure we will be a leader who are going to defend the truth and protect our party. Because when you look at Gomwe's NPP 7 years in government, 7 years in government as a political party, we have nothing in our constituency to pinpoint our hand on it that this is what we have also gained from the political party that we belong to. Exactly. And right now, God have sent someone from our own region who is very well established businessman, that we have a very 99% trust in him, that when he comes or when he becomes the president, the people of Central Region, Ghana at large, are going to be happy, and I think we are not going to be loss of jobs and all that. Sure. You understand? So we are fighting for people, not our selfish interests, like the way my other colleagues went for. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now, then the Mawarishe say Kennedy Japan Obeba Abeye Niamo Pesa or Yama.
Ebacho, the Maya Reshe say, why be that? Said the whole Ghana will be a senior Canadian, and can you to any problem? Na mi bisa empanifo na wenim se adenti na omokoto special vote delegate fan kan kire omo so omo ntoma we omo na decide o madwen ba yedru ye so delegate beto aba no omo be share ye se ye ntoma ba homia
ne why mo na share mo se
ye ma me ha wakumsen kura ye first Oba ise ye ntoma regional executive omo kwan se ko mo east omo be ma 99% na na ye buso omo say ye kokromoti na ye omo de ana omo share sabon because of say omo self interest nti but nye obo na omo share no na ye di eche ye mane da achi enu nti na ye di eche no eni baba akokoto aba me ba omi asika 400 cities na de sorry ba omi asika 400 cities na de ba no e ye mebufu because ni baba kukura kokromoti ba ko ya man 1.2 billion the same kokromoti na me sumi kokromoti ni ba ya ba ko ya ma me 400
nti o ma o chance
because of sika na o de ba ni na ya o man ni sika me tax am tua no eno na o be cha ye no Kennedy Japan sika na e yo no ankasa ni bottom sika ni moja ni obre ye e na o be cha ma ye nti ye ni so de o ye ma ye no ken ya tasa ya don ye hu ni ya don no
na me abano yen. Well, the people are not even allowing me to speak because they are excited about the winner of the polls in Gomwa East. But the contest is not over. Abano yen tunwe ye Gomwa East pena where do you enti yen tunwe enti anena mo wasa confidence honorable Kennedy Japan obe winning.
Mame unim abua pan ohun o wata banzo ba bia otimi tuko na yenye ba bia wiase na duru sesi anu ba omia odo mpenifo no discussion mu boto ba ya hiafo no na ye te Kennedy Japan asesesi aba beto abana ma no bum na mpenifo ni fi so omo ye me ato abana ma omo omaji bia ye yenso the pen na yato ama no Gomwa East yato ama Kennedy the ye hwehwe ne se owini wo Gomwa East me na yenim se Ghana fo so omo ngu yanim aseda on beto ama no ama ye wini se bu ni akoyanim medase you be selfish interest inti na ebekwa akoto aba e de ama ye papa ba omia yato e de ama Ken na yato no bebre nso medase.
All right, so you just heard from some of the supporters of Honorable Kennedy Japan who say that, well, regardless of the amount they received from the camp of the vice president, they have voted against him, and they're hoping that same will be replicated across the country for their candidates, Kennedy Japan, to emerge winner of this presidential elections. But I have just cited the Central Regional Communications Director. I'll put some of the questions to him about what the delegates have said about they coercing them forcefully to vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So let me just get to the constituency secretary, the communications director for the region, the Central Regional Communications Director, to engage us briefly. So you're live on Metro TV. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam.
First of all, your assessment of the whole process. It's over. It's past 2 p.m. The polls are done. Counting is done. What's your assessment?
Everything went on successfully. And we believe that NPP is winning today and is winning come 2024. If you look and you listen around, the election has been peaceful. There were skirmishes somewhere, but the elections committee, together with the electoral commission, were able to solve the problems. And at the end of the day, the elections have come to a successful end. We believe that though the one who is going to win is going to pull the rest of them, the three who were not successful, to himself, so that come 2024, the 8 that we said we were going to break will be possible. I also...
Did it go as expected for you? Did your candidates win? Because we just engaged some of the delegates and they said that some of you, the regional executives, constituency executives, have been essentially forcing the vice president down their throats for them to vote for them. We just engaged some of them.
Whoever said that is insulting us. Because you cannot say, as a regional officer, I have to be induced to vote for a particular candidate. All the 4 candidates put together, they are MP people. So if I'm forced to vote for a person, then you are insulting my intelligence. For me, I believe in the one who can help us break the 8. And I believe that breaking the 8 is possible. And at the end of today, the NPP is going to win. And then come 2024, the NPP is going to break the 8. So I don't think...
Who in your estimation is best fit to break that 8?
He's the candidate that the delegate have chosen today. The delegate have spoken, and there's a candidate coming. They have given us a candidate to break the 8, and that is the candidate I'm going to support, and that is the candidate I'm going to work for.
Dr. Bawumia.
That's what I'm saying. The delegate have chosen a candidate. The results hasn't been declared yet. When the results is declared and he is the candidate chosen, I am going to work fully for him to break the 8.
Okay, but earlier we heard news about some delegates' names missing from the album. Have you addressed that?
Oh, that issue was addressed, and all those who were eligible to vote, voted. That is why the elections have come to an end. Yes, so there wasn't any problem. There were issues, but it was resolved by the elections committee together with the electoral commission. That's why I said everybody who was to vote today has voted.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. But what should we expect from the Gomoa East constituency regarding campaigns into the 2024 election?
No, you see the jubilation that was going on. Everybody here is NPP. And we are going to rally behind whoever has been chosen today to win the election for us 2024. And there's no problem. Gomoa East, there's no problem. Gomoa East, there's no problem. At the end of the day, we are all coming together to break the 8.
Thank you very much. So you just heard from the Central Regional Communications Director, who is confident that, well, they would break the 8. He has also dismissed claims that they, forced delegates to vote for a particular candidate. So as you can see, it's jubilations. The polls haven't ended nationwide yet. Counting is still ongoing. So we're yet to know who the final winner is. That is who would lead the NPP into the 2024 general elections. But here in Gomoa East, they have given Honorable Kennedy Japong a resounding victory, and they hope that that would be the same across the country. We wait to see what happens. Bridget Morrow, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Kofa Eugenia, for that fantastic and wonderful report all the way from Gomoa East, telling us about the results that have come through so far after the voting. And So Ngoma East we have Kent 560, Bamia 285. Akoto had 0 and Adainimo had 4. There's something about Adainimo, but before I get there, let me just say that Shamima Muslim, once a journalist, always a journalist, she decided to come to join us actually today to co-host, not as a panelist. Today she's co-hosting with us because
both.
Oh, you're doing both. Okay.
I'm doing both.
It says she will speak her mind, but at the same time she should be allowed to ask questions. So it is what it is. Sham, it's good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
You missed them
I've
days.
missed it.
I know.
when Morocco, I said no. This is just a prelude to 2024. Let me come and have a feel. And already I can feel the energy. It's just amazing.
When I saw, I wanted to be sure. When I
was a stranger.
Because I don't remember the last time
you saw her.
That is that we just talk on phone.
It's been ages. Good to see you all.
Yeah, that's right.
She used to do this.
Pleasure,
go to the field and report and and so on and so forth, and come
lovely.
back to the studio and do her own analysis of how things went. But Sham, you were on the floor. But Sham, any opening remarks before, because or we should allow him to land so you can come in.
Well, okay, so he should just land on his thoughts.
Because I was asking, because
she could throw another angle to it.
Because I come back to the same question I asked.
Yes,
is this the best 4 the NPP can present?
Well, it depends on who is looking at it and where the person is coming from. Okay. Yes, of course, you may have mentioned the likes of Edu Boahen, Dan Selby, you want to talk about J.H. Mensah and all that. I want to believe that from the lens that you look at the time Edu Boahen and his, level, those echelon, I want to ask myself, at what age was I?
Okay.
And how did I see them? Okay. What is my age now? And who are there? Okay. So if I want to look at the Edu Boahen's type, no one is there now.
Okay.
Okay. They've all gone. All right. So in that way, you also want to look at the people who are vying for the seats now, okay? And then there are people who would also be sitting back maybe another 20, 30 years below the ladder, and then we'll be looking at these people, and we'll think that these are people of a certain echelon and what have you.
Okay.
You get it? So it depends on who is looking at it and then what is it. Because one of the questions I'll ask myself is that, hey, at a point in time, the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party was no less a person than Darucha.
Right.
Okay? If I want to look at the person, Darucha, what I know about Darucha,
okay,
I'm talking about my father's peers. How did I see my father?
Okay.
And then I want to look at that. And then these people are no longer existing. We've grown to a certain level.
Right.
And some other people have also come into the scene now.
Okay.
So they too will be assessed by a certain age group. Okay. And we want to think that these guys are really there. So it depends on who is looking at it and from which lens and how you want to look at it from.
So different times produce that kind of leaders.
Exactly.
Right.
You get it? So it depends, because as we stand today, right, you want to ask yourself, like, even at the time, the likes of Bagbin, Bagbin entered parliament in 93, right? He's been there today, 2003. How many years? 30-something years. Right. At the time he entered parliament, right? What was his age? And Bagbin himself, he would want to look at D.F. Annan as the Speaker of Parliament.
Right.
Today he sits there as the Speaker. Okay? What will run through his mind?
Right.
The people who were there at that time, what will run through their mind? So as I said, these kind of things, they are just subjective. I mean, it depends on who is looking at it and where you're coming from.
I see.
So at least one of the interesting things is this. Individuals were given the opportunity to make themselves available for the position, right? If any other person thought he was fit to be there, he could have gone.
And the reason I'm asking this is because some have asked, is this the same MPP elitist group that would prefer a Kenneth Japan to Alan Chermanting? Some have asked that question. You look at what happened at the special delegates, where Ken surprised everybody.
Yes.
Because we're looking at the Ken persona as compared to that of Alan. And looking at the MPP as a political organization and the brand they stand for.
Well,
elitist.
But is that not a good thing?
No, you see, that's what I'm saying. That you see, one of the things that
so then it raises the question as to whether the NPP is losing its identity, whether the NPP is facing some kind of an identity crisis.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That you see, some of these things.
Rather, the NDC that's known to have mavericks.
Yeah. Well, let me just put
people and so on and so forth. So what is there? Are they swapping?
As I said, first of all, one of the points I like to make is that every opinion is something that is worth researching.
Okay.
All right. And I don't want to believe that someone's opinion is superior than the other.
Absolutely.
However, we would also use our opinions to digest some of these things that come across.
Okay.
Good. The NPP may have been tagged as the elitist
party
because at a certain point in time, you had people of a certain background, okay, like the academics, the legal fraternity, people of this kind of caliber, were those who were, as it were, leading or were in front of that group called NPP.
Okay.
So to that extent, if someone decides to target as an elitist club or elitist body or whatever, grant that person his opinion. Okay. But you want to go deep down into some of these things. You want to ask the parts that these guys have played.
Okay.
If you look at the personnel of Edu Boahen,
Right.
Edu Boahen was a tough talking person. He was not the normal bourgeois guy who sits in his office with his cigar and champagne and just talking to a few people.
Okay.
He was a tough talking person.
Okay.
You get it? You want to look at the likes of J.H. Mensah, John Ajekun Kufuor, and then one particular Akufo-Addo.
Okay.
Akufo-Addo was a cheerleader, okay, giving people inspirations and what have you. So at a point in time, you realize that these are guys that even though you may tag as the elite or the conservatives per se, on the ground, they were not living that kind of life. You get it? Because you can equate them to other people of their level and you could see the exclusive lifestyles that these guys led, for which you never will see them in any public gathering, forum and what have you, because they felt that, look, the kind of exclusivity or the whatever that we have, right, it requires us to be within a certain, should I say, confinement, right? Talking about Alan, Alan's problem is the fact that Alan was not in that same category of these people. You will not get the, should I say, that grassroots communication, that kind of fraternization, that togetherness, that movement and what have you. So he was seen as something different. Okay? He, you could say, that was more of the bourgeois kind of thing. But then, as I said, the party belongs to the people. And that is one of the charisma of J.J. Rawlings.
What kind of orientation do the people have? What kind of party were they taught? I mean, what do they know about their own political party in terms of history?
Those things are just for academic purposes.
But in reality, it doesn't count.
In reality, it doesn't count.
I see.
These are just, look, most of the things we do, right? Even the analysis and things we do, they are just for academic purposes.
So does that mean, say, all this talk about the NPP being an elitist party is a ruse? Is there some kind of a...
And I am saying that if it's an elitist party, the human beings that you saw voting there,
they look like elites.
they wouldn't be there. You get it?
Okay.
You see, so you must understand that I like one of the things that I always say.
Right.
We find it necessary to say we have launched our manifestos. The man at Kenya say, what does he know about manifesto?
Right.
But this is MPP blockheaded man. I'm MPP, regardless of whatever it is. If you go to my brother's constituency, Northtown, what do they know about manifesto? They don't care.
Right.
It's not their business. The point of the matter is I'm NDC.
Okay.
And as I said, for maybe you want to call those of us sitting here as the elite.
Right.
We are the ones that are interested in digesting these stuff.
Okay.
As I said, they are just academic.
Right.
But then when it comes to what the party really is, my brother, you can't do away with those boys down there.
Right. I get it. Let me now come to Elijah. Elijah is NPP. He is the secretary of the party in Massachusetts, in the United States of America. Okay. He came down to come and vote and decided to pay us a visit. We decided to, to host him, not to dinner, but a conversation about the NPP. Elijah, first of all, how's the NPP in Massachusetts doing? And what's the conversation? I mean, here, the conversation is about...
More, before then, Elijah, who do you vote for?
He's Team DMV. Oh, he's Team DMV.
I voted for NPP. I voted for NPP. What is that?
That was just by the way.
I think your results came out. USA, there was a result of all of them.
And I will share with you the modalities why the USA had to vote ahead of time.
Yes.
And all of that, I will get there. Once we get there, I'll share with you why we did.
Actually, let's start from there. Because I saw the results, and NPP USA all went for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
And block.
Yes.
So yes.
Yeah, explain to us.
Starting from there, if you look at the diaspora.
Okay.
The diaspora, all the branches in diaspora are located only 12 votes.
Okay.
Okay.
But then if you look at the USA, the NPP USA in its totality, there are a vast number of NPP people there. Okay. And once they get in there, you would hardly find people associating themselves with party politics there. Okay. But when they do, they go in all out. They're very good with their dues. They contribute to the success of the party. They are actually interested in the success of the party. So they are literally the backbone of the NPP party in general.
Elite is more pro max.
So, but then what then happens is that you have all of these people, over maybe almost 1,000 and more, who are contributing, like you earlier on said, that they are card-bearing members. And with the branch USA, we have close to about 30 chapters from across the states, because in the USA we have 50 states of all the states, and then we allocated this. We are actually looking to see if we can fight for at least 3 votes per state for now. But what then happened is that allocating just 12 votes, then the branch sat down in its wisdom and decided to curve a bylaw to suit all of these people across the state. So if you look at Article 13 of the NPP USA bylaw, the subsection 5 categorizes or itemizes how to be able to split that vote across the 30 chapters and who gets what. But then aside from that as well, they had also decided that, okay, let us give everybody some sense of inclusiveness. So that even though we are appointing 12 people to go, they are actually representing the voice of these people in the country NPP Massachusetts, the USA branch in totality. So what they do is they conduct an internal poll. So in other words, before we come here, if you think that you want Bawumia to win, then you have to campaign vigorously. So we do campaigning on the grassroots like you would do here in Ghana. In other so you come up with who we're voting for, because it's the winner take all policy. So if, say, maybe NPP voted for Kennedy Japan, all the 12 votes would have to go to Kennedy Japan.
Are you trying to say you're looking at the way the American Electoral College is?
More or less. So it's more like an electoral college. So if say, maybe we had more delegate votes in the United States, then we would allow people to go with their conscience. But because we allocated only 12 and there are more people than the 12 is not enough. We'd rather include everybody else and we go with what their decision is. So that is what happened with the USA.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yep.
So try and look at the college
system.
Yep.
So what's the conversation out there in Massachusetts? Because back here, it's about you need a flag bearer that can make inroads into the northern part of Ghana, and that you need that this is the time for the New Patriotic Party to rebrand. And you see Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the best person to help the party to rebrand because of the ACAN tag. And for you, what even makes it more expedient was the pronouncements by the former president, John Mahama, when he once told Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia that you're always talking. You wait till the NPP makes you flag bearer and then you come and we'll slug it out. And so, and that's for you, and that's for some of your party supporters, is actually the cardinal reason why Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia must have made, the flag bearer of the party. So it's like at all costs. and that would enhance your chances of breaking the 8. Is that the same conversation in America?
To be fair to the United States and the NPP party members there, we actually looked way beyond that.
Okay.
Like I said to you, NPP USA is more or less the backbone of NPP in its entirety. We are comparing what is going on economically in the United States to what is going on in Ghana. Do I agree, like you mentioned earlier on, asking the question of the 4 candidates we have, is it a true representation of what we actually wanted to produce?
Is this the best you can produce?
Is it the best we can produce? To be honest with you, all the 10 candidates equally fit to be a flag bearer in the NPP.
Okay.
We really have the men, and all the 10 are good, equally good.
Okay.
From the very least, from the 10 till the very top first person, and the final 4 we have now, every one of them, if elected, is equally good. But what is the conversation? Why did we all go massively for Dr. Bawumia then? Then the question we're looking at is, okay, Kennedy Japan is talking about pragmatism.
Right.
I want to bring in companies. I want to make sure companies are working. Now, some of us are looking at, is it just easy to have a government just open companies? The question we've been asking is, say for instance, my big brother Uridu, if you have your own business and you were to live, say maybe you have a business in say Wa or in the central region, you're sitting here in Accra, what is your biggest fear as a business owner? The business would operate by its own, and you can be able to track proceeds from it, you can be able to pay your workers, and you have no fear of losing your business.
And Kennedy doesn't have that kind of experience, having been
that
an
is not the point.
entrepreneur
Let me
himself.
learn. That is not the point. You get it? So if at the end of the day you're looking at just opening businesses, everybody equally have what it takes to be able to do that. You get it? But then what are people's major fear? Now let me come to your question. The question is whether or not a president or Kennedy, say for instance, I'm not saying he couldn't do that, he's capable of doing that, would a government or an administration decide that they would open companies across board? We'll have what we call employer monopoly. And by that I mean to say that you find yourself working in an environment and you're not enjoying the work, but you have no choice but to stay in the work environment. There are no competition out there when it comes to employment. In the United States, there are a lot of competition. So if you are a business owner, what you compete for is actually employees. You get it? Because the employees have options. So before you know it, you're losing employees and to your biggest competitors. So in order to retain them, you're looking at the big retention policies. Let me increase wages and salary. Let me increase benefits. Let me do all of that. Why is that possible? Because there is a system in place that has encouraged more people to have companies of same, productions or similar backgrounds that you do have. So you have options. You won't sit for one company owner to mistreat you and you don't have an option. The point we're making is that...
Let me just ask, from the analysis you're trying to bring up, based on the statement that is going to open so many companies or factories, are you saying or you are suggesting that it is going to be Kennedy Japan opening the companies or the policies or the structures and things that he's going to put out will make it possible for a lot of companies to come in there?
That I'm not too sure, but it could be one of the 2 points you made. I think
the point you are making suggests that this is the picture.
That's not what I'm suggesting.
Okay. Well.
So permit me if I could line.
Okay, then make it so because the way you said it is
right. If you look at it, there is a tendency here in Ghana where a lot of the people, the folks, citizens, we're depending on governments for job. Do I think that to some of us it is a fear that it might not necessarily work out? When government institutes or have companies that are government owned, the level of bureaucracy is very high and work outputs are very low. You get it? Now, when you personally own your company, what happens is that the supervision is very high, productivity is more high. You get my point. Our point is
so
that
Bawumia is offering what response to what you're saying that
so
convinces.
So what we believe in is allowing a government that creates an environment more conducive for people to be confident
like
enough
the one
to
we
start.
have now. Like the one we have now,
Kind
with
of.
Bawumia as the head of the economic management team.
Yeah.
So when people are blaming Bawumia as the head of economic management team for the crisis we're having today, or even the current administration, I believe that we're not being fair to Dr. Bawumia and the current administration.
How are we not being
Here
fair?
is why. When we took over power in 2017 till 2020, you would all agree with me that Ghana was adjudged one of the fastest growing economy.
Unfortunately,
But no longer.
No, wait a minute. Thank God you have a system in your account there. I'd want you to open something. You see, I should have waited for you to have added the COVID-19
and Russia,
and then the Russia, which you are coming to.
Okay.
No, which you are coming to because you did say that from 2017 till about 2020. You are saying that everything was okay. So you are about to add the COVID and the Russia-Ukraine. Okay, you add it.
You asked your question.
No, you add it. And then I just
I guess the point I'm trying to make, I was trying to make in that direction is the fact that what had happened or what has plunged Ghana into the situation we find ourselves in is a global crisis. To be fair to this current administration and to Dr. Bawumia, it is a global crisis.
Global crisis.
And here is
global crisis. So which of the global crisis? Does it include Israel, Palestine?
I think we should allow him to land. So
when you say global crisis, you just said, but we need to. You need to break it down.
Otherwise, he won't be able to flow.
No, that's why I'm helping him. Okay. I'm helping him to break it down because when you say global crisis, I mean it's general. Okay. So which of the global crises are we talking about?
So when you get to, if you have the opportunity to look at the Washington Post. Dated September 30th, 2022.
Right.
There was an analysis of a surge in the dollar as against all the other currencies. And at some point in time, you would agree with me that the dollar rate was even higher than the euro and was almost matching at par with the UK pound.
Yes.
And around that same time, you've had situations where prime ministers had resigned in UK at the time, and they've changed government. I mean, they've changed hands in management and a lot of things. Again, we may agree to disagree on this, or we may decide to debate this all we can. But all these other developed countries are taking extreme measures to be able to get themselves back in shape. Why? Because if you look at the Federal Reserve in most of the countries, you see that the dollar has been their Federal Reserve. And if US is deciding to hold back their currency, the currency is a commodity. It's like when there is a shortage in market to a particular commodity, the price automatically goes higher. That is the situation with what happened then. We can't blame Dr. Bawumia, we can't blame the current administration for this. These are external shocks, and that is what had been explained over the time. Then you come back again and
But so before you continue, why is it that it is you and others who speak on such issues? No one forced Dr. Bawumia to come out and say, I can do this. The money is there at the Bank of Ghana. If the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rates will expose you. Why? Why is it that it is you who isn't an economist and other communicators who are speaking for him? He has refused to speak on the economy.
You mean over this entire time?
Because no, you make the point that we shouldn't really blame him because it is global crisis, and that the global crisis cannot be put at the doorstep of our. We should be fair to him. So in being fair to him, why is it that he, himself, as a person, refuses to address? Is it because the last time he spoke on it, I think he himself shot himself in the foot. He said, you would recall, I said, if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will
It is true then, and it is still true now.
Yeah. However, it is what logic? Because that was the last thing he ever spoke on it, because he shot himself in the foot by that presentation.
I want to help you out here, right? I want to help you out here. This thing, I have brought it to this table before. 20th April 2018, an IMF boss by name Masood Ahmed predicted what Ghana was going to go through. You can just Google it, right? You have it there. 2018. And everything that happened with the domestic debts, we going to China, how China had to come in, all these things are said in that document. 20th April 2018. I want to believe that in 20th April 2018, the virus for COVID had not been established. No one knew of COVID-19. Okay? No one knew of COVID-19. 20th April 2018. The man, this is IMF boss, Masood Ahmed. He is now a boss of the Washington think tank, whatever, there. You know that company?
You're right.
Yes. So how come these things were said in 2018? And I says, I want you to Google it and read it out yourself. He talked about the way this, our borrowing situation will go, the way we will not be able to manage our debts, the way we will get to these domestic debts, and before we get there, the way the IMF would have to come in, and then the way we'll have to go to China. All is in the document. And then the way China must be forced into the club to enable us get this kind of debt relief.
Okay.
This was in 2008. You see, the problem I have is this, that, as I was saying earlier, we do a lot of academic work, okay? Some of these things, I wonder how many Ghanaians even saw this document and read. How many Ghanaians? All our professors, whatever, name them, the committee chairman, the parliament, whatever, the governor, and all those people. It surprises me that this thing had been there since 2018, and nobody talked about it. And then when we went into the crisis, we are talking about COVID. And in fact, the man comes out with another document on the COVID issue and tells us that what we suffered in 2020, we should have suffered it, that's 2022, we should have suffered it in 2021. But because of the 21 billion or something that came in as a result of the COVID relief, that is how come we were able to sail to. But even then, people had begun.
So I guess that, because I don't want us to reduce this to economic, because today is NPP's day.
No. Based on the argument he is making,
I totally understand you.
Yes, based on the argument he is making, I understand you. They are talking about the fact that
I totally understand
their assessment.
You want to dismiss that
is the point. He's based on their assessment.
I get it.
This is Dr. Baumia, so. It's
not the first time you're hearing this. If you want to go on this tangent, we'll leave you at the VPN. What I'm trying to say is that they will stop. Because the NPP consistently will tell you that the twin problem of Russia, Ukraine, and COVID will continuously be the problem.
That's why I'm asking whether the Israeli Palestinian
that hasn't come up yet. But he's making a point. His point is that those who are blaming the vice president for our economic woes are not being fair to him. That's what I'm saying. We should have allowed them to expatiate on that. And then we'll come, because we have a lot of things we need to discuss. So, for instance, we need to look at, for instance, how important will it be for Baumia to have an emphatic win today? And then the Allen factor. And so on. So there's a lot to talk about. So if we're going to be,
after he wins,
if we're going to be labor on all this
before elections,
look, Baumia will win, and this conversation will come back.
He will win.
But no, what we don't know is by what margin.
Right.
That is what we don't know.
I think I heard
because he only needs.
The NLA boss said they are targeting constituencies is clocking about 62%.
62%, yeah. He only needs 50% plus one, right?
All right.
So when now he's the flag bearer, we'll come and then interrogate some of these issues.
50 plus 01.
Yes, just one.
No, 50 plus single one.
50 plus 01.
No.
We always make, there's a big difference. You know, somebody can have 49.92.
Yes. 49.92.
Yes, and that's what you get. So when you get 49.92, then what it means is that the other person is going to get 50.08.
Yes.
So it is not 50 plus. One means you've chalked about 9 things away. 50.01 is different from 50.1.
No, that's not it. It's 50% vote plus
one
extra
single
vote.
one vote.
50%. Then say 50% votes
plus one.
Plus one. No, one vote. But if you say 50% plus one, it's a
one
different.
From zero
No. It's a different.
It's an academic exercise.
It's a different interpretation.
You understand how to work out.
That's Professor Edgar for you. Yeah. But anyway, so you're saying that this is Bamia's time. I think that's a long and shorter. This is Bamia's time.
No. Let him tell us more. I mean, he's saying that they did a lot of analysis.
Because of time.
I think I understand what Moro is trying to do, because you've been triggered to push the area of the discussion in a particular direction he doesn't believe we are in at this point.
No problem. So, today is your day. It's not about what Bamia is not. No. Because you see, when he wins, this conversation will start.
Exactly.
And it's a conversation that will be had in terms of his own deliverables. And that will come up. So
we're going to continue
to talk about that.
So, I mean, to address Bridget Otis' question, why he himself is not, I think
be careful, because you don't speak for him.
No, I'm not speaking for him.
It's just an opinion you're expressing.
It's just an opinion I'm expressing.
No, he actually he voted. I think you are not being fair to him.
If I had Gideon,
but the gentleman can speak for himself.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
Yes, go ahead.
So, in my personal opinion, I think he's placing his priorities. The priorities at this point, as we speak now, is for him to meet every single delegate and convince them to vote for him.
Okay.
There's going to be a lot of time from after today to be able to address the question that Bridget Otu is asking. Exactly, his record.
Right.
Why is Elijah being the person to defend all of this when you're there yourself? Of course, right now he just needs the vote. Once he gets the nod, then when he is facing the NDC, when NPP is come face to face with the NDC, he is going to be the flag bearer. He is the one leading the party. Then we put those questions to him. He'll be more than happy to answer those questions. And I believe when we a lot of the communicators, NPP communicators, will be more than prepared to address these issues.
All right, that's fine. I guess that do we have Dr. Osakwap on the line? I'm told that Dr. Osakwap will be joining us in a few minutes via Zoom. I don't know whether he's joined us now. If he had, Sherman Bridget will be talking to him and having a conversation about what he makes of the process thus far. Who does he also believe would win, and who does he think will be the best bet for the New Patriotic Party going into the 2024 elections? And what are some of the answers that, depending on who wins, would have to be answering? Questions that depending on who wins, would have to be answering going forward. The money of the role of money in these elections. And from where he sits, what really is going to be the basis upon which the delegates are voting? Is it just the religious card, or is just it's just the narrative that look? Dr. Bamia is the vice president. He's been with the president. He knows his way out of the system, and so he's just going to be continuing seamlessly. So there's all kinds of reasons that have come up as to why it's Dr. Bamia's time. And then also the Alan factor. It will be interesting to pick his thoughts on the Alan factor. Alan, I think 2 days ago, just inaugurated a volunteer group to go around and evangelize about the Alan
new
movement.
Yes, exactly.
Movement on the move.
And when you meet them, they'll tell you that they are not joking at all. They say they are very, 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 very serious. Yeah. And then, based on based on all the things that Ken has said, how easy will it be to bring Ken on board? Because he said, look, he said Dr. Mahmoud Bamia cannot beat John Mahama. He said it is not possible. Can you go and campaign with the man you say cannot? Number two, you've made all kinds of...
No, but remember, that was before they signed a pact.
Well, I don't know
there was a video. So there was a video on social media. If that video is anything to go by, when Dr. Bamia walked in, right, for that very pact, he jumped. He did not shake hands with Kennedy Ejapon. But... post the signage, you saw how all of them were laughing together.
Well, I don't know if that means. I don't know if that's a reversal of what he said.
No. But I'm just saying that when he walked, he may have walked in with a certain posture, right? And then they signed the pact to say, okay, you will not go here. Who knows? Maybe the way they offer you, maybe they offered him bigger. But even
prior to Kennedy Japan's contesting, he himself said in one of his TV.
If he loses, he will join the.
No. Before he contested, he actually said that Baumia is the right candidate for NPP.
That was a long time ago.
It wasn't too long before he actually contested.
But anyway, so I'm saying that there are issues for us to look at. So that's why I don't want us to spend a lot of time on Baumia's record. Dr. Osakwa-Apon, I don't know whether you've joined us via Zoom now, because my understanding is that, he's not on Zoom as we speak. Okay, but let me pick Shami. Shami, what are your initial thoughts about so far the process? 10. It started with 10. This means now it's now 4. Plenty, eh?
Because I'm now, from everybody's phone, I'm now going to make sense of my own.
Okay, that's
right. So, good afternoon, Ghana.
Right.
And it's really a pleasure to be here to share our thoughts on developments in Ghana. I mean, democracy is built on formidable political parties. And for me, my contribution will focus on the future of Ghana's democracy and the strength of our political parties, because I think that it is strong parties that would form strong government. And from what we are hearing so far, 2024 is looking like it's going to be a battle between the sons of the savannah. That's how I describe it.
Right.
Baumia and JM. I think he's on the line.
Yeah.
So should I halt my
I don't know, but would you want to? No, I think we should land.
Well,
I don't want to be preliminary.
Continue the conversation with him.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
We have to give it a time to do
that.
No,
but Doc is on. He's on Zoom. So
right.
you want to? You guys can have a conversation with him.
Good afternoon. Well, I can't see him. Okay, here he is. Good afternoon. And I hope you've been monitoring developments and the results that are coming in. I want to start my conversation with you on the premise of what it means for our political parties now that we are seeing an expansion of the delegates that ultimately would elect a flag bearer. In the light of our fears of the increasing monetization, the arguments are that if we have greater numbers, maybe all party members in good standing electing 4 million people, it might reduce the influence of money. Is that a myth, you think? And is it good that political parties seem to be embracing the notion of expanding the decision-making base of their parties?
Thank you very much. So I have always argued for an open primary, just like you said. All registered members of the party who are in good standing get to vote in a primary. And I say that because of the increasing worry about the role and influence of money. And my argument is that it is much more difficult to try and buy, quote unquote, an entire electorate than it is to buy fewer delegates, right? So if you expand the electoral college to 5-6 million of your registered party voters, I mean, you can't easily go around influencing them with money, even if you couch it as TNT, right? Versus if you have a number of delegates that you can target and be able to influence them with some of these inducements. I also think that as a democratic practice, it is also very helpful to have all members of the political party have a direct say in who becomes the flag bearer. Now I do agree that delegates are, voting, on behalf of party members, right? That they have enough signals from their polling areas, from their constituencies. They've heard enough from the ground as to who they think the party's preferred candidate should be, and therefore their vote is a reflection of the people they represent. But I would encourage our political parties to move towards a more full expansion of the electoral college. I think it was in 2016 that for the purposes of electing parliamentary candidates, the NDC moved to an open primary, which I think it was a really good move. But then in 2020, they reverted to the old approach of using the delegate system. And I think it will be curious to find out what their experiences were, what the challenges were, and what occasioned that switch back to a delegate system and what it would take to move back to a fully expanded electoral college.
We see a number in the region of 356,000 delegates that took the decision, and with the NPP, we hear over 200,000. And money has not been a barrier. Money no be problem, even with the 200,000 delegates. We are hearing 400 Ghana cedis, we are hearing 300. Even conservatively, let's say that some say they receive 100 and some say they receive 300 or 200. So that's 300 per delegate times 200,000. We are talking millions of Ghana cedis when we cannot find 4 million cedis to keep the dialysis center open. So I think that we might be tickling ourselves if we think that if we expanded the numbers, politicians will not find a way out. Because from the language of the delegates, it seems that they expect some money, because that is the only way sometimes they feel any connection at all to democracy and its benefits.
You're correct. But if you abandon the delegate system and move to full open primary, all registered members of the party, then that expectation that delegates have as part of these primary processes, as part of these internal party competitions, goes away, or at least it reduces greatly. Now you are facing an entire group of voters, and your calculus is, do I have enough resources to buy every single voter in the constituency? That's one. The other thing that I think politicians should also, they keep saying fear delegates, but it doesn't look like that message has really sunk in yet, right? In both 2016 and 2020, the CDD Ghana in their pre-election surveys, there's question about do politicians try to induce you, and if they induce you, what should your response be? And over, the response has always been, they want to give you something, take it, but still vote. And the response was, I'll take it, but I'll still vote the way I want to vote. I think if you also have a few more of these sort of shocks to the system where, voters would, quote unquote, take the money, but still vote the way they want to vote, I think politicians would start rethinking whether money does make a difference in buying enough votes to help them win an election. I mean, you remember what happened in the by-election in MP Quayson's constituency. There, I can't get the name right, but if you remember, after the NDC won that by-election, there were videos of voters in the constituency who were singing about the MPP candidate who lost and said, right? So they did take the money and voted the way they still wanted to vote. I think a combination of those things, plus a greater sense of law enforcement around these things. I mean, there are laws on the book that clearly prohibits or at least we have rules around campaign financing and the consequences for breaking some of these rules around campaign financing. And until we do a combination of these three things, voters still voting the way they want to vote, even after they take your inducement, a full primary system where everybody who is a registered member of the party votes, plus stricter enforcement of the campaign finance rules, or even if it means we have to, enforce or at least come up with new or additional campaign finance rules. A combination of these things, I think, would help reduce the role of money. I mean, you can never get away from the role of money in politics, right? You do need financial resources to run campaigns and all of those things. I think where it becomes a problem is some of these inducements that tends to become a little problematic and makes the playing field uneven.
I ask you to look into the crystal ball and to, tell us what the costs to the future of our democracy is. Because what ought to be isn't what is. And obviously, if these things, we've been speaking about these reforms for forever. You know, the politicians themselves would tell delegates that if anybody brings you money, take it and still vote your heart. But they will still, as they are telling you, that they themselves are also giving you the money. Do you see it? So there's no integrity. Yes. There's no integrity to the advocacy. So I think my question is, if we are unable to do these three major reforms or interventions you suggest, where are we heading to in terms of the future of this democracy?
Then you're not heading for a good place in terms of the strong influence and role of money, right? Especially on the part of incumbents. If the sky is the limit, you know, in terms of how much you can spend running a campaign, then you can imagine what an incumbent with access to state resources will be able to do, right? Yes, they'll be able to disguise it as an issue of governance, etc., etc. But if you don't do that, then it's like the democracy then ends up going to the highest bidder and not necessarily those with the right policies or the right programs that would move the country's development needle forward. And, you know, sooner rather than later, you would start, you know, it may not augur well for the democracy, because then, like I keep saying, especially with incumbents, you don't know the extent to which then they would go to use state resources to finance and fund campaigns. So we really have to get a hold of this. One of the other things that I have said, and unfortunately there is not strong public appetite for it, right? Years ago, in a CDD survey, there seemed to be an openness to the idea of state financing of political parties, where we would devote some amount of public resources across the board to the political parties within certain rules of how you can accept it, how you can use it, etc., etc. But I think 10 years later, in the most recent Afrobarometer survey, that attitude has really changed. There is strong opposition to the whole idea of any kind of state financing of political parties. And that is also because trust in political parties is at an all-time low. So I think the public doesn't have an appetite for that. But if there was public appetite for that, it is one of the things that I have always advocated, that some amount of state financing of political parties would help.
Bridget here, you seem to have hope. But this is the culture, the terrible culture where we have built our electorate into believing that even if they won't vote for you, they still need to be greased, their palms. How then do we reverse that culture? Because now the appetite seems to be getting richer, higher. First it was 30 cities, it was 10 cities. And as Sun North, people were proud to say we received 200 cities. Note, and they were happy to show it. We're hearing now it's 400 and 300, that's 700 cities per delegates. And that's huge sums. So what is going to happen? And what are the timelines? If you have to give us, say, I don't see that happening in the next election. I don't see that happening in the next 2 elections. So when do you see that happen? And what would it take to have that reversal in the psychology of the electorate?
I think that you're right. At some point it has to happen. And maybe it would happen when those running for office stop giving. But you see, the only way those running would also decide not to induce voters is if there is a common agreement across all candidates, because nobody wants a unilateral disarmament, right? If I were a candidate and you, Bridget, were a candidate, and you, Bridget, decide that you won't induce, but then I decide that I will, your calculus then is, does that put me at a disadvantage? You don't want to take that risk. So then now it becomes a competition of who can give the most. So, and the political parties themselves also continuously say that they have rules around these things. So some enforcement from the political parties themselves in their internal primaries, I think, would help. Like, I mean, serious sanctions. I can't wait for the day where a political party would say, we have enough evidence against you, John, as a candidate, and therefore we are disqualifying you. Yes, it may create some rancors in the party, especially if the person is a very popular candidate. But until you have such sanctions, you don't deter behavior that you deem not to be appropriate behavior. And it's the same thing when it comes to the general election. We have rules around parties, being required to submit audited accounts of, their finances, who gave you money, how much, where, when. Yes, I live in a very different society, but I can go to the Federal Election Commission and I can find out who is giving how much to what candidate, at what level, to which party, all of those things. Yes, it may take us time to get there, but the institutions that are charged with enforcing these rules should also flex those muscles and enforce them. I mean, can you imagine what this would do if one day an electoral commission is bold and strong enough with enough evidence against the party to say, we don't even have your audited accounts, we don't think you've been true in these audited accounts, and therefore your candidates that you're submitting for certification to run the election, we won't do that for you. Something that shakes and changes behavior, if we are able to do that, and it will take strong individuals. We always say, you always hear strong institutions, but it also takes strong persons to be able to take these bold decisions and withstand whatever backlash if we are to stop this thing. Otherwise, we would be back here in the 2024 election. We'll be back here in another primary talking about the cocoa season of delegates and all of that.
To think about this question, we'll come to you in a bit, but I need you to think about this question where whistleblowers or persons in a party, so for instance, in the super delegates where you have somebody like Hobson Adoye alleged that the chief of staff had given $5,000. He was shut down and punished by the party instead of maybe investigating and saying, look, maybe it is untrue. So how then do we place responsibility in this very institution that seem to rather cover the bribery allegations that are leveled against persons who are considered maybe powerful in the party? Kindly think about that while we go to my colleague Annie Efuampofu, who's at Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's office, to tell us exactly what's happening there. Annie. Annie Efuampofu is at Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The polls have him as the candidate to emerge as a leader of the New Patriotic Party in the 2024 elections. We want to see what's happening in his office. You saw in the special delegates conference, his office, they tabulated quickly his results, and right after they sang the national, the anthem, the party anthem, and then he gave a speech. It was interesting, and then had the press conference. So if Annie is ready, if Annie is not ready, we can go to Doctor and speak to him as well.
Can you hear us?
All right. Okay. So we don't have Annie. So Doc, yes, right. We'll definitely cross over to Annie. But Doc, if we can have you back about this question, and also the parties flagrantly, they deny it completely, and then the delegates come out and say, we have actually received 700 CDs from the delegates. So how then do we check? Who is checking the parties? When do they take responsibility?
So if the party won't take responsibility in their internal processes, then I think that's where an external entity would have to look into this. And if there are external entities that are empowered to be able to sanction such behaviors, then you empower those, or you at least ensure that those external entities are able to enforce these rules. But I think a time is also going to come where the parties themselves, well, let me put it this way, I hope that a day is going to come where the parties themselves would realize that this thing is becoming too costly to maintain, right? That they themselves would be forced to rethink, the financial rules around, these internal competitions, and ensuring that the playing field is level. Because you don't want to reduce elections to to the highest bidder. I mean, it's not an easy problem to deal with. I live in a country where we've been fighting over campaign finance reforms for years because of, the role of money in politics. But at least the thing that has been helping is there's a lot of transparency around who gives what and how much. There are limits, in certain cases, etc., etc. But most importantly, when you are found wanting, in terms of having violated any of these campaign finance rules, that there are serious sanctions, against you. So I think a combination of these things hopefully would help sanitize, the system, a bit.
All right, so Doc, we will come back to Doc in a bit. I understand. Okay, so I was told Annie was ready. that's what.
Just a second. Yeah, yes, Annie, are you with us? Are you ready? Hello, Annie, if you can hear us.
All right, so Courage,
we still don't have
kindly make sure that everything is going on well. Yeah, Edgar has a question for Doc.
Let's get real here. I believe you remember that when the Electoral Commission opened the voters register, a lot of concerns were raised about the positioning of where would-be voters should go and have their details captured. The political parties complained about the fact that we have over 20,000 polling stations, and they preferred that some of these things could have been done at specific electoral areas. The reason being that the potential citizens whose names must get onto the register, the location and where most of the residents or the citizens are, difficulty in transportation and all that. So probably these opinion leaders or the MPs or the parties were going to bus these citizens to the center, the voting center, the registration center. Yeah, the registration, exactly. Because poverty is a problem and people do not see how they could spend their... Some people even talked about the fact that they had to spend about 180 cedis to move from wherever they are to the voting center. And to the extent that these machines are messing up and then they will go sit there, they are not successful that day, they got to go back, come again. And I think one lady somewhere in Tema even tried to file a case against the EC at the Tema High Court. The reality is this. We have 275 constituencies. This is where the elections are taking place. They are not taking place in all the 20,000 polling stations. So someone may be staying at a certain distance and would have to commute to the whatever, whether it is A station or B station. Okay, he has to commute. He has to commute to that place. The delegates at a place, I think you have about 1,000 and something delegates, and they are complaining about the fact that they have to move from a certain distance to the place there. They don't have what it takes to come and do or exercise their franchise, what have you. So the aspirants therefore find it necessary that we need to facilitate your coming to these places. And therefore, in facilitating that, we've got to give you T&T so you can be able to come and then do the needful. The way we are talking about this monetization and money in politics and what have you, we need to expand our horizon into all these areas to look at it carefully. That when you are confronted with situations like this, would you look at it in the light that we are trying to picture as if people are being coerced or bribed? Or for the fact that there's a need to bring a certain push to these people? There again, I ask myself the question, should that come from the party or it must come from the aspirants? Doc, I don't know if you got my question clearly.
You nailed it very well, right? And especially on the last part, who then should provide that money to help get the delegate to the polling station? That should be the responsibility of the political party, because it's not as if the delegate, or the stories we hear, the delegate is only taking it from one candidate, right? Every candidate is giving to these delegates, and yet the delegate is going to go there and cast his or her vote for only one candidate, right? So how much transportation do you really need to go and cast that vote when you're taking it from all of the candidates?
Yes, but then the question is this, that since such a situation does exist, why doesn't the party then make it, how would I call it, some kind of commitment on the part of the aspirants to make those monies available to the party? Or, because I want to ask myself the question that the parties, the aspirants will pay a certain fee for filing their nominations or picking up the forms and what have you. Is the party suggesting that those monies went into just the printing of the ballot papers, or it was for the running of the party's office, or what have you? I mean, we need to get some kind of clarity on this matter so we can, as it were, advance and move on.
Yeah, and you're correct, right? You are charging filing fees. There are other ways in which the parties are raising money. Can you devote a budget to, if you can't get, if you can't set up voting, places in every single polling station, and that you need to move it, to some other areas, then sure. And you devote a part of your party's budget to getting delegates to where they need to go and vote, as opposed to leaving it to the candidates. So then it becomes how much can a candidate give a particular delegate, which then raises all of these questions of then, you're trying to buy these delegates in order for them to vote for you. So I agree with you that the party should make that their responsibility. Again, if we are to reduce this issue of the role of money and whether we are influencing delegates or whether we are giving them TNT.
Beyond this politicization of our internal process and how it affects our democracy and governance and so on, because I think that we've asked almost all the right questions regarding that. I have.
Yeah,
oh, you have.
Right. No, it's fine. No. Yeah, I had one last one about saying that when Shamima makes the comments that we're struggling with even dialysis, right? How then will the state, commit to giving money to political parties if we're talking about state sponsoring political parties? Right. Like, no, I don't think Ghanaians will even stand for that. So it will take a lot to convince any Ghanaian that, okay, the state must provide some sort of support for political parties instead of them looking or going for sponsorship and others. And then those tiny little monies, at the end of the day, they control the government when they win power. And of course, it leads to corruption, influence peddling.
But there's a fundamental question I want to ask, even though I want us to move on. To what extent does financial inducement actually influence voter behavior? Because we've just heard the people say, we've collected the money.
Oh, let me give you an example. I don't think, really? I also don't, I mean, a woman said to me, look, I'm NPP, right? And my people have disappointed me. So I won't vote for them. But if they come and give me 5,000, I'll vote for them. If she doesn't get the money, she still won't vote for any other party.
Right.
If she gets the money and votes, she's not voting because she was given the money. Because
the delegate was angry because they got less than somebody and they were punishing somebody because they got less.
Shamima asked a very important question. She put a statement across. What she said was, is that the only time they feel that connection?
Yes.
You see? Because it's like, look,
to the democracy, that's the reason they get part of the national cake.
Because it's like, look, since 92 we started voting till date. I haven't seen anything happening in my area. I personally am suffering, what have you. So if this is the time, and then we'll bring something, why don't I welcome it?
Okay.
So that is the only time I see that there's something too from the national cake
So
that
they
I
only
can...
collected it as a means of exerting their pound of flesh, not necessarily because they want to vote for you.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying, that you see, there are two issues here. One,
but it actually changes people's minds too, depending on what it is. But it's always a combination. It's, you know, with the choice of elections, it's never one issue.
Exactly.
There's
So
going to
many.
be, you know,
Every
the
other
aligning
thing.
of the stars to favor you, and money is always just that little icing on top of the cake.
Okay.
That's important because while money could influence someone in parliamentary,
he's fine with that.
He's
going to do that still.
While money may not influence someone in parliamentary, it may influence someone in the presidential.
Well,
because parliamentary, okay.
I think one of the things that they can do is also to say I think the parties can set up a fund where everybody who is aspiring to lead the party can go and you say, okay, this fund, the minimum you can donate to that fund is 5,000. Not to the aspirant, but to the party. So the party can dip their hands into that fund and use that to facilitate transportation for the aspirants. That's aside the filing fees that you pay. Okay, so let's move on. Doc, one of the things that I want to know from you, and I don't know whether Annie is with us, because I'm told that Annie, are you now well positioned? Oh, she's okay. She's still not with us. Okay, I guess we're having some challenges connecting to Annie. But Annie is actually at the Vice President's office. Wants just to gauge the mood in terms of what's happening there and whether there's any failure she can share with us. But Doc, now back to what's happening today. Not like back to, but yes, still with what's happening today. Do you think, or how critical will it be for whoever is going to win, even though it looks increasingly that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is going to win? How important will it be for whoever is going to win today to win resoundingly? How important will it for the person to say, I have won, I have been able to garner enough votes for me to say, I am in charge? You can actually even go to the president and negotiate certain things because you're now the face of the party. You're the president. If you're commanding about 80% of the delegates, then the president can't take your suggestions, your opinions for granted because you're now and then that's the first question. The second question is, whoever wins, would that necessarily make President Akufo-Addo lame duck from this? From tomorrow, let me put it that way. From tomorrow, yeah, it depends on whoever wins.
So on your
right.
So on your first question, the margin is important. The mandate, the percentage by which the candidate wins is very important because, like you said, then you are able to at least demonstrate that the party is really behind you. You are the preferred candidate. But some of these contests can also be very, very competitive. So it's difficult to sort of set a certain percentage threshold, right? At the end of the day, ultimately, you want a winner, and you want the winner to be able to say, look, we all fought hard. It was very competitive. At the end of the day, person A has emerged the winner. And in this case, it looks increasingly likely. I've regularly said that I would have been very surprised if Dr. Bawumia didn't win this primary. So he definitely would just have to make the case that we all fought hard. It was competitive and I've emerged the winner. I'm the one that the party has chosen. So whether I won by 10 votes, 20 votes, or 30 votes, it shouldn't necessarily matter. Now, I know that as a matter of politics, your political opponents are likely to look at certain places in the results and use that to talk about your vulnerabilities and things like that, right? So that's all part of it. But for me, ultimately, it's claiming that mandate by virtue of the victory, whether it's by 1% or 2%. And from the listed numbers that I'm seeing, I mean, to have been able to pull off at least 6 out of every 10 voters in the primary is not a mean feat for him. So that is the first question. On to the second question as to whether that makes the president, a lame duck. I think the parties have always tried to separate party business from government business. So yes, he becomes leader of the party going into 2024, but the president is still president. Normally in the 7th year going into the 8th year, there's still work to be done, but I think the parties tend to now shift more towards the election. So I think a lot more focus now would be on the party and the party's activities, and they would let the president just deal with what time is left on his agenda. So yes, in a way, he's a lame duck in terms of now there's a new face of the party that is going to lead the party into 2024, but he still has his work to do as president, whatever is left of his term.
I see. That's interesting. But the reason why I asked about the lame duck factor, or I brought up the lame duck factor, is that, and then first of all, I think it's something we need to clarify. Per the NPP's constitution, the flag bearer is not the leader. It's the president who is the leader of the party. The converse is with the NDC, where the chairman is the leader of the party until there's a flag bearer. So in the case of the NDC, the president is not, assuming the NDC was in power today, the president wouldn't be the leader of the party, it would be the chairman.
Okay.
I would get it. So that's the difference between the two parties per constitutional dictates. But let me come to this just quickly. We all know how the economy is faring. We all know the economy is not in a good place. If Dr. Mahmoud, I'm told Annie has joined us now. We need to pick her because we've tried a few times and it hasn't worked. Annie, thank you very much. Finally, we got you. I mean, we've been having some connection difficulties. So where are you now, and what's happening?
More, I can, report that I'm still in the office of the Vice President here at North Ridge, and that's because you know that in activities like this, it is the office of the seeming winner that gets very, very busy. And so I pitch camp here, and it has been quite chaotic in this office. You've seen videos of vehicles parked for about 1 kilometer to and fro, and that means that the office actually is getting busier by the moment or by the minute. The Vice President has just left the office. He just came to say hello. To say anything. It was Samia Ruku.
Unfortunately, we're having some connection challenges to Annie's Zoom connection, and so once we're able to get through to her, she'll come back to us, because it's some very fascinating, story or information that she's sharing with us about what's happening in the Vice President's office. Looks like the place is getting busier and busier. We don't know what information they themselves have picked up, because per our calculations, obviously, the Vice President is winning, but we don't know by what margin, and we don't want to say anything. Because these are very tense moments. You've got to be careful, So, but back to Dr. John Osai-Kwapa. Now, Doc, I'm just saying that we all know that the economy is not in a good place. The economy is in a bad state. Now, will it be useful, for instance, for Nanado to say, look, hi guy, you're now the new kid on the block. You're an economist. You've come under a lot of flack for the state of the economy, so take charge. Yeah, I'm going to be there, ceremonial as president, but run things. Do you foresee such a thing happening, or Bamia himself giving a lot of pressure to the president, saying, look, Mr. President, I want to win the election, so please do this, do that, do this. What you're doing is not right. I'm saying this, the potential of a conflict, disagreement, because I want to win. He also wants to protect his legacy. He said, my brother, wait, let me finish my 8 years and you can come and do. I don't know what you think is likely to happen, once whoever wins. Today's contest.
The Vice President is the head of the economic management team. And so I would argue that he's the head of the economic management team, and therefore has been doing the work anyway. So I'm wondering then why now would be the time to ask to let me, quote unquote, run things. Unless, of course, in the last 7 years, he's not being the one running the economic management team. Then that is when you can make the case that, well, then in this last year, let me show and demonstrate what I can do. But he's the head of the EMT, and therefore I operate on the assumption that over the last 7 years, he's been running the EMT and has had a say in major economic policies that the government has undertaken. I mean, unless there's something to the contrary that I, as a political observer, does not know. But from everything, he's the head of the EMT. I also think, though, that with these things, there's always that balance, right, between, okay, I want my party to win, and therefore, what kinds of policies, even though I have 1 year left, what kinds of policies do I want to embark on that would not create headaches for for the next candidate for my party? But you also want to protect your legacy. So if you remember very well, in the 2008 election, there was an issue over premixed fuel. And in the lead up to the election, there was this whole, should the government reduce the prices of premixed fuel, etc., etc. And then once the election results came out in the first round, a decision then was made where premixed fuel prices were cut because of the way, and individuals were making connections between, well, if some of these decisions had been taken in the lead up to the election, perhaps we wouldn't have had to struggle as a party to get over the finish line and lose 2008. So there's always some of that, at play. What kinds of things can the president do both to protect his legacy, but at the same time, if there are some tough choices to make, how does he do it in such a way that the next candidate for the party doesn't become the one who would, quote unquote, pay the political price for that? Right? The president can say, look, I've done my 8 years, I'm out. I've done what I've been able to do. But he also has to think of his party. Already one of the biggest challenges that Dr. Bawumia would have to face is reconciling the state of the economy, the challenges that the country has faced with a lot of the 2016 rhetoric. So there's already that difficulty anyway. And so it's going to be a bit of a challenging period, making sure that you can do things, you can take policy decisions that would help, the candidate, whilst at the same time also keeping in mind that you have a legacy that you want to go out with.
Now, if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wins, does that help in rebranding the New Patriotic Party necessarily, for them to now look more, it gives them a more degree of inclusivity? Well, but I'm saying that because if you listen to the Bawumia sympathizers or the Bawumia people, they'll tell you that one of the main reasons why they want Bawumia to win this election, then they want him to win badly, is because they believe this is the time for the NPP to remove the Akan tag. They don't like the Akan tag. They want to be seen as a national party. Would you say a Bawumia win will kill it, or they still have a lot more work to do? Because if you look at the if you look at the results that's coming in, even though Bawumia is doing well in the southern part of Ghana, Kent is really giving a run for his money. I mean, it appears very close in the southern parts. In the northern part, he appears to be sweeping. Should he be excited?
I think overall, at the end of the day, his win is a major boost for the party, particularly because of how the party has been perceived over a long period of time. I think it also puts to rest what happened in the case of Aliu Mahama as VP when he sought the flag bearership for the 2008 race. I think that in terms of the branding and the perceptions of the party. That didn't help. But you also have to give it to Dr. Bawumia in terms of his entry into the party and how much he has put in building for himself a constituency to the point where now he could have enough voices, enough faces backing him to say, this is the person that we want as the candidate for the party. I mean, if you look at the NDC since 1992, you see a lot more diversity in terms of, you know, both their flag bearerships and their flag bearers, as well as their running mates. Not so much in the case of the NPP. And I think this feat of Dr. Bawumia helps really erase a lot of those perceptions of the NPP party that has, you know, come to sort of be some kind of a burden over the last couple of years. If he hadn't pulled off this primary, I think it would have reinforced that narrative, and I'm sure people would have referred back to the Vice President Aliyu Muhammad's situation. And so for me, this is a major boost for the party's image in terms of, you know, diversity, the whole quote unquote as an Akan party type of tag. And again, you have to really credit the Vice President. I think he's really worked hard for this over the years.
There's this little thing that came up, right?
Yeah.
If the president wants to be a lame duck president,
right,
it is his choice. Okay? The problem you have here is that the moment the flag bearership issue has been settled, because the two main people, the NDC and the NPP. So the moment today comes up and it's Bawumia, it means the political space has been opened. Right. Straight. You don't need anybody to come and declare that we are now starting the political season.
Okay.
So now what happens is that everybody is looking at December 2024.
Right.
And that is when you want to see a lot of the campaigns going around and what have you. So yes, the focus is going to be on, if it's Bawumia, it's going to be on Bawumia.
Right.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that the president has been relegated. Yes, if he wants to sit down aloof, that is a different matter.
Okay.
But then one of the things you also have to know is this, that the budget that is going to be read in a week's time or so, right, is a budget for the president. And it includes all their programs getting to the December 2024. Okay? Now, one of the most important things we should also know is this, that though Bawumia is the head of the economic management team, there are quite a number of times the president himself has chaired the economic management team meetings. Okay? A couple of times the president himself has chaired those meetings.
You were the mosquito in the room on those times.
No, he's got his intel.
Why?
No. I just needed to put that thing out, because the picture is like it's a Bawumia's portfolio, right? But then now we need to understand that the economic management team is an advisory team to the president. Whatever they do must fall in line with what the president is asking for. Okay?
Yeah.
It's just like cabinet being an advisory body to the president.
Right.
So whatever decisions that are taken there, they cannot come out on their own and say we have done this without the president saying,
approving it.
Exactly. You get that is why he is the boss at times. He chairs the economic management team.
Okay.
Good. Now, the issues that we are confronted with, and that's why I decided to bring this in earlier, that the budget that is going to be read is the president's budget.
Okay.
Okay, of which, of course, I mean, it includes the input of Dr. Bawumia, or for that matter, I mean, maybe the main guy trying to shape in things there as the vice.
You have 1 year.
He's got, and of course, not to forget the fact that you have another Colossus, Kenufuriata, there. They've all tried to put the thing in there. Okay, the issue for me is that what is in this budget and how is the president positioning himself in this budget to, as it will, make an impact within the next 12 months that will bring Bawumia really out there, because there are quite a lot of serious issues that we are facing economically. And when it gets to that level, it depends on how this budget is. You see, Samira was trying to put a certain thing across, but maybe because of the discussions, she went, of course. She asked the issue about that 4 million.
Okay.
That 4 million.
Yeah.
In relating it to the monies that people can give. People can give out as TNT.
Yes,
TNT.
800 million.
Yes, if you look at the totality of the delegates, and if each one is taking 700 Ghana cedi.
Or 400 cedis.
No, there's a 300 and there's a 400.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
because there's been,
even if you estimate the 400,
yeah,
that's still a
there's been some
colossal
huge,
amount of money.
there's been some crazy fights at Adenta.
Yes.
Because some people are complaining they didn't get their tray. Some people said they got all their 4, they didn't get a tray, and because of that, they will not vote for Ken and a whole lot of things. This happened at Adenta.
Right.
Okay. So you want to look at all these things and ask that the budget that the government is going to bring, to what extent is it going to favor or put Bawumia in that position that they can face the likes of John Mahama?
Right.
That's a very important thing.
If the comment that he is the establishment candidate,
Yeah.
it presupposes that he has favor from within.
Right.
And depending on how he plays his ball, you know, moving forward after the declaration or whatever it is, I think he knows best not to act rogue along the line, because the same establishment that has favored you now can mess your campaign up if you don't play ball.
Yeah.
So I should think that if cooperation exists between him and, you know, President Akufo-Addo, it's even most likely that he will be granted more visibility.
Yes, of course,
because this is not
campaign,
the time for President Akufo-Addo to be present at any government event. I mean, from the past, if anything is, if it's anything to go by, we should even be seeing
more of
him on government platforms representing the president. I think all this would depend largely to how he plays ball within the system, I think.
Doc, where do you stand on this? Do you think it will be fair to blame Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia? Because what, if he wins, this is going to be a big issue. I mean, will it be fair to visit the sins of Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, get him to carry the cross?
Well,
when I say
that's
sins,
the reality of.
So when I say sins, I'm saying that some of the misgivings that Ghanaians have against. Yeah, I get it.
Right. That's the reality. That's the reality of politics, right? Because you're vice president, because you are part of the economic management team, because we've seen public videos of touting the role of the economic management team, right? And so even though ultimately the buck stops with the president is not going to be on the ballot come 2024. And therefore, when individuals, looking at the upcoming election, they can't, quote unquote, punish the president for his sins, right, on matters of governance and the economy, which means that someone else has to bear that punishment. The person who gets to bear the punishment then is whoever has been chosen by the party to lead the party into the election. That is political reality, fair or unfair, whether he had a major role to play in those decisions or not. That is the political reality that he has to face. The question is, how does he deal with that? And that also puts him in a very tricky situation, right? In the sense that how can he both find a way to remove, quote unquote, himself from some of the challenges and present his own vision and agenda without also looking like he's abandoning the party, or he's throwing his party under the bus, or he's throwing the president, or he's throwing the government under the bus. And that, for me, is also one of the political dilemmas that I'm sure he himself and his surrogates would find a strategy to deal with. But whether he likes it or not, and you've already seen that, in a lot of public conversations, right? That regularly, especially the main opposition party, regularly keeps saying, a Bawumia presidency is just a continuation of the Nana Addo presidency. They regularly do tie Dr. Bawumia to the economic challenges that they can. I mean, there's never a time where they talk about the economy without talking about him. So that becomes his challenge. He would want to stay loyal to the party and to the government that he was part of. But he also wants to be able to present his own vision and his own agenda of what a Bawumia presidency would look like. And it's a tension that he himself and his team would have to resolve, without coming across as, now you're turning your back on the party, or now you're throwing us under the bus. Because there are some hard questions, some difficult questions that he would have to answer about, the economy, the government's performance. He would have to explain some things. And it's up to voters to decide whether they would accept those explanations or not. But how he does it, because he still needs the party, not until 2024 is over. He can't really break with the government and make it seem like, quote unquote, this is not me, I have a different vision, a different agenda. And yes, he may have a different vision and a different agenda, but how do you present it in such a way that it doesn't look like you are abandoning your own government and your own party that you've been part of the last 8 years?
Situation for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia if he wins, and it looks like he's winning. But let's just do this. Dr. John Osakwa, I'll come back to you on the Allen factors. It's really important. Now, if you check the global info analytics, it tells you that about 32% of the delegates said, if you put the undecided and those who say they do not want to voice out or publicly declare who they want to vote for, there's about 32% or so. So that's 32% votes up for grabs. In your mind's eye, and I want to ask you, who do you think would get that 32%? If not even in absolute terms, but if it's 80% of that 32%, who do you think it would go to? And if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wins but does not win up to, as I say, 70%, because if you listen to his handlers, they're saying that anything below 70%, in terms of the polls that came prior to this, 75%, sorry, it's not accurate. But if what we're seeing is anything to go by, he's yet to cross even the 70%. So there are some issues there. The Allen factor, who do you think these delegates who were going to initially vote for Allen, would they be voting for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia or they vote for Ken? And if Ken commands even 25% of this vote, what would that mean? For Bawumia's campaign going forward. So I'll come back to you on that question, but I want to get Elijah's concluding remarks, because there are other guests who have to join us, and Elijah only paid us a visit, and to express his thoughts. He would be leaving us at some point. So Nanaya Jantua, of the General Secretary of the CPP, will also be joining. In fact, she's here. She'll take a seat in a few minutes. Yes, please. Elijah, what are your thoughts? Final thoughts.
Thank you very much. I think what I would like to say is that regardless of the outcome, whether or not Bawumia attains the 75 or is
80.
within 60, what is more important is that he has won. And what it means for NPP is that it is no longer a party. In other words, it is in a new world where people are no longer afraid of contesting. If you look at when Kennedy Japan
was that the
decided,
case before?
That was the case before. You would have to be in the system for so long. And a lot of the people who had at the time joined the NDC had joined the NDC because they thought it was a tall order for them joining the NPP. There are so many people who are more of the elite. It was almost like a pecking order. Exactly, who are more of the elite group and have been waiting for so long and cannot get the nod. So why would I want to waste my time joining NPP when I can join the NDC and rise so quickly? Look at when Kennedy decided he wanted to become the president, and look at how much run he has given Bawumia for his money. And everybody knew that Baumia was never an MPP hardcore person.
Right.
People were arguing that, oh, he was just brought in by Kufuor into Bank of Ghana, and then, what is his name? Akufo-Addo handpicked him to be his vice president. People claimed that they had to give him a waiver so to be able to become the vice president.
Okay.
Now he's going to be the flag bearer.
Right.
I think that it is good for the democracy of the internal politics of MPP to encourage people to come in and work hard to be able to rise to that aspiration, in my opinion.
Elijah, thank you so very much. Elijah Mano is the secretary of the New Patriotic Party in Massachusetts. Like I said, he paid us a visit and decided to, we decided to host him and to tell us about his thoughts about the internal contest. He's done such a fantastic job. We're grateful that you joined us, sir. Thank you. Yeah, so this is Metro TV's live coverage of the ongoing NPP's internal, presidential primaries. I'm here with Shamima Muslim of, I like to call her journalist Shamima Muslim. She's here with us. She's doing two things. In fact, today she's wearing two hats. She is an analyst and she's also a host. Yeah, she's a co-host, and she's loving that already. She's loving that already. Yeah. She's not started.
Metro TV 2024.
She's not started her analysis yet.
Myself.
Oh, we are grateful. We are grateful.
She hasn't started the analysis yet. So that's the thing. And then also, let me say that there's a lot happening in the Vice President's office. We'll try and join the feed shortly.
There are already congratulatory messages from NPP, members
on social media.
Yes, somebody who has already posted congratulating him.
Yeah, but his victory, as I said, is not going to be that news because we knew he was going to win anyway. So that's the thing. So let's do this. Are we going to take a break, Derek? Right. So we take a break briefly, and when we come back, Nanea Jantwa will be joining the team.
More than 80% of global trade is carried by sea. Most of the products we consume daily travel through ports, making them a key link in the global supply chain. The Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority is committed to ensuring the enhancement, resilience and sustainability of port infrastructure and maritime trade. Get to know which vessel is bringing your goods, how much duty you are required to pay and how quickly you can clear your goods from the ports of Ghana. We ask the relevant questions and elicit responses from the appropriate authorities. We interact with you via our social media platforms and put your queries across to the expert. Iron Port shows this and every Sunday live on Metro TV at 5:30 p.m. Iron Port is proudly brought to you by and powered by the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. Iron Port, transparency in doing business and building a nation.
The world has seen a lot of evolution in recent times. Global network facilitated by trade continues to grow stronger and forge nations closer together.
On International Trade Focus, we'll share with you the current industry, tech and commercial avenues turning the world's trade wheel. This is your gateway to international business connections and trading events. Get the inside views, vital information, trends and analysis on emerging trade giants in Ghana and beyond. International Trade Focus, the global television trade showcase, transcending barriers in creativity and innovation. Join me, Anna Spiel, as I give you a whole menu of international trade activities. International Trade Focus, your timely business hub. International Trade Focus is brought to you by GO, ADB, Pediasi Valley Resort and Public Elegance.
That you also join them because your boyfriend doesn't have money.
The boys.
to won say obi or yard or class won say be do maybe no na se nipa na be born no maka se ni fearful enye ni fearful e looking at
you are with a man and you know where there enko baby you are just choking there for the meantime.
I want to see ladies first, but how do you break the rule?
Who be man ko be ka se ke we kra de was say we too cheap kra
se me nan se mo se bi me chia me ho eso boy me shame
20,000 like what am I doing?
Then
I
not giving sexual commitment, don't expect financial commitment.
The thing say we cheat the most, but it's really the guys.
Wow.
Mommy, I'm not dating.
I only way jai.
Oh, me my channel.
And why are you falling in love?
When a man sees something, he wants to have it.
It is silly. It is unrealistic, so let's talk passion. Remember, this is the Boys and Girls Show. Boys and Girls! Back, there's lots and lots of talk, some of which we can't say on air, I beg you. Because, in fact, you wouldn't want to hear some of the things we say off air. No, there's some things that are best said in private, I beg you. But anyway, so let me just, as I did indicate before the break, that we're expecting to join us for this conversation is Nanaya Jantua, who is the General Secretary of the CPP. We're very, very grateful and happy that she's been able to make time to join us. Nanaya, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us.
Moro, how are you? It's always a pleasure having you. It's a pleasure to be here. I like the CPP? My scarf. Yeah, scarf. Yeah, it looks. Ah,
can go and
you
pick.
Can, form, please come go and come and pick forms.
When you let me know.
Very soon. by the
contesting.
Yes, we are. Oh yes. We just.
What is the delay?
We just shifted
it. Problem.
No, it's not money.
We need efforts for CPP.
We need to do some fundraising for CPP.
We have to, because Nkrumah's party cannot die.
Enough to have been part of the NPP delegates.
Okay.
So at least you have brought the money to the CPP.
So we become delegates and we bring the money to the CPP anyway. So Sham, I'll take your general comments because we didn't allow you to land, so please land it.
And now everybody has taken the wind out of my sail.
No.
So I'm
from a different dimension.
On all the existing protocols.
You have all the time. Please go ahead.
So for me, I was just saying that as at this time, it's obvious that destinies have already been forged, and histories have been made, no matter how you look at it, whether it's Kennedy, whether it's, I call it the 941 formation, is been heralded at this point, and very soon we'll know who has been the victor and who has been the vanquished. And from the contest, it's obvious that some people came to Japan, they came to be spectators and observers, but it is good that we have that. Democracy is such that we must always have a contest. I remember in Walter Hall, I had been planning to do SRC, but by the time they opened nominations for Walter Hall elections, only one person. I tried to get people to contest, they didn't. I put myself up. I lost anyway, but I believed even then that we should always be able to give people a choice. And for those who put themselves up in the face of what was obviously a very high-staked contest, let's give them a round of applause, all of them. Let's call their names. Their names will be written in history. Nimo,
Adainimo, Dr. Owusu Efriye, Akoto Efriye Atopa, and AK Atopa. And then, yes, that's Akoto Talks, or that's Atopa. That's his AKE. And then there's Dr. Mahmoud Bami and Kennedy Japon.
And even the members of the previous line, let's give them a round of applause. They all have done well in pushing. Hopefully next time we'll see a female candidate in the midst. Even if she doesn't progress, it would be nice that of these 9, we would have seen one female candidate also just throw in the hat and also try to let people know that it is possible and give young, girls the dream of what is possible. Generally, in terms of the observations of the contest, what has reinforced for me is the fact that our democracy is actually very expensive, and that we must take the conversations around really pushing reforms seriously. Yesterday, we were at the closing ceremony of a UNHCR Africa Forum on Displacement, and we all know it, the instability within the sub-region. As we speak, we have over 44 million displaced Africans.
Wow.
44 million. As of
More than Ghana.
2022, we had 108 million forcibly displaced people through political conflicts. Largely through political conflict. So this democratic exercise we must not take for granted, because it takes just a minute for you and I to wake up from our peaceful environment and grab anything we can and run away for our lives.
Like what happened in Garu?
And in Garu, as we are even talking, we have, people don't know, there are 15,000 displaced Burkinabés in the northern border. And the deputy UNHCR commissioner who came down from Switzerland visited the camps in Bolga yesterday. 15,000 within the last couple of months alone, because of insecurity, all because of political conflicts. So it is important that we open our eyes as citizens, and when we raise these issues, we take these issues seriously. Because eventually, when push comes to shove, there can be an eruption in conflict. And the monies that are going into political party organizing, it's a bit worrying. And citizens sit back and then they are like, so our politicians really do have money. Because the question to ask is, where did this money come from? 80 million Ghana cedis spent in a day. Where did it come from? Of course, we all as citizens have to accept the fact that democracy, the wheels of democracy have to be oiled, even beyond just elections. It's an expensive exercise. The institutions of state, they all have to, the Article 71 office holders. We recognize that it's an expensive venture. But the cost of insecurity is worse in terms of expenses. So as much as it is expensive, it is our duty to ensure we bring some level of decorum and sanity into the system by really truly enforcing laws that control the unbridled influence of money in the running of our elections. That's another thing that I would like to draw our attention to. Now to So what
before you go on, let me clear something there. This talk of democracy being expensive, I think at times we need to qualify the word expensive well.
Yes.
So that we understand. Because from where I sit, I don't think democracy is expensive. Autocracy, autocratic government. I don't know.
Might be less expensive.
Far extreme. Let me tell you something here. Let me tell you something here. In democracy, we decide on the money. That is why you see the way the minority is in arms against the governor. You cannot just get up and spend money the way you like.
That's the point.
That's
one element of it.
No, wait, I'm coming.
Somehow to decide.
That is it.
We don't decide on so many other.
Wait, I'm coming.
Of that democratic. Process. Yes.
So just like we are saying, on the 15th, the finance minister is bringing a budget for us to decide. Not forgetting the funny ZYZ that played last year when the minority said they would not accept the budget. Then these people had to go to court and what have you. Under an autocratic government, you don't even see the money before you can even decide that you are going to. Let me tell you something. In 1982, 83, there was a vehicle. The military guys were using that kind of vehicle. They call it the Pingsguar. Those cars could just go to Bank of Ghana. Those cars could just go to national lotteries, especially Saturday, national lottery Saturday, before the draw. And then they'll put every money in the car and then they walk away. They go to Bank of Ghana, people were shaking. They take monies and put in their cars and then they walk away. If that is not expensive, then I don't know what the word expensive in democracy is. In democracy, it is not about the figures. No, that is why I said.
We're not at variance.
No, that is why I said that you need to qualify. That's why I said we need to qualify.
Maybe it's financially burdensome.
So that's what I'm just trying to say. That let's qualify. Let's just qualify the expensive.
Yeah, it's financially.
That is why I was just trying to say that. Is it because we are looking at the figures?
Is the cash aspect?
The amount involved.
Both tangible and intangible.
No, that's what I'm saying. That is it because we are seeing those huge figures, but I tell you, that's what I said, at least in a democracy, just like what is going to happen next week, at least we are aware that there is a certain amount of money to be expended.
So you and I are all vanguards for democracy.
Yes.
We are not proposing an autocratic
no.
or a military
I only
regime
wanted to know the other side of being expensive as against the democracy.
I'm bought on that idea, and that's why I'm saying that no matter how much we feel the ailings of this democracy is, it is still a better option than a chaotic situation. I think that's the point I was trying to make. So now let's come to our two candidates. The statistics are almost out, and I think that it's obvious who is carrying the day and who will be going into the contest. Like I said earlier, 2024 is going to be a contest between the sons of the Savannah, John Dramani Mahama, JM, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I just realized that Mahmoud also starts with M. So it's actually JM.
No, but he's going for they're going for DMB.
They're going for
DMB, Dr. Mahmoud
So that we cannot say JM.
Yes.
So whatever it is, there's going to be a J and an M in the ballot paper come 2024. So on the issues of the history that I feel Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been, made, which needs to be recognized, also because he's transitioning from a position of a vice, and becoming successful as a candidate, which is the first within the NPP as well. So that is a history that has been made. Also, beyond just aiming to break the eight, he's also managed to break the myth that has been around the perception, the albatross around the neck of the New Patriotic Party being an Akan party for whatever the
rightly
purpose,
or wrongly.
Well, not rightly or wrongly, whatever the effects of that will be, I think only time will tell.
Yeah.
But he's been able to break that
jinx.
That jinx. What I'm interested now is to see the partings, like you were referring to, the partings of votes from the various regions.
Right.
Because at the special, was it the special delegates?
Yeah, special
Congress,
delegates, yeah, September.
Where the numbers were winnowed to the 4. The narrative was that because he was the establishment candidate, all the delegates then who were naturally appointees had been whipped in line and they are bought into the idea. So the counter narrative was that let's go into this bigger pool. That is where we would really see if he is a mass candidate of the party. The other argument was that these establishment members perhaps had influences. Of course, if you're a constituency chairperson, if you're a regional minister, there are so many people, you know, in your downline that you may also whip in line. So the estimation of the at least 90% or 75% was on the basis of this subset further influencing other, you know, subsets to ensure. So naturally, if I gave you my vote and I'm in the position of influence and I can bring 10 more downline, we can, you know, make a rough estimate that you're going to be at this point. But that hasn't happened. From what we are seeing so far, that hasn't yet happened. If I can,
so I get your point, but we you know, we have just seen a few. We've not seen them by regions by regions.
No, so that's why I'm saying that I'll be interested to see the regional dynamics first. But even the absolutes tell a story. The absolute obviously tell a story that the message that was, you know, communicated and sold perhaps wasn't bought in the numbers that were hoped to have been bought. But that jinx has been broken. I was thinking or reflecting that, if, for example, this period, because there's always time and circumstance, if this period was a period of the end of an NDC administration with an election period that was most likely going to go in favor, like the last elections that the New Patriotic Party won, that was the 2020 elections, would Baumia be a candidate? If the odds are so high in favor of a positive outcome for the New Patriotic Party, will Baumia have made the progress is made? It's just a reflection. I don't have the answer, so that's just to put that one on the side.
Lock it.
Yes, just lock it somewhere and reflect. So the harder hurdle is, will Baumia break the 8 for New Patriotic Party? I think that's the debate we'll all be having in the next couple of days.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say something. If people believe that Baumia has, what do you call it? What's the word I'm trying to use? That deserves to be where he is today on the project to break the 8, after having served an 8-year vice presidential mandate. Then those who think that another John who did 4 and also has an opportunity to return. So now we are talking of a return and a break of an 8.
Right.
For sons of a region. So if we're doing the regional dynamics, and I am an inclusivity, you know, advocate, and it is right to want to be in a country where you feel that every member of the society, irrespective of your religion or creed or background, can aspire to lead at the highest level of the land. I advocate for that. I am first a Ghanaian, but I'm first also, and I'm also a Northerner, and I'm also a Muslim, and I'm also a woman. In all of these communities, I should be able to wish that in my lifetime, I should be able to see people from my various community also serve in different roles in my society. And that should not be viewed as negative. So all things being equal, Baumia is a Muslim. It will be very nice if he becomes the first Muslim presidents of this country. John Mahama is a northerner. After Hila Liman, we haven't had any such opportunity of a northern person being, president. And as a northern person, if I, like you were saying, in 1992, I was 12 years. And in that time, I saw JJ do his 2 terms. I saw Kufuor do his 2 terms. I saw Mills attempt to do his 2 terms, but fate was not on his side. And John came and did 1 term, and he was voted out because of obvious, clear issues that were the reasons for the defeat. And today, as we sit, those same issues that became John's defeat or Waterloo have been more exacerbated. Can we make any fair case? If I was speaking to members of my northern Muslim community, who deserves that next term? That is also a conversation I think we must have. Who of these 2 sons of the savannah deserves that next term, 2024?
Right. That's an interesting point there. I'll come to you, Nanea, just briefly.
Actually interesting.
You want to bring it up? You want to say
No,
something?
yeah, I just wanted to see, as I said, some of these opinions, they are worth, going into research and then digesting them. And I don't know. One of the problems that I have is I would want us to always try as much as possible to see ourselves as human beings first. See ourselves as Ghanaians.
True.
I'd always want to put aside religion and tribal issues.
But they are part of our lives.
Unfortunately, it's part of our.
Fortunately,
unfortunately. Well, not because
Depends
at times, the way it is emphasized on.
Yes.
That for me is where I see that if we are not careful, right, we are sowing some serious seeds of disconnect if we have to go on that tangent.
Can I say something?
Oh, why not?
If we are not aware, because the conflicts, see what's happening in Israel, and you see the conversations about inclusion and tolerance must be had in tandem, and they must be had consistently.
You get into the area. That is why I said, let's see ourselves as human beings and let's see ourselves as Ghanaians. I don't want something that begins to, you are this, you are that, separate us. No. You see, that is where I said that. I want us to put that thing at the background and let's see ourselves as Ghanaians, brothers and sisters, so we move on. Okay. And one of the things that, as we started the conversation, we talked about the fact that the angles at which people choose a candidate or want to vote for somebody.
My right.
So many. Somebody want to go the religious way. Somebody wants to go the tribal way. Yes. Somebody wants to go on opportunities that if this man were there, I'll get. Somebody, because he's a handsome guy, this one says is this, is that. Fine, all those things come in. But the critical issue that we're talking about here is this one. Just to bring in some, I told you earlier that as for the 8, Bawumia will break the 8.
He has broken all.
He's broken the 8 already. You see?
I needed that clarity.
Because you see, one.
He's being sarcastic. He will explain.
The time they started talking about the 8, the dollar was not ECU. The time they started talking about 8, petrol was not 8 CD.
Yes. Per liter,
Yeah. Now they've doubled, they break. So as for the 8 CD, they break
12.
You see? So some of these ones, and then the funny thing is that he would end his 8 as a vice president.
There's no transition beyond the 8.
So the 8 they go already.
Bawumia wants to be president.
All right, it's no big deal.
And the fact is that he also has opportunity to return, just as you know.
Oh yeah.
He has an opportunity to return.
Shalima, there's a whole conversation about how Bawumia will fare if he doesn't win 2024 and the party goes to opposition. and that opposition dynamics are entirely different. In fact, there are some who are
He's been
saying
in opposition before. He'll
no,
go
what I say,
and
I mean,
be
as
a World
flag
Bank. He'll work
bearer.
in World Bank.
See, no, but you see, as flag bearer, he doesn't have that luxury. As flag bearer, he must be here. And because
why not?
No,
you can take a seat.
Yes, and then come and go. Yes.
No. What I'm trying to say is that
you would have to almost 1 year break.
No. Don't get me right. What I'm saying that as flag bearer, you're the leader of the party in opposition. You have the greatest responsibility of making sure that the party is intact and the party is going well. Things are going well within the party. You don't have the luxury of going out there to stay even beyond a month or two.
Oh, but they go.
Oh, they do.
The party people don't like that.
There's precedence.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying that a lot of the times the party supporters don't like that.
But if you're in position, you have to.
So your fear is that he can't do that?
Okay, we can agree to disagree on it. But the point I'm trying to make is that in opposition, the dynamics will change.
Yes.
In fact, there's this talk about the fact that there are people.
Don't go around it. The dynamics
So there are people who are actually following him today because they're looking at the future.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, sir. Because Sharma said he has an opportunity to come back. Of course, the opportunity is there. Yeah. But I'm saying that the dynamics will change.
Come and compete
naturally.
again.
I mean,
that's if he doesn't win.
Nothing is static.
Okay.
Nothing is static. So
yes. So it will be very interesting to see how that plays out when the party goes to position, or if the party goes to position, and so on and so forth. But whilst we're talking, Dr. John, are you still there? Because we would like to come back.
Yes, I am.
Oh, great. And I'm happy that you're listening to this conversation. And that's, look, whilst we're having this conversation about, ethnicity, religion, and so on, I was one of those who was very...
And competence. Let me throw in the word competence. Okay. Because it's also a vital distinguisher.
Because I was beginning to feel very uncomfortable when the whole talk about Dr. Mahmoud Bamia was more to do with the fact that he was Muslim and tribe. And so I called some of his guys and said, what? Doesn't the man have any other traits that you can sell beyond the fact that he is a Muslim and he is from the north?
It's messaging, and depends on where you're doing your messaging, you might have to relate yourself to
and so you remember, that Ken then started to say, oh really? It's about religion, it's about tribe. You want us to go in that direction? You should tell all Christians to vote for me and so on. So I wasn't very comfortable. I thought there was something else that he could sell.
Because that's an obvious fact. You don't have to put words to it.
Exactly the point I'm making.
Relates to you. It's an obvious fact.
Exactly. So you didn't have to publicly state all of that. But hey, Dania, it's good to have you once again. And no. I would like to pick your thoughts first, because Doc will come in. I mean, he's had his take on some other issues, but you are here, and I'd like to get your preliminary thoughts about the process so far and the fact that Bamia is winning. He's still in the 60s. We don't know if he'll be able to hit the 70s.
Who else do you expect to win?
But it is what it is. He's winning.
It is what it is.
Ken, some say, has really, really been impressive. I mean, they didn't know he would go beyond 25%.
I don't think he himself thought he was going to.
But let's do this first. I'm told Paul Adumotre is at the Vice President's office. It's just 2 minutes. We're just going to play a video and come to you. No, it's not a live report. We're just going to play a video and then we'll come to you. And then also Elvis is at the NPP's strong room. So let's watch this video. It's just about 2 minutes, and then Anaya will come in. It's 12 minutes. Okay, so let's go. Let's watch this quickly.
The 2023 NPP presidential primaries provisional results center. If you can show the upstairs, they can see it. Provisional results portal is the NPP presidential 2023 NPP presidential primaries provisional results portal. This is where we are. This is where we are now, and they can see it. Can they see that? Can you read that? Okay, so this is what the NPP provisional results portal has so far, and this is very, very interesting. At this stage, they have the total number of locations for voting. We are looking at 275 constituencies, we know that, but some of the constituencies are quite big, so they did voting locations. So some of the constituencies were divided into 2 voting centers so that they'll be able to finish. Here we are with 328 voting centers, and of 328 voting centers, this portal has reported 305. Of 328 voting centers, this portal has reported 305. So of the 305 reported, this is the outcome. This is what they have. Total votes for Kennedy Japan, who was first on the ballot, is 65,003. Total votes for Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, who was second on the ballot but now leading, is 109,560. And then votes for Owusu Efriakoto is 1,375, and votes for Francis Adai Nemo is 725. So Kennedy Japan is at this stage polling 36.79% of the votes. Dr. Bawumia is polling 62.01% of the votes. Owusu Efriakoto is polling 0.78%. I'll come back. So at this stage, the results from here have been calculated upon the Electoral Commission's certified results that have been signed. So what has happened here is that this is just faster. It's coming faster, but the results will be by and large the same as the Electoral Commission has, because this has been generated from the Electoral Commission's document, and it's all come here in this center where we are. We're going to show you a few more things about this presidential primary results portal. So right now, it looks like with the 21 locations yet to come in, Dr. Bawumia is now at 61. You saw that just a minute ago. It's changed. 61.86 now. Kennedy Japan is on 36.94. All things being equal, Muhammadu Bawumia would be elected. But let's now look at by the details what gap he's going to get. The prediction of 70% is now quite far-fetched for Dr. Bawumia. It might not be 70% because it's already 61, and there's 21 electoral areas left. Let's see the electoral areas left, the 21 that are outstanding. They're going to show it to us on the screen now. So here are the 21 that are outstanding. I can count 21 is Aguna West. Okay, yeah, it's bigger here. There's Aguna West. Okay, so, all right. So this is Aguna West, outstanding, central region, yet to come in. Ablekuma Central, Greater Ablekuma Central A, electoral voting area, Greater Accra, yet to come in. Ablekuma Central B, Greater Accra, yet to come in. Ashaman is a place that we should be looking out for. Ashaman A, Greater Accra, yet to come in. Ashaman B, Greater Accra, yet to come in. Ayawaso Central, Greater Accra, yet to come in. Domi Kwabenya, Greater Accra, yet to come in. Domi Kwabenya A and B. Domi Abra, Obum, Greater Accra, yet to come in. Lejokuku, that is Teshi, big one, yet to come in. Lejokuku A and B, both yet to come in. Medina, I talked about that in the studio. Medina, yet to come in. You're expecting Medina votes to be interesting. Okaikwe South is yet to come in. Okaikwe South A and B, yet to come in. Wejagbawi, also yet to come in. Domi Kwabenya, we've talked about it already. Tamale South is yet to come in. Tamale Central, Tamale South, all yet to come in. And we can see here the last updated is 424. So this is the center. This is where they get everything. And this is how much work has gone into this. You can't see them, but there's an army of youth here. Everyone has a computer in front of them, and they are putting this together. Let's look now at the regional breakdown of these results. For those who are just joining us, perhaps go back to national, please. For those who are just joining us, this is where we are. We are at the NPP 2023 Presidential Results Primaries Provisional Results Portal. And this is what we have. Reporting coming in already. They are reporting 308 of the voting locations, and there's 328. So there is actually 20 left to go. Of what has been reported so far, Kennedy Ohine Japan is doing an impressive second at 36.91% with 65,908 votes in his favor so far. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, the man who is awaiting his congratulatory message later this evening to address the party, having been elected as the party's flag bearer, now collects 61.89%, and the votes he gets is 110,507. That's Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia over there. Dr. Owusu Efriakoto, my good friend, did an unimpressive showing. He has 1,384, and then his share is 0.78. And then there's Francis Adai Nemo. So that's the presidential portal, if you're just joining us. All things being equal, with 20 votes more left, we're going to ask the people here that they should look at the total number of people registered in the 20 votes. Let's give all to Kennedy Japan and see if he's able to assail the 61%. If he's not able to do so, we'll be confident to call this election for Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia. But let's look at the regional distribution right now, and then we will get a better understanding of what is happening in the regional distribution. So they're going to put out the regional distribution on the screen soon. Then we'll look at every region. Yeah, there it is. This is a big one. So here, this is the most important data file that we have here. It shows you all the results in every region. It shows you which region Kennedy Japan has won and which one Dr. Bawumia has won, with 20 voting centers yet to be reported. Okay, so you will see the columns here. This is Kennedy Ohine Japan. This is Dr. Baumia. This is the votes they get. This is Usuefri Akoto. And this is Francis Adainimo. And then the vote share is what is up here in red. Percentage vote share is what you get here. And then you have the position of the candidates in the region. Then you have total received and outstanding. So let's look at the position in the region. If you look on this line, you will see that Dr. Baumia gets number 1 position in Ahafo region. It means that Dr. Baumia won the Ahafo region. Let me try and grab a pen and get a pointer. Okay. Okay, I was looking for a pen. Let's move on. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So this is a DMB here. So this is Ahafo region. They need to see this line. This is Ahafo region. DMB is number 1 in Ahafo region. He wins. He wins also Ashanti region. He wins also Bono region, number 3. He wins also Bono East. And then here in Central region, you see he's number 2 here because Kennedy Japan is number 1. If you look ahead, all where Dr. Baumia is winning 1, 2, 3, 4, Kennedy Japan comes 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Here, Dr. Baumia is 2, and Kennedy Japan is 1. That means Central region, Kennedy Japan actually won Central region away from Dr. Baumia. Now, let's look at by what percentage Kennedy wins Central region. So we come to the vote share in terms of percentages, and you will see here, Kennedy Japan gets 62%. 62.9% of central regional votes, and DMB gets 36.58% of central regional votes. That's very interesting. So Kennedy Japan wins central region away from Dr. Baumia. And then also you come to Volta region is down here. Volta region. You see Dr. Baumia is 111 everywhere. It comes to Volta region, and you see that Dr. Baumia is 2. With the results of Volta region almost certainly done, Kennedy Japan, in terms of percentage share, is picking in Volta region. Kennedy Japan is picking 53.01, whilst Dr. Baumia is getting 45.27. So if you look at the regional distribution, out of 16 regions, it would appear that Kennedy Japan is going to pick his home region, Central region, and he's going to pick Volta region as well. And the rest of it is all going to Dr. Baumia, winning 14 regions, 14 regions out of Greater Accra has quite a large number of outstanding left, and so far, where is Greater Accra? Greater Accra region. Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay, that's 15 outstanding left for Greater Accra. Okay, yeah. So that's the Greater Accra they put in there. So this is Greater Accra region as at now. Kennedy Japan is doing 47.1%. Dr. Baumia is doing 52.1%. But it's 15 constituencies left to be reported. You know, Greater Accra, 15 polling centers yet to be reported. We are not sure how many constituencies that will be because they've divided this report into the voting centers. Results are coming in from the voting centers. 15 left of Greater Accra. That's the most significant. Most of what is left in Greater Accra. So whether Kennedy Japan will close the gap or Dr. Baumia will increase the gap, it depends on what is going to be reported in Greater Accra. Large constituencies coming in from Greater Accra is Medina. A lot is expected there. There is Ashaiman. There is Lejokuku. There's Domikwa Benya. All of these are going to come in very heavy, and 15 of them are coming in. So we wait for that, and we see how this is going. But this is the center. So as at this time, what's the time now? It's 5 o'clock. As at 4:30, as I'm speaking to you live, this is the results at the NPP center. They are almost done. They're almost done with everything. They know what will happen, and it looks obvious that at this stage, Alhaji Mahamadou Baumia would most likely pick this up between 65 to 70%. I think the 70% is still a distance away, unless Dr. Baumia is performing significantly in the Greater Accra regions left. We're also expecting Tamale South, Tamale North, and Tamale Central. And those are 3 NDC constituencies held by the NDC. We have to wait and see how the NPP, how Dr. Baumia and Kennedy Japan sort it out in Tamale North, Tamale South, and Tamale Central. And then we can determine how the thing is going. But we can confidently say that with this lead that Dr. Baumia has taken, is almost unassailable. The disappointment is with also a free and Adainimo, but it's been a very feisty contest, and Kennedy Japan has done impressively well, given that he started his campaign late, and given that he's not been everywhere. We've not seen him going everywhere. But really, you have to send a congratulation message to Dr. Baumia. They have done an absolutely incredible job. Let's get back to the presidential vote situation, and let's see how it is. Yeah, okay. So So this is back to the main act, the voting center results. This is it. So what we have so far. Let's see whether we are getting some more. Yes, it looks like we're getting some more now. 18 yet to be reported. Canada Japan is on 36.75. Dr. Baumia is still at 62.04. These figures are going to be changing, and these are the figures that we're keeping an eye on to determine what happens. Akoto says it's not doing well. Efi Akoto is not doing that well, and Francis Adainimo is also not doing that well. So this is the center where the NPP are picking all their results from. This is the main center where everything is happening. We'll come back to you here. Maybe another hour or so, maybe another half an hour, it will be done. 18 left to be reported, pending votes location 18. And we are getting also a turnout of 88.51%. That's the turnout that is being reported here. Very, very impressive turnout, almost a turnout of 90%. And it's showing that Alhaji Mahamadou Baumia is waiting for his powder, and he's now running 62.04. This will be a straight first round victory for the vice president to lead the New Patriotic Party into the next election. But a lot will be said about these results. A lot will be said by journalists, a lot will be said by analysts. We are going to be in the studio tonight from the time of the final declaration to look at these results incisively and analyze it for you about what happened. We'll take it back to the studio right now, and then we're going back to the studio now to see maybe one of the documentaries, and then we'll come back here live. This is live on Good Evening Ghana from the 2023 NPP Presidential Primaries Provisional Resource Portal. That's where we are reporting from live on our show now. Back to the studio. We'll be right back.
All right, that's Metro TV's Paul Adumotri giving us making sense of the results that have trickled in so far from the NPP's Coalition Center, as you did see him indicate. Very, very interesting and fascinating results that's coming through so far. The vice president obviously is leading with about some 62%. We're yet to get the final result to see whether he will go past the 62% or not. But this, what you just saw Paul do, was something they did like an hour ago, and so I'm sure by now the final results would have almost been done. And once we get it, you can be rest assured that we'll break it here on Metro Television. Now, let's do this. I did indicate that Nanaya Jantwa, who is the General Secretary of the CPP, is also with us here for a panel discussion or for this conversation. So she's going to be telling us her thoughts or to share her perspectives on how the elections has turned out so far and all the issues that have come up. And Dr. John Osakwapo is also with us. He is hanging in there on Zoom. And I'm sure that when Nanaya is done, he will also tell us what he thinks about the numbers that have come through so far and what this means for Dr. Mahmoud Bamia's, mandate within the New Patriotic Party if it doesn't change. It's still 62%, Ken hovering around 36%. 35-36%. Very interesting and fascinating results. Nania, what are your thoughts?
Thank you. I've lost my thoughts. You see, you keep.
Please don't. I beg you.
You kept interrupting.
I beg you.
Let me say good. Is it afternoon to your viewers?
Good evening. Yes, it's 5:30 now.
Hey,
yes.
Okay. It's 6. It's almost 6. Okay.
Yeah. It's almost 6. Yes, that's true.
Good evening. If you make somebody wait that long, they'll lose their thoughts, right? Good evening to your viewers. Good evening to my CPP comrades.
Right.
Good evening to my brother and sister, Uncle Edgar, my big brother, and my sister Shamima. And I also say congratulations to Justin Kudia and the General Secretary, my colleague, the General Secretary of NPP and his team. He's done a good job. There has been absolute peace, cohesion, and I think that we should say kudos to him and his team and the chairman as well. But coming to the crux of the matter, I heard Shamima was talking about religion and tribe.
Tribe, yes.
It's part of it. Uncle Edgar disagrees, and I also
agrees.
And also agree with him that you don't put it in the forefront, but it's also part of it.
Yes.
Right. She was talking about the Gaza and Israel and all of that. I do not think that aspect is more of religion. I heard the Israeli premier saying that on hindsight they don't want a second Holocaust. And I think they have that in their mind that when you touch them, they have to, touch you back. And for me, I think that is more of the matter, that the Israelis are like that now, that they don't want to be captured anymore, if you know the Holocaust and all that. Right. So I don't think that is a religion thing. But you see, the point is that Shamima said something. She said the election for 2024 is going to be between His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Sons of the Savannah.
It is not true.
Okay.
It is not true at all.
They are not going to be on the ballot.
Trouble don't
They are going to be on the ballot. That is what I meant.
We are going to be on the ballot. There are also other parties who are going to contest.
And the rest.
It is not in the rest. There is one person everybody is not looking at, Alan Chematin.
Oh, yes.
Do you get
and
me?
what he might vote.
Yeah. I'm telling you that everybody is just discounting Alan Chematin in the NPP thing. Because you see, Alan's base is still the NPP.
Okay.
And those who are disgruntled with the system, they haven't stopped being disgruntled.
Right.
And they haven't stopped being with Alan. That is the truth. And I believe some of the votes that Kennedy got, he got some of Alan's votes.
Right.
And nobody should discount Alan's influence.
Okay.
Because there are people who are very upset with what has happened.
Yeah.
That is as if somebody is pushing His Excellency Bawumia.
Right.
And they are not happy about it. And they will not talk because they want party cohesion superficially. But granted that Kennedy is not on the box, on the ballot. Even within, he's gotten a certain percentage. When it comes to the larger picture, where Alan is there, people are going to vote for him. And everybody should watch him. All of us should watch him. Because now he's come out as a new face. And everybody is saying the duopoly.
Really?
So we
I
need
don't
to
have the same energy.
No, I'm telling you, you have to look at it. Because you see today, Dr. Is it Ayikwe Otu? He said something. He said the independent phenomena is very problematic.
Okay.
It's for if you don't know what it. If you have a party and one person goes independent, you are finished.
In a presidential race.
Yes. Yeah. You are finished because that person is coming out of your party. You see, there's a difference between an independent candidate that is on his own, coming from nowhere and saying, "Me, I want to be independent." Like somebody like, is it Jacob? He came from nowhere. Joy. Joy came from nowhere. He has no base within any party. He's trying to build his base around. So he says that I'm coming on my own. There's another person. There are two of them. There's a Quanting.
Dr. Indom is also an example. He
Dr.
left
CPP. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He performed PPP. And it wasn't well for us.
Yes, it hurt the CPP badly.
Yeah, it hurt us badly. So you should never, nobody should discount.
In neighboring Nigeria, we saw Peter Obi. We saw what happened to PDP.
Is it heading the party?
The party he comes from, his mother party.
No, but the contest,
not the contest between parties. This is what I'm trying to say.
I am saying
so
that
who is a loser?
The contest is MPP, but the contest is not only between, because Alan too is there. He's going to contest, and you think Alan is going to
trying to capture the youth?
Yes, and he's trying to capture everybody in MPP.
Will you go?
Go where? Me, I have my party. I'm the general secretary of the CPP. I am the heart of the CPP.
The point that Nanaya is trying to sound home is that Alan is going to capture the youth. So what it simply means is that Alan can capture the youth from all the parties.
Okay. I'm not saying that. I am saying that Alan has people, not only the youth. There are older people who are with him.
Okay.
And they will vote for him.
Right.
Because he was with people.
Yeah.
And the people did not leave MPP. But when it comes to voting, there's nobody there.
Yeah.
They will stand in the booth and vote. And who knows who they will vote for?
Yes.
Do you get? It's not about the youth. The youth is a new segment that everybody wants to capture. It's a large segment. But within the MPP, there are people who are adults who are not happy. Who are not happy that Alan was treated the way he was treated.
Okay, how about those who also got upset because he left?
Those who are what?
Who got upset because he left?
How many are they? Let's be. I mean, policy. I'm talking about policy. People will not come out to tell you
the next effect.
I am telling you that there are people who even are not happy with Dr. Bawumia, but they are with him.
Okay.
Because the establishment wants him to be there.
Right.
And sometimes in politics, you don't want to be seen as the one who is trying to oppose everybody. People are not very happy because he left, but they are not many.
Right.
Because when you talk to some of them behind the scenes, they'll tell you that, this one. Everybody knows what happened in 2007. Everybody knows how Alan gave in and everything. We don't have to go into the history. But one person that the NPP should not ignore
is Alan.
Yes. So today, I was listening to Honorable Freddie Blay.
Okay.
And somebody asked him about unity in the party. And he said, oh, what unity? There's nothing like that. But Honorable Ekunfia Meya, when he was spoken to as an elder, he said they need it.
Okay.
And that at this time, they need to come together as one.
Many of them actually,
Yes.
even Akoto, the candidates,
Yes.
cautioned against
He said
further divisiveness.
he said they need to, and I was so happy the way he said they need to come together as one. And this time, unity is very important. So if His Excellency Bawumia, has any job to do right now,
It's about how to unite the party.
it is very key.
But I'm very much interested. I need to understand something. How was Alan treated?
Alan.
Yeah, how was he treated?
Oh, I don't have to tell you how.
No, because no. You see, Nana, you are making a point here. You are saying the way he was treated.
Yes. Everybody knows what happened in 2007, unless you were not following the politics.
No, and that is what now the question is this: are you suggesting that when the thought or the ambition of Bawumia came up, they should have shut it down,
please,
or what?
I don't want to go in there, but you know what has happened.
And that is what I want to. You see,
the thing is that
the ship has sailed. The man has left. He's complaining about.
Sometimes I wonder how one candidate, almost everybody in power, everybody who has a position was with him.
Right.
From the super delegates, and we needn't go there. It's just I see people have been whipped in line to say that. Sometimes when they are speaking, I just look at them and say, I see people have been shipped in line to follow him, to vote for him.
Yeah.
But that one, it is past. Alan, do you think that Alan would have left if he was happy?
Okay.
Who would leave a party if you are happy in there? Who would, maybe, and everybody listened to his interviews. But we didn't go there. Now the ship has landed, as you said. And let's talk about what has happened. But I am saying, and I'll forever say, that if the NPP has anybody to look at, they should look at Alan today. Are you close to say the independent phenomenon is not a pleasant one for any party?
Right.
And we have an example. Dr. Indum left us. And he left to the mass of our people.
And up to now, you've not been able to.
It is not easy that a formidable person will leave and go.
What can the NPP do now? The ship has already sailed.
Right now, it is now. Because for me, as I said in our party, when anybody leaves, even you make an attempt to leave, no matter what it is.
Try and talk to the person.
Yes, even if you have to beg. I was saying that even the person at the polling station, who is about the lowest in the rank.
Yes.
That if you attempt to leave and we have wind of it, no matter what we would do to keep you, because we know what it is for people to leave.
Right.
And the impact it will have on the party.
Okay.
And somebody as formidable as Alan. Now coming to what has happened.
So one of the things, I guess one of the things you're saying is that one of the things that Bawumia would have to do once he takes over the mantle is to do everything possible to bring Alan back.
If I was Bawumia,
yes.
I would never in any form allow Alan to be an independent candidate. And that's
you have limitations in terms of what you can do.
In politics, you don't have limitations. There are ways. Yes, there are ways you do things to keep people.
I think,
unless you have made.
I want Anaya to help me understand something. Okay,
yes.
I want them.
Okay.
Am I getting a picture to say that there shouldn't have been any primaries, and therefore it should have been given to Alan? Or at the time when other people express interest, the establishment also should have shut them down and said, let's give it to Alan.
Okay.
Or what? Because you see, I'm struggling to understand the situation. The nominations were open for people who wanted.
Let me finish.
Okay. No, that's what I want to understand that point clear.
Because in this life, unless you don't want to accept, Uncle Edgar, there are times that there's a level playing field for everybody to go along.
Okay.
And there's no interference from anybody.
Okay.
And even as kids at home, there are times that you see that your daddy likes one person than the other, and sometimes yes. So in this life, once a level playing field is given, we are not saying nobody should compete.
Right.
But he is in there. Once a level playing field is given for everybody to go on the race, if somebody loses, there is nothing to shout at. We are there. Even Kennedy has been shouting.
Yeah.
Kennedy, who is now getting about 33% of the valid vote cast.
Every year, Akoto concedes defeat.
Do you get it? He has been shouting.
Yep.
So if he has been shouting, what does it mean?
Right.
It means there is some manipulation going on.
Okay.
Where did we get I'll give you showdown?
Right.
But it is gone. But I am saying that if there is anything, the party shouldn't have allowed even Alan to go independent.
All right.
Even he could have resigned.
Okay.
But they should have spoken to him in a manner for him to know that stay.
Okay.
But it has happened.
It has happened. He's gone.
It's gone.
Okay.
I mean, there's nothing. And nobody should also, looking at everything that is going on, nobody should also say that it does not matter.
Okay.
Because an independent coming from within, not from anywhere, is not something that you have to joke with. But today, His Excellency, this morning he did something that normally, he's not my fan. I mean, he's not somebody, but...
You mean Dr. Mahmoud Bamia?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, when the journalists were on him, asking him whether he was going to win or all that, he said that it is only God. And for me, for once, I was pleased.
Okay.
That he didn't show any complacence.
Yeah.
But he just said that it is only God who will decide that at the end of
It's
the
God
day.
who chooses a leader.
And I wish he had said that for all along.
Right.
Because then it gives the impression, before it gave the impression that he's the only one who can beat this, who can beat that. But now today he was very humble.
Reality check?
I don't know what it was. Maybe, but maybe he was just coming from church or finished praying or something. But because I went to.
He's Muslim.
On the lighter side, I went to an event with him at Action Chapel. I was so excited, and I was struggling to sing all the stanzas of Amazing Grace because I sang Amazing Grace the first stanza. But as I watched His Excellency, he was singing it, not looking on the screen. And I was watching his lips.
But he said he was a Christian before when he was young.
I didn't know that.
There's a Christian side of it. He said it time and again. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a Christian
We
side.
went to Christian schools and we are forced to learn and participate.
Okay, so the point
in fact, he was
is
called
Timothy.
Timothy.
Okay,
At the
Timothy.
time.
Okay, that's fine.
Timothy.
So
he said it. We have the video. We can play
so
it.
So the point is that this morning I saw a different person.
Yeah, you were.
And he
you were
looked
impressed.
very yes. This morning I was.
All right.
Nobody should take it that I'm supporting, but this morning I saw a different person. He said God will decide, but 62%.
Right.
That is what his people has given to him. The delegates decide who should lead them, and they have decided to give him 62%.
Nania, they said it is not possible. In fact, before the thing, I heard Samia Oku because it is not possible
Who is it? Who?
for the
Overconfidence.
Samia Oku. How do you call it? Nana Kwame. It is not possible for Bamia to get less than this. It's just not possible.
My dear, you see.
So it's like the least per the polls that they had. Internal polls that they had.
Oh, yesterday,
the least is 75%.
Yesterday, Info Analytics, that's how they call it.
No, it was, I mean, well, the team rubbish Info Analytics said they have their own
But
polls.
Info Analytics said he's going to get 58 plus 2 or minus 2.
Yeah.
And they were spot on.
Yeah,
they
almost
said
spot on.
58%.
Yeah.
That's what they are looking at,
Right.
plus 2 or minus 2.
Yeah.
So now it has
The
become
margin of error,
Yes,
60,
yes.
yeah, plus
No,
2,
his margin of error is 4.
The point I'm trying to
So
make to you, Nana, is that whereas you're saying that's what they've given him and it's okay, his team will be very disappointed.
Why will you be disappointed? You are not the delegate.
Okay.
Because you see, in this politics that we are, the most important people are the delegates.
Right.
If you
During
want to be in
elections.
power, if you want to win elections, and the most important people are the Ghanaians who vote. Because the constitution of this nation says that sovereignty lies in the hands of the Ghanaian.
Right.
So the power that is wielded by we, the politicians, is given to us by the Ghanaian,
By the people.
populace. Yes. So we see the people in whichever subset or segment they are the most powerful.
So respect their decision and
respect
opinion.
them. This is what they want. They said we want 62% of the people said they want you. The rest 38 said we don't want you.
Yeah, but if I'm going into an election and about 38% are not on my side, that makes my work a Herculean one. It's a task.
It is what it is.
What is what?
Well,
why is it a task?
I think that
because you're coming up against John Mahama who polled 95%. He
We
had
did-
about from what 300
Please, right now.
300 and something thousand delegates. Shami, what's the number
What
again?
is the
300 and something thousand.
percentage of the delegates to the voters? Now they are finished with the internal elections.
You know what?
They are now going to face the people outside.
I totally understand, but what I'm saying is that for political communication propaganda sake,
I've
want to be able
to say,
yeah, I'm in charge of my political party.
You know
because
what?
already now 85, 90,
Yes.
don't
No,
joke
no,
with me.
Moro
Everybody
has-
there my side.
Yeah, Moro has a good point
60
because
something.
already the opposition have.
They started.
They've
saying
capitalized on it,
No,
saying that
please.
talk about
I'll tell you.
Dr. Baumia is not popular in his own party.
Well,
saying that
there are so
62%
many
is what
school
the
of thoughts.
delegates
It is
Somebody
what it is.
even believes that is that if everybody says you are good, then
Then
there's a problem
Then there's a
with you.
problem with you.
Yeah. Even though
But
everybody
not
said
by
you are,
62.
but that's
please,
that's somebody also believes that figure
not in
60,
politics.
even just like you were saying, that 50 plus 1 or plus 01, somebody even the moment you have crossed that line, right? That's
You are
it.
in. Yeah.
That's it. I mean, whether as for political gimmicks, political propaganda, all kinds of language is part of the game. Do you allow it to affect you or not?
Because it is part of the game, that's why you want to be able to win and win handsomely.
And I'm saying that if you are trying to tell me that 62% is not a handsome vote,
Well, it's okay.
It's not
Yeah.
handsome.
See, I'm just
It
saying
is
that
okay.
in
Act
all
like
of
that.
this,
It's not
you've got to
handsome.
look
It is
at the
okay.
political
my brother,
climate.
all these things, all these things, they are neither here nor there.
Because-
What is important? What is
Fortunately, you're not a politician, so for you, a coup.
Well, the numbers matter in this game.
No, and I'm saying 62%, and you want to tell me you are not happy with 62%? Hey, then what kind of human being are you?
If you wanted an A star as a student and you get a C plus,
Would you,
It's a C
no,
plus.
no, okay. You want? I like the way you wanted an A star, and then you got you wanted an A star, and you got an A. Would you go and rewrite?
no, you got
No,
what?
will you go and rewrite?
No, A, but we are not talking about A here.
No, I'm saying that.
C.
No, I'm saying that. So what? You go and rewrite?
Edgar's really proving he's not a politician. He's a technocrat. So we can let that slide.
Because
Please go ahead,
I
Anaya.
like what you said, that you should be able to say that I'm in charge of my party.
It's extremely important.
So it is not for nothing at all that even at our political party levels, when we go for elections at the highest level, they say that you have to get 50% or more of the valid vote cast, especially our flag bearers, so that it's shown that even if you are going to be a flag bearer, you should be seen to have control over
Massive
the people
control,
in your
yeah.
party before you can come and have control over the people outside. I mean, seriously, 62%, it's not what is expected. For somebody who is like an establishment candidate, for somebody who, it's apart from the president, any person at the top spoke that, I mean, supported His Excellency Bawumia. I never heard the president speak. That one, I mean, we should be fair.
He was conscious not to.
He never said, and he never said who he supported, or he didn't support. We are talking
Actually, he
about
came out to declare that he doesn't support anybody.
He said they were going to choose somebody to come and make the economy work.
So the point is that all the people at the top, everybody. This morning I heard my own mother, chief of staff. I mean, talking, and she even broke the rules because the rule was that do not, when you finish voting, do not come and tell us who you support.
Right.
But in her excitement, she broke the rules.
Right.
But she also spoke for Bawumia in a very colorful, nice words.
Okay.
Every top person, what is his name? The leader of parliament came out to say that Kennedy, and that was not good. Kennedy will not even get 20% of the vote today. Yes, Oseche Mensah Bonsu. Today, Kennedy has gotten about 35% of the valid vote cast. So everybody is for His Excellency Bawumia. But if you are in school and you have all your lecturers helping you to learn, and you don't get A, then there's a problem.
Right.
It means either you didn't get what you were being taught properly, or there's something really wrong.
Okay.
Because 62% seriously is not what we expected. But he has a Herculean task.
Okay.
He has the baggage to carry, the baggage of the economy, the baggage of people who have lost their jobs under the NPP.
Businesses that have collapsed.
Businesses that have collapsed.
Yeah.
He has a lot of baggage to carry, and especially maybe if he wasn't in this hole, if he wasn't in this setting, it would have been a different kettle of fish.
Right.
But today he has himself to prove.
Okay.
And the fact that he didn't get 70%, 78%, it shows that even within his own party there's discernment.
Right.
People are dissenting
voices.
Dissenting what?
Voices. Yeah, within the party.
Within the party, they are not happy.
Right.
They are not happy that he's the one they have put across.
But these dissenting voices, is it Bamia they're not happy with, or they are not happy with the president and Bamia has had to carry the cross?
You have to carry, John Boy to carry the cross. You remember?
No, continue.
You remember John Boy to carry the cross? We were invited to the Delegates Congress of the NPP as stakeholders in the political system. And as you walked around, the delegates said that if the president is not going to reshuffle, they'll reshuffle John Boy for him.
Yeah.
But that's not fair to Dr. Bamia, is it?
That is what I am saying, that if whether it is the president they are against or whether it is the system, they have shown some form of dissentiment.
Wow.
And this is, you see, it is also, they have to also look at what is going to happen in 2024, the elections. People are not happy. So you need to do what will make them happy. And most people in there, and Uncle Edgar doesn't want to agree with him, they think that he's an imposition on them.
Dr. John, hold on a second.
I never said so. I just wanted some clarity.
No problem. I'll come back to you, sir. I beg you. Dr. Jonathan Kwapong, help us understand the results that have been declared so far. Now, I'm going to give the latest. 191,777. That's almost 200,000. We're almost there. In fact, there's only Ashaiman and I think Medina to go.
Yeah.
But Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and Ashaiman and where? One other place. Okay. It's 61. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is 61.49%, and Ken is around 38%. I mean, help us make sense of this. Is it that the delegates wanted to keep Ken in the picture? Right? They want to keep Ken in the picture, and so they decided to give Ken something like a handsome gift, just to keep him in there. Or it is clearly a case of a protest vote. They're not happy about something, and they've used this opportunity to express it. I mean, help us make sense of this, what we're beginning to see, because I think the best case scenario for Dr. Mahmoud will be 62% from what we just have. It can't get worse than 62%. We're confused. We don't know what's happening, because a lot of people, but people were actually expecting the vice president to poll not less than 70%. So what's happening?
You know, at the end of the day, the only poll, as the president likes to say, is the poll that happens on election day. That's when you get to see exactly what those who are going to vote would do. As I said in the beginning, I'm sure that an 80-85% margin of victory for him, like some of his keen supporters were suggesting, what they would have liked that. But at the end of the day, fine. So you get 62%. But the most important thing is you won. And even if you won by a single vote, you still won, and you are still the party's flag bearer. The challenge is trying to understand those internal dynamics. And it could be anything. The delegates themselves are the only people who can tell us exactly why the vote has turned out that way. Probably they are looking at, the NDC had already selected their flag bearer. So who knows? Maybe in their minds, they are thinking, all right, who is the candidate best positioned to really give the NDC a run for their money? Maybe there are some who are unsure of Dr. Bawumia. There are also some who are unsure of Ken, all other things, maybe things that they feel the person has done for the party, it's a combination of several factors, right? But for me, when all is said and done, he's emerged victorious. The thing that one of the things that he needs to do, and I always say this, is when primaries are over, it is always critical how parties handle post-primary grievances. Already they've lost, Alan, and however many people were going to support him or not, they've already lost that. For me, I think the challenge for him, or at least one of the things he needs to do, is to think that Ken has pulled almost about 38% of the vote means that there are people in the party who would have preferred Ken, although not to the point where he becomes flag bearer. So you need to understand all of those sentiments, because ultimately you want a party that is united going into the general election. But to have pulled, 6 out of every 10 primary voters is not a bad performance. Yes, I know that there were some of his surrogates who were saying they don't expect anything less than an 80 or 85%, and they were that confident, etc., etc. It's all part of politics and posturing. Now, they would have to deal with how they reconcile those projections with what has turned out. But for me, when all is said and done, having emerged victorious as it's looking, he just needs to make sure that all sections, everybody in the party, you can still hold them together, especially to look at how strongly Kennedy Japan has performed. You really want to understand his voters, his support, and how you keep them, right? You don't want to do or say anything that would antagonize him or antagonize his party members, to a point where it chips away whatever support that you need going into 2024. Because for me, today's story, yes, it's very historic what the vice president has done in terms of the party and being able to pull this off. But the other big story emerging today is the force of Honorable Kennedy Japan. My own mother, who has been a big fan of President Akufo-Addo all the way from even when he threw his hat, into the flag bearer race, back in, Kufuor's time. Broke camp with him and is solidly behind Kennedy Japan. And it's people like her that I think Bawumia needs to understand why that sentiment, why that strong feeling. Because my mom this morning when we spoke is saying to me, she won't, if the delegates don't choose Ken, she's not going to vote. And she's not one person to mince her words. But at the same time, it's not as though she's going to cross over and vote for NDC. No, she's a diehard NPP. But why are some of these, strong sentiments, in favor of Ken? Once he understands all of that, I think he would be able to keep the party together, because the last thing that you want is anything that erodes party unity going into a general election. For me, it's a good thing that they did the other day by having the candidates sign that commitment that said, win or lose, they'll stick with the party. Because can you imagine with Ken's, showing, and without the moral force of that, agreement, he sort of tinkers with the idea of I'll leave the party. That would even be even more disastrous, for the NPP, who are already facing, a very difficult political terrain going into 2024.
Here, and one of the things she said is that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia must do everything possible to bring back Alan into the NPP fold, and that he shouldn't give up. Is that an exercise in futility, or you think that it is doable?
I think it would be an exercise in futility, in the sense that, and for me, for everything that Alan said leading up to his departure, right, and starting this movement and going independent, I think it would also say something about his credibility, right? People already have all kinds of narratives about politicians, right? And so for you to have expressed those strong sentiments and those strong feelings about the party, the direction of the party, and having, if he had just said, you know what, I'm out of the party, I don't want to be part of it, and left it at that, then, you know, for me, it wouldn't hurt then to do everything to bring him back into the party fold. But he took it a step further to say, you know what, not only am I leaving the party, I'm going independent. And for me, it wouldn't speak well to his political integrity should he make a 360, you know, and go back. And then there are also others in the party who publicly said, you know, I mean, there are some voices who said, look, if he's going to go, let him go. You know, we are not afraid it's not going to have any impact, etc. I know Dr. Baumia didn't say that, but there are voices that have said that.
Yeah.
So how do you also, you know, now turn around and, you know, try and, you know, woo him back? I don't think he should, you know, I mean, I don't think he should try. But at the same time, even if he made that overture, for me, then it won't speak well to Alan's political integrity, because then there's a lot he would have to eat up to be able to say, I'm coming back, you know, to the party. Because he's got however many people he's gotten excited, however big, however small. What then do you say to them that you are abandoning this independent bid and now going back to the party that I said quite some really scathing things on my way out?
Said, in fact, she just corrected me that the point about asking him to return was at the very early stages of the decision, and not now. Now she doesn't think it's possible. So that's just so I correct it. Doc, please hang in there. We're going to go to the stadium, the Accra Sports Stadium. I'm told that there's a lot happening there. You know, that's where the official declaration is going to be made, and if there's any concession speeches, it will be made there, and I'm sure the losers will tell us what they intend to do next. So, Doc, please hang in there. I'm sure you'd also be keen to follow how all of that pans out, so that when we come back to you, you can join us, analyze things as they you know, unfold. So let's go to the stadium now. I guess that Annie Ampofo is stationed there, and she'll bring us an update on what's happening, a report on that, what's happening. Annie.
He is almost at the end of his tenure. He remains an icon and joins President Kufuor in that league. We salute him and we love him. We are there for him any day. The same way we are there for this party any day, rain or shine.
DJ Sky.
Let's be proud of our
Sky. Lolo. DJ Sky. DJ.
Everlasting. Hold it. Toboy,
Yepa muchopi. Mwa mujina hani nano. Pacho, yesi moving free or munko
enim kakra ma
enim kakra.
Munko enim kakra.
Apart from police,
fine before.
Please.
Yepa macho,
please.
Munko echire kakra ma yen.
Police is your friend.
Kakra. You know more ejuma ha. You know more. Pamacho.
Since 3 days, you know me wa. Omo kasa munti.
Yepa macho. You kwese kakra ma omo. Yepa macho. Fantastic.
A beautiful door for the new patriotic party.
Fantastic. Why are they? Choboy!
Hey!
I have a surprise for you.
Moya ready.
Yeah, but we should stage you kakra.
Moya ready. Me too. Moya ready. Makatre Muse.
DJ
Kennedy.
Sky.
Ohini. Ejapo. A.K.A. Shoulder. Oba. Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Baomia. A.K.A. It is possible. Oba. Dr. Efuye DJ aka Ekriafo Adamfo Oba.
Choboy. Me baby sama there. Martin you weather. Tabita kum. Let me welcome on stage. Yenuya Nicholas Omani Achampon.
Tabita Kum. Chobai. Enyumbe na mope na me ntwama o. Mope enyumbe. Mope zafana pania. Dr. Dawumia kana bao. Obia mefubio. Kanu tujawa. Enye wakechio. Are you ready? Mr. DJ, let's go. Aha. Breaking the 8 is very possible. Hey. Dominica Bafubio, Kano Tujawa, and Yawakajo. I want to hear your voice. Kano Tujawa, and Yawakajo. Obia Mafubio, Sakano Tujawa, and Yawakachikura. Hey. Oh, me I want to hear your voice. Choboy. I want to hear your voice. Choboy. Oh, me I Choboy. Not doing the house. I'm not doing the house. Oh, me I sing along, Baumia Bafa. Breaking the 8. Possible. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. Hey. Aha! Connect yourself. Sing along, Dr. Baumia Befa. Mr. DJ, hold on. Are you ready for Safanat Pania? Are you ready for Safanat? Mr. DJ, let's go. Hey! 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 Aha! Ah! Aha! Hey! Let's go! Safanat Pania! Safanat Pania! Ah! Safanat Pania! Edi! Aha! Safanat Pania! Edi! Sabi umana makai! Umana makai efiase! Efiase nana metie! Efiase nana metie! Babu yaba biya nyame de biya betena. Onyame asesama brabone. Onyame ama mi refi. Amani ama komu nyina. Obratu no ama famu.
Of the new patriotic party. How do you feel having your candidate take the mantle as the flag bearer?
Yeah, first let me give thanks and praises to Almighty God for bringing us this far. So far, so good. And also thank all delegates across the country. I think they've done a good job. We need to congratulate all of them. And also the contestants for showing a unity of purpose. I mean, this is the spirit we've known NPP for. From the days of old till today. When all have lost hope, that is when the NPP resurrects. And today is the beginning of our forward march to breaking the 8. And I thank God for bringing us this far. We are now waiting for all the contestants and also for the declaration of the results by the Electoral Commission and also the handing over the mantle of the leader of the party from the sitting president to the new flag bearer, His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Bawumia.
Now let's look at this. What made Bawumia stand tall among all his contenders? They were 10 and it was slashed down, and now we have 4 people contesting. What made him emerge victorious above all of the 3 other candidates that lost?
Yeah, if you check from history, I think Bawumia has made history today as the sitting vice president to go into a contest of this nature and still emerge as the flag bearer of his party. And he did so because Bawumia, from 2012 till date, when he mounted the box, people begin to have confidence in the man. People begin to see the next president as the current president, the hard-working president, Nana Addo, hand over the mantle. And today, that hope, that confidence that people had in him has come to light. Everyone has seen how far he has brought this party. From when people have lost all hope, he made people to understand that it is possible. He made people to understand that this is a party that can take on the country to the next level. And inshallah, I think he did that as the vice president between 2017 to 2020. So that confidence is still there. And Ghanaians and NPP, for that matter, have so much hope in that man. And we are talking of breaking an 8 here. It is not about finding a candidate. It's about who can break the 8. No matter how tough the election was, our people were so resolute. They want to give it to the person who can break the 8. All the other 3 contestants are fantastic. They are very good. And I believe today, when they get here, they're going to rally their support behind that one candidate that we have all entrusted our vote or our support to, so that we can fight the 2024 election as a united front to continue to be in power and break the 8 for the first time in the history of this country.
So now let's move away a little from the day and focus on numbers. We are talking about numbers, and Bawumia has been touted as the economic messiah. Not much have been seen in his works that brought him to light. Talking about the zero-digit inflation and also moving us from the shackles of the highly indebted country as we were to a better stage of economic liberation. What do you think might be the hindrance in doing this, and what should be the hope Ghanaians should hope for if he is elected as the president of the country come 2024?
In fact, that's exactly why we are here. Bawumia demonstrated that when there was no any external shocks. I mean, no one expected most of the shocks, the two shocks that we had, that hit every single economy in this country, including even the wealthiest of nations, came to their knees when the two external shocks hit. So I don't think anyone in his right frame of mind will blame Bawumia for that. Because when he took over the mantle in 2017 as the vice president of this country, he really exhibited that he's an economic messiah. He moved this economy from about, I think, 3 point something GDP to almost about 7%. And also we all saw the whole world touting Ghana as the best performing economy in the world. Between 2017, 2018, 2019, and even 2020. Even during COVID, when all hope had been lost, Bawumia and his economic team ensured that no one lost his or her job in this country, in the public sector. And even for a whole year, that teachers had to leave the classrooms and were home. They continued to receive their salaries. And when we went through this hardship, through this economic hardship, which every single country in this world was experiencing, Bawumia ensured that our lives are on for 24/7. And that is something we don't have to take for granted. And also, as an economic messiah, we don't queue to buy fuel from any filling station in this country. We've not short gas in this country. And workers work and they collect their pay at the end of the month. That shows you he can still perform it. Even under these circumstances, we are still working hard. And I've always said something, irrespective of what people say about our economy, we are still performing better than NDC when nothing had happened to this country and to the world at large. And again, when you look around our peers in West Africa, our contemporaries, other West African countries, we are still performing well because no Ghanaian.
NPP appreciate you. NPP appreciate you.
In Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia's government succeeding a very successful government of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And as the running mate, as the vice president, he knows the terrain and he can take this country by storm and ensure he moves Ghana to the next level, inshallah, after 2024 election.
Okay, thank you very much. Right in your shot, you just saw Dr. Efriye Akoto, who was just introduced to the crowd not long ago. He was introduced, and we are expecting other aspirants to be present so that the program will kickstart for the big announcement to be made. Now we've seen Efriye Akoto and wife who are on stage at the moment. Some executives of the party are on stage at the moment. We've seen the likes of Justin Kodua.
What's your name? First?
Digitization era. Our beloved country has a son, a true patriot, a man who has the knowledge and capacity to create and transform destiny. This great man.
Hold it. Hey, DJ, hold it. Hold him. You hold it on 21 Sam. Now you declare you are there. You drop your energy. Drop the next one. Drop the next one near more near call. Let's do this. Hey, Mama must have person together. 1, 2, what's in there? Tell me what happened. To send the mess, meet you. Right here. Hey, meet you, what's in there? What's in there? Now come in, I'm in charge of the Senate. Yes, I'll cut on the Mukawaka. I don't want to part about Penny Santino. Now come in, I'm in Angelina Sana, yes, I'll cut on the moonwalk. I don't want to pata pata, penny is empty. Everybody, let's sing it together. Oh, Chico. One finger in there right now. Muchadi. It's NPP now. Never said someone to be. Is the count charge enough? Now come in, I'm trying to lead us on. Yes, I'll cut on the muka waka. I don't. Now come in, I'm trying to lead us on. Yes, I'll cut on the moonwalk. I don't want to put up a penny something. Does that mean to me? Angelina, come here. I just remember the salsa. Macarena de Mapuga. She go me. Oh, that's a very better. Macarena Mapuga. She go me. That's a super winning salsa. Me too. That's a congo. Oh, Macarena de Mapuga. She go me. That's a super winning salsa. That's a congo and boy. Macarena who can dance. She go me. Angelina Kuto, Sasa Siperuni Sasa, Macarena ni Mapuka, Shikome, Angelina Kometo, Sasa Siperuni Sasa, Macarena ni Mapuka, Shikome, Yatubio, Sasa Siperuni Sasa, Sasa Kongone, Macarena ni Mapuka, Shiko, Sasa Siperuni Sasa, Sasa Kong, more ready somebody to best no. Ready? Angelina to me beside me, yes, I'll pop him. Round man, don't be shy. Do so 2-3 steps to your back. The front. Wait a minute, girl. Don't forget to put your underwear up.
That boys in the house.
Right from back.
That boys in the house.
Now wait a minute, girl. Don't forget to put your underwear up. Now check the belly left, right from back. Yeah. Now wait a minute, girl. Don't forget to put your underwear up. What's in there? Check your belly left, right, from back. Me too. Angelina, good. Angelina the Kakwe. What's in there? What's in the woman? Angelina Kuto. Angelina the Kakwe. What's in the woman? Thank you very much. I'm a person who is wave your handkerchief. My ready. In the dark with your shouting in the clock. We in the war. Me too. Olo Mombo, Casio, Prayer, Jago. Everybody, let's go, Phil. 1, 2, 3. Concentrate. Me war. Hey. Concentrate. DJ, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I go, I'd like to thank you very much for this opportunity. I was in the United States of America as of yesterday, but I said I was not going to miss this event. And so I flew all the way yesterday, and I'm here today, and I've witnessed history being made by NPP.
Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much.
Brian,
thank you, Brian. Indeed, Choboy. It's true. Yesterday, when he was in the flight, he sent me a text and told me, bro, I'll be landing very soon, so I'll be part of the program. And thank God he came to join us. We thank you so much for your time. Choboy.
NPP, Osaya! NPP, Osaya! NPP, Missy in the Empire, in the Empire,
party no insesaya kasia no ya dia ba ewiya kukudu na ya ba be ya juma bi wa ha ya ba che NDC say the party is united and resolved to do the unprecedented by breaking the 8 years governance cycle.
Yeah.
Impanyifo eko akesia nyina ina wabu nyina aba. Are there any more in the house?
Shall we give it up? Shall we give it up?
Are there any more in the house?
Shall we give it up? Say a cashremu. Say obunina bebaha. Mumba ye de mfama.
Mufa de sia. Are there any more? Are there any more? Are there any more?
Yeah.
Are there any more?
Cha. Every piece united than ever. Cha.
Yadika. Yadika yi bodia. DJ Olo.
Prepare for the form.
Yadika yi bodia akoto every year achiamu. Bonsem kasia pa amano. Na party mpanyinfo kukuda. Honorable John Boadu, former General Secretary. Odusuwa. Yadede siano.
That's right. I drink Cassia. Cha. Yeah, DJ. Where yo? Hey, hold up, Where yo? Allah. Where yo? Allah. Hey. Mungo de Allah. Hold on, DJ. Cha. The NPP is united and stronger than ever. I tell you. NPP is always united. And nothing as we are going NPP, that's right. Will never break. That's right. Inshallah. Wanna beba, yeah. Wanna beba, yes, no. Wanna beba, yes, no. We can hear you. I want to hear you. Wanna beba, yeah. Wanna beba, yes, no. Wanna beba, yes, no. NDC beba, yes, no. NPP beba, yes, no. PCP beba, yes, no. John Mahama, yes, no. Omiara beba, yes, no. Asiedu Ketia, yes, no. Ikwete beba, yes, no. Wanna beba, yes, no. Wanna beba, so, you better introduce the national executive.
Have you poo-poo?
Come on.
Have you poo-poo?
DJ, hold on. Come on. Now, who say I have no. Unim said it is the work of the national executive and the Greater Accra region. Mumba Musem Emma, the national executive of the New Patriotic Party. Fantastic General Secretary, National Chairman leading, together with National Organizer, Women Organizer, Youth Organizer, National Coordinator, First Vice, Second Vice, Third Vice. When you know we are fantastic, Choboy. Yes. Mutiewe. We are in Greater Accra. Yeah, to you know, any party TV. Eba. Wanu. I say ye fan in Chile. Wanu. Bebunu madam for. Okum come. Madam for. Okum come. The Minister of Energy. Former regional. A former Minister of Education. Now, Minister of Energy. Honorable. Martin Opoku. Okum come. Okum come. Napo. Chobi. Napo. Go Grodo. Go Grodo. Choboy. Penyifu Ashamoa. Ya fremo baku Choboy. Baku. We have the regional minister for this region. The Greater Accra Regional Minister. The Honorable Henry Kwate. The gentle child. The gentle giant. The gentle giant.
Greater Accra Regional Minister.
Now we go to the national
Commando is in the house. On Wetinisu, you are the honor of Greater Accra. Regional chairman. Regional chairman. Yadada. Regional chairman. Chairman divine unto our God. Chairman divine unto our God. Regional chairman for Greater Accra. We're moving on.
Yeah. Kukudu. Muamusheye ahaye fe kama. Ninina a national executive of the New Patriotic Party. Yebeda obie di Baku. The first. Yenina ya mami. Obatampama Kate, the national woman organizer of the New Patriotic Party. Mr. DJ. National woman organizer. Yeah.
Honorable Kate Jenfua, National Women Organizer. We're moving on. Also here in our midst is Deputy General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, and he hails from the north. Honorable Haruna Mohammed, aka Prof. Yadede Siano. Haruna, please work for us. We're moving on. We're moving on.
The next person is the third national vice chairman of the New Patriotic Party. Honorable Bugatti Usman Masoud Buga. DJ. DJ, give us good songs, please.
Also in the house is the national treasurer for the New Patriotic Party, Honorable Charles Jamwa, aka Dr. China. Yadede Fasciano.
DJ, give us good selections, please. Yes, now it's our national. Oh yeah, mommy. She's part of the founders of the New Patriotic Party. Yeah, mommy. The national second
Vice Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Yamami Talata Rita Asubaira. Everybody, are you there? Mopana.
I do this for my family and myself.
Thank you, DJ, for that. Soldier. The soldier. Choboy, Maminya, quick introductions way. In our midst is the administrator for the District Assembly Common Fund, Honorable Irina Toshi is here. Honorable Irina Toshi is in the house. Honorable Irina Toshi is in the house.
Give us a wave.
Boya.
Give us a wave, Honorable Nantoshi.
That's right.
Of the
Honorable Nantoshi
Assembly Common Fund. Thank you, Honorable Nantoshi, for coming. That's right. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's Honorable Nantoshi. Choboy, DJ. Also here were the MD for Boss, Mia Miniokuma Edwin Provincial.
Provincial.
Give us a wave.
Give us a wave.
Give us a wave.
Yeah.
Yep. Choboy.
Yay.
Thank you, Provincial. Yeah, well. CEO for the Ghana Tourism Authority, Akwesi Ajiman. My wave kakra.
Akwesi Ajiman. Cha.
Give us a wave. Thank you. Choboy, DJ. We have some special guests amongst us. Some special guests amongst us. They are our partners from the Conservative Party, UK, and they have come to join us at this momentous occasion. We have in our midst Laura Saunders. Laura Saunders, if you are here, kindly come and give us a wave. Our partners with the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
DJ.
From the Conservative Party. That's right.
With Rim Adi. The two of them are from the Conservative Party, our members, partners in the United Kingdom. We thank you so much for coming. You know, it's great to have you in our midst on this auspicious occasion of ours as we elect a new leader for our party. Thank you so much. Choboy, DJ, drop something for us.
Stage name yes, clear stage name
stage no. Stage ne kakra.
DJ, Maya Bibi
so. Say we did any swap. So.
More music on trendybeats.com.
Signal. Carry all my money, make you carry me go Sambisa. If I touch your body, make you touch under my short nigga. And girl, your love don't blind me, I can be like Papa Fryo. If I come in sachet, you go carry my embryo. Carry me go where I don't know. Pass my bolo, your body go my
Are you here? Are you here? Honorable Ben Abdallah Banda, Inner City and Zongo Secretariat. Honorable Ben Abdallah Banda.
So now we're sitting.
That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Bochaman Ghana Hatchboard. Yeah. DJ. Yeah. DJ. Choboy. Pacho oya pipini apeja usami shadie. Oya pipini apeja usami shadie. Oya pipini apeja usami shadie. Nume weni acha yenye dede kesi mi shadie. 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 Oh, ya dede. If you believe in the new patriotic party.
To the studio, and you saw the new patriotic party getting ready to officially declare one winner. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who's Vice President of the Republic, as the NPP candidate for the 2024 elections. Present currently, we have, some NPP delegates. You saw Justin Kodia Frimpong, the General Secretary, former General Secretary, also present, and the contestants, we have two of them. Currently, we're waiting for Mr. Kennedy Ejapon and winner Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But big question is, will Kennedy Ejapon, Member of Parliament for Asin Central, who polled over 70,000 votes, performed incredibly well, 38%. But will he show up? What would he say? What is going on behind the scenes right now? We're picking up a lot of information as to what's happening behind the scenes, but we would want a guest in the studio to just share their thoughts on what's happening. As and when the development changes, we'll go there. If Kennedy Ejapon shows up, we're going there, pick the live feed for you, and also, more importantly, listen to what he'd say. Will he support Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, given what he said during the campaign? And it was brutal one. All right. So Nanaya Jantua is still with us here in the studio, Mr. Edgar Redu, and also Shamima Muslim, co-host and guest on the show. Of course, Moro is here. So you're seeing what is happening, Nanaya. I want to start with you, and then I'll go to Edgar. And what's happening there? Okay, so we've seen the former Agric Minister. He's shown up. Mr. Kennedy Ejapon is a big question, with a question mark. Will he show up? First of all, just give your thoughts on what's happening there, and then what will the presence of Mr. Kennedy Ejapon mean for the party, or his absence, right? Okay, please turn your microphone on if you can. Yeah,
I'm
so if
saying
you can
that, I'm not too sure. It's a bit chaotic. Whether it's a party, it's a jamboree or whatever, I can't tell. And by this time, I expected that all the candidates would be seated, waiting for the winner, the losers to concede, and the winner to give a victory speech.
Right.
But as it stands, none of them. The two key contenders are not there. So it's possible that Kennedy is going to give a showdown.
Even with his absence, yes.
Because it shows as if they are making all the noise to fill the vacuum.
Right.
And it's as if he's not coming, but they have to just make noise. And it's possible some talks are going on behind the scenes.
Right.
He signed a pact not to leave the party, but he didn't sign a pact not to come to a victory celebration. So nobody can fault him if he's not there.
Right.
I believe they are trying to get him there.
Right.
Because by now, His Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia should have been around. And I also maybe expect the General Secretary to maybe get up from where he's
there. He's sitting there as if he's not going anywhere. Maybe he's not part of the meeting.
No, but from where he's the General Secretary of the party, the chairman, they should all come out and see how to put their heads together to keep the thing going. Because viewers cannot continue looking at the jamboree. We are not interested. We are not part of it. What we want to know is that the victor would come and tell us, the mood in which he is and going forward, how he's going to unite the party. We expect that when he speaks, that is His Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia, will talk about unity within the party. That even if Honorable Kennedy does not come to this jamboree and he's absent, then it's a signal to all of them that there is time for unity. So he should give us a roadmap for unity in the party, because you cannot underestimate a candidate who had 38% of the valid vote cast, and you getting 62%, a C plus. C plus is not distinction. And once you don't get a distinction, you cannot do what you like. It means you need other people on board to help you move along. So, I mean, he's not coming. We are all waiting. He's keeping everybody here. If he's not coming, they should let it be. And let His Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia come and tell us what he has for us. Then going forward, he should show us the scales of unity. And today, my former member of parliament said that there's no need for unity. There's nothing like that. That is Freddy Blay, Honorable Freddy Blay.
Because everything is fine.
Yeah, he said everything is fine. What is he talking about? The journalist asked him. But this shows that there's an issue with unity. Even body language of my uncle Akuto Efri Akuto doesn't look that pleasant. Do you get me? He's just there because he's a gentleman. He has to be there. Yeah. But I do not think that he's also happy. So His Excellency Bawumia has a lot of work to do.
Okay.
In terms of unity in the party.
I want to speak.
Please, you shouldn't come and put jabs at somebody that I will beat His Excellency John. That is not what we want. We want to know that even this time, he has 1 year to redeem himself. He hasn't done properly. All the promises, he shouldn't make a promise today because he cannot keep promises.
But it would be unrealistic not to expect him not to take a pot shot.
Because now he is the flag bearer.
Yeah, he's not the flag bearer.
And so
he must give an indication of what he's coming to do.
That's what I'm saying. He should give an indication of what he's
coming to do. Which includes taking on his opponent.
You are taking on your opponent, not as in jabs and I will beat you. You should tell us that my opponent ABCD, I'm coming to do ABC because now you are the flag bearer.
Speaks to the
he will do that.
And
but
even you see all along as
we know the Bamia politics.
All along that he should change his politics. That is what has given him 62%.
Well, we don't know that for a fact.
Oh, this is a fact. That is politics.
These are internal issues.
What is internal issues? It
don't necessarily have to do with what's happening.
My dear, I am telling you, any time that he spoke, he never said what he was going to do to build the party. It is key. If you are doing an election, an internal election, you should let your people know that what am I going to do to build the party. Then you have a two-pronged strategy. What you are going to do as flag bearer as when you become the leader of the party, and also what you are going to do if Ghana votes you as the president. But if the party that is going to vote for you as a flag bearer, you don't say anything that you are going to do to build the party, then people will think that
you see, the reason why, I understand what you want. Remember, one of the reasons why some of the delegates also voted for him, and if you listen to his aides and the things they say, they'll tell you. No, maybe, and that's what I'm saying, that maybe you may be disappointed because they're saying that he's the only one who has what it takes to take on the former president.
I'm saying that if
he needs to prove that.
If I tell you that my husband is a good man, don't listen to me because I'll never tell you my husband is a bad person, even if he beats me up. You get public, I won't say that. So don't listen to his aides. You should listen to delegates. From this day going, journalists do some work. When we were young journalists, we went behind the scenes.
To talk to the delegates?
Yes, we don't speak to aides. Because the aides will say something nice about it. Go behind the scenes and find out why they did not vote for. But we have a trend analysis. You know the regions where he lost, constituencies where he lost.
Right.
Let's do some work. And find out why they voted not for him but for another candidate, a fresh candidate, somebody who has never been at the highest. He's been a member of parliament, limited to his constituency, and 38% of the people voted that we want him to lead as a president.
I see.
We need to find out and stop talking to aides.
Ideally, sorry.
So that I'll go.
Yeah, that's the same question I was gonna. Oh, you want to come to Edgar? Okay, sure, that's fine.
So Edgar, same question about the presence of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Kennedy Ejapon there. Given that he's lost, but he has performed incredibly well. What does his absence mean for the party? And what would his presence really mean for the party as well?
Well, I think that there are two issues here. One, you did say you are getting some intel.
Yeah.
No, she didn't say that.
She said
we're picking background information that they could, yeah.
Well, if that happens, then that will really be unfortunate.
Right. For him to come?
For him not to come.
Okay.
Yes, that will be unfortunate because at the end of the day, this is the structure. Whatever has happened, if you are saying you are in solidarity with whoever it is, the party, and then what have you, you are supposed to give your, whether it's a supporting speech or a conceding speech or a showdown speech, all of that, you have to do it. Unfortunately,
What did he say?
as you said, we are not too sure what is happening, and people are tired. People, I mean, this is not something that should have gone to this level. They should have,
Right. So,
yes.
for me, a number of things need to happen. Reflections, concessions, and what I say, redemption. After all is said and done, people need to go back and do deep reflections, because we all have witnessed a very, a campaign that has been riddled with high levels of acrimony. I had pundits from across different media houses, from Asase to Joy to City here, and they all agree that they haven't seen or witnessed the levels of acrimony that this campaign season generated as compared to even when there were 17 candidates within, contesting for the NPP flag bearer. So obviously there's something that is wrong. And I want every party member to go back to the tape of Professor Stephen Adai, the recent tape where he speaks very candidly about his view of the character of this administration. Which character Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is part of, which burden he cannot distance himself from, even as he sits back to prepare and, execute a campaign.
Right.
So the reflections must necessarily seek to find out what were the excesses, because there have been excesses in terms of the campaign. So really trying to pursue this unity agenda. Why didn't we meet our mark? They need to understand all of these things. So within your party, if your estimation didn't happen, how confident are you moving into a bigger field? So you need to figure out what went wrong within your family. Why didn't you meet your targets? That's number one. Then, of course, the issue of reflections must need to, how do we bring back the ranks?
Everybody, yes.
Because it was acrimonious. Too many bad things were said against each other within the same family, as if there was no tomorrow. You see, in the heat of the moment, I don't know what pushes people to always destroy themselves with their own hands and their own words. And that's what's going to be what I think a difficult ethical journey for Ken to travel. Because whatever the purpose of a unity conversation, it is to bring everybody back together to execute one campaign. How do you go back on your words? How do you build back on some of the things that you have said? How do you even forgive what was also said against you? To present a unified front. Do you want to say a 1 second thing, or you want to say?
I just wanted to, the point that you see the vitrolic. That little thing that she said, that is relating to that vitrolic vituperations that came up.
Yes.
And so the question is like, if you said this about Bawumia, how do you go back onto the campaign platform?
And be credible. And be credible to the people who are listening to you. It's going to be a very big landmine to traverse. And if he's willing to do that, because his own integrity will be at stake. Because some of the things, in a political contest, there's fair game, right? You have to poke at each other. But some of the things are so fundamental to the contest that you can't go back on, because Kennedy, from the inside the kitchen, we were not there. He came out to tell us the nature of leadership within the family that he belongs to. And he conceded to us and revealed to us that we cannot present this candidate who makes these promises under these circumstances but delivers this little.
Shama,
This is Kennedy's
can you help
narration
me?
to us.
Can you help me here? This issue about the 170 questions.
Yes.
How is that thing going to happen? Because the 170 questions was from Baumia to Emisa Atta. Now, Kennedy Japan says he's throwing back that 170 questions to Baumia.
Yesterday
to
I heard,
answer.
yes, and it's a fair. That's
why, no, so I want you to add it the way you are assessing.
Request to make,
So
because
how are you
yes,
going
you
to?
asked of Mr. Arthur that, and if you come to equity, you must come with clean hands, and it's right, and we all agree to that. So the point of the matter is that, so I lost my thought because I was just going to say something before that came in, but the bit about the concessions. I heard Anthony Cabo in trying to defend the economic indicators say that, tell the journalist that does he understand what ceteris paribus is, all things being equal. But during the period of the promise, there was never, you see, sometimes that's the arrogance of politics. You make promises as if you hold all variables in your hands. So at the time that you were making those promises, was there at any point in time, so in your simulations, in your predictions of the future,
simulations,
in your like thinking about what force majeure or whatever might happen, did you at any point in time make any conditionality that we have the men? This is our vision. We are going to turn this economy around. We are going to move away from a Gettysburg economy to an industrialized one. And that if you wanted money, please don't take an appointment in my government, go into business. Today, all businesses are on their knees.
Right.
Some businesses have been deliberately targeted and destroyed. People have worked for government who haven't been paid for the past 6 years. And yet, Professor Stephen Nadai tells us that you may even still pay that bribe, but you may still not get your money paid. And we have seen and heard people who would, hitherto not come out to speak about these things. And they have come to speak, even though the voices have not been as loud as we heard in the period of, former President John Dramani Mahama. But personally and individually, people express their disappointment because this is not what was promised. This is not, there were even members of NDC who believed in, the vision as President Akufo-Addo was espousing. They believe in Ghana agenda. We all want a Ghana that thrives and works for Ghanaians. We all want that. And if any leader is coming, saying all the right things, he really got a lot of people, believing in the story. But the reality has been very different from the promise. And the vice president cannot wash himself of those. And no matter how much we speak about digitalization, he must come back to answer questions about the economy. He must come back to address some of the concerns that his opponents, so that's the concession, after the reflections, to let us build back trust that you have learned some lessons from your last campaign and from the reality of your governance. You must come back and help us build trust by conceding where you went wrong. You must do that. If those concessions are not made, Ghanaians will not trust that you mean well. And you can't, like Jantua is saying, you can't come and make new promises because you haven't proven to us that you're a man that is capable of being within a group that is able to fulfill their promises, no matter the interventions. There were challenges in the previous government. Did you give them any concession that perhaps there was, because every government will face problems. But leadership matters. And we are saying that other people have faced similar challenges, especially if you sell yourself so high. You have been bought at that level, so you must deliver. So the reflections must happen, the concessions must happen, and the steps at redemption must be seen. Because Professor Stephen Adai says that this government has at least a year to redeem their image. Because even he who has worked in various positions in President Akufo-Addo's government. Even he, who has previously been very critical of former President John Dramani Mahama, has today, and I salute him. We hope that the other religious groups who spoke, the other, key individuals, the neutrals who also spoke, because we must be consistent in our criticism of what we as citizens perceive to be wrongs. And nobody is saying that we are whitewashing the NDC administration, because obviously some things would not have gone right, which is why Ghanaians failed to give John a renewed mandate.
Yeah.
And I believe that, I hope to believe that an NDC going into the new elections also comes with similar concessions, because we have to believe that you are able to do what you're telling us you do now based on your own lessons from the past. And it's easier because I think social media has given us a lot of receipts.
Unfettered access, yes.
A lot of receipts. People can't go back on their words.
Yeah.
Because you said what you said. And you did what you did.
Right.
And the evidence of it it's there. You can't run away with your tail between your legs from that which you have said in the past. So you must be willing to afford the same respect to your opponents. So that's what the redemption at the end of the day, December 2024 would let everybody realize whether your attempts at redemption has been accepted, whether your offer, your sacrifice and redemption to God has been accepted by the good people of Ghana. So I wish all the candidates well. I will not be surprised. Well, I don't know if Kennedy doesn't show up. I think he will show up.
I have this funny thing to say. I mean, based on, I recall when the 2016 elections, not the campaign, right? And John Mahama was saying to Bawumia that you've not tasted, how do you call it? You've not been a president, and then you are talking about incompetence and all kind of thing.
Yeah.
Today, he's tasted something.
Yes.
Would he still use the word incompetent? I remember Kufuor also made a certain statement that when he was outside power, he thought having so many ministers were a problem.
Yes.
But then when he got into power,
You realize the work.
It's not as easy as sitting outside.
Yes.
So the point really. I mean, Kufuor accepted it, all right. So the point here is this, that now that you've tasted it, and then you've gone through all this, you see, for me, one of the sad things is that, do people recognize that we have messed up? You see, first of all, you see,
can you answer that question?
No,
there seems to be a challenge with this very government.
You see, because
they have a certain reluctance to accepting
that's
wrongs.
That's the problem. Yeah, you see, that's the problem, because you see, the economy is going in a certain direction. Everyone is saying X, Y, Z. You are failing to appreciate the concerns and the fact that the people are making. So the issue for me is if you accept and admit, but if you try to use all kinds of aerobics and gymnastics to run around it, trying to suggest that you are on course, nothing is wrong, and as usual, COVID, Ukraine, what? Because just as we are watching, someone still made the same statement that between 2017 to 2020, everything was okay. It was COVID, Ukraine. So these are some of the fundamental problems. Your inability to accept that you have messed up. At least that acceptance gives some kind of, I mean, it makes people feel a little bit, but your continuous insistence that that puts people off. And it really does put people off.
Right.
So there's a need for you to admit, and
Even
just as
your
Shamima
own
said,
party members.
just as Shamima said, in the same case, because you see, I recall that it was Kwame Nkrumah that made this statement that parties lose elections. It's not parties winning elections. So what does it mean? It says that you had the mandate, and because you did not perform, you lost it. And that is how come somebody has come in. And that person has come in and he has even done worse than you did. So yes, for the two parties, it's very important. John Mahama needs a certain concession. He needs to make it clear that, look, I had that opportunity. Yes, one or two things went wrong. I have come to accept it. I appreciate it. Given a second chance, I will correct that kind of mistake. Bawumia, look, I said all these things. I had this idea, X, Y, Z. Unfortunately, things had gone bad. Now, the two of you agree that you've messed up, and then I will put you on the ground again. Then let's see who is going to now make a better case for Ghanaians to vote for. But if that concession fails, especially when you want to say, I have done no wrong, Masa, that will be a disaster for you.
But who messed up more? We should be able to.
No, that question has to be answered.
I mean, we shouldn't say that.
It's not an even kill. No, it's not an even
kill.
kill.
Up more?
It's not an even kill.
Things that has affected.
And then things have since exposed that
Yes.
there was some maybe misinformation, propaganda that fueled some of the messages that shaped people's hearts and minds to opt for something.
But more is very important. I
Yeah.
do not agree with Uncle Edgar that we should all make concessions. Yes, of course, nobody stays in this world. As long as we are human beings, you make a mistake, you hurt somebody.
But here's the thing.
But who messed up more?
Right. But here's the thing. The two things that it's just two quick issues that I want to bring to this conversation. Now, the first one has to do with the concern that you raised, which is that how come the MPP, for some reason, does not want to concede even when they go wrong. And this thing where they keep repeating excuses and explanations to justify some of the mistakes that they made. Now, you've got to also understand the communication strategy of the party. They believe in consistently telling one story, and they believe people will believe it. And it's been their stock in trade even when we're in opposition. The constant reference to the former president as incompetent, to the point where the former president himself, as you rightly said, came out to say, what is this incompetent thing? You guys haven't been there before. If you're in my shoes, you'd understand what is happening. But it didn't stop them. Bamia especially was the one who was in charge of that, kept saying, incompetent. And honestly, there were even people in the NDC who at some point were beginning to ask, Amani be like Ishan or what? Some NDC people were beginning to believe it. They believe in that Goebbels theory. It works for them. And I'm sure their own research tells them that the more you repeat, even if it's a lie, people tend to believe it. Okay, so yes, I can totally understand and I can totally appreciate the fact that it's a bit frustrating when the facts speak to something else, and yet you keep telling us that the thing is white when it's black. So I understand where you're coming from, but it won't stop. It won't stop. That's one thing I'm going to tell you. It's going to, especially now that Bamia is the flag bearer with his economic background, going forward from this week, I'm sure you call me and say, this is why. It's not going to stop. It's going to come.
And I agree with Moro. Just a quick one before you continue. Yes. I agree because what the vice president has done is to delete his tweets that exposes him.
Oh, really?
Yes, not to take ownership, not to admit wrong, but to delete him.
There's been several high-profile.
And in fact, and his wife, she has gone like zero. They've taken down anything that said that, okay, but we will do X, Y, Z. No, it's all off.
Yeah. And the other thing is, Patrick, just a second. The other thing is this. Now, anytime you meet any government official, any of the party spokespersons, and you ask them that, okay, so how do you guys respond to people who say, because Dr. Mahmoud Bama made certain promises, as in his rhetoric in 2016 as compared to the deliverables, and how wide the gap is. How do you guys intend to atone for that? How do you intend to address that? They say, but the man we are going to meet, he's also rejected goods.
Yeah.
So we are cool. If you guys are saying that Dr. Mahmoud Bamia has made some mistakes, the man who we are going to face is not clean either. So I'm saying that the NPP draws inspiration from the fact that they are going to be meeting somebody who is also not utterly clean. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then they juxtapose that against the fact that
they may not want
the
to
former
go
president,
on that tangent.
What they may ba? Oh, in fact, the fact actually started.
What is clean?
Which is that the former president had his own issues when he was president, and that's what. No, they'll tell you that the main verdict as to what Ghanaians think of the former president was the decision they made on him in 2016 and 2020. So even if you don't agree that he is he's
Okay,
fallible.
so no problem. Invite Ghanaians to choose the lesser
Good.
of the two
So
evils.
then they continue.
Pursuing that angle of
now,
thought.
closely related to that is the other argument that, look, don't blame Bamia. And again, I know you heard this, but
He's not in charge.
I'm going to give more meat to this. Don't blame Bamia for what is happening in this government, because he is only he only chairs an advisory team. He advises. If somebody takes it, fine. If the president doesn't take it, that's fine. There's nothing he can do. He's helpless. And that's why you would hear Bamia himself during the campaign, Nanaya, saying that na me cry me ye aplanke me ye the mate no cry no na me to me introduce digitization, my introduce, I give a tall list of things is done. Telling you, say, as the vice president, he has limitations in terms of what he can do, and that when you make him the flag bearer, he will do more. Okay, and I'm saying this because of the questions you asked about what is Bamia going to say, and I'm telling you that expect them, because it's going to be repeated, because they've already started saying it. Miracles Abuaji and Co. They say, look, the man is not the man in charge. In the case of John, he was in charge. He is not in charge, and so he can be excused.
But John has
The
been vice
counter
president
argument,
before.
yes, but the counter argument though is that the same vice president then takes credit for some good things
everything
that's happening
good.
in this government, and that's where sometimes the inconsistency comes in.
Yeah.
So it is either you're taking all the assets and liabilities, because you can't nitpick.
Yeah.
See, let me just make a point here. You know, some of these things, as I said, you know, they are for the academics, okay? They are for the people who want to make good analysis of things that comes out. But then, the voter, at the end of the day, the Tom Prince person, he is talking about his pockets. He is talking about how he can live.
So he says blame President Akufo-Addo, don't blame me. That's what I'm saying.
Whether blame Akufo-Addo
Yes.
or blame Mahama or whatever, the bottom line is this. As it stands now, right, the NPP government is not looking good.
Yes.
If you fail to accept that you are not looking good, it's your problem, right? 7th December will tell. And that is why some people are saying that, look, you have 1 year. That 1 year, try and do something. If you are looking good, who will tell you that you have 1 year to try and do something? If you are failing to listen to these people, it's your cup of tea, all right? Because as it stands now, you are not in the good books. Number two, yes, you may say you are the vice president or whatever it is like. But then, if Kennedy Ejapon had won, Kennedy Ejapong's campaign would have been different. In the case of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, he has a record because he is taking credit for certain things.
Digitization.
You are taking credit for certain things, and so in the things that you are taking the credit for, there are also debits.
Right.
What record are you going to campaign on? You see, so as I'm saying that, it gets to a point in time, you have to be honest with yourself. Be true to the situation.
Right.
It is only when you can appeal to the minds of the voter that, please, I said X, Y, Z. Unfortunately, it turned out
Edgar,
to be...
would you be surprised if Bawumia came to say he disagrees with President Akufo-Addo on some policy decisions he took?
No, wait a minute. You see, let me tell something. Let me tell something. No, let me tell you something here. Let me tell something here.
And so I even advised him not to do it.
No, let me tell something here. In the game of politics.
It's possible.
No, wait. In the game of politics, right? There are certain things you don't do. Yes, I'm telling you.
You are here sitting.
No. I'm saying, look. Accepting a mistake does not mean you should come up and make certain statements.
A mistake that will cost him an election?
No, what I'm saying that, look, accepting that you have failed, that's not necessarily mean I come and give you the fine details. Look, in politics, not even in boardrooms and there are certain conversations that they are left there. They don't come out. Okay? It is for the people to judge and know what goes on there. Right? Just as you are saying, a deputy and a boss. The deputy, you take your whatever from the boss. Even if you don't agree, that is what you are supposed to do.
Exactly.
You don't have to come and stand out and say that, no. And governance, there are certain things you don't do, right? It is how you are able to project yourself. It is how you are able to canvas yourself. as I said, look, apology is a very big tool.
Yes.
Especially in Ghana.
You see, no, let's say, look, if you start on a certain note, because no matter what
but
it
Edgar,
is,
why must he apologize? We didn't vote for him.
No, listen.
We voted for Akufo-Addo.
You are making a mistake. You are making a mistake. He was wait a minute. You cannot vote for a president who has not got a vice. The two of them. No.
But
the two of them go together.
No,
the fact that his picture was not on the ballot, as in he was voted
He
for.
was the poster boy of the campaign.
He was voted for.
He spoke for the party.
No. He was not. Listen. Without a vice president,
yes,
you the president, you can't file your nomination.
But that's an academic exercise.
It is not academic. That is what the Constitution. Now that is what the Constitution has provided. So we voted for him
to satisfy a constitutional requirement.
No, not a constitutional requirement. No. Look, you see, it's we that don't place premium on some of these things. But I'll tell you something here. You see, the vice president is the man who sits by the president, and as is starting. If Akufo-Addo is sick today, right? If Akufo-Addo is sick today,
yes, the vice president takes charge.
He takes charge.
Yes.
So
if Akufo-Addo is not there.
No. So don't think that he's just an ordinary person.
Okay.
Don't think he's just.
I haven't said so.
Because the point you are trying to emphasize. The point you are trying to emphasize is that
we didn't vote for him.
So far as
don't hold him responsible.
No. Don't make that mistake.
We didn't vote for Bawumia. Why must we hold him responsible?
You voted for him.
We voted for Akufo-Addo.
You see, the point is that
yes,
every president and the vice president.
Yes.
It depends on how the vice president is marketed or posited.
Yes.
When this one was coming, Nanado said clearly that this one, he's choosing him because he's an economic guru.
True.
And that he is not into the economy of things.
Yes.
So he has chosen this one to help him.
Yes.
All the lectures on the economy was done by His Excellency Bawumia.
Yes.
I mean, everybody, all the lectures, all the policies on the economy, he led it.
Yeah.
And they even have a name for him, Economic Messiah or something. Whiskey. I mean,
now it's Maguire.
Whatever.
Economic Hercules.
Yes. Then
economic commando.
Yeah. Then he gave 170 questions to
Emisata
and all that. So the man coming in, we all knew that the man is coming to fix the economy.
Okay.
But you see, the point is that, I mean, where I stand, sometimes I find it very difficult to say certain things. But the NDC themselves don't have a good communication team. They don't communicate effectively. They communicate according to the agenda that has been set for them.
Okay.
They cannot even set their own agenda. They are not strategic.
Right.
When it comes to communication, the NPP has a way of setting the agenda for the NDC to follow. At this time, the NDC should be setting an agenda for even the NPP to follow. They don't have data. They don't know what they themselves, their party did when their leader was in power. They cannot tell you the infrastructure that was put in place. They cannot say it.
But they've been saying it.
Oh, how do they say it? No. You see, you need to work with data. You need to work with percentages. At the time that their leader was leaving,
Felix,
what was the strength?
How
many are they? No, please.
So you're talking about the numbers.
They are limited in the way they communicate.
Because
they are limited. I get it. It's all Sami Jemfi or Kwachi.
I cannot understand how I was in PRC at the time. And as a public servant, I was a bit mortified that you sit there as a party and your leader is being termed as incompetent and you are sitting there.
Yeah.
And you made it go fester all over the place. The NPP is even trying to make something that is not good. They are making Bawumia look good.
Yeah.
I made a statement on the tree program that if you have a wife and you are the only person who sees that the wife is beautiful, then it's a problem. Because if you have a wife and the wife is beautiful, wherever you take that wife, people should say that,
wow.
Moro has a beautiful wife.
Is somebody listening?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Mr. Edgar, are you listening? Mr. Edgar, are you listening? Mr. Edgar, are you I'm listening.
This your one there. This your one there. You need trouble.
So if you have a wife, if you have a wife and you cannot, other people cannot see that your wife is beautiful,
then there's a problem.
Okay. Because then people is saying Bawumia is the best, but we are saying no.
Okay.
They are still saying yes. But as we say no, they
By
say
fire,
yes.
by force.
Do you get me?
Yes.
So the point is that Bawumia is the way he posited himself.
Okay.
That is why he's under so much pressure. Because when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama became the flag bearer for the NDC, when His Excellency Atta Mills died, nobody asked him about the economy. But you were the one who said that you are coming to change things, one district, one factory. He had beautiful slogans. Production, not something.
From taxation
no
to production.
from taxation, production to taxation. More exports, no more imports. One district, one factory, one
So
one down.
Edgar says, come, concede, apologize, and ask for money.
Apologize for what?
And that's
No, it is not as trivial. Please, it's not as trivial as it stands.
Really?
Yes, because.
But what else do you want him to do?
Apologize for what? For being inefficient. Then you needn't even come to be. It is not as easy as that. The seat of government is not a joke. We are not playing chess.
Edgar thinks it's powerful when you apologize.
Apologizing when you have cheated on your wife is different from apologizing when you have cheated on the people of Ghana.
No.
But Edgar, why is your nose twitching?
No.
I'm not talking about you.
Because you say Nana.
I'm not talking about you.
The shots Nana they give.
I'm talking about generally. Because you see,
The way your fingers were going.
not to you.
We are actually still looking for a wife for more.
I beg you.
It's a public announcement.
Oh, you have found one already. So the point is that if anybody can just do anything and come and apologize, because you promised us so much, you have delivered so little.
Right.
And these things that we are talking about, it didn't come out of the mouth of the president. The 170 questions, economic questions, didn't come out of the mouth of the president. We are asking Dr. Bawumia to account for so much because he said so much and he promised so much. The most I don't want to use the word nauseating, but the most sad aspect of it is that when he noticed that the economy has failed, then he moved to digitalization. Even digitalization has
Ken
failed.
arrived. Hey!
I'm told Ken has.
Finally.
Oh, he has arrived.
I don't know.
With the son, no. With the
not
son.
that one. It's the son.
He's behind the Afenya marking.
Bridget is so excited when she saw Ken. I didn't know you were a fan. She was like, hey,
Ken Japan.
But think, look.
Afenya marking is there. That's MP for Futu. Central region is there.
They've suffered to let him come.
It's taking too long.
He's quiet. See, he's very quiet. Look at his body language. Look at his body language.
I mean, the fact that it's taking this long.
I think that was for
You know, he's always here.
He was the secretary to the
election committee. Oh, I think somebody has really gone to speak to him.
Yeah. Because it's taking almost an hour.
Yes.
More than that.
After
this one, somebody went to speak to him.
Right.
But he came with the Afanya marking. You can imagine.
Kennedy.
When you look at his body language.
Look at his body language.
What does he? Does he look? I don't know, but.
Let him say.
So what is he going to say? Is he going to? I don't know. Are you looking forward to him?
Why are you rushing?
Speak.
Look forward to it.
Anyway, let's see we'll see how it goes.
What
You're on the floor.
Where was I? You just.
As soon as Ken came, we had to know it was Bridget who was excited. Excitement ended your commentary.
What have I done?
We don't need Nana. You fight you, sir.
I won't fight you. I speak that.
I think you're speaking about apologize for what?
You think
running
government is like
but the concession.
Oh, this matter with Sasa.
So now look, majority leader is in. So Bawumia is there. So it was Kennedy Japan they were trying to.
They were all trying to.
Yes, now majority leader is
also
also
in. Pampering him.
Yeah.
Kennedy has ruffled feathers. You see the fans they are trying to.
They are trying to give him fans.
I've been wondering the nature of the conversation that took place.
You are saying something.
I was saying that.
You see,
like you're saying, concession doesn't mean that once they say, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Yeah, because you see, the point is
but
that
we must
the
demand
people
such
who have lost their
accountability
jobs
from them.
Why not? I mean, for accountability, they should account for everything. Even the money that you see, this government has borrowed more than any government.
Unprecedented.
1 trillion Ghana cedis.
Plenty.
They have borrowed. Meanwhile, they cannot tell us what they have used the money for. And it is key. And I'll continue saying that the NDC, they cannot tell their story. They should start telling their own story. Because I always say that if His Excellency John Mahama did the even I'm giving 3 projects: Bank of Ghana Hospital, UGMC, the Onapo, the road, the Underbridge Road, the airport, the Kotoka, Terminal 3, and the Circle Road. Just these 5 projects in 3 years. He did something. You can see that this is it. If you talk about data, what was the strength of the CD at the time he was there and he was leaving? Even that one, they said it is not good enough. But when their people are talking, they don't juxtapose. You see, you need to have communication with data.
I get it. But today is about the NPP, not the NDC. So, but here's the thing, Anaya.
But you brought it.
Do you think that Baumia should quickly move in and get his running mate?
Oh, that one is.
Because I'm told that in itself is going to be a whole.
No, he has promised so many people. So which one is he going to choose?
No, it's a whole. No,
including the chief.
I am saying that one person you have promised everybody.
I heard them asking. She was saying that no. Today
she said yes. She said it doesn't really. But so you've heard so many people. This one, that one, this one, that one.
It's a big consideration for a female running mate.
A female running mate.
Big consideration.
As a gender person, that would be nice.
Sitting behind.
But you should also understand the political calculation. You should be looking at the political calculation that's going into this. You must be able to differentiate between a genuine desire for something and a political calculation.
So now everybody is looking for.
Right to dream.
They are looking for an Ashanti. I've heard if it's a female, it's an Ashanti. If it is a male, it's an Achim. That is what me I've heard.
Okay.
I don't know how far it is true. These are all speculations.
Right.
But getting a running mate there, it depends. You see, after some time.
Should it be early or late?
Oh, it doesn't really matter. I mean, nobody is really nobody is really going to vote for a running mate,
right?
Unless the running mate is in the middle of everything, like Dr. Baumia was.
Okay.
Before he came on board, most times the running mate was in the background.
Right.
Then he came and he was over everything, doing everything, and also His Excellency John Dramani Mahama also added some charisma to His Excellency Atta Mills.
Right.
So, I mean, after that, now the running mate has become a bit important. Before, it didn't even really matter.
Right.
And, Atta Mills too added some credibility to His Excellency Rawlings.
So then what I'm saying is that if you look at the times and the kind of politics I say we're doing,
you need somebody.
If it will be fine, we'll be asking this
question.
Yes,
you need somebody. You need somebody who can make up for
a
shortfall. Somebody who can appeal to the people.
Right.
Do you get me? Right. And Ashanti is a big place. When you do an analysis of the 2020 elections, even 2016, Ashanti made NPP win.
Right.
Ashanti even gave more votes to NDC.
If you look at that, the Ashanti, if you look at the results, Kenya Japan had half of what. Actually garnered exactly half of what Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia got in Ashanti region, which is direct opposite what happened in the special delegates, where it was almost 90%.
So, I mean, a running mate, there are so many names going around. So let's see who he chooses. Everybody.
Will it change the Ashanti dynamic? Because if you look at the results, he didn't do as he expected in Ashanti. I mean, he was
if he chooses an Ashanti,
if he chooses an Ashanti as his running mate, would Ashantis when I say change the dynamic, will it bring out the numbers the way they expect, or it won't change much?
If his argument, based on his own argument, that he's an Aplanke, then it means if he chooses an Ashanti running mate, he's also going to be an Aplanke.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't be...
By parity of reasoning.
Yes, so he wouldn't be in any position, he or she would not be in any position to help the Ashantis from his own reasoning.
Right.
If we have to take what he said,
that
the vice president has no power.
Should he choose Ken?
That one would depend on him.
Will Ken make a fine vice president?
Ken.
He controls 30.
I think that Ken is a
38%.
good businessman and he should do more business.
And also, Ken doesn't want to take instructions from anyone.
That's what I'm saying. How is he going to take instructions from? Because Ken will see
deputy.
himself as more of a president than
even Baumia.
And if he becomes the president, he would make Baumia. If he becomes the vice, he would make Baumia the vice president.
Why not? He will be the president.
The choice of running mates, whether it's from Ashanti region or not, does not matter as we sit.
Yeah.
What matters is that the NPP has let people down.
So it doesn't matter who he chooses.
It doesn't matter who you choose. Within these 12 months, what are you going to do?
Edgar, you say nothing
to do? No, you see,
Let me should come back to 6.5.
Look, let me tell you something here. You see, there are things that matter. There are things that matter to people. Okay, there are things that matter to people. As I said, as for the NPP, no matter what it is, let's say, based on the last results, right? Let's say the NPP, no matter what it is, they have their 5.5. Okay, the NDC has its 5.5. These are constants. That remaining 1 million, 1.2 million, those are the people that matter. And what are those people looking out for? Those people are not looking out for who your running mate is or what it is like. It is as we sit today, what are our lives like? You put us into this situation. What guarantees do we have that you are going to better it tomorrow?
Are you saying the economy is going to take a center stage? And
It is everything is the economy. Everything is the economy. It is not about those sentiments of where this one is coming from, what have you, blah, blah. People are looking at what the situation is on the ground. They say that you have administered this economy for the past 8 years, right? Look at the way these guys always try to tell you the strength of their currency today. Guta people. If before, right, I was having 400, what do you call it? 400,000. It was equivalent to $100,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so if today my 400,000, it has dropped. I mean, you see, you've messed people's lives up.
Major.
So you know there are serious issues. That is why I say that. Look, it is sad that the NPP gurus are not accepting and appreciating the fact that what we have put people down, and there's a need to rekindle a certain spirit.
Let me just mention some of the communities that stand alienated today.
Okay.
The youth.
Yeah.
There are communities that stand alienated. Businesses. Also as a result of the domestic debt exchange. Teachers, including university teachers, nurses, pensioners for the first time in the history of but I'm singling out pensioners. They are a large group of people who stand very alienated and betrayed.
And these are serious. And I'm saying these are serious issues. For the first time, the pensioners' investment, he cannot get it. See the way people have been talking. Not recently, the problem we are having with dialysis, whatever machines, and so many issues.
So Edgar, what you're saying is that the administration has failed. It doesn't matter.
There's a problem. You need to admit it.
Now I want to bring in the NDC because they're electing somebody to face the NDC, not to face not to face themselves, to face the NDC and the CPP and the PNC. But we all know that the NDC is the biggest opposition party. Should the NDC go to sleep because it's Bamia?
No way.
How?
That would be the biggest mistake of NDC.
You cannot take the people for granted.
Look, as I said, look.
With all the things you said.
No, and don't forget, if you say you are going to sleep, and that is why I'm saying that, with this 12 months that is left, if the NDC thinks that Bawumia is a no starter or something, then it's a done deal. No, that's a big mistake. Because you see, this 12 months, right, so many things can happen. And that is why I
But
said...
Edgar, that's not what you said earlier. You're
No,
saying
earlier...
You're saying they are gone. You're saying NPP is gone.
No. I said earlier, when I was talking about the budget that is going to be read.
Yes.
What is in that budget?
Okay.
And as I said, that budget is very important.
Okay.
So if what they have indicated in the budget will do some one or two things, that is why I'm saying that it will be a suicidal thing if NDC says they are going to.
But what you cannot expect is that in terms of the fiscal regime, the government will be looking out to raise some more money. Because the IMF is breathing down their neck. Fine. They have to raise money and they have to cut down on expenditure.
So much.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that the budget I doubt will make any.
No. But it is what that money is. What that money is going to do.
Domestic.
No, you see, look, let me tell something. What I'm saying is this: it's what that money is intended to use. Exactly.
Okay, so
you see, so it's like they are going to raise the money. Now, if they raise the money
and put it into the right places,
put the right places.
It can make a change.
We have to be conscious of not also thinking or saying that it's okay to put people through hell for 4 years and then use 1 year to try to
change things,
make it better. And it's okay.
And I'm saying that it's for you, it's not okay. But the way the Ghanaian thinks, like people say, Ghanaians have short memories. Ghanaians have short memories.
But some also saying that Ghanaians usually make their decision a year before election.
You know, whatever it is.
If I enter my shop,
look, you see. For me, one of my greatest problem is this, that I see as a big failure on the part of this government is this Galamsey matter.
That's the whole conversation.
No, for me, it's a big issue that this Galamsey matter has actually grown wild.
If I'm a businessman or woman, and I used to use $150,000 to travel to buy goods.
Yes.
And now that same $150,000 has reduced to $58,000.
Okay.
No matter what you do in a year, I would not see you.
You would make up for the loss.
If I look at my shop and see all the goods I have lost, if I look at my account and see that I cannot even save, if I look at the cost of living and I draw a map, a graph to see where I am now. If I look at the price of fuel and how much I used to buy a year and what I buy now, or even 2-3 years, now a gallon of fuel is 53 cedis.
Yes.
Do you get a gallon? When His Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia was coming to power in 2016, I think it was 11 cedis a gallon.
Yes.
Now the liter is 13 point something.
It was actually 4 cedis to a gallon.
Yes, 4 cedis to a gallon. Now look, it's 53 cedis to a gallon.
Yes. But the point I'm trying to make
so if I look at all this, what will change? Can you
But
reduce?
elections is essentially about the future. It's not about the past. Yes.
Who said it's not about the past?
No, I'm saying that.
Please don't even go there.
I have been through hell. But if you give me hope, I may give you a chance.
Who said?
Well,
it is about the past.
Put your hand in your
how much is a ball of kenke today? It used to be 1 cedi.
You see, the reason why I'm saying
how
this
much
is the Ghanaians who complain about these politicians.
How much is wache?
The Ghanaians who complain about these same politicians still go
depending on where you're buying your wache. Now you can't.
They haven't given out.
No, the list is 7 cedis.
Let's come back to this. I get it. We'll discuss the economics. I mean, like I'm saying, there'll be more.
But the economics is Bawumia.
I get it. But
I'm
here's the
gonna
thing.
have to go.
Here's the thing. Back to back to what the posture, because we want to take the speech quickly.
Yes.
Back to the posture of the NDC, and you say all of you are saying that look, you can't go to sleep because you say Bawumia has failed and etc.
No, you can't take Ghanaians for granted. That's a done deal.
If Bawumia takes a running
with the way these people are with their
you see Bawumia, you see him like this,
Yes.
He's reading 48 Laws of Power and Machiavelli. Of course. He's looking at the subtle arts, the art of subtlety.
Of course.
So when you see him, he's like some subtle person. He cannot even bite you.
If he chooses a running mate, here we are. The John Mahama has been flag bearer, I think, since last year September.
Yeah.
He hasn't chosen his running mate.
Oh, I know he's running. He has a running mate. So.
No, I'm saying that he hasn't officially told us who he's
running
mate.
No,
he hasn't. Nobody has.
He hasn't announced.
It is highly speculative that. Oh wow! I mean, it is expected.
Oh, you want it? Is that your preferred?
It is expected.
Me, I don't even. That is me. I'm not in his party. So.
It is expected that you go with Prof. Of course, anything can change because we're hearing a lot of things. Because some people are making a case for some other face for whatever reason. But the point I'm trying to make is that, Edgar, Pacho, 1 second. What I'm trying to say is that if Bawumia goes ahead to choose a running mate before John Mahama, what would that do?
It won't do anything. What would that do?
Somebody who just made a flag bearer just gone ahead to choose his running
No,
mate. Does
but
that
the running mate
make it more decisive? For
no,
instance?
it won't do anything. I mean, everybody has the way they do their things, and the party
does
dynamics are
the choice
different.
of Bawumia's running mates influence who?
Because you see, if you don't,
choose?
please, a running mate is also about succession. Do you get me?
Necessarily?
Yes, I mean, if you look at it carefully.
Today, you people are taking on Bawumia because you say he's succeeding.
No. I'm saying that a running mate. That's why you didn't even listen to me.
Okay.
I'm saying that a running mate is about succession. Typically,
yes.
If you look at all democracies, the running mate is assumed is seasoned, can take over when the president is not there.
Right.
Do you get me? When His Excellency Atamils died,
right?
If we didn't have a good vice president,
I think the president is coming.
what would have happened? What would have happened? So when you are choosing your running mate, you should choose somebody who can be a president, who can take your position, who can take the country along. You don't just take somebody.
Yeah, Nana, unfortunately, we'll have to cut in here and then go to the stadium where they're going to officially declare Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Who is going to declare?
As EC will do that first. I think there's the president arriving. Also with the vice president.
It's late too.
I know. So we're waiting for the official declaration of Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party to face off with the presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, in what would be 2024 showdown.
There are other candidates. It's not only John Dramani.
That's right. This is the elephant spirit. Speak on. Speak on. Speak on. Speak on, national organizer. Yes, this is NPP. That's right. The vice president and the second lady, they are here. They are here. That's right. The vice president and the second lady, the vice president. This is the elephant spirit. Yes. This is the MPP. We are the right. Why? Blue family. This is the elephant family. This is the elephant family. That's President Elephant spirit. We are united. Vice President Church. Yes. Vice President Second Lady Church. Never before. We are united. That ever before. Vice President. That's right. Edra. Fedodo. It's possible. It's possible. Fedodo. Yeah. No. The vice president, yes, accompanied by the second lady, by the Fulani lady, Amadou Hassan. The Fulani. The Fulani second lady. This is the spirit I'm talking about. The New Patriotic Party. The elephant spirit. Yeah.
accompanied by the beautiful second possible. It is possible. It is possible.
Katawale come like a kite. Hi. Katawale come like a kite. Hi. Me come to them like some kite. Hi. Wanga de manta. Jai mamuka. Me wunu no fa. I swear God can me shut back. Boba. Bono sumo telema. Boga. We've been working hard. But Babylon won't bring me down. Them can't tame we down. Can't pull we down. My fans give me this crown. When we start dancing, never them a fight we have.
About the
we strike them from Tamale to Wale.
About the BD. Skeba. About the BD. Skeba. About the BD. Skeba. I want to be
Can't stop we now, cause we up in the sky, we fly like a plane. Get a youth, make me understand. Show Babylon, say peace and we play. Stand by one lie. Can't shut a wallet, I'm a fair, I'm a feeling. Then be a grow. Be a grow. Me tell you, Boko na yawa. Kaka go jibo.
Hey! So, where you go? What you want? What my people want? What two? Yeah. Boom. Yeah. Oh no, yeah. Boom. Now we go. What two? Boom. Are you yourself?
Super scary movement, got a SM mode. I'm in China, me sabotage.
Oh, boom.
If them lock me up, and them try to me up, we are gonna beat them like boom. It's on a puppy show. That's why we show them now. Same as Mr. K.
And this is about you, yeah. Go. Are you there? DJ. The president of the land, Adodi, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Enchebia onosobe kansa. Enchebia, this is the elephant spirit. That's right. Enchebia onosobe kansa. His Excellency the President Odwa Musoba. Electoral Commission penny for so eba. His Excellency the President. Yes. Abuja for me kaimu say. Why aye? Jumadia Sronko. And the new patriotic party. Your presidential primaries are your call. I can't see no. I want to san something ya wa. Nia air funny say. And penny 19 no omunyina wa ha. Yes. Yera adenimo ewa. Yeah. Onimonyamfo Osu Afriye ewa. Yeah. The Honorable Kennedy Akumpreko e Japan. The showdown, aka showdown. The Vice President of the land, and so Bekansa Nanya F. Yeah. The first gentleman of the land, Naka, Commander in Chief, Naka of Ghana's Armed Forces, Naka Adodi, Naka. Yeah. The president. Yeah. And so Bekansa Adodi. Peja Nana Akufo-Addo. Handkerchief. His Excellency Abekansa Addo Showboy. And you are His Excellency Papa de Trabuzano.
Yes.
His Excellency.
His Excellency. His Excellency. Out of thee.
Accompanied by the First Lady.
That's right.
The beautiful Rebecca.
That's right.
The beautiful Rebecca.
That's right.
Yeah. Me see.
And the showball. And the showball.
Another NPP president who is bound to make history. This is the man who is bound to make history. This is the man who is about to make history. He's about to make history by handing up another NPP president-elect. We are handing over to the Republic. NPP president-elect. We are making history. We are about to make history. We are going to make history. And this is the man who is going to lead history making. He is about to hand over power to another NPP president-elect. And I tell you that history becomes. That history is coming. That history is coming. The man to hand over power to another NPP president-elect. History will be made. History will be made.
Go.
History will be made.
Go.
History will be made.
Oh yeah,
history will be made. That's the man who will be handing over to another NPP president-elect. That history, inshallah. 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 History, inshallah.
Inshallah.
It shall come to pass.
Inshallah.
We will hand over to another NPP president. Another NPP president-elect. And we are making that history together. We are uniting to make that history together. We are uniting to make that history together. We are uniting to make that history together.
That's right.
This is the man who is leading the NPP.
We are united than ever.
Power to another NPP president-elect. We are united. And that history will happen. That history will happen. That history will happen. That history will happen. Adodi.
Adoshobo.
He's determined to hand over to Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. Inshallah. Inshallah to pass. Mark it today. We are saying it shall come to pass. We are saying it shall come to pass. His Excellency. This is the funny stuff.
NPP.
His Excellency the President, accompanied by the First Lady, the beautiful Rebecca. Abusiafo, we are live on Wontumi TV. We are live on TV3, GTV, Metro TV, Kesben TV, and Kesben FM. F1 Life. Electoral Commission.
That's right.
Ezobe Kayensa, led by Dr. Sribo Kweku, Abakayensa, and the chairman, Presidential Elections Committee, the respected Professor Michael Kwe. The Presidential Elections Committee for no. Omayade pa, munyede de bakumomo, munyede de mienu momo, munyede de miensa momo, munyede de nine momo, munyede de nu momo, munyede de ma. Again, programming is live, UTV, Peace FM, Mafani Live, OK FM
It's all for the life. Angel TV, Angel FM, more for the life. Asasi Radio, Asasi TV, up on the life. City TV, City FM, we are live. Adum FM, Adum TV, we are live.
That's right.
Joy News, Joy TV4, any multimedia for you now, we are live. Kukudu, Kukudu, Officially, the program is about to commence. Yababe Fro Sofo, na Wababe Bo, Empire, Amaya She Jumedia Ninase. Jumedia Yadi Shenya Mensa, Nyamitu Minti, and Nayabatua Yakotuye, Obia Grano, Bibiani Honoma is here, very peaceful. And Yamino said yesterday,
that's right.
My friend Bishop. Aye, now on for opening prayer and for Emre.
NPP, you're now Kufonso. You're now Kufonso.
Where are you opening prayer?
Bishop,
strictly open prayer.
Asida, Yedimo, Nyame, Yedimo, Nyame, Yedimo.
Everybody raise your hands up. Let's all have a big flag. Oh, yeah, Dimo. There will be flag. Yeah, Dimo. Yeah, Dimo.
Heavenly Father, we give you thanks.
Amen.
For this outdooring of the newly elected presidential candidate of the new patriotic party. We give you praise, Lord. Your word declares, in everything give thanks. So we'll give you thanks for a free, fair, credible, transparent election of the ruling government. Father, we also thank you for all the presidential contestants, for the committee, for the security personnel, even for the electoral commission, who by the grace of God have supervised this successful election. Father, we give you the praise, and we commit the presidential candidate also into your hand. As we enter into the 2024 election, let the sovereign will of God, let the counsel of God stand in Jesus' mighty name. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. Everyone shout amen.
Amen. Amen.
Asida, Yadimo, Nyame, Yadimo, Nyame, Yadimo, Nyame, Asida, Yadimo, Nyame, Yadimo, Nyame, Yadimo. Amen. The Electoral Commission.
That's right.
At this moment,
NPP for too much.
I am going to call on the Electoral Commission straight away to come and give the official declaration of the result. Omu supervise here. Omu presidential na dwumadie ne yatoa so. Choboy. Dr. Sribo Kweku and the leading team no at the buyer. Dr. Sribo Kweku, the patron Wadarma in here has said.
That's right. MPP is the winner. MPP is the winner.
Hello. Two. His Excellency the President, His Excellency the Vice President, my uncle, Prof. Michael Kwe, who was the chairman of the Presidential Election Committee, respect to all members of the election committee. Good evening, Chief of Staff, ministers observed. Good evening to everybody. Before I'll talk about the declaration, I want to entreat all of you that we are exhibiting the 2020 register and the 2023 supplementary register. Please, we want to entreat all of you to go and check on your name. The purpose is for you to know your polling station, effect corrections if it be. If there's any inclusion, you request for it. If you know anybody who has passed away after registration, please help us to clean the register. We have also introduced the short code *713*81#, that without even going to the polling station, you can check on your details. But in case you key in that short code and there's anything that you want to effect, you will have to go to the district office where you are a voter to effect the necessary changes. This is the greeting from the Electoral Commission. On behalf of the chairperson and the entire commission, we want to congratulate you for the support you gave us in the supervision of your work. Without much ado, I will go straight to the business. As you are aware, 4 people contested, and candidate number 1, Ken Onhinen Ejapong. He had 71